In 2050, humanity is enjoying a better life than ever before, thanks to the rapid advancement of science and technology. However, the sudden appearance of wormholes changed everything. People stood and looked with mesmerizing emotions at the wormholes that were forming in the air above them. Suddenly the wormholes began to pulsate and make terrible sounds. And then terrible monster robots of unearthly origin began to appear from them. On the other side of the wormholes was another world. Unknown creatures arrived from there to Earth across millions of light years to take over the planet. The military weapons that people were proud of turned out to be completely ineffective against alien technology. People began to retreat, and everything around them plunged into chaos. However, at this time, a cultivator suddenly appeared, bringing a glimmer of hope to humanity. After huge losses, humanity finally changed the course of events, sending the aliens back into the wormhole. Thus, humanity found short-term peace. The art of cultivation again replaced science and became the subject of quests throughout the world. This event is known as the First Revolution of Cultivators. And then the Era of Cultivation began. 50 years later. Some three guys stand and look in confusion at the main character, who is lying unconscious. They're trying to bring him to his senses. Suddenly the guy began to regain consciousness and move his fingers a little. One of the guys points his finger at the man lying down and tries to understand what's wrong with him. But suddenly the lying hero grabs his hand. He stands up a little and pushes the bully away from him. The hooligans are a little surprised by what is happening, because they did not expect that the guy was able to get back on his feet. The main character's name was Tang Ming. He had a conflict with these three hooligans because he did not want to just give them money. Without thinking twice, the blonde bandit is not going to wait long, so he begins to attack the guy with an iron pipe in his hands. But this attack was too slow for the main character, so he easily dodges the bully's attack. And then with a furious look, he kicks the bully off his feet, thereby knocking him back with his blow. At the same moment, the other two bullies are shocked that Tang Ming was able to defeat their friend with one blow. This makes them angry, so they take out knives. And they start running at the main character from both sides, trying to surround him. Tang Ming dodges the first swing of the knife, and then immediately punches his opponent directly. The third bandit stops in his tracks from what he saw with his own eyes. But Tang Ming doesn't stop, so he immediately hits the remaining opponent with his elbow, thereby knocking him out. After defeating the hooligans, the guy begins to head towards one of the hooligans, but he tries to crawl back out of fear. Approaching the bandit, Tang Ming asks him what year it is. Because of the strange question, the bully is surprised by the words he hears. But the guy still continues to look intently at the bandit. Therefore, this greatly frightens the bully and he begins to say that today is the 9th of April 2100. The main character is a little shocked by this answer, because he understands that in 2100 he was in high school. And this meant that he was reborn into the past. He begins to remember what happened earlier and realizes that in 2120, the alien army attacked again, and then the final battle for life took place. The hero recalled how he sat in front of one of the aliens, because he was tired of fighting hard, because no one could have thought that the aliens would also become cultivators and be able to break through the kingdom of saints. After which the aliens, preparing to attack the guy, tell him that human creatures were no match for them. And then he shoots with all his might at the main character. And his appearance gradually begins to disappear in a bright white light, because of which a strong explosion is formed in the place of the main character. Events flash back to 2100, where Tang Ming stands silently before the opponents he defeated. A bully holding his head with his hand, wondering if the main character was okay. But he was not going to answer his question, but on the contrary, with an angry look, he said that they should disappear from his eyes and that he should no longer see them near the school. After this, the hooligans, without thinking twice, begin to run away from the main character with all their might. But suddenly Tang Ming stops them. The bullies with frightened faces silently look at the guy, after which they return the money to him. Tang Ming, while counting the bills, was a little surprised that Gao Hu had taken so much money from him during his year in high school. In a past life, the main character was an orphan. Through step-by-step efforts, he finally broke through the Emperor realm and became one of the leaders of the Cultivator Alliance. Standing in front of the high school grounds, he remembered his past life and couldn't believe that he lost to the aliens. He understood that at this time no one now imagined that aliens would strike again in 20 years and all of humanity would die. Tang Ming pondered the words the stranger said in his direction about the kingdom of heaven, which is why he clenched his fist. And then he realized that since God gave him another chance, this time he must destroy all the aliens. Events are postponed until early the next morning. The main character, sitting on his bed in his room, tries to concentrate energy around himself. Having finished his workout, he looks at his hand with a smile and reflects on his achievements that he achieved overnight. In one night, he learned all the basic abilities of the cultivation high school. His goal was to regain his previous cultivation level. Wiping the sweat from himself, he was glad that he remembered his past life, so it would be easier for him to break through the first level. However, after the first level, he would need to break through the 9 gates, and then break through again and again. While getting dressed, he listed what kind of kingdoms there were. Even though he had broken through faster than in his previous life, it would still be difficult for him to reach the Saint Realm before the final battle. Therefore, he understood and was ready that he would have to train more. Events again moved to the school grounds, where around a girl named Wang Jin, who is simply walking around the school grounds, crowds of people gather around her and bless her beauty. The girl was not only beautiful, but also a cultivator of the Wang family. According to various rumors, it could be understood that at that age she was already able to overcome the first level of high school. She passed by everyone, and from afar, under a tree, the main character looked at her. Looking at her, he recalled events from a past life, where high school student Wang Jin came from a family of Taoist cultivators. Then she was an untouchable goddess for him. But this time he needed to cultivate using the micro-ton tempering method. He had to help her. As night approached, Tang Ming stood around the corner of a cliff so that no one would see him. He was there because he knew what would happen to Wang Jin that night. The girl, having trained at night, will meet a criminal cultivator in this place. After a long battle, she will finally kill him, thereby gaining fame in the world of martial arts, but she herself will be seriously injured, and will take a whole half a month to recover. Wang Jin, pursuing the criminal cultivator, was getting closer and closer to the main character. He had heard about the crimes of these cultivators, so he understood that the criminal was clearly lucky to meet her, because although she was young, she was already a strong fighter. The criminal, leaving the girl, introduced himself that his name was Zhao Hu. He offered her a good reward if she would let him go. But the girl didn't care about the criminal's offer, because he was a first-class warrior, which meant that if she captured him, she would be able to return to the Cultivator Alliance. Zhao Hu, faced with this, decided to attack first, activating the abilities of the Fiery Tiger, which allowed him to quickly attack the enemy with his claws. But the girl was easily able to dodge all his attacks. And then she tried to attack in response, but the criminal was able to hide behind her sword with his magical hand. The girl jumped away from him to a safe distance for her. And his hand continued to glow with a red glow, because these were signs of trained bones, muscles and skin, which allowed first-class cultivators to defend themselves in this way from enemy attacks. There was fiery energy emanating from around the criminal. With an evil smile, he looked at the girl in surprise and could not believe that at that age she was already so strong. After which his eyes turned red and he began to prepare for a new attack. The girl immediately began to attack her opponent at high speed, swinging her sword in different directions. Watching from the side, Tang Ming immediately recognized this attack, because these movements symbolized the 4th-level skill, Heaven and Earth Xianhuan. This skill was unique to the Wang family, and was more suitable for women, but Wang Jin she was strong enough. As long as Zhao Hu protected the vital point, it would not be a problem for him to face Wang Jin's sword. Suddenly he catches and grabs the girl's sword. Thus, it does not immobilize her sword movements. By grabbing the girl with both hands, the criminal thereby exposes her to danger, because if Wang Jin does not recover, then she may die in this way. Suddenly a pebble flies into the criminal's head. Attacking from behind, Tang Ming didn't want to break through his arms, so he wanted to smash his skull. But Zhao Hu doesn't let the guy do this, so he turns sharply towards him and, with a furious look, swings his red fist at the main character. Fortunately, the main character manages to dodge and defend himself from the enemy's attack. His main goal was to free the girl from the criminal's cordon. He introduced himself as Wang Jin as a high school student and came up with a story about how he got here so that the girl would not suspect anything. He understood that if the girl had hit the criminal from below, then he would definitely have died. Wang Jin, showing heroism, told the main character to leave here. But Tang Ming wanted to stay because he understood that the girl herself would not be able to defeat the enemy because of her wound. After which he began to speak the words of a cultivator, which said that in the face of death he goes to fight, saving his comrades. Immediately after the words were spoken, the criminal began to attack the guys with furious force, thereby not allowing them to finish. The girl, realizing that she cannot hesitate, accepts the help of the protagonist, and asks him to gain some time, and she will finish him off with one blow. Faced hand to hand, Tang Ming was still able to stop the criminal's attack. Zhao Hu, with a trembling hand, is a little shocked by what is happening. But the hero, without thinking twice, raises his other hand to delay him as long as possible for the girl. But the criminal still stops the second attack of the protagonist. Suddenly Tang Ming turns to his opponent so that he looks at his hands from which fiery tiger claws can be seen. Zhao Hu, in great confusion, could not understand how the guy got the tiger claws that he himself used. But the main character did not answer this question. He began to instantly attack his opponent. Conducting quick attacks on the criminal, who repelled all of his attacks, Tang Ming realized that the opponent's skills were better than his, so he needed to come up with something to win. Continuing to hit Zhao Hu, the main character was impressed by his opponent, because he was beating a guy who was many times stronger than him. But suddenly he stops attacking and pushes away from him. And behind Tang Ming was a girl who had already activated her sword ability to finally defeat the criminal. Zhao Hu was shocked by what he saw, because he realized that it was the release of a blade, the ability of which was owned by the main family of the city. He does not have time to do anything and therefore becomes vulnerable to the attack of the girl, who successfully takes his life with one swing of the sword. The defeated opponent falls to the ground. The main character, coming closer to the killed criminal, became convinced of this sword technique, because only a few people of high skill practice this skill. He understood that even if he had not come, the girl would still have killed him. Afterwards he began to leave the battlefield, because his mission was completed. And passing near Wang Jin, who thanked him, he told her to be more careful on the way back. The girl turned her head and asked the main character what his name was. To which he immediately and without turning his head answered what his name was. The girl, looking at Tang Ming, did not expect that there was also a student at the school who was engaged in cultivation. She did not understand how she had never heard of him before. Guanjin High School. Everyone in the class where the main character was discussing the same news, namely that Sister Wang Jin was able to kill a first-class cultivator. Tang Ming, who was sitting by himself in the distance of the classroom, suddenly someone turns to him. It was Wang Jin, who, after going around the entire school, finally found the main character. From her words, it was clear that she did not expect that he was only a sophomore. There was another guy standing next to her. His name was Xiaofeng. He was a senior who was ranked second in school, a follower of Wang Jin. The main character asked what they needed from him. To which the girl replied that she just came to him to thank him. According to her, she told him that she herself could not have killed Zhao Hu without his help last night. After hearing the words, everyone in the class began to whisper among themselves, because they could not believe that Tang Ming also fought in that battle. No one could have thought that the hero was so strong, because even school teachers could not cope with a first-class cultivator. Xiao Feng, with a smile on his face, put his hand on his shoulder and began to praise Tang Ming for not being afraid of a first-class opponent, and fighting him. His courage was worthy of praise. But then he leaned closer to the main character and continued his speech with a more intense tone of voice. In his words one could hear statements with which he tried to break the guy's fighting spirit. After these words, all the people in the class immediately changed their minds about Tang Ming, because they immediately began to ridicule him for not doing anything in that battle. Xiao Feng, despite everything, continued to say slightly humiliating words to the main character. Tang Ming didn't want to listen to any more of this, so he began to remove the guy's hand from his shoulder. Looking at the mean guy, the main character silently understood that this guy rejected him right in public. The girl, at the same moment, when she was about to leave, told the hero that if he needed help in the future, he just needed to tell her. It was clear from her facial expression that she wanted to sincerely thank the guy somehow. After that, she began to leave, and Xiao Feng still remained standing near Tang Ming's table. Finally, he leaned towards the hero and decided with an evil smile to threaten him so that he would no longer approach Wang Jin. After this, their dialogue stopped and events moved to the intermediate testing, where the main character is already called to the stage. Tang Ming entered the testing stage and began to show the lightning that came from his hands. Only a true cultivator could possess such abilities. Everyone was shocked by what they saw at the protagonist's abilities and finally began to believe that night he also fought with Wang Jin on equal terms against the criminal. The girl, standing to the side of the crowd, understood that the main character was diligently hiding his real strength. And behind her stood Xiao Feng, who silently looked with wariness either at the girl or at the abilities of the protagonist. When suddenly he begins to turn to his friend, who was standing behind him with a sly smile on his face. He wanted so that Gu Qian would fight Tang Ming so that he would know the guy's real strength. When the main character was already leaving the stage, suddenly someone started shouting at him from the center of the crowd. It was just Gu Qian, who, on behalf of Xiao Feng, wanted to fight the hero. He walked past the teacher and continued to approach Tang Ming, trying to lure him into fighting him. The main character immediately agreed to a duel with the senior student to test his strength. According to the teacher, it was clear that Gu Qian had considerable strength, so she warned the guy to be careful with the senior student. After this, Tang Ming immediately took a fighting stance and began calling out to his opponent to attack him. Gu Qian did not come up with any tactics, so he immediately began to attack head-on. The teacher, watching the boys fight, panicked very much, because she understood that Gu Qian's strength was extremely great, that even ordinary teachers could not defeat him. But Wang Jin, who stood next to her, reassured her that Gu Qian was not Tang Ming's rival. The senior student tried with all his might to land at least one blow on the guy, but nothing came of it, despite the fact that his attacks were too fast. But it was too slow for the main character, so he even taunted his opponent a little. Gu Qian tried to grab the main character, but he successfully dodged him and jumped up. While dodging the senior student's attacks, Tang Ming talked about his mistakes. Because of these words, Gu Qian became even more angry, so much so that he was covered in furious red energy. The teacher excitedly began to warn Gu Qian that he had already exceeded his limit. This blow could already be fatal. But for the senior student it was on the contrary for the better. He did not hesitate, so he immediately began to attack the main character. Tang Ming easily dodged his opponent's attack by jumping over him. At that very second, he delivers a crushing blow from his foot in flight, thereby defeating the senior student in one fell swoop. Landing back, he confidently did not even look at his defeated opponent, because he understood that he would not get up for the next few days. His friends began to run to Gu Qian, who could not believe what was happening. No one could believe that a senior student, namely Gu Qian, was defeated with one blow from the main character, because such an event was a real shame for a senior student. Suddenly, Tang Ming raised his hand a little and pointed it at the crowd of people where Xiao Feng was standing. He invited the cunning man to fight him, because he considered it ugly to send others to fight instead of himself. Xiao Feng immediately agreed to the protagonist's proposal with confidence, but he still couldn't believe why Tang Ming had so much impudence towards him. After the two of them were on the battle stage, Xiao Feng immediately took a fighting stance and a terrible energy began to emanate from him. He was confident in his goals, so today he wanted to break all the bones of the main character. While watching, the teacher and Wang Jin discussed Xiao Feng's technique, because this technique was Xiao Feng's family. The teacher heard that unformed interstitial air pressure is used to increase the performance of the heart and increase physical qualities several times. This was the first time she had seen such a technique. Xiao Feng assumed that the martial arts skills taught at school were only at a beginner level, which meant that Tang Ming's physical strength had decreased, and Xiao Feng expected that the hero would lose. He continued to attack the main character with an evil smile. No one knew except him that everything would end badly, because he was simply using a drug that would make the hero writhe in pain inside and outside. The guys continued to fight against each other, and Xiao Feng at the same moment was thinking about how he could simply evade responsibility, because his father knew many officials, so in his opinion, crushing the main character would be as easy as shelling pears. Tang Ming instantly stopped the scoundrel's attack with one hand, and after that he began to talk about Feng's father. But he didn't want to listen, his only goal was that he wanted to kill the main character. Tang Ming carefully analyzed the movements of his opponent, and at the same second remembered his father, because it was Su Hai who went over to the side of the aliens and helped destroy humanity. And Xiao Feng's basic movements are exactly the same as those described in the news during the war. He jumped away from the scoundrel and asked whether Xiao Feng believed that he would defeat him. He was confidently ready to defeat Xiao Feng even without special techniques. But the scoundrel did not listen to the words of the main character, so he immediately began to attack the guy with deceptive confidence. But Tang Ming didn't waste any more time, he immediately launched a knee strike to his opponent's stomach. Standing in front of Xiao Feng, who could barely stand on his knees, he continued to scold him for using prohibited techniques in this fight, because he was able to increase his physical abilities, but his speed became much slower. Feng did not lose hope, so he tried to attack the main character again. But he easily immobilized his hand, because it was too easy for him. Even Xiao Feng's fighting skills, which are taught at school, are also underdeveloped. He did not feel sorry for his opponent, so he continued to say humiliating words, and then decided to finish him off. Tang Ming dealt numerous blows to Xiao Feng, and then he hit him right off the leg, causing the bastard to fly several meters away from him. Xiao's friends began to run up to him because they were very worried and could not believe that their friend could lose to the main character. At the same moment, Tang Ming was standing and looking at them, who told Xiao Feng that he was too weak and therefore he was not interested in fighting him. Xiao Feng looked at the main character with a desperate look and could not believe that he was capable of such a thing. Watching his opponent being taken away by his friends, Tang Ming silently pondered what would happen next to Feng. After all, he had inserted a vital point into him and hidden him. When the chi seed germinates, then Xiao Feng will become a useless human being. The main character accidentally learned this ability in a past life. No one will be able to find and trace the root of the seed. Everyone will think that there is something wrong with the person himself. At this point, the teacher announced to all participants that the cultivator test was completed. The next stage was a written test, so everyone had to go to the office. The teacher told Tang Ming that he would go first, and then added that he would not forget to come to the director tomorrow. After this, Wang Jin approached him, who warned the protagonist that Xiao Feng would report him, so he needed to be more careful. She was ready to help him at any time. The guy thanked him for his concern, but he still wanted to deal with his problems himself. Passing by the crowd, everyone stared at the girl again. All the schoolchildren admired her very much, but in the distance of the crowd there was a suspicious person, who slowly and quietly took out a knife from his pocket. And then he sharply tried to attack the girl, but she was already ready for an attack, so she easily defended herself from her. While she was fighting off one bandit, a second bandit began running towards her from behind. But the girl successfully dodged this attack. Weapons were prohibited on school grounds, so she left them at home, but she was sure they wouldn't be able to harm her anyway. But still, the girl could not understand why the killers dared to attack at the school, despite the alliance. The other guys wanted to help the girls, but she asked not to approach her. She asked them to bring her an iron blade and call the teachers. She understood that in a life-and-death battle, other students would not be able to help. As soon as the schoolchildren began to run for the blade, suddenly someone flew past them. It was Tang Ming who was rushing to help the girl. He knew that there would be an attack because in a past life it was Xiao Feng who helped her, which is why he became close to her. Now it's time for the protagonist to strike and get the resources necessary to practice secret techniques. One of the killers with a knife began rushing towards the girl from the side. But the main character stops him, thereby covering the girl with his hand. The guys immediately turn their backs to each other to protect themselves. Tang Ning managed to immobilize the killer in a few seconds using a grappling move that was taught in high school. At the same time, when ordinary schoolchildren watched the fight, they admired the main character and the girl, because they were the same age, but many times stronger than them. While everyone admired Tang Ming, he himself did not think about others. It was more important for him to deal with the killer as quickly as possible in order to avoid surprise attacks. But suddenly the killer pulls out a second knife from his sleeve, and then he throws it straight at the main character. At the same moment, the girl fought against her opponent, dodging his attacks. During the fight, Wang Jin noticed that her opponent was very dangerous. He had not spoken a word since the start of the battle, so she assumed that he was a member of a large family. Suddenly, a blade flies at her opponent from which he miraculously escaped. This was an attack from Tang Ming, who was already ready to fight against the second enemy because he didn't want for the girl to fight him without a weapon. At the same moment, the girl was very surprised that the main character was able to deal with his opponent so quickly. He immediately began to rush into battle, and the girl thereby remained in place. While observing the main character, she noticed that his strength had improved significantly over the past few days. While fighting against the assassin, Tang Ming understood that there was no point in sparing his enemy. After all, they were not ordinary people. They had first-class martial arts skills, which meant that he would not be able to obtain any information anyway. He hit his opponent's chest with his palm, because of which the enemy began to pour blood from his mouth. After that, he immediately fell to the ground. All this was due to the fact that the protagonist's striking power was becoming stronger every day, and therefore he was able to destroy the enemy's heart with one blow. The girl came closer to examine the killer's body, but at the same time she was more worried about the fact that Tang Ming had already saved her twice. After that, she pulled back the collar and saw a mark there on her neck. The main character immediately recognized this mark, because this mark was one of the 13 families Mirango. While the main character was thinking about why this family decided to kill Wang Jin, the girl herself turned to him. She didn't want Tang Ming to interfere with these families' problems because it only concerned her family. But the guy decided to interrupt the girl because he wanted to talk to her alone. They moved to a more deserted place, and after that, the main character immediately began to tell the girl about the alien stone. The girl, pondering the words of the protagonist, was ready to help him get them, but he had to tell her about his goal. He started talking about his abilities. The stone's ability was to surpass the speed of spiritual energy. This would help it slow down the rate of cell regeneration, to improve control. The girl wanted to make sure that the main character clearly understood the possible risks that threatened him, because if something went wrong it could get to the point where the person would simply die. Tang Ming understood all of this, but he had reasons to quickly increase his strength. He convinced the girl that everything would work out for him, he just needed someone to accompany him, as he was worried about outside influence. The girl immediately replied that she was ready to help him, because he had already saved her twice. Events shift to the Wang family hospital. The girl brought the main character to this place and brought with her an alien and forbidden stone. She urged the guy not to worry because this was her family's hospital, and the cultivator guarding it was nearby, so no one would disturb him. Wang Jin extended 2 hands forward to the hero to give him 2 stones. After that, Tang Ming immediately began to go to his cell, while the girl remained outside to make sure that no one would disturb the guy. She began to activate the process by controlling the camera with a graphical interface. After this, the doors immediately closed. And Tang Ming sat on the floor, crossed his legs and began to concentrate, holding a stone in his hands. The theory of mastering this cultivation is as follows. First you need to break the boundaries of your own body and use internal resources. The essence of it all was the release of energy and prolongation of life. However, this arcane magic contradicts the hypothesis. It teaches the main character to use the available resources and energy of each self for the education and development of these same cells. If he constantly mobilizes available resources, his cultivation path will be in jeopardy. At this time, when Tang Ming was in full concentration, a girl who was worried about the guy looked at him. Suddenly, the light bulb began to glow red. And then the entire control panel began to glow red. This was all due to the fact that the heartbeat had stopped. Body temperature dropped. And no signs of life were found. Wang Jin began to worry a lot out of excitement, which is why she was all sweaty. She didn't understand what she needed to do, because the guy didn't tell her anything about it. But suddenly a strange energy began to emanate from the cell. And the doors immediately opened after that. The main character, who could barely stand on his feet, came out of the cell completely in pairs. The secret of this technique is in danger, but he has found a way to enter a state of false death in a past life. This method was able to minimize cell activity, and that is the only reason he was able to survive. The girl, out of strong feelings of excitement, immediately attacked the main character. She immediately blushed because of her actions. And so she jumped back. The girl with an embarrassed voice told Tang Ming that she was very worried that his heart had stopped. But the main character reassured her by the fact that it was a secret technique, but it was very demanding. The girl with a reddened face was very interested in what the guy would do next, because his strength increased very quickly. The guy looked at her. And then they went to the hallway because the main character wanted to join the martial arts competition. Everyone who stood behind the guys was shocked that Tang Ming, being in the 11th grade, could already join such a competition. To ensure that the main character was definitely accepted into this competition, the girl decided to become a guarantor between the teacher and the guy. She assured that he was ready for such a test. The teacher, after listening to the children, told the guy to go and report this to the director. After that, the main character immediately headed there, passing by Xiao Feng and his friends. The scoundrel wanted to harm him, so he asked his friends to beat everything they could out of him. With great anger, he wanted the hero to lie in bed for the rest of his life. A few minutes later, Tang Ming was still able to reach the director, whose name was Guanqin. With a smile on his face, he did not think that his school could have a second cultivator of the first stage, because before that there was only Wang Jin. He asked the guy to demonstrate his abilities. The main character did not hesitate for long, so he immediately began to demonstrate his abilities. The director was shocked by what he saw, that his strength was different from other first-class cultivators. After finishing demonstrating his abilities, Tang Ming wondered if he would be allowed to take part in the competition. To which the director answered his question positively with great joy. He also added that from now on the doors to the school are wide open for the main character. But inside he was more happy because another gifted student had appeared in his school, and this would help his career growth in the future. After listening to the answer, the guys began to head in the opposite direction. The girl said that the director had great connections, so she advised not to ignore his offer of help to the main character. Walking and listening to the girl, Tang Ming recalled a past life in which Wang Jin became one of the best fighters in the world. At the time of the Alien War, she received great fame. But suddenly someone appears in front of them. These were three guys who looked like they wanted to harm the main character. These were messengers from Xiao Feng and they gave off a strange aura. Tang Ming immediately realized who it was, so he asked Wang Jin to continue walking to the designated place, and he himself would help the guys. He began to walk away with the unfamiliar guys in the other direction so that no one would see their fight. The girl, not suspecting anything, watched as the main character walked further and further, and at the same moment Xiao Feng stood behind her, emanating a dark aura. He wished with great anger that the main character would be beaten. Having reached the roof, the hooligans began to prepare for a battle with the hero. Tang Ming didn't want to hide the fact that he didn't know anything, so he immediately said that he knew who they were from. But still, he understood that Xiao Feng was underestimating him since he sent such weak characters against him. But the scoundrels were serious. They were sure that they would deal with the main character very quickly. Therefore, they did not waste time, but immediately attacked him. The main character expected this to happen, so he smiled. After a few seconds, all the scoundrels were defeated by him. After that, he shook the dust from his shoulders and turned back. Where Wang Jin was already waiting for him, who had stood even earlier and watched the guys fight. She understood that these guys were sent by Xiao Feng. The girl told the guy to be careful because Feng would never leave someone alone until he took revenge on him. She was ready to help the guy by telling her family to give a warning to the Xiao family. But the guy didn't really want anyone to stand up for him. He stepped onto the fence, and then asked the girl how Xiao Hai achieved such strength. According to the girl, Xiao Hai gained strength 10 years ago when he acquired the ancient abilities of cultivators. But he still couldn't understand how Xiao Hai was able to master these ancient abilities, because to master such power, he needed to be at least a 5th-class cultivator, and he was only a 2nd class. The girl could not understand what he meant. Tang Ming continued his speech. He doubted that the people in this city were not a means to gain advantage, forming some kind of hidden network. He knew that Xiao Hai was just a link in the chain, but in any case, he was not doing anything good for the city. While the girl was making her assumptions, the main character said some strange speech, which made it clear that Xiao Hai could have passed through the black hole in the city 10 years ago. The girl with a serious face understood what the guy was talking about. Most likely Xiao Hai worked with aliens. The main character wanted them to look at where Xiao Hai spends his money. When checking his data, they should not miss anything. Events shift to Su Hai's corporation in Guanjin. A certain hand with a ring on its finger is holding a leaf. And then this man tells his servants to bring the scoundrels who fought against the main character. It was the hand of Xiao Hai, who was sitting in his chair smoking a cigar. His servants began to talk about who killed Zhao Hu, because this was of great interest to the owner of the corporation. After hearing the family's name, he immediately understood who they were talking about, because his son was in love with this girl. He exhaled steam and ordered his men to send a person who was to inform Xiao Feng that he must stay out of this and stop being dramatic, otherwise he would ruin his plan. He put out his cigar on the ashtray. And then he got up from the table. From now on, everything the main character does will be like walking on a blade. One wrong move and everything will collapse. Events returned to the Wang family's laboratory, where Tang Ming was once again in a cell. He only had to repeat it twice more, and his body would become the same as that of a first-class cultivator. He can become stronger in the future. But suddenly the guy interrupts the conversation because he remembers that he had something in his pocket for the girl. He took out a strange book from him, which contained old-fashioned healing methods that would be useful to the girl in the future. Wang Jin picked up the book and immediately began to read it. She was glad that her hypothesis of a healing method was amazing, along with notes about swords. These were the answers to her unresolved questions. With a happy smile, she thanked the main character for this book. But the guy told her that in fact, he himself learned a lot from her. He figured he was the only one telling her this. The girl blushed very much and therefore bowed her head and decided to continue the dialogue. She asked that he now simply call her Zin, because they were partners. The guy also blushed because of this, but still agreed to call her that. Wang Jin told the main character that she asked her people to watch Xiu Hai because he had a lot of money in the company account that was not accounted for. At that very moment, Tang Ming realized that in his entire life, he had never felt such embarrassing emotions as he did now, because he had trained himself all his life. After that, he continued the conversation by saying that they needed to be more careful because it took Su Hai 10 years to become an influential figure in Guanjin. He understood that it was not just that someone was behind him. The girl with a smile on her face asked him to leave it all to the Cultivator Alliance, so he didn't have to worry so much. The guys still continued to look and smile at each other. Guanjin National Martial Arts Stadium, where the participants look at the graphic screen in which Wang Jin was. She fought against her teacher. The girl did not give her opponent a chance, because she held the blade of the sword right next to his head. After the girl's victory, Tang Ming began to enter the battlefield. He stood opposite his opponent and asked for the fight to begin. All he needed was to simply hold out for just 3 minutes. As soon as the start of the fight was announced, the main character immediately raised his fist. He held his hand clenched into a fist in front of him, and at the same time a strange aura emanated from him. His opponent at that moment stood in complete shock, because he did not understand what was happening. When the smoke cleared more, the teacher immediately realized that he was beyond the field of participation, which meant that the main character was passing further. Even the teacher himself could not understand why everything happened so quickly. At some point he thought it was all a joke. But it was all in real life. Everyone around began to discuss the fact that Tang Ming was able to defeat his teacher, who was a first-class cultivator, with one single movement of his hand. After the test was completed, the participants stood in the crowd and discussed what the results were, because everyone was interested in what they had on the results table. Looking at the rank sheet, one could see that Tang Ming was in first place everywhere, Wang Jin was in second, and Xiu Feng was in third. The guys stood together and looked at the list of ranks, and everyone around them was whispering, because the first and second places in the country were in the same school. The two of them could easily enter any university in the country, and for the school director this was absolutely wonderful. Wang Jin was not at all sad that she was in second place. On the contrary, she was happy for the hero, because by training him he was able to surpass her. But the guy said that he was just lucky, although in truth, fortunately, experience from his past life helped him take first place. The girl decided to ask him what university he wanted to go to which the guy did not hesitate to answer. He immediately said that he was in Hanbei. Wang Jin was surprised that he entered this university. Hanbei was always among the top 10 in the country, but they had little practice, and at Manhwa University, where she entered, there was a lot of practice and therefore they usually became 7th, 8th rank cultivators. But Tang Ming did not want to change his decision. On the contrary, he advised the girl to go to Hanbei, because during her previous life, this university published a breakthrough discovery in the field of cultivator quality, which led to the Second World Magic Revolution. He added to his advice that he couldn't tell her everything, but she could trust him. The girl looked at him and did not understand whether he wanted to live a normal life or not. But after a few seconds she agreed to the protagonist's proposal, and therefore she also now wants to go to Hanbei. At the same moment, Xiu Feng could be seen from the distant crowd, looking at the guys. He was always reassured by his father, but these two continued to irritate him. Broken-eyed, he wanted to get his father's help to level up this summer. He was very eager to crush the main character. Events are transferred to the Guangjin Tunnel's dungeon, where two strangers were walking along a long dungeon. They were a second-year and a third-year student at the Imperial City Military Academy. Their names were Yao Ming and Wang Changfeng. Suddenly they knocked down the doors, thereby breaking into a certain room, posing as if they are the police. They walked into a distant room where there were vacuums standing around in which there were unconscious human bodies. Yao Ming looked at these bodies and realized that they were all criminals who had disappeared over the past couple of years. Chang Feng immediately understood what was happening here, so he wanted to quickly inform the Alliance so that Xiao Hai would be arrested. After this, the events returned to the intensive care unit of the Xiao family hospital. Xiao Hai stood next to the assistant, and they both looked at Xiao Feng, who was lying unconscious on the bed. He suffered a serious injury when his spiritual energy went out of control during training. Nobody knew who did it, because the guards found him already unconscious. Suddenly at this moment, the doors opened from which the police appear. They came here for Xiao Hai because he was suspected of hiding criminals, conducting experiments on people. He was declared a national criminal, so he had to go with them. The assistant tried to stand up for his master, but one of the Alliance employees explained on what grounds they were right. Xiao Hai tilted his head and asked them if it was because of them that his son was in such a state, but the employee could not understand what they were talking about. Suddenly, Xiao Hai presses the employee's head into the concrete with one hand. The employees could not believe their eyes what Su Hai was doing. They tried to stop him. Xiao Hai did not think to obey the policemen. He approached them with rage because he wanted to kill them all. All the police immediately realized that in front of them was a fourth-class cultivator, which meant that none of them could handle him, so they decided to retreat. But suddenly a bloody glow appeared, and a second later everyone was killed and lying on the floor. Xiao Hai approached one of the corpses and took his note. On this note were written the names of those who revealed it. Realizing that his secret had been revealed, he knew that now there was no turning back. He could not allow his son to fall to the Alliance. He brought his hand closer to Xiao Feng and asked him not to worry, because he would take care and send these two to him to keep him company. After that, a radiance began to appear around the lying Xiao Feng, in which he gradually drowned. After walking for a while, new employees came to the department, and before their eyes a picture appeared in which all their comrades were simply brutally killed. Yao Ming told her Captain Changfeng that it was likely that Xiao Hai had escaped, which meant that the Alliance had to be warned so that they would block the exit from the city. The girl was ready to contact them right away, but suddenly some lists caught her eye. On this sheet were two photographs with names. These were photographs of Wang Jin and Tang Ming. While a complete nightmare was happening in the hospital, at the same moment the train was heading to Manhwa. On this train were Tang Ming and Wang Jin, who, without suspecting anything, simply chatted with each other carefree. The guy still couldn't believe that the girl would so easily agree to enter the same university with him. But the girl with a reddened and sweet face looked at the main character. She said that her family and she herself were not against her going there. When suddenly an unfamiliar voice is heard throughout the carriage. It was Yao Ming who came to find the main character. Yao Ming immediately pounced on her younger brother with a smile because she had not seen him for a long time. His parents were subordinates to Yao Ming's parents, and their families had always been close. But in the First War, their parents died and Yao Ming was transferred to the Imperial Military Academy. He was able not to worry about the means and well-being of his life precisely because of her. While the older sister was climbing to kiss her younger brother, at that very second Wang Jin was watching all this, who was jealous of the guy for her sister. Chang Feng appeared behind the main character, who was glad to meet him. He told the guys that they were on a mission. And he told about the fact that Xiao Hai had been discovered, so he was now on the run and in search of the guys. Suddenly everything around them began to shake. They began to think that it was an earthquake. But suddenly people started running from the next room shouting that there was a terrorist there. Yao Ming immediately after the order of her captain began to evacuate the passengers, thereby asking them to follow her. Suddenly Tang Ning felt that someone was approaching them. From the distance of the room, the silhouette of Su Hai, who was very angry with the main character, was visible through the smoke and fire. They stood opposite each other on opposite sides of the carriage. And Xiu Hai, with rage in his eyes, said that he had to kill his son in cold blood, so he thirsted for revenge and wanted to kill the guys. Tang Ning covered Wang Jin with himself, trying to protect her from this man. And Chang Feng tried to calm down Xiu Hai so that he would just leave here, because he understood that the three of them had no chance to defeat him. But Xiu Hai understood that when everything was revealed, neither Earthlings nor aliens would tolerate him, so it was best for him to kill these two. He would only be satisfied when they were both dead. Chang Feng realized that he had no other choice, so he immediately took a fighting stance and ordered the guys to leave, and he and Yao Ming would remain to detain Su Hai. But Tang Ming did not want to run away. On the contrary, he was ready for battle, because he understood that running away was the stupidest decision that could be come up with. Wang Jin also wanted to fight, and her strength had also increased recently, which gave her confidence that she could damage Xiu Hai. Chang Feng was humbled by the guy's decision, and so he immediately told them a plan of what to do. At that very moment, Xiu Hai was already waiting for them, who was completely distraught. He was confident that it would not be difficult for him to defeat all four of them, so he waited for the moment of battle. Chang Feng began to attack first with his sword, from which blue lightning appeared. With his attack, he was still able to cut the enemy's hand. But this was not critical for Su Hai. Under the fire of the main character, he was still able to retreat back from the captain. As Tang Ming continued to throw stones, he pondered about the Imperial sword, which was an extremely rare weapon because only a few cultivators with a class above 5th grade had them. This meant that Chang Feng was very worthy of warriors since he wielded such a sword. He continued to throw stones, which Xiu Hai successfully knocked away with his hand. At that same second, Yao Ming ran towards the man. She activated the spirit technique, because of which there was an excellent opportunity to wound the man. But Xiu Hai manages to cover his chest with his hand, thereby allowing himself to be wounded by the sword. He realized that it was Yao Ming who posed the greatest danger to him, because she owned the spirit technique, so he immediately began to attack her. But the girl did not panic at all. She again activated the spirit technique on the enemy, thus immobilizing him again. Wasting no time, Chang Feng quickly approached the enemy to try to protect the girl and also kill Xiu Hai. But because of this, on the contrary, he became even more insane. From his scream, everything began to shake, and a terrible force began to spill out of him, which made all the guys shake. Yao Ming was thrown back due to the strong wave that came from the man. After Xiu Hai attacked Chang Feng. As soon as this happened, the captain immediately understood Su Hai's attack. He deliberately pretended to be tired, and when they loosened their grip, he suddenly exploded to defeat us in one fell swoop. With a smile on his face, the madman understood that he had no chance of escaping from persecution, so he decided to simply take the main character and Wang Jin with him to that world, because he only had 1 or 2 hours to live. But for him it was more than enough to kill them. He took off from the ground with great speed and began to quickly close the distance to Tang Ming. But the guy wasn't worried at all. He waited for Xiu Hai to approach him, and then began to strike at him, because the 4th-class cultivator was seriously injured, which meant that even a student like him could defeat him. He swung harder and hit the madman straight. But his hand began to shake from the blow, because Xiu Hai's body was hardened. Immediately after the unsuccessful attack, the big man began to attack the main character, because he realized that time was approaching the end. He grabbed the guy's hand, and with a terrible crazy smile he told him terrible things. Sitting away from what was happening was Yao Ming, who was worried and could not get up due to the wounds she received in battle. But at the same moment, Wang Jin rushed to the main character's aid, who with a determined look was ready to put an end to Xiu Hai once and for all. She quickly descended towards the enemy in order to pierce him with her sword. The madman had no idea that he was in danger from behind. Chang Feng looked at the girl's action from the side, and understood that the girl was in a hurry to attack. If she chooses the wrong moment, then nothing will work out for her. Suddenly, someone activated a spirit technique on Xiu Hai. It was Wang Jing. But she made a big mistake because of this technique, the madman noticed her. He managed to cover himself and protect himself from the blow with his hand, thereby releasing the main character. After the girl's repelled attack, she simply lost all her strength and fell to the ground near the enemy. Xiu Hai continued to get more and more angry. He now wanted to kill not only the guys, but everyone on this train. The madman began to laugh louder and louder, and an even more terrible energy emanated from him than before. At that same moment, the captain decided to ask why he did this and decided to work with aliens. To which he began to answer that they helped him survive the alien war that took place several years ago. He didn't blame the aliens for this, he only blamed the human government. Yao Ming was listening to what Su Hai was saying at that moment. He blamed the government for sending him to certain death. But suddenly he stopped telling them, because he realized that it didn't mean anything to him anymore. He knew that sooner or later aliens would land on Earth and all humanity would come to an end. Suddenly, Tang Ming interrupted Su Hai. He confidently said that humanity would remain alive, and he himself would personally send all the aliens to the depths of the universe. The madman looked at the guy and laughed at this, because the aliens were already studying the method of people and cultivation, which meant that they were already developing a plan for victory. Listening to Xiu Hai, the main character now understood how in his past life the aliens so quickly studied all of humanity. He was surprised that there were so many traitors on Earth who helped them. Chang Feng tried to find out who else helped the aliens, but Xiu Hai didn't even think about answering this question. After that, he clenched his fists because he was tired of having a dialogue with the guys. He wanted them to die, so he wanted to kill them as quickly as possible. Tang Ming at that moment looked at the madman and understood that in order to stop him, he would have to call on some of the forces from his past life. Xiu Hai did not wait for anything and therefore immediately began to attack the main character. But Tang Ming was able to easily stop the madman's strike. After that, he began to attack the big man and hit different areas of the muscles of his body. He could easily strike him and also dodge oncoming strikes. As soon as he reached the correct position, he immediately struck the place where Xiu Hai's heart was with his palm. Standing on the sidelines watching the battle were Yao Ming and Chang Feng, who were very surprised by the protagonist's abilities, because his strength exceeded that of a first-class cultivator. But Chang Feng understood the strength of the protagonist. He relied on his eyesight and could easily find Xiu Hai's weak points, which he then struck at. His abilities were much higher than those of Yao Ming and the Jin. Chang Feng at this moment was asking only one question: why had he not heard his name before? While the guy was striking at Su Hai, he simply looked at the main character, because his body was so strong that the guy could not penetrate him, but he could immobilize him. He was so confident in his victory that he simply ignored a large number of blows to his body. Tang Ming stopped to rest, feeling very tired, because he continued to hit the madman's body. Xiu Hai looked at the main character with a satisfied smile, because he could not do anything. But suddenly he notices that his body could not move or budge. He started screaming at Tang Ming in a panic because he was shocked by what was happening to his body. The guy looked at his enemy with a satisfied expression on his face, because he understood that he could not do anything to him. He learned this technique from an ancient book on medicine that was written by ancient cultivators. But Xiu Hai did not want to believe his words, because he did not believe that such a thing was even possible, because all cultivators tempered their bodies. It was then that Tang Ming looked at him with a cool look, and then explained that everything was in the internal organs. These words slightly misunderstood the madman, because he could not fully understand what the main character was talking about. Tang Ming began to explain to Su Hai that his organs were no different from those of ordinary people, which meant that they were vulnerable just like everyone else. Suddenly the guy slammed his hand on the wall. He told his opponent with a smile how he achieved such a technique. Because of the slamming on the wall, Xiu Hai shook a little. He could not understand how the main character was able to use bodily force, because this technique belonged to the Fang family. After the guy removed his palm from the wall, one could see the impact mark on it. He looked at Su Hai with a slightly insidious smile, and then wished him a good night's sleep. A second after the words were spoken, blood began to flow from the man's eyes and mouth, and he began to fall to the ground. He couldn't believe that he was defeated and killed by the main character. As soon as he fell and the guy was convinced of his victory, Tang Ming immediately approached Wang Jin to ask if she was okay. The girl sweetly replied that she was fine. Because of this answer the guy blushed, but still he decided to help her up. Chan Feng was delighted with the guy's fight because he did not expect such abilities from Tang Ming. Yao Ming immediately began to praise his brother. And then she began to call him to her so that he could help her get up. While the guy was lifting his sister, Chan Feng stood to the side, looking at him carefully. He was thinking about the fact that the heads of the families had already entered into an agreement for the Jin to marry the heir of another aristocratic family. Chan Feng understood that if people found out that Tang Ming and Jin were very close to each other, they would have a lot of problems. But still, he was ready, in gratitude for saving lives. If something happened, he would do his best, using his connections, to help him. After everything is resolved, the events are transferred to the Hanbei railway station, where everyone looked at the main character, because his older sister hugged him and sobbed loudly because he was leaving her. She continued to rejoice and cry at the achievements that her younger brother was able to achieve earlier. But the guy smiled sweetly and reassured her, saying that he was no longer a child, so she didn't have to worry about him. Chan Feng and Wang Jin stood behind them. He told the girl not to go further and not get closer to each other. He reminded her that her parents had already entered into a marriage contract with the heir of another aristocratic family, which could not be dissolved. With sadness on her face, the girl said that she herself knew about it. She stood silently with her head bowed and holding her suitcase. Meanwhile, in front of the Hanbei train station, there was a tent in which there was a reception room for Hanbei University. He wrote down in the magazine who had already been admitted to their university. Suddenly someone came up to him and asked if new freshmen were being registered here. To which he immediately said with a friendly smile that it was here. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Tang Ming and Wang Jin in front of him, who had already arrived. They introduced themselves by their names so that they could be recorded in the reception register. Hearing the guys' names, Li Jiahan was shocked who stood in front of him. After that, he immediately started screaming and pointing his finger at them because he couldn't believe that the first and second place in the country were standing in front of him. All the freshmen around were also shocked. They immediately attacked the guys and began asking them about their capabilities. The main character and Wang Jin were a little dumbfounded by this turn of events, because they could not even imagine that they were so famous to ordinary freshmen. At the same time, on the other side, a certain girl, as soon as she got off the train, started shouting that she had finally arrived in Hanbei. Her name was Fang Xiaoying, and she ranked third in the National Martial Arts exam. She ran away from her grandfather because she did not want him to continue to control her. Fang Xiaoying did not want to let him do this, so she considered herself a genius who had not been born in the family for more than 100 years. The girl wanted to quickly get the title of 9th grade cultivator in order to surprise this old man, and see how ashamed he was. She came to the reception with a smile on her face, because she thought that everyone would greet her here. But then she saw that in front of her were Tang Ming and Wang Jin, around whom all attention was concentrated. Fang Xiaoying did not judge people by simple assessment, so she still considered herself better than them. Suddenly the main character noticed her, who immediately asked the mentor whether it was Fang Xiaoying or not. He knew it because in his past life, When the theory about breaking through the ninth grade limit came out, it was personally verified by a ninth grade cultivator from the Fang family. A few months later, he became the first person to go beyond the physically possible. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by Wang Jin, who said that Fang Xiaoying was very strong and could reach first class without problems. The Fang family's profound strength technique is the same as the Wang family's sword strength. They can kill higher level opponents with powerful hidden powers. Tang Ming looked at this girl and understood that if he and Wang Jin had not come to Hanbei, this girl would have become the strongest newcomer. After this, the freshmen were transported to their new university to familiarize them with it. His style was impressive, and because of him alone, one could understand why the university was worthy of being named one of the top 10 universities in China. The future freshman mentor immediately began to tell the story of their new university, but suddenly someone interrupts him and starts shouting from behind the crowd. It was Fang Xiaoying who challenged the protagonist to a duel so that he would fight her. She really wanted to defeat him in order to become the strongest freshman in the university. The girl really liked it when so many people looked at her. But she wanted even more, and for this she needed to defeat Tang Ming and become the strongest at the university, so that the grandfather would understand how strong his granddaughter was. Xiaoying's dream is interrupted by Wang Jin, who wanted to fight with her instead of the main character. But the girl didn't really want to fight against the second place. Therefore, Tang Ming stopped his friend. He understood that his priority was to fight against Xiaoying, because if he retreated, everyone would begin to doubt his first place. Xiaoying looked at the guys and expressed her dissatisfaction a little because she wanted to say the words that the main character had previously said. The third-year student was a little panicked by this incident, because he did not expect such a turn of events. He told the guy that he would go and find an arena for a duel, but Tang Ming stopped him because this place was also suitable for a battle. Besides, the others could also see this duel. The third-year student agreed with the guy's idea and therefore began to move everyone apart so that there was more space for the duel arena. After everyone had gone their separate ways, the guys were left alone. Fang Xiaoying hit her hand with her fist and confidently told the main character that when she wins, he should not cry. Tang Ming stood silently and smiled at her. The girl decided to start attacking first. She looked at the guy and realized that he was holding up well. If she loses today, she will not be able to stay in this university. The first-year students who were simply watching the fight were shocked by the girl's strength, because they did not expect such strength at 16 years old. Xiaoying continued to tell the protagonist that she could destroy him in 10 hits. She began to attack Tang Ming, thereby jumping high to inflict critical damage on him. But suddenly the main character dodges her blow. And then again and again. He didn't fight her at full strength, so he didn't attack her. Watching the fight from the side was Wang Jin, who looked at the movement of the guys and understood that, fortunately, Xiaoying was no match for the main character. Fan Xiaoying tried with all her might to inflict at least some damage, but nothing came of it because the guy blocked all her blows. But the first years still thought she was damn strong. The girl stood opposite the hero and was a little out of breath from the large number of her attacks. At that very moment, Tang Ming decided to say something to her. He extended his hand towards the girl and showed one finger, thereby hinting that she only had one blow left. Fan Xiaoying understood that this was her last chance to defeat the guy, so she decided to put all her strength into this blow. Because of this, she could not control this power, so if it hits, it will be fatal for the hero. Having finished collecting all the energy of the force, she began to attack the main character, who didn't panic at all. With a smile on his face, he decided to finally strike as well. The guys bumped their fists against each other, thereby causing a large burst of raging energy. After all the energy was gone, the fist stopped sparkling. The girl moved her hand away and was shocked that nothing happened. This was her strongest attack and she couldn't do anything. Tang Ming, with a smile on his face, told the girl that he used his vibration technique to deflect the fire fist. But he had already forgotten that these two techniques would only be invented in 5-6 years. Fang Xiaoying, after seeing what she saw, began to feel a little sad because she understood that she could not defeat the main character. But suddenly Tang Ming offers girls training. He was willing to teach her these techniques because after all, these are the Fang family's techniques, they should be returned to them. Suddenly, Xiaoying fell to her knees and began to bow to the guy, because she decided that from now on he would be her elder brother, and an elder brother should be worshipped. But the guy tried to dissuade her because it really embarrassed him. She sat on her knees and smiled at the main character, because she was glad that she would be taught techniques with which she would surprise her grandfather in the future, and then defeat Tang Ming in a duel. Behind the main character stood Wang Jin, who emanated strange energy. She was not very happy that the guy would teach Xiaoying. After that, they decided to go on a tour of the university grounds. Fang Xiaoying also went with them, who told about all the rules and the university itself. She called them both sister and brother. Tang Ming thanked the girl for this, who immediately answered the guy with a smile that all his problems were also her problems. Wang Jin Xiaoying is much nicer without her arrogance. She looked at the guy with a slightly reddened face and said that she could not be arrogant towards him, because he was many times more talented than her. Because of this, the main character began to smile at her even more. When the time came for them to part, they began to disperse in different directions, because the boys' and girls' dorms were in different directions. The girls happily said goodbye to him, and then they began to leave for their dorm. The main character looked at Xiaoying and realized that with such a younger sister he would not have to worry about anything other than cultivation. When they had already left, Tang Ming raised his head up and said that it was time to meet his roommates with whom he would live for 4 years. Arriving at the door of the room, he began to open the room using the handprint scanner. As soon as the doors opened, he saw 2 freshmen in front of him, who were sorting out their things from their suitcases. The guy with red hair immediately introduced himself and his friend. His name was He Yan, and friend Zhao Lian. After greeting the guys, Tang Ming also introduced himself. As soon as the main character said his name, his roommates immediately began to panic about how cool he was, because he was the first place in the exam. The guys looked at each other. When suddenly their 4th neighbor comes in. His name was Xiao Fei. He was glad that such a popular person would live in the same room with him. Tang Ming, without bothering, extended his hand to the fat man. He didn't expect such a reaction from the guy. Xiao Fei shook his hands up and down because he was very happy. The guy told the main character that from now on he will be his big brother. Tang Ming looked at his new neighbor and realized that he would not be bored with such a merry fellow. The next morning, the freshmen gather in the square. Many freshmen's attention was focused on the main character and the girl who stood next to him. They admired the guys because of their high rating. Behind them, the main character's roommates stood a little to the side, and they also looked at him. Xiao Fei jumps out from the crowd and immediately rushes at the girl to hug her. He mistook her for Tang Ming's girlfriend, and that's why he was so sincere in front of her. After he introduced himself to her, the main character began to say that this was not his girlfriend. But Xiao Fei was not convinced. He nudged the guy and said that she was not his girlfriend yet. He confidently told the main character that she would definitely be his wife in the future. Standing on the side next to the guys was Fang Xiaoying, who was a little jealous of Tang Ming's roommate. She didn't want to give up her status as the best little sister to some fat guy. Suddenly, someone walked up to the microphone on stage. And then he immediately started shouting at him to keep everyone quiet. Because of the screaming, all the freshmen began to cover their ears because they could not withstand such a load. And at that moment the teachers of this university appeared on the stage, who stood on 2 sides of each other on the stage. The main character looked at them with complete seriousness. The main characters stood in the center of the entire crowd. They listened carefully to what their mentors would tell them. The teachers immediately determined who was in first place in the ranking, because only they were able to withstand the sound waves of Teacher Yin Lu. According to another teacher, it was the first time that all 3 first places arrived at their university. While the staff were talking to each other, Yushan, a teacher of practical martial arts, approached them. He believed that mastering Lu's sonic attack power was not that strong, so he wanted to test the abilities of these first years. He didn't want to push too hard and hurt the guys, so he only uses half his strength. A strange energy began to develop throughout the entire area of the university, and all the freshmen began to fall to the ground. But the main character continued to stand on his feet. It didn't bother him at all. He looked at Yushan and thought about his story. This teacher was a rank 7 cultivator. The guy didn't think there would be such fighters here. Tang Ming looked at the girl and saw that she was also standing. He understood that the Wang family's sword would rather break than bend under someone's power. Jean could also use the sword's power, so the suppression had little effect on her. And Fang Xiaoying's strength is equal to 100%, or rather 1000% of her grandfather's strength. This was very useful for her. Yushan, looking at the guys, was glad that they showed such a result. But he was also happy that it was rare to be able to obtain 3 cultivation geniuses at once. The teachers began to discuss who these talented guys would go to, because everyone really wanted them to go to their class. Yushan interrupted the teachers who were arguing about the first years. He wanted them to go to him, because other teachers did not have the same combat experience as him. The other teachers immediately began to get angry and resentful of Yushan, because he had only taught for a few months at the university, and already wanted to get all the best first-year students. Hua Fengyang, a university teacher, stood aside. With a sad face, she didn't know whether anyone would want to come study with her or not. As long as there is at least one student, research funding will not be cut. At the same moment, Yushan began to experience the first years again. The freshmen were all sweaty due to the fact that they could not withstand such a load. Yushanaya. He spoke humiliating words to them because they could not cope with the simplest workload he gave them. The teacher started yelling at the first years, so he wanted them to remember that being a cultivator without dedication in battle is like being a nobody. From this point on, the students outside must fight each other, with each victory worth 1 point. The number of people and weapons is not limited. You need to fight as hard as you can until it reaches death. One of the teachers was a little shocked by his colleague's words, but He Shan convinced him not to worry because he would take care of everything. He started shouting to all the freshmen that if someone beats one of the 3 guys, he will receive 100 points. One of the freshmen who stood behind the main characters began to make awkward movements. But his friend suddenly stops him. He tries to explain to him that this is a bad idea. They began to discuss and make a plan on how they could defeat Tang Ming. One of the key factors was that they needed to attack the main character in a crowd, because alone they realized that they were no match for Tang Ming. His roommates ran up to the guy. They told him with a smile on their faces that they were ready to fight for him, because they were on his side. But Tang Ming told them that he did not need help. He also assured Wang Jin that they could be trusted. The main character decided before the start of the battle to show Xiaoying how to use the spiral technique and the thunder technique. The girl was very happy with this offer. Tang Ming concentrated and began to emit windy waves from his fists. He stood in the center of the crowd all alone. But this did not frighten him at all. The guy was ready to defeat everyone, so he warned his opponents that if they were not strong enough, then it was better not to get in his way. But none of the freshmen began to listen to him. 2 guys immediately rushed at the main character in the hope that they would easily defeat him. However, the main character easily knocked one guy to the ground, and the other was behind him at that moment. The bastard, swinging at the main character, was already sure with relief and joy that the 100 points were already his. But his confidence suddenly disappears because Tang Ming knew about him. The hero turned sharply towards the enemy, and then hit him with the blade. The freshman was shocked that the protagonist easily deflected his sword attack. The sword began to crack from the guy's blow. A second after colliding with Tang Ming's fist, the bastard immediately flew back through the recoil. At this moment, while the main character was fighting, his girlfriends were watching him. They were happy with his success, and after what they saw they were absolutely sure that there was no need to worry about him. Tang Ming did not wait for a new attack, so with pulsating power, he began to attack his other enemies. Watching the main character, the mentor was very surprised at his courage. But still, he did not believe that the guy would be able to withstand a whole crowd of opponents. Continuing to observe how fewer and fewer people remained from the crowd, the mentor began to laugh because he really underestimated the main character. He was very interested in how long he could withstand the attack. Meanwhile, while the audience admired Tang Ming's strength, he himself continued to defeat his classmates. Pushing another guy back, he counted which one he was by number. Suddenly, out of nowhere, one of the freshmen appeared behind the main character, who, holding a knife in his hands with meanness, tried to attack Tang Ming from behind. But for the hero this was not any danger. He easily repelled the attack, hitting the bastard with all his might from his foot. Looking at the enemy he had just repelled, he said that it was the 62nd enemy hit. The mentor was amazed at the capabilities of the protagonist, because he could not have expected such strength from the guy. Continuing to defeat my classmates, Tang Ming decided to stop anyway, because he already had enough. 100 points would be enough to acquire various resources. He understood that they were all his classmates, so he had no reason to strain the relationship between them even more. But the crowd of freshmen was not going to stop. They ran with all their might towards the main character, because they thought that his strength was already running out. The guy did not tolerate this, so he gathered his strength into a fist and hit the ground. With a creepy look, he told the guys that if they are not afraid of death, then let them attack. He no longer wanted to hold back. Between the main character and the crowd of opponents, a large crater formed from his blow. The first-year students looked at this in silence, and realized that it was better for them not to fight with him. They were shocked with great fear that this blow had the destructive power of a second-class cultivator. After what he saw, the mentor realized that he would not see a continuation, so he addressed all first-year students with an appeal about the end of the battle. After what was said, he turned to the main character, because he wanted the guy to join his group. At the same moment, his colleagues were behind the mentor. They were very unhappy that he so shamelessly asked a freshman to join his group. Tang Ming looked at Wang Jin sweetly and realized that she wanted him to make a choice. It didn't take him long to decide, because he knew in advance where to go. Turning around, he said that he chooses Hua Fengyan as his mentor. Everyone was shocked by his choice, because this was exactly what no one expected. Fan Yen anxiously decided to make sure whether the main character was choosing her, because she did not believe that anyone else would want to go to her faculty, because this faculty was the most boring in the opinion of first-year students and teachers. Tang Ming repeated to her that he had entered correctly with his choice. The raging mentor could not believe in the choice of the main character, so with a little panic he began to ask the guy about his choice. He tried to convince the hero to join his group. But the guy did not think long and therefore began to tell teacher Yushan that he had studied information about Hanbei teachers on the official website, and that is why he chooses Hua Fengyan. Xiaoying didn't think twice, so she decided to follow Tang Ming. Shouting out her choice, she wanted to quickly decide on her choice. Wang Jin also decided to follow the main character. However, Yushan was very unhappy that all three talented freshmen walked past his group. He considered them extremely talented, so he wanted to get them into his faculty. Suddenly, behind him, one of the mentors began to stop him from learning the first years to him. They began to quarrel even more because one believed that the most important thing was the choice of students, and the other did not believe that students could choose the right department. Tang Ming watched the teachers argue and decided to speak up. He told everyone that they could reach the second class of cultivation in 1 semester. But Yushan shouted at him because he couldn't believe the words of the protagonist. The guy made a deal with him that if they did not reach the second class of cultivation, then all three of them would go to his faculty. Yushan thought about this sentence, after which he replied that he agreed to this deal. After analyzing the situation, he realized that if they only missed one semester with him, then he could fill the gap in the next. Meanwhile, standing behind the tutors was Hua Fengyan, who still couldn't believe that she had been chosen by the top 3 students in the country. While she was flying in her thoughts, one of the university employees approached her. He asked her what she thought about this situation. The woman didn't wait long for everyone's answer, so she immediately began nodding her head and agreeing with the freshman's choice. She asked her colleague whether her budget would be reduced, to which he replied that it would not be if she provided research results on time. After hearing the answer, she decisively said that she would succeed. As soon as the best freshmen made their choice, the rest began voting. Hanbei's research office, where 3 guys stand in front of Fengyan's instruction. She didn't know why they all chose her, but she was ready to try with them. She was ready to help in any way she could because she wanted to thank them for choosing her. Tang Ming immediately asked the teacher to tell them about the content of the research on her cultivation theory. This will help them choose a direction in martial arts. Fengyan opened her book. And then I started reading about how cultivation in China basically follows the path of the ancient cultivators, with only slight improvements making it more suitable for battles. This path is divided into 9 classes. Cultivators from grades 1 to 4 harden their bones, muscles, and skin. The 4th grade is already physically strong and invulnerable. Cultivators of the 5th and 7th classes harden bone marrow, organs, and blood. There are less than 1,000,000 level 7 cultivators. Therefore, Master Yushan is really strong. As for the 8th rank, or even the excellent 9th, there are less than 10,000 such people registered, which shows the difficulty of cultivation. Cultivators must constantly practice martial arts to increase their lethality. Martial arts are divided into 4 stages. The highest level is heavenly. It is the most useful for the development of the body. However, yellow, the lowest, is also very valuable. Most senior students practice the Qi exercise men, developed by the state, which develops balance and harmony, thereby avoiding various troubles. The teachers continued to tell the children that the secrets of advanced techniques were prohibited from being shared privately. If they want to study, they must either go to university or serve an influential family, but then they will not be able to pass them on to anyone. But there are rare high-level exercises that are passed down only to family members. Just like the Wang family sword technique. It combines the techniques of various martial arts. Therefore, with weapons in their hands, the children of the Wang family can kill an enemy who is much stronger than themselves. The main exercise of the Fan family, the secret of Tianen, is a combination of human strength and internal energy. The physical activity is also very impressive. In addition, there are many secret techniques. Their effectiveness varies. The only downside is that they are difficult to spread in practice on a large scale. They were described in school textbooks, but not in too much detail. After listening to the mentor's story, Tang Ming told her that these were only the most basic theories of cultivation. He told her that she should not have learned such basics. Fengyan, after the words spoken by the main character, answered him that the goal of her research is to overcome the barrier of cultivation after the 9th grade in order to achieve something new and stronger. She believed that a 9th grade cultivator was far from the peak of cultivation. As soon as the mentor spoke about her thoughts, Xiaoying immediately looked at Tang Ming with a shocking expression. Wang Jin, in turn, did not show that she was surprised by such words. She simply looked at the guy and now understood why he came to Hanbei and chose Hua Fengyan as his mentor. Xiaoying couldn't believe her mentor's words, so she decided to ask again outside of 9th grade cultivation. Fengyan blushed a little and waved her hand next to her face because she was a little embarrassed by her assumptions. This theory was just her personal assumption, without any actual evidence, and was too crude to be presented to others. The woman lowered her head and with sadness on her face continued to say that in fact, everyone is laughing at her because she allegedly does useless work. She also didn't know if she was going in the right direction, but perhaps it was all about her persistence, helping to stay afloat. Tang Ming asked her not to worry about it. Modern and ancient cultivators differ, as do their upper limits. Since the emergence of wormholes, it is only a matter of time before Earth is invaded. Wormholes are closely connected to their world and have changed the Earth and stars to some extent. In fact, during the most active period of the appearance of wormholes, astronomers made scientific breakthroughs one after another. Feng Yen, having heard the guy's assumptions, realized that perhaps the energy of the planet limits the combat power of humanity, so the strongest people in ancient times were hermits who devoted themselves to cultivation. Tang Ming confirmed the words of the mentor, and then added that in addition, almost all modern cultivators have steel bodies. They can curtail martial arts, but there are very few psychic attacks. Wang Jin, understanding what the guys were thinking about, also began to say that the theory of spirit is very vague and incomprehensible, so few people practice it. Therefore, all techniques associated with this theory are secret. The hero supported the girl's words with his own words. He said that it all depends on the spiritual state of a person. If it meets the requirements, learning will proceed smoothly and naturally. Hua Fengyan listened to the freshman. She was very impressed by the guy's assumptions, because she could not believe that there might be a method of spiritual cultivation that does not correspond to the classical one. But the girl could not understand why this type of exercise was not passed down from generation to generation. Tang Ming did not remain silent for long, so he suggested that perhaps because they are passed on by word of mouth, and not on paper, almost like modern discs, they cannot be used without the appropriate technology. The mentor was impressed by the words of the main character. After all the discussion, Feng Yan began to write it all down on paper. Tang Ming, having done everything he wanted, decided to start leaving. He did not want to interfere with his mentor's research. Closing the door, he looked at his mentor with a serious face and thought about the fact that the body and the soul are the two highest paths that people can touch. After the 9th rank, they represent the integration of both paths. In her previous life, Hua Fengyan accidentally discovered a spiritual technique 10 years later and wrote a breakthrough theory. But this time she will have more time to think. He wanted this theory to come out as soon as possible in order to increase the fighting power of the people. Walking along the corridor, Wang Jin began to tell the guy about spiritual cultivation. She was very curious whether the guy knew this or not. Tang Ming did not make her wait long, so he said that this was just his guess. He has developed spiritual power, so he memorized the spiritual technique after only seeing it once. He thought that there must be some method associated with such practice. Wang Jin, after listening to the guy's answer, decided to convey this news to the family. They will try to help mentor Hua's research. Xiaoying also supported this idea and would therefore also pass on this information to the Fan family. Tang Ming told the girls that in the future they would move in this direction. While Wang Jin was chatting with the guys, suddenly someone appeared behind her. The girl immediately turned back to see who was there. Behind the guys was a certain guy whose name was Muzenxing. He was a third-year student at Hanbei University, who held the position of vice president of the Kabuto Club at the university. According to him, it was clear that he knew the girl even earlier. Wang Jin warily asked him why he came here. As soon as Tang Ming heard his name, he immediately began to remember information about him. Murong Xing was the only son of the Murong family. He was a favorite child, and his father is known as a cultivation genius who led the family to prosperity. Unfortunately, after he died in the wormholes several years ago, Murong Xing lost power in the family. Even as an only son, he was sent to Hanbei, which was mediocre by their standards. While the main character was recalling the information, two more of his friends approached Muzenxing. Wang Jin tensely told him to leave. But he didn't really want to listen to her. According to the girl, it was clear that their families were at enmity, which is why she was so wary of him. Murong Xing leaned over to the girl and whispered that he was surprised that the first-class assassins could not kill her. The girl immediately guessed what was being said, so she decided to ask him if he was the one who sent the killers after her. the guy simply smiled at her. Meanwhile, the main character stood aside from the conflict and silently watched what was happening. Murong-Xing did not want to stay with the guys anymore, so he began to say goodbye to the girl. Before leaving, he walked up to Tang Ming and put his hand on his shoulder. According to his words, which he spoke to the main character, one could understand that he guessed that the girl was not herself when she defeated the killers. Suddenly a girl intervenes between them. She did not want Tang Ming to have a conflict with Murong-Xing, so she asked the ill-wisher to disperse peacefully and forget old grievances. But Sin didn't like it. He started shouting at the girl with rage, without even listening to her. There was suddenly a great silence between them. One of Mujan's friends came closer to him because he thought that the guy was going to fight with them. But Sin did not want to take part in fights with dirty commoners. A friend whose name was Zhao Xiong was a third-year student and a third-rank cultivator, just like Murong-Xing. He was eager for a fight and therefore wanted to beat the main character. Wang Jin, hearing the plans of the scoundrels, began to shout towards Xing, because she did not believe that he would want to start a fight right here. But Sin, grabbing the girl's hand, replied that nothing would happen to him even if everyone knew about it. Suddenly, a strong explosion sounded away from them. Sin, out of misunderstanding, turned to see what happened there. It was his friend who was trampled into the wall by one blow from Tang Ming. The main character, standing with a satisfied face, asked Sin for forgiveness, because he would hit with all his might. The villain immediately realized that the guy was not simple. At that very second, behind him, Zhao began to scream Xiong, who wanted revenge. But Mujan stopped him because he realized that his friend was no match for the main character. Xing, after analyzing, realized that Tang Ming, who possesses such strength, can compete with senior students raised in aristocratic families. With such a genius at his side, his position in the family would increase, so he offered to communicate with him. But Tang Ming was not interested in such a proposal, so he wanted to tease him a little. He was willing to cooperate with him. If Xing is willing to recognize him as his elder brother, he can consider this offer. Mujan didn't like the main character's answer, so he immediately turned around and began to leave. Zhao Xiong wanted to fight further, but Xing did not allow him to see the main character, because he understood that the guy could not be defeated with 2 blows, so he began to think about how to get rid of all the guys. While the scoundrel was leaving, Tang Ming confidently invited him to fight him to the death in a month. Murong-Xing immediately stopped when he heard this. Wang Jin was shocked by the protagonist's proposal, but the guy calmed her down and said that he had a plan. Tang Ming continued to invite Murong-Xing to fight because if the scoundrel made a mistake, he would not interfere with him in the 4th year. Before the alien invasion, he most likely won't have time for it. The villain, looking at the guy, did not believe that the hero could defeat him, because he believed that all first-year students were stupid and therefore underestimated the strength of senior students. Suddenly, Wang Jin and Xiaoying also supported the fight in battle, so they were also willing to fight. After hearing the answers, Tang Ming offered the scoundrel 3 against 3. The loser will never be disturbed by the winner after defeat, because the dead will not be able to disturb anyone. Murong-Xing agreed without thinking because he couldn't back down and risk the family's reputation. He understood that the arena was protected by special agreements between cultivators. The alliance was not responsible for their deaths, so he wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of the guys. Leaving the heroes, he wished the guy not to regret it. Wang Jin scolded the guy for being so impulsive. She understood that Murong-Xing wanted to deal with her, not him, so she didn't want to let him attack the guy. But the main character was completely confident in his abilities. Tang Ming told Xiaoying that she is almost as strong, so next week he will start preparing them. He needs to prepare as soon as possible to accumulate internal energy. But before that, the girl decided to ask Tang Ming what his strength was, because her grandfather told her that even a second-rank cultivator could not withstand her blow. The guy did not tell the truth, so he began to evade answers, saying that he had not yet gone to the tests for the alliance, so he did not know. But it should be able to compete with third class. He was going to go to the exchange office and exchange points for combat points, so as not to go himself. He also invited the girls to go with him. They immediately replied that they were with him. The events are transferred to the exchange office, where the guys are met by the manager of the university's goods exchange office. The guys stood in front of the old man and wanted to show him balance. Analyzing the profile of the main character, the old man realized that it was not a fake. Due to the large number of points, he thought that the guy was from a rich family, so he believed that this was not fair compared to ordinary fair students. After checking Tang Ming's balance, the old man began to tell what techniques were available to the guy. Those that were not available were only for senior students. While the main character was choosing a technique, the old man decided to offer him to buy a skill. Although it was more expensive, it was more effective. But this was of little interest to the guy, because he wanted to lay the foundation first, and for this he needed equipment. Remembering his past life, he understood that the aliens were not attacking yet, so now his skills were enough for him. Having acquired new skills, the guy needed to change his entire preparation, and before the fight he had no need for this, so the skills from his past life were enough for him. Having chosen the techniques, he showed which ones he needed. In this life, as an ordinary student, he can only practice martial arts of the lowest level. Using celestial level techniques would attract too much attention. The old man, looking at the guy's chosen techniques, could not understand why he did what he did, so he began to tell the guy that his choice was stupid, because instead of studying one direction, he chose a little of everything. But Tang Ming understood his choice and therefore reassured the old man that it was necessary for him, and he understood what he was doing. The old man didn't really believe the guy, so he continued talking in the hope that he would change his choice. Tang Ming understood that he could not convince the old man, so he decided to show him something, namely the flame tiger. The old man, seeing the tiger claw technique, realized that the guy had brought it to the true level. The main character, continuing to tell the old man that he was able to master this technique in 2 months, amazed the master with his achievement, because it was almost impossible for a freshman to bring such a technique to perfection in such a short time. The master told the children that the mastery of martial techniques is divided into 4 stages: ordinary, lower, higher, and true. A guy's tiger claw can be comparable to someone who has practiced it for 10 years. Afterwards, the old man told the main character that he would show him one military technique. If he can learn it at least 40%, he will consider him a gifted person and therefore will not stop him in the future, and will also allow him to take out techniques on credit. Having said everything he wanted, the old man began to show him the secret technique. This technique was called intercepted palm, and was considered superior to the yellow stage. Capable of causing a stream of air from the hands, and even creating an air wedge. Behind Tang Ming stood Xiaoying, who was very surprised by this technique. After the old man concentrated his power, he directed it at the wall that was opposite him. The air force collided with the wall, creating a large hole in it. Xiaoying looked at this result, and was shocked that this technique was just a yellow stage. As soon as the old man finished demonstrating his technique, he immediately approached the main character and asked whether he had learned it or not. Tang Ming didn't wait long to answer, so he immediately demonstrated this technique. The old man was delighted with what he saw, so he wanted to teach the main character even more. The guy listened to the praise and was surprised that the suppression this man used was stronger than Shui's. Shania. He didn't even know who the old man really was. Hanbei University's training hall. 2 girls were training, fighting against each other. Suddenly Xiaoying begins to attack Wang Jin, but she successfully manages to defend herself from the blow with her sword. She looked at her sword and realized that it was an earthquake technique. At the same moment, when the girl was drawn to the sword, Xiaoying shouted at her that she could repeat the attack again. Swinging, she hit the sword, using a spiral technique and thereby knocking her sword out of Wang Jin's hands. Xiaoying was pleased that she had completely mastered the spiral technique and the earthquake technique, Now the masters would not be able to stop her. Wang Jin responded by telling her that her strength had increased greatly, which is why she quickly began to be proud of herself. This needed to be changed, so the girl reminded her friend about her sword technique. Immediately after these words, Xiaoying was covered in cuts. She immediately began to cover herself, because her clothes were almost all torn. Wang Jin approached the girl and brought her a towel. She told her to let Xiaoying remember this lesson for herself. In a real battle, it's not just the t-shirt that might get damaged. After the words were spoken, Wang Jin wondered whether things were going smoothly for Tang Ming. Meanwhile, events moved to a quiet place outside the university, where the main character was meditating on the edge of a cliff. After finishing his exercise, he was covered in sweat. He was thinking about the martial techniques that from his past life could not be used. All three techniques were cultivated to the true stage. His base had already been promoted to a rank 2 cultivation. He decided to leave early because he had a fight in the ring tomorrow, so he wanted to go to bed so as not to be late. Behind the guy there were strong impact marks in the rock. Events are transferred the next day to the ring, where all the university students have gathered. They really wanted to watch this fight, but they were still worried that the freshman would fight the vice president himself. While Tang Ming and Wang Jin were sitting on the bench and discussing something, someone was looking at them. This was Murong Yuan. He was a rank 7 cultivator and Murong Xing's uncle. They discussed how to get rid of the main character and his girlfriend. He warned his nephew that it was he who was responsible for him, so everything that he had in mind had to be told to his uncle. Before the fight, Tang Ming began to warm up his fat neighbor, who was trying to relieve tension from the main character. His massage technique is a family secret technique. Its value is that of a celestial level technique, but no one believed him. With a joyful face, he continued to encourage the main character that all the freshmen were on his side, and he also booked everyone a table in the restaurant after his victory. The other guys did not continue to listen to him, so they began to pull him away from Tang Ming so that he could focus on the upcoming battle. Xiaoying was watching all this, who was jealous of the guy for the fat man, because the hero's neighbor was talented, while she did nothing. She believed that her position as number 1 sister was in danger. Hua Fengyan moved closer to Tang Ming and expressed her concern for him, so she tried to convince him not to fight. But it is clear that these words could not influence the protagonist's decision in any way, so he simply told her that he was really looking forward to her breakthrough theory. Directing your gaze forward, he saw Murong Yuan in the distance in front of him, who was also looking at him intently. Wang Jin quietly approached Tang Ming to tell him more about Murong Xing's uncle. She whispered that Murong Yuan was one of the class family heads before he was 30 years old, shocking the entire cultivator community. After that, he was stuck in the 7th grade for 10 years and was unable to break into the 8th grade. There were rumors that he would break through within these 2 lei, but she didn't know if it was true. The girl decided to sit down, and then began to tell him that since he was already involved in all this, she would tell him something else. It was no secret, students from different families know it, they just don't spread it. The Murong family and the Wang family started quarreling about 10 years ago. Before then everything was fine. 10 years ago, the wormhole on Hanbei's side was turbulent. The Wang family and the Murong family were ordered to lead the group to shut it down. She didn't know what happened, but both families were almost destroyed. Before dying, Murong Xing's father shouted out her uncle's name. Therefore, the Murong family felt that the Wang family had set them up and demanded punishment for their uncle. The girl did not know why the Mujan family considered them guilty, just because of the name given. Tang Ming began to remember information from a past life, where at the end of the previous life, the territory guarded by the Murong family was continually captured, the masters died, but no one saw their corpses. He understood that the Muzan family was not easy, so he decided to collect more information about it. The resistance army seemed strong, but in reality it was riddled with vice. The guy wanted to find out how many more traitors were hidden, otherwise the army would be vulnerable and quickly fall. At that moment, Yushan appeared in the ring, announcing to everyone the rules and warning of the alliance. He also announced the first battle in which Fang Xiaoying will fight against Zhao Saiyuna. Xiaoying was very happy when she heard her name, because she really wanted to fight first to show her strength. She was approached by Yushan, who warned her to be more careful with the fat man, because his strength was considered the best in the yellow stage. Tang Ning thanked the mentors for their concern. Yushan couldn't understand why the guys were so calm, because their opponents were third rank, and they weren't worried at all. The guy didn't say anything, so he just smiled. At this moment, Xiaoying was already standing in front of the big man. From the stand you could hear that no one believed in the girl's victory, so everyone hoped that the senior student will feel sorry for her. The big man was not going to feel sorry for the girl, because if he won, it would mean that he would be accepted into the Muzan family, so he is ready to try his best to win. Xiaoying did not say anything in response, she simply began to concentrate the power in her hand to strike first. As soon as the start of the battle was announced, the girl immediately began to attack her opponent. Judging by the emotions of the stands, one could understand that many were surprised by the girl's strength, because she visited couples only a few times. Xiaoying was angry with Zhao Saiyuna because he looked down on her. She did not wait for a retaliatory attack, so she immediately began to close the distance between the big man in order to deliver another blow. Colliding with my fist against his hand, she stepped back. After which she again began to quickly strike at Zhao Xiongwu. Yushan, while watching the battle, noticed that Fan Xiaoying's technique was very strong. According to his guess, she was putting in a lot of energy. It was the level of a second-class cultivator. But Zhao, it was still easy for Shun to parry her blows, which meant that if he started fighting with full force, she would be in trouble. Zhao Xiong laughed at the girl. He tried to hurt her with this. But Xiaoying didn't care about him. She was confident in her victory, so she didn't try to talk to him. Because of this, the senior student became even angrier. The silhouette of a red bear appeared around his body, which meant that he was in earnest to attack the freshman. These were yellow stage martial arts, the Hand of Xiong technique bow. The internal chi temporarily increases the destructive power of the palm. With furious emotions, he hit the concrete of the ring, which began to crumble under the feet of the heroes. After seeing the senior student's furious blow, everyone stopped believing in the girl. Wang Jin, talking with the main character, understood that his trump card, which he taught the girl, was not useful, so Xiaoying had only hope for her only blow. The only thing Tang Ming hoped for was that the girl would not underestimate her opponent. Meanwhile, Xiaoying was jumping all over the market to further confuse her opponent. Zhao very angry. Xiong, so this time he hit the floor with both fists. The girl's body began to shake. She was a little scared by this outcome. But after a second, she began to smile at her opponent, because all her excitement was just her joke. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiaoying delivered her main blow to the senior student, hitting him on the palm. After that she stepped back. With joy on her face, she was delighted with her opponent, because he was strong, even her hand was numb. Zhao Xiong looked at his opponent, and realized that she was truly a worthy heir to the Fang family. Her second class could harm him. But suddenly he smiled insidiously, because this small blow did not harm him. This behavior of the guy angered the girl, and therefore she began to attack him faster and more with her blows. Suddenly her dress was torn. She stopped attacking Shun, but was still very angry with him. That's why I activated the new technique. The senior student was shocked that such a momentum from the blow grew so much in an instant. They clashed their fists with each other, which caused a large surge of energy around them that began to destroy everything. Zhao Xiong was shocked that he did not understand what was wrong with his breathing. He couldn't do anything. His heart began to ache and pulsate in an instant, because of which he fell to his knees and could not move in any way. But besides all this, the girl had one more trick. She didn't linger, so she immediately hit the senior student with both fists. It was a fatal blow for the guy. due to the strong blow, he flew several meters back from the girl. After that, she relaxed and did not expect anything from her opponent. But Tang Ming shouted at her to be careful. Suddenly Zhao appeared behind Xiao Yingxiong, who was very furious with her. Turning around, the girl fell into despair from what she saw. The big man's speed was much faster than her, so she would not have been able to dodge or defend against this attack in any way. Reacting quickly, Tang Ming shouted that they were surrendering. And immediately after this, a mentor appeared between the girl and the senior student, who protected the girl from the evil rage of the enemy. The mentor announced the winner Zhao Xiong, and then immediately the battle ended. The stands did not like that the senior student acted so meanly, so they shouted that he did not deserve to win. Muzen Sina's uncle ordered his nephew to have Song Lu and Wang Jin fight in the next battle. After the fight ended, Xiaoying went to the guys who were cheering her on. She came closer to the main character and hugged him with tears in her eyes. She was very upset by this outcome of the battle. While the girl was crying and hugging the guy, Wang Jin stood aside from the guys, who was jealous of the hero for her friend. Suddenly, a fat neighbor shouted from the crowd, shouting throughout the entire square about how the main character was cool because he had two girls at once. The guys were shocked by these words. Because of the words she had heard earlier, Wang Jin began to look at Tang Ming very closely. He felt this look, so he wanted to scold Xiao Fei for his statements. Meanwhile, the second match between Wang Jin and Song Lu began. Wang Jin's opponent was Song Lu. She was a second-year student and a rank 2 cultivator. From her words, it could be understood that they were both proficient in sword techniques, so their style was somewhat similar. But Jean did not listen to her rival because she was in a bad mood. The girl wanted to finish the fight as quickly as possible, so she immediately began to use the technique. She instantly directed many windy blades at Song Lu, which moved at high speed towards her rival. Watching the duel, Muro Yuan understood that the sword of the Wang family, his qi was equal to the internal qi of Wang Jin, who had already become a second-class cultivator. With her talent, she would become a threat to the Mujan family in a few years, so he didn't want to just leave it like that. Song Lu repelled the blade attacks. She began to attack back, using her technique. But this did not bother Wang Jin. The girl easily stepped back from the senior student. Song Lu's hand was shaking a little at this time. She understood that the sword energy was great, but she had a higher cultivation level than Wang Jin, so she wanted to put in as much effort as possible to repel her attacks. After a brief pause, Wang Jin asked if they were continuing. After hearing the words, Song Lu shouted to the heroine to hit with all her might and not spare her. The sophomore understood that children of wealthy families were not lacking in advanced martial arts. She had been training with the sword for over 10 years, but still had no idea about advanced sword techniques. She immediately took a fighting stance in anticipation of Wang Jin's attack. At the same moment, Wang Jin was preparing for the next attack. The girl simultaneously told her rival that the Wang family's sword technique contained hundreds of martial arts. She only learned 2 or 3. After becoming a cultivator, she has difficulty using her combat skills. But she was a master of the sword, and now she will demonstrate this to her rival. In a moment disappeared. She appeared above Song Lu. After which she immediately began to swing her sword, which was shrouded in a green glow. But the second-year student did not retreat. She instantly gathered herself and began to use her technique against the Jing technique. Suddenly, after a collision between two girls, the entire area was enveloped in smoke and lightning, due to which nothing was visible. No one understood who won the fight. Mentor Yushan, watching the duel, noticed that Song Lu's sword technique and Wang Jin's sword technique were all yellow stage martial arts. They could be used together. Their strength was close to the earth stage. They could withstand the third class. After a few seconds, the smoke began to clear, and after that everyone saw the winner. It was Wang Jin who stood in front of the seated Song Lu, who could not even stand on her own 2 feet. The sophomore was dejected over her loss. While Wang Jin was leaving the ring, everyone was loudly discussing her due to the fact that she had excellent sword technique. At that time, one of the employees came up to Song Lu and covered her with a cloak because all the girls' clothes were cut. When the sophomore left, she smiled a little. Most likely it was due to the fact that she was following some kind of plan. Arriving at the guys, Xiaoying was shocked that Wang Jin was so strong. She began to be afraid that Jin would kill her, so she hugged the main character. But Wang Jin didn't think about it at all. What worried her most was that Murong Xing was very strong, so she warned the guy to be careful with him. Tang Ming smiled at the girl with a confident face and told her not to worry about him. After that, he began to move into the ring. Where Muzen Xing had already met him, he still invited the guy to join his Muzen house, and then the hero would not need cultivation resources. But Tang Ming did not want to answer this proposal, so he immediately said that he would only fight to the death. Murong Xing began to mock this. He tried to lure the main character to his side before it was too late. However, Tang Ming only hoped that Xing was as good with his fists as he was with his words. Because of these actions, the scoundrel began to get angry, because the main character refused the offer of the Muzen family and was ready to fight to the death. Yu Shan appeared between them, and with a wave of his hand, he announced the start of the third fight. Murong Xing didn't wait for anything, so he immediately began to activate the earth-level techniques of the Murong family. He felt sorry for Tang Ming because he did not believe that the guy would be able to withstand this. Seeing his opponent's actions, Tang Ming immediately took a fighting pose. He knew that this was the Muzen family's Moon Aura technique. It was the vanguard of earth-level techniques. This technique could not only forcibly absorb energy, but also release toxins that could manipulate the enemy's body. The only weakness was that prolonged use would corrode the body with spiritual poison, causing irreversible damage to the foundation of cultivation. For the past 2 years, the ancestors of the Murong family have claimed that they have corrected this shortcoming, which is why they rose to 3rd place in the ranking of 13 martial arts schools, right after the Wang family. At this time, Murong Xing began to swing his hand, which was covered with a black aura. Having thrown this acid at the main character, he managed to jump away from danger. In the place where Tang Ming previously stood, a hole from acid appeared. All because now corrosion was higher than that of a strong acid. This was a spiritual poison, even the strongest cultivators avoided it. At the same moment, Murong Xing continued to attack the main character with his acid. He laughed at the guy because he understood that he had become practically invulnerable after receiving the title of cultivator. But not in front of spiritual poison. The higher the cultivator class, the greater the danger. Tang Ming dodged all the attacks in his direction, because if even a drop fell on him, and he did not immediately remove the poison, it would spread throughout his entire body along with the circulation of internal qi, and by then only God would be able to save him. Yu Shan thought about the danger of spiritual poison. He understood that it was very dangerous, even he did not dare to use it thoughtlessly. But he was encouraged by the fact that the main character had a solid foundation of skills. If Murong Xing's internal energy is used up, everything will be fine. Otherwise, he will have to intervene. Only he was afraid that this Murong Yuan would try to stop him. He would deliberately hold him back, interfere with him, and then he would not be able to help Tang Ming in any way. The main character at this moment continued to evade the vice president's attacks. Murong Xing became more and more insidious, and therefore he attacked faster and more in order to quickly deal with the guy. Tang Ming didn't try to run away from the scoundrel all the time, so he made his way through the acid to reduce the distance with the senior student as much as possible. Yu Shan, watching this, was very pleased with the guy, because he used the powers of the yellow stage to dodge the techniques of the earth stage. At that same second, Murong Xing was a little excited, so he tried to attack the hero in front, thereby preventing him from avoiding his blow. His acid was blasted away from all sides by Tang Ming, thereby reducing the risk of retreating from his attack. Because of this turn of events, everyone began to worry about the main character, because no one could understand how they could escape from this. But Tang Ming was not worried at all. He demonstrated 10 threads of internal energy that surrounded the main character with a bright golden glow. Because of this, everyone was shocked that this meant that the guy was second rank. He knelt down. And he activated a storm spiral, which, with its wind flow, protected the guy from acid. She created a windy dome around the guy, which prevented the acid from hitting his body. Xiaoying was delighted with this technique, so she immediately began to ask him to teach it to her too. After the repelled attack, Tang Ming asked Murong Xing if there would be any other technique. But in response, he was simply angry with the guy, because he did not expect such an outcome of events. The scoundrel began to get more and more angry at the main character. Suddenly his uncle turned to him from the side, who warned him not to dare to lose, because if he loses, he will disgrace the whole family. After hearing the instructions, he began to smile evilly, because he had not used this technique before. By activating this technique, his entire body began to be covered in a green glow, which gave him strength. Having completed the procedure, he tried to attack the main character with a huge hand created from acid, which was supposed to grab the guy, but he safely dodged the attack. But suddenly one drop of acid falls on the hero. Tang Ming immediately reacted and took off his jacket that had a drop on it. As soon as he threw his jacket back, a splash of acid occurred behind him, which grew tenfold, covering most of the ring. Murong Xing told the guy with angry remarks about how dangerous spiritual poison was. He also heard that Ming had created his own power techniques, but unfortunately, upon touching his hand, it would completely dissolve. The main character simply stood and looked warily at his opponent, because he understood that a mistake could not be made. Tang Ming's girls asked Yushan to stop the fighting, because they all understood that this was more than a simple battle. The mentor would have gladly stopped it, but he could not, because the live broadcast of the battle was controlled by the Cultivator Alliance. He could not interfere until the winner was determined. Yushan turned to Murong Yuan and asked him why it was necessary to bring it to this, but he simply replied that it was a battle to the death, so he asked the mentor not to forget about it. At the same moment, Tang Ming analyzed the technique he was fighting against. He realized that the second purification was truly dangerous, so he had no way out. He activated the earthquake technique, and immediately after that, stones appeared around him and hung in the air. The hero did not wait long, so he immediately began kicking these stones at the enemy. He moved with great speed from one place to another in order to avoid the acid from entering his body. Murong Xing sent many acid hands towards the hero, which were supposed to repel all the guy's attacks, and then attack him himself. Tang Ming used stones to defend himself from all the attacks of the scoundrel. The stone acted as an intermediary between the human body and energy, which requires direct contact for action. Murong Xing was completely confident in his victory, so he continued to attack the protagonist with a large number of tentacles. But Tang Ming fought off all the attacks, so in the stands watching this fight, they began to believe more and more that the guy would defeat the aristocrat. After repelling the last attack, the main character focused lightning in his fist. And then he hit the stone, creating a large burst of energy that was directed towards the bastard. Murong Xing was shocked by the strength of the protagonist. But then the insidious face began to shout out that he had been waiting for this moment. Immediately after this, acid tentacles appeared from under the concrete and completely surrounded the main character, destroying all hopes for the guy's victory. It was the black cage of death, the most familiar technique that Sin used to trap an enemy and gradually dissolve them, starting from the toes to the calves, thighs, torso, arms, and then the head, until the enemy turned into a puddle of blood. He suggested that the main character should kneel down and beg him for mercy, and then maybe he would kill him faster. But Tang Ming did not panic at all in this situation. On the contrary, he was very calm. He wondered what would happen if a cultivator's spirit was damaged. Murong Xing couldn't understand what he meant. Therefore, the joyful Tang Ming began to smile because Murong Xing was too arrogant, and therefore he did not foresee that the hero would master the spirit technique. From seeing the hero's emotions, Murong Xing immediately tried to kill the guy. But he managed to activate Lin, because of which the villain was immobilized. After that, he immediately began to close the distance between them. Murong Yuan was shocked at Tang Ming's abilities at that moment because this technique was of 9 mantras. This secret technique was kept secret at the Imperial Military Academy, so he did not understand how the guy knew it. Meanwhile, the main character had already reached the scoundrel. He hit his body with all his might. Murong Xing immediately fell to his knees because he couldn't help himself. And Tang Ming stood in front of him and said how weak the aristocrat was. If Xing continued, he would not last even 3 minutes. Xing was furious at these words. He threatened him and Jin that until the end of their days they would be pursued by the killers of the Murin family, who would hunt for them. Due to his intense rage, he forgot that the entire university was watching him and therefore he continued to threaten the main character. Yushan addressed him, who reminded him of the presence of other people. At the same moment, in order to stop Muzenxing, his uncle turned to the mentor, who tried to stop him so that he would not say anything to his nephew. But in truth, he didn't care about his mentor, he was more worried about the main character, because he understood that in the future he could become a big problem for the Mujan family. While the elders were talking to each other, in the ring at that moment Tang Ming sat down next to Murong Xing, and then said that as long as Xing was alive, he and Jin would not be able to live in peace. The bastard with an insidious face looked at the main character, because he did not believe that Tang Ming could kill him, because he was an aristocrat, and he was a commoner. But Tang Ming was not upset. On the contrary, he approached Murong Xing to tell him about his family's secret plans. From his previous life, he knew that the Mujan family worked with aliens. Because of the unexpected words he heard, Murong Xing was shocked because he didn't understand how Ming knew about this. The bastard tried to convince the guy that he didn't know what was being said. The main character, looking at his opponent, pondered why the Mujan family worked with aliens. He understood that there were many rank 9 cultivators in the Murong family, and this was not so easy to achieve. With such conclusions, it was not difficult for him to understand that the Mujan family worked with aliens. At the same moment, while the main character was thinking, Sin turned to him, who was shaking all over from the hero's recently heard words. He offered Tang Ming a deal. If he tells who told him about such gossip, then he will not touch Wang Jin and him in the future. Observing his nephew's behavior, Murong Yuan could not understand why Xing was so worried. Suddenly, Tang Ming grabbed the scoundrel's shoulder and, with a menacing look, asked the scoundrel if he was afraid to die. As soon as Murong Yuan heard these threats, he immediately began to threaten the main character. And the mentor tried to dissuade the guy from doing this. But Murong Xing understood that Tang Ming was not joking, but still he tried to show himself confident that he would not be touched, because deep down he believed that they could not harm him due to the fact that he was an aristocrat. After this, the main character moved even closer to him to say his last words to the scoundrel. Tang Ming understood that after revealing the secrets, he could not leave him alive, because if he did, then he would definitely not live. At the same time, while the guys were finishing their last words among themselves, Yushan and Murong Yuan rushed towards them to stop them. Realizing that he had less and less time left, he immediately began to eliminate his enemy. Murong Yuan, seeing the death of his nephew, wanted to immediately kill the main character. He furiously began to attack the hero. Yushan appears in front of him, who was already ready to fight against him. The mentor immediately began to repel the aristocrat's attacks, because he understood that if he let him through to Tang Ming, it would turn out very badly for everyone. While protecting the freshman, Yushan tried to convey the truth to Murong Yuan, because they were standing in the ring of death, where death in battle was acceptable. The mentor tried to intimidate the aristocrat by not following the rules of the Cultivator Alliance, which meant that he would go against the entire alliance. Realizing this, Murong Yuan became even more angry and emitted terrible energy around him, which blew up part of the dome that covered the ring. The aristocrat, completely furious, looked at the main character and threatened him. He told the guy to stay in Hanbei for the rest of his life, otherwise he would die by simply leaving the university. But Tang Ming was not frightened by this at all. On the contrary, he decided to give a nervous speech to the aristocrats so that he would become even more angry. But still, he understood that even if the Murong family did not try to harm him, they would try to harm Wang Jin in order to somehow quench their rage at least a little. Because of the words he heard, Murong Yuan was very angry. All that stopped him at the moment was that he was holding the body of his nephew. After that, he immediately began to leave through the hole made in the dome at the top. But in addition he swore that he would kill the main character no matter what the cost. Yushan, making sure that everything was over, finally sighed. He advised the main character that he should stay at the university as long as possible, because while he was here, no one could touch him, because he was under the protection of his mentors. A few seconds later, Tang Ming's girlfriends also came to see him and were worried about him. Wang Jin with a sad face thought that it was all because of her and therefore she was also ready to protect the guy at any cost. Xiaoying also turned to the main character, who said that her brother's problems and her problems, so she was ready to tell her grandfather so that he could protect the guy from Murong Yuan. From hearing the words, Yushan was very glad that the main character had such brave girlfriends. Slapping him on the shoulder, girls stood to the side of them, embarrassed by their mentor's words. After the discussion, the rubble around the guys began to be cleared away, while they themselves stood in a group and discussed something. The boy's mentor was forgiven by them for the fact that her cultivation skills were too weak. But they asked her not to apologize, because she was a genius and she didn't have to fight the villains at all. Wang Jin, in turn, with exciting emotions told the main character that he should not have killed Murenxing, because this would cause him many problems. However, Tang Ming was not upset at all. He told the girl with a smile on his face that Murongxing was going to kill them anyway, so this time he himself quarreled with the Murong family. And they would never attack her again as long as he lived. After such romantic words, the girl leaned over because she didn't want the guy to see that she was blushing. She instantly realized that all the hero's actions were only for her sake. Wang Jin, after thinking about everything, decided to tell the guy something. She looked at him and said that she would be waiting for him tonight on the shore of Lake Hanbei in the forest. Immediately after this, the events are transferred to the evening. Tang Ming, as he is about to leave the room, suddenly hears someone speaking to him, and because of this, he begins to shake all over. He could not understand how they could detect him, because he was using an incorporeal technique of the earthly stage. Turning back, he saw only his sleeping roommates. The fat man, lying on the bed, addressed the main character in a dream, thereby frightening the guy. After Tang Ming arrived in the forest, he saw Wang Jin standing under one of the trees. As you approached her, you could fully see how beautiful she was. Wang Jin stood in a formal dress because she wanted to look beautiful in front of the guy. From such beauty, Tang Ming could not say anything. He simply stood in front of the girl with a completely red face. Wang Jin did not waste time, so she immediately grabbed his hand and excitedly began to tell him that since childhood everyone had called her a genius, and at school for the first time she felt ordinary because of one person. Since then, he settled in her heart. With these words, she tried to convey to the guy that she was talking about him. The girl continued to tell him that the Mujan family was very powerful. They rarely care about little things like going to school, but they would definitely take care of hiring an assassin. Only aristocrats can fight against aristocrats. While she and Xiaoying can ask the families for help, it is very difficult for an ordinary person to do so. Therefore, we have to use trump cards. After that, she immediately hugged Tang Ming and invited him to become a couple. This way, he would have the opportunity to become the heir of the Wang family. Based on the principles of protecting the family, the Wang family would not be able to simply ignore such a situation. But Tang Ming was very worried about something, so he decided to ask the girl about her conclusion of a marriage contract with the heir of another family. The girl began to worry even more after hearing the guy's words. She tried to explain to him that her family made this decision without her knowledge. It was not her choice, she said with a red face that in her heart there was only Tang Ning, only him. The main character didn't care about her family's decision. He only cared about Wang Jin and her real thoughts. The girl with a sweet expression asked him if he didn't know her thoughts. Suddenly Tang Ning hugs her tighter, thereby pressing her closer to him. Looking into her eyes, he was very interested in whether she would turn away from him. To which she began to press closer to him to kiss him. It didn't matter to her whether it was the condemnation of her family or other women, she swore that she would devote herself entirely only to him. After that, their lips connected and they finally kissed. They sat on the grass under a tree and pressed each other tighter so that their kiss would last as long as possible. Morning has come. The guys still lay under the tree and looked at each other with loving glances. Tang Ming, breaking the silence, began to tell the girl that they should not have revealed their relationship, because he had his own way of dealing with the Murong family. It wasn't his style to rely on a girl. The girl believed him, but she didn't want him to face difficulties alone, so she wanted to be close to him so that nothing would stop them from being together. After a romantic conversation, they kissed again. Events moved to the Muzzin family company in Beijing. Security guards stood next to the doors behind which there was an important meeting. Murong Yuan stood in front of a table at which sat an unfamiliar character who did not want to punish the main character until the head of the family arrived. Because of this, the uncle was unhappy that the hero could live in peace. But his emotional behavior was not tolerated. Muzzin Hung was Yuan's younger brother, but he still told him to shut up because the decision could only be made by their elder brother, who was sitting at the table. However, this did not help, but rather aggravated the situation. Yuan was annoyed that Murong Tian, his elder brother, and he himself respected, but still he condemned his elder brother because he was simply sitting in the wrong place. If the second brother had not fallen into the wormhole, the position of head of the family would not have been his. Mugun Tian didn't try to show his emotions, so he just sat at the table and also sat in Murong Xing's death. Yuan didn't care about his elder brother's words because he loved his nephew very much and therefore wanted his killer dead. He also did not understand how the second brother could die in the wormhole, because he was very strong, so Yuan believed that he was alive and was somewhere on the other side. After these words Muzzin Tian could no longer hold back. He hit the table with furious emotions, thereby trying to shut up his younger brother. But this did not frighten Yuan. On the contrary, he took a fighting stance and was ready to fight against his brother. Tian did not tolerate this, so he immediately extended his hand forward towards Yuan, thus immobilizing him. Murong Yuan understood that they wanted to remove him because he was a witness. But Tian was ready to spare him if he stopped reproaching him with his assumptions and bad thoughts. After the violent emotions subsided, the elder brother immediately released Yuan. Afterwards he sat down at the table and said that the enemies of Little Sin would be reported, naturally, but not now. He understood that it was impossible to disturb the head at such a critical moment. It was absolutely not the time. But Murong Yuan was not going to listen to the family's orders, so he wanted to avenge Little Xing himself. When the senior left the office, he was allowed to do what he wanted. The main thing was that he did not involve his family in this. The brothers watched as their middle brother left them. They discussed that Tang Ming was only Murong Yuan's problem and therefore Tian did not think it was right to interfere here. He was ready to intervene in this conflict only if something went wrong. The elder brother was afraid that the aliens were up to something, so he ordered all his subordinates to be on alert. In addition, he ordered that data from drug experiments and data on human anatomy requested by the aliens be withheld for as long as possible. The fourth brother did not mind his elder brother, but there was one more thing. He received news that China was planning to select a few cultivators and focus on their development in order to minimize our family's influence in the cultivator society. Mugun Tian didn't want to interfere with the government, so they had to support her and face the consequences. He ordered to find someone and inform Jing Er that he had a good opportunity to become famous. With a serious look, he thought about the fact that China was eager to cultivate genius cultivators outside of influential families, but he could not imagine what they were like without secret knowledge. After this, events moved to the training ground of Hanbei University, where the guys stood opposite each other on the site. The protagonist's neighbors could not fully understand what was happening here. The fat man next door asked Tang Ming if he really wanted the three of them to attack him. But the hero asked not to tell him nonsense. Immediately after this, the guys took a fighting stance and were ready to attack with a fighting spirit. Tang Ming looked at Xiao Xing and said that he would tear off his tongue for his jokes. Suddenly, his roommates all started attacking him at the same time. The guys were closing the distance between each other with every second, thereby getting closer to each other. One of the guys tried to attack the main character from above. However, this was not successful. Tang Ming easily stopped his attack with one hand. After that, he immediately dodged the second attack, which they tried to attack him with from the side. Tang Ming, watching everyone, immediately realized that this was a false attack. The main attack was supposed to come from Xiao Xing, who was trying to quietly sneak up on the guy. The fat man with the joyful face was sure that the main character would not be able to repel his attack, because he was busy with others. But suddenly, Tang Ming still dodges the fat man's attack, thereby surprising all his neighbors with his capabilities. Tang Ming did not feel sorry for his neighbor, so he immediately swung his foot at him because he was talking too much empty chatter. With one blow, he sent Xiao Xing crashing into his neighbor, defeating both of them at once. The boys flew next to the girls, who were not at all surprised by this outcome of events. Wang Jin was serious and therefore directly said that their teamwork was very weak, but Xiaoying did not care about this. She imagined how the guys fell after her second blow. Meanwhile, only one opponent remained against the main character, who was as alert as possible to his actions. He did not wait for the hero to attack, so he decided to attack first, thereby activating the internal chi, which was used as fuel for explosive power for the main character. This was quite interesting. The guy immediately made a dash and tried to attack Tang Ming, but he was able to safely dodge this attack. After that, he did not lose heart, but rather tried to attack a second time, sweeping away everything in his path with his staff, but the hero still dodged the attacks. When suddenly he grabs his neighbor's staff, thereby immobilizing him. Pulling the guy towards him, Tang Ming tried to hit him in the chest, but he was still able to defend himself from this blow. Having blocked the blow, he still could not resist the hero's strength, so he almost immediately flew into the nearest wall. And at this moment one of the guys was back in action. He stood in a fighting stance and gathered strength. The guy was covered in fiery energy. He began to swing his sword in front of him. Watching the guy's actions, Wang Jin was very surprised due to the fact that he borrowed techniques from Mentor Yushan using the cutting energy of the sword. Tang Ming, expecting the enemy's attack, raised his hand, which was covered in blue flames. He looked at his opponent with a satisfied face because he also learned this technique secretly. Swinging his hand, their fiery energies collided with each other. Due to the collision, the energy began to destroy everything around, thereby hindering the guy. He was shocked by the hero's actions because he could not expect that he would be able to neutralize him with the chi sword. The guys were very impressed by Tang Ming's strength, because he fought against the three of them with one hand and still his strength exceeded them combined. Tang Ming looked aside at his neighbors and realized that one was brave, the other persistent. One was not afraid not to fight, the other overcame fear. He understood that they could become a great team in the future. Turning back to the fat man, he realized that he was a quitter. The hero asked him to get up or he would throw an air knife at him. After these words, Xiao Xing immediately stood up. As soon as the fat man got to his feet, he decided to ask why the hero didn't go have fun with him then. But Tang Ming didn't want to say anything, he just looked at Wang Jin with a slightly embarrassed face. Yushan came to the guys, who with a smile on his face was interested in what they were doing here. He asked to pause for a moment to introduce Tang Ming to someone. It was an unfamiliar guy who greeted the main character with a smile on his face. His name was Yi Qingping. He was a fourth-year student and also the former chairman of the Cultivator Association, a fourth-rank cultivator. He was Yu's student Shania. Currently, he has the highest level among the students of Hanbei. He can defeat even a simple fourth-grade cultivator. He Yan and Zhao Lian respected Yu very much Shan as a mentor, so they should know about him. So far, they had never had the opportunity to meet Qingping. Tang Ming looked at Qingping and recalled events with him from his past life. Then his father was killed at the front. There was complete chaos there, and he, risking his life, continued to fight in his father's place. The situation was stabilized in less than half a month. In the final battle with the aliens, Qingping helped him a lot as the commander-in-chief. He didn't expect to meet him here so soon. Qingping immediately started telling the guys that he saw their fight. It was wonderful. However, their arms and legs do not move well enough. By blocking with his hands, he limits his cultivation to the second grade. Yu Shan was a little worried, but Qingping reassured him that it was just a small sparring match. Moreover, he asked that his blocking be maintained, otherwise it might injure him. Tang Ming was very curious about what the two of them were up to. He was ready to start first. Therefore, he immediately began to wave his hand, with the help of which he created air blades. Having created the plural, he directed it at the senior student. One of the guys who was just watching was shocked that the hero was able to create dozens of swords in a few seconds. He realized that his strength was much greater than theirs combined. Champan, preparing for defense, said that the energy was dissipating, so one blow was enough to defeat the opponent. Swinging his hand to repel the attack, a certain spirit appeared behind him. But still, this did not scare Tang Ming. The hands of the spirit, who was behind Champing, deflected all dozens of the protagonist's swords at once. Xiaoying was shocked by such a technique, so Wang Jin began to explain to her that it was the 8 arms of Tao technique, an earthly level, not inferior in power to the highest level, but not particularly popular. Tang Ming was also a little wary of this technique. He understood that the power of the 8 arms of the Tao grew with each increase in cultivation class, so at the 9th rank, a whole spirit body appeared that could shake rivers and mountains. But Changpen was on the contrary cheerful. He warned the hero that they were finally starting. He immediately began to attack the main character, thereby getting as close to him as possible in a second. Changping tried to attack Tang Ming with a spirit technique, but he successfully dodged all of his attacks. This power was truly amazing, so it shocked even the main character. The spirit continued to attack the guy. Therefore, as soon as the opportunity arose, I grabbed it. Changping with a satisfied face told the hero that he forgot to say that he is better in close combat. This technique is practically not reflected. Immediately he tried to strike the freshman a third time. But he, with his hand cuffed, decided to push off from the air, provoking a blow to him. Changping was surprised that Tang Ming used his internal qi to avoid his attack. Due to the hero's actions, the senior student tried to attack him even harder, using more force. The guys had only a moment to thrust their attacking hands towards each other, when suddenly Yushan stopped them from the side. All the guys who watched the sparring were a little shocked by the capabilities of these two guys. The mentor praised Tang Ming because he was very good at sparring against Qingping. He told them both that they were both similar to each other in their strength and background at the university. The main character and Qingping also praised each other because they both enjoyed the fight. Suddenly, Qingping decided to turn to Tang Ming because he wanted to ask him to represent Hanbei in the competition of 10 universities in China today. In addition, the senior student wanted the hero to become the chairman of the Cultivator Association. Xiao Xing was shocked that the main character was offered such a position, because in his opinion, he believed that only the best of the best could occupy such a position. Moreover, only the most talented and influential student cultivators take part in the competition of 10 universities. If Tang Ming could participate with the team, then no matter the result, it would still be a great honor. However, Tang Ming could not understand why he had to participate with the team in this competition. The guy thought that Qingping himself could use his strength to bring the university to success. Qingping did not wait long for the main character, so he immediately began to tell why he could not represent the university. He wanted to help his father, who was now at war. Having resolved this issue, Tang Ming did not understand why he was chosen as chairman. This time Yushan answered him. He told the guy that it was Qingping's idea. He watched a video of his fight with Mujan Sin, so we decided to ask him whether he wanted or did not want to accept this offer. The mentor really wanted the guy to think about this proposal correctly, because if the hero becomes the chairman, then he will be the face of the university. The Muzan family will not accept it so easily, but still he will be safer from them. Tang Ming could not understand what was happening. In a previous life, the wormhole was calm at this time. Why problems suddenly arose at the front, he could not understand. He decided to ask what the situation was at the front, to which Qingping answered that it was not entirely bad, everything was still under control. Qingping didn't expect the hero to be interested in this. Typically, students avoided this type of topic. As he considered the proposal, Tang Ming realized that the wormhole was indeed more dangerous than he thought. He had to upgrade as soon as possible. Thus, in front of the Cultivator Alliance, his word would carry weight, which would influence the course of events. He won't be treated like he's crazy. Looking at the guys, he still considered the proposal. All the guys looked at the guy carefully, because they all wanted to hear his answer as soon as possible. Having made up his mind, he nevertheless agreed to be chairman. After the main character's answer, Xiao Xing began to jump for joy, which made everyone a little scared by his behavior. The mentor and the senior student stood aside from the guys. They were talking about the main character's decision, because the mentor hoped that Qingping fully understood what he was doing. They looked at Tang Ming and praised him because they both considered him to be a rare diamond among people who would definitely lead the association to success. The mentor decided to interrupt the guy's dialogue a little in order to advise the main character. Since he had made up his mind, he should know about the specific state of affairs. Moreover, Yushan wanted the guy not to put off his training, because right now it was the most important priority. Qingping also decided to take advantage of the moment, so he decided to take Tang Ming to the association, because since the senior student was training outside, the association was usually run by Murong Xing. Since he killed him, it is only fair that the main character will now perform his duties from now on. At this moment someone hits the wall with their fist. It was Zhao Hu who fought together in the ring with Murong Xin. Next to him stood his girlfriend, who asked the guy to cool down, because the chairman would come soon. But Zhao Xiong didn't care about this. He decided to switch to Song Lu from the wall to scold her. Because of these statements, the girl began to get angry with her friend and therefore began to threaten him. Suddenly the door to the hall opens. The guys who arrived to look at the Cultivators Association come out from behind her. Qingping said that there was nothing special here, because the functions of the association were no different from ordinary student councils. Suddenly Zhao comes out of the pillar Xiong, who was unhappy with Qingping for bringing the main character here. The dissatisfied guy continued to express his opinion to the senior student that Qingping was considered by all members of the association to be an incompetent chairman. Suddenly a bald guy appeared behind the guy, who told Chairmany that they wanted to elect Zhao Xiong as the chairman, so they asked him to resign. Qingping, looking at the crowd, decided to ask them all if everyone thought so about him, but everyone just stood there and was silent. The bald guy confidently told the chairman not to waste his strength, because he was confident of his victory. When suddenly he is pressed to the floor by the spiritual hand of Qingping. The chairman, shackling the scoundrel, asked the others if anyone else wanted to say anything. Zhao Xiong, looking at Qingping, could not imagine that he was so strong. The chairman could not even imagine that if he were away for a while, the association would change so much. He was glad that Murong Xing still died. If this had not happened, he himself would have beaten him to a pulp. Suddenly someone grabbed the guy by the shoulders. It was Tang Ming who was reassuring his older friend because he wanted to do it himself. He understood that he was not an authority here, so he came up with an interesting idea. He wanted to fight for the chairmanship with Zhao Xiong. Looking at the senior student, he offered to defeat him in order to get the coveted place. Zhao Xiong found it funny because he was genuinely confident that he could easily defeat the protagonist. Standing to the side was Song Lu, who was simply listening to her friend's remarks about the fact that Tang Ming did not have long to live because of the Murong family. However, Tang Ming didn't care if they didn't want him as their chairman now. But he told them that they must first defeat him in order to get this position. Otherwise there will be no meaning or benefit in this. After the words were spoken, Qinping also supported the protagonist, because he believed that the hero's words were also his words. Because of these words, Zhao Xiong and his supporters began to get angry. Unable to bear it, they began to attack the guys in order to avenge Muzin's sin in this way. One of the supporters ran first towards the main character, getting closer and closer. He wanted to tell his allies to be careful with him. However, he failed to do this because Tang Ming grabbed him first before he could say anything. The main character, holding one enemy by the throat, saw that another one was approaching him. Therefore, without thinking twice, he throws one enemy into another. After this, he decides to activate the spiritual technique in order to repel the remaining attacks, because there were more and more enemies. Waving his arms in different directions, he shouted for everyone to get away from him. At this moment, Qinpeng, watching what was happening, decided to ask Wang Jin if she would help the main character, but she gently smiled and replied that there was no need. While Tang Ming was crushing his enemies in heaps, his friends stood aside, who admired him because he dealt with his opponents so simply and coolly. At that very moment, Song Lu, who was standing behind Zhao Sayuna, decided to tell her friend that he should put him down, but the big man understood that the main character was too strong, so he began to shout out anger at the girl. Having fallen into a rage, all his clothes began to tear, and an ominous aura began to appear around him, which was similar to a bear. But Tang Ming did not wait for his attack, so he immediately dealt an irreparable blow to the big man. After defeating the senior student, he decided to tell everyone else who was just watching that he now had the last word. Qinpeng began clapping his hands and congratulating him on his new position as the main character, and the guys were very happy for the guy. Tang Ming did not want to reduce the punishment of his attackers, so he dismissed all his attackers from the Cultivator Association with a terrible face. When suddenly a girl turns to him, which addressed him as the chairman. It was none of her business, but she wanted him not to leave them alone later, otherwise they wouldn't cope. Tang Ming responded to her request by saying that he has a conscience, so he will not abandon them. After that, he invited all his friends to also join the Cultivator Association, to which they all unanimously replied that they agreed with his proposal. Qinping did not want to tell the hero anything, so he told him that he should do as he saw fit. Tang Ming did not think twice, so he immediately replied to all his colleagues that for the next 2 months, the association would conduct special daily training to prepare for the 10 universities competition. After this, the events are transferred to the office of the director of Hanbei University, where the director himself sits at the table, and his assistants notify him that the main character has already agreed to take part in the competition. The director of the university was named Duan Yunwei. He said that Tang Ming was not bad at all. He watched him for a while. Therefore, he noticed that the guy had great potential. He counted on him very much, because he hoped that he would not let them down. After that, he decided to ask Qinpeng about his father. The guy replied that things were not very good because the morale of the soldiers was very low. The director, looking at the photograph that stood on the table, told him that his father was a very talented and good student, so the director was ready to help Qinpeng whenever he wanted. Yu Shan, standing next to the table, decided to inquire about the national conference at which one of the military leaders proposed allowing students to go to the wormhole. The director answered this question with a serious face, because he understood that if this proposal was accepted, a lot of students would die. Having intervened in the dialogue, Jinping expressed his opinion about this proposal. He was positive about this because he believed that it would only be beneficial if students were sent into the wormhole. Understanding everything, the senior student knew that people were being watched by aliens, so such a proposal could secure the future of humanity. The director understood that after the adoption of this proposal, it would be the university that would be responsible for the deaths of students, and the pressure from military institutions would also be great. None of them could understand why the wormhole had recently become so active, and besides, the wormhole did not allow researchers who could check it. It was clear that something was wrong behind this. Yu Shan was very interested in why the top 10 universities had recently decided to select geniuses for a future state war, and why the competition had become such a serious demonstration of their strength. The director explained to the mentor that recently the aliens have become very active, so no one can predict their next goal. Having come to a decision, they decided that if aliens attack any country, then that country will control the entire war. They understood that troubled times had come. Meanwhile, events moved to Xiaoying, who sits with a whip on the fat man and orders him to continue training. While the fat man was doing push-ups, there was a ring next to him where his friend from the room was training. Wang Jin, standing next to Tang Ming, decided to tell him that she did not expect him to make Xiaoying his deputy. The main character explained his decision by saying that Xiaoying loves to be the center of attention. She knows how to do it. Their deputy has a head on his shoulders. She's happy. But Wang Jin was not very happy with this decision. Although Xiao Fei lacked tenacity and strength, his physique was the best among the three of them. If he trains hard, he will become the strongest in the company. All of the heroes' neighbors were talented. There were 2 months left before the competition, so he hoped that they would have time to improve as much as possible. Tang Ming did not want to allow other students to participate because although they were strong, they could wreak havoc, so he decided to train those he was confident in. He assured his girlfriend that he had everything thought out, so Jean agreed with his decision. Suddenly, behind the guys, Sun Lu addressed the main character. Coming closer, she brought the guys a list with members of the association who participated in the competition of 10 universities over the previous 3 years. The girl said that she also participated last year, but Hanbei was eliminated in the second round, so she does not know the details. The main character decided to ask Song Lu if she was happy with the fact that he left her. The girl, turning away a little, told him that she didn't care about this decision. The guy was very interested in how Song Lu worked under the leadership of Mu Zhenxing. The girl told the hero that everyone does what they want, so she does not do anything that contradicts her principles. After hearing the answer, Tang Ming wondered if it was because of his sword skills. The girl nodded her head with a sad expression. Tang Ming understood that Song Lu had a difficult past, but her sword skills were not bad. Last time, Jean seemed to have easily defeated her, but in fact she was at the limit of her strength. Therefore, he decided to offer the girl that he would show her several secret sword techniques. The girl was shocked by the guy's proposal. She looked at the guy with a surprised face and talked about how earthly stage techniques were impossible because they were very rare. But the guy asked her not to worry, because he wanted to teach her in exchange for the fact that she would help him in one matter. Without thinking twice, the girl agreed to the protagonist's proposal and told him that she recognized him as the chairman. Meanwhile, while the two guys were training, they suddenly heard a phone ringing. One of the guys got out of the ring because he needed to go talk to whoever called him. Zhao Lian picked up the phone and was shocked by what he was told on the phone. Nobody understood what was happening to him. But still, Xiaoying understood that it was impossible to interrupt the training, so with a terrible face she ordered the fat man to do more push-ups. Zhao Lian was very sad after hearing that someone was getting worse. Zhao Lian didn't really want to tell, so he just said that he needed to leave. He asked for forgiveness because he could not continue training today. His friend said that it was okay, because he could practice at any time. After Tang Ming released him, Zhao Lian immediately ran somewhere. After this, the events are transferred to the hospital, where you can see how the heart pulsates on the graphical interface. It was Zhao's heartbeat Lian mother. One of the doctors told the guy that the mother's condition was gradually deteriorating, and the body's resistance was growing. Specialized, more expensive medications and 24-hour care were needed to prevent adverse outcomes. Because of this, treatment fees will increase exponentially. In addition, you must first pay off your debts, because later you will need even more money. We have already arrived at the hospital. Zhao Lian told the doctor that he had entered Hanbei. He was very interested in whether the government had special medical subsidies. The doctor did not wait long, so he immediately replied that for this it was necessary to pay almost 200,000 more yuan. The guy, realizing what the situation was, still asked the doctor to tell Dr. Zhang and the hospital administration to provide the best medical care for his mother, and he himself would get the money this week. After that, he left the hospital and walked along the sidewalk, thinking about where he could get money. He was thinking about where he could find 200,000 yuan and an additional bonus for subsequent treatment. And if you count in the old way, then it will be 500,000 yuan. Approaching one of the pillars, he hit it with the words that he hated everything. When suddenly he notices a certain sign on a pole. There was an offer for a boxing competition with the main prize being 1 million. The events are immediately transferred to the club, where 2 fighters are boxing in the ring, and a whole room of people is watching them. Suddenly one of the fighters is hit directly on the head. Thus he falls and loses consciousness. The judge standing in front of him considers the report to defeat him. After this, he immediately announces the winner of the fighter, whose name was the Lone Wolf. To the side at the very top of the stands there is a VIP area where Zhao came Lian to take part in this competition. Next to the representative of the organization stood a fighter who was sure that the guy was a complete weakling and that he would defeat him with one blow. While the Lone Wolf was defeating his opponent in the ring, at the same moment Zhao was standing above Lian, who asked to be taken into the boxing ring. The manager didn't like the guy's behavior towards his boss, so he grabbed him by the collar and started yelling at him that he would call security and throw him out. But suddenly the boss, who was sitting behind, decided to give the guy a chance, so he agreed to have him participate in the ring. The boss's name was Yao. He was the owner of an underground boxing club. Smoking a cigar, he wanted a spectacle, so he allowed the guy to participate. Only he warned Zhao Lianya, so that he wouldn't cry later that he wasn't warned. To participate in the ring, the guy had to sign a life and death contract. Zhao Lian didn't care at that moment, so he was ready to sign anything just to get the coveted money. Boss Yao didn't like the guy's impudence a little, so he ordered him to defeat the Lone Wolf first, and only then talk about money. After this, Zhao Lian immediately entered the ring to the Lone Wolf, where everyone around him called him names due to the fact that he was still too small for the ring. At the same moment, a Lone Wolf looked at the guy, who looked at the guy's body with an insidious face and realized that his body was still without scratches. He wanted to change this quickly. But this did not frighten Lian. With a serious face, he immediately became rude to the man. Immediately after the start of the battle was announced, the Lone Wolf immediately began to attack. Zhao Lian at this moment was already ready to attack. Therefore, he immediately sent the Lone Wolf flying with one blow. The man leaned against the ring rope. And then he fell into everything and lost consciousness. None of the fans could have expected such success from the guy. After making sure that the Lone Wolf was defeated, he turned to Boss Yao and asked if he could now become his fighter. Boss Yao was very pleased with the guy, so he shouted to him with a joyful face that he could. He wanted to make the guy a mysterious genius in the boxing field. But suddenly his assistant turned to the boss, who knew that the guy came here only for the money and therefore knew that he would immediately leave after receiving it. The boss didn't care about that, so he wanted Zhao to they made Lian a star, and then he lost in the end and they kept the money for themselves. Boss Yao initially did not want to give 1 million to anyone, so he had this plan from the beginning. He ordered his assistant to go with Zhao Lianya immediately began making a star. Meanwhile, at the training point, the fat man continued to do push-ups, and Xiaoying ordered him. Tang Ming and Wang Jin were worried about Zhao Lianya, because he didn't come to training again, so they wanted to ask his friend about him, but he also didn't know anything. Tang Ming was very worried about this. Events move again to Zhao Lian, who is given a certain capsule. The boss's assistant tried to assure the guy that it was a useful medicine. It reduced the pain while maximizing his potential and giving him full concentration during the fight. He tried to lie to Lian that it was all legal. However, Zhao Lian still didn't want to take it, so he immediately began to leave. Leaving the room, he slammed the door. The assistant became angry because of this, because the guy behaved like a child, so he had no idea what would happen next. Meanwhile, the fight had already begun, where Zhao stood in the ring Lian with his new rival, who seemed very brutal. This fighter's name was Sampa. He was an underground boxer, a first-class fighter with a record performance. From his words, one could understand that he was completely confident in his abilities. But Zhao this did not frighten Lian at all. He understood that the fighters in the underground did not have developed skills, but they were good enough to survive 20 battles. He couldn't wait for the fight to start, so he immediately asked the judge when the fight started. Immediately after the question, the judge began the fight. Sampa tried to wait, so he immediately started attacking the guy because he was angry that he dared to ignore him. Liang as close as possible, Sampa tried to hit him, but the guy managed to dodge. After which the underground boxer tried to attack with his foot, but the guy was again able to block the blow. Jumping away from Sampa, Zhao Lian realized that his opponent had a hardened bone structure. Sampa was waving his finger, and was very happy. He looked at the guy and realized that he looked like he had never been in a black box before, so he couldn't quite understand why the boss would send someone like that here. But after that he didn't care about it all, because he only wanted to win over the guy. He got serious. And then he immediately began to attack Lian. Zhao Lian understood that the situation was not going well, because the boxer was aiming at his head. But still he barely has time to defend himself from this blow. After such a blow, it was very difficult for Lian. But he did not lose heart. Having gained strength and confidence, he struck a victorious blow against Sampa. The underground boxer immediately flew to another part of the ring, and then also fell and lost consciousness. Everyone was shocked that Zhao Lian won again, and it was the indestructible Sampa himself. Leaving the ring, he felt severe pain in his arm. From his feelings he realized that his forearm bones were crushed. He sat in the locker room and applied ice to a sore wound, and next to him stood a manager who reminded him that a new fight was coming soon. The manager with a satisfied face told the guy that if he lost one of the 10 games, he would be disqualified and would not receive a penny, let alone $1 million. With a sly face he told Liang that he was on his side, and he was paid for winning the tournament, so he tried to assure the guy that he meant no harm. He reminded him of the medicine, which was in fact a prohibited substance, but he did not tell him this, so that in any case the guy could be disqualified. After multiple enticements by Zhao Lian still decides to inject this medicine. The manager didn't want to delay this for long, so he immediately gave the ampoule into the guy's hands. The guy, without thinking twice, immediately injected himself into a sore spot. Waving his hand so that the substance would quickly begin to heal, the manager began to tell him, who asked the guy to return the money for the medicine to him after the victory. With a sly face he wanted Zhao Lian used it more because the stronger it is in the early stages, the better. He understood that after some time this substance would work on his life so that the champion's blow would be crushing. Because of this, the boss and the manager would have earned several million more. Zhao's mother lies unconscious Lianya. He came to the hospital to pay 100,000 yuan to continue his mother's treatment. Being in not very good condition, Zhao Lian wondered how his mother was doing. The doctor said that her condition had stabilized, so her life was not in danger. Looking at his mother, the guy said that he would pay them the rest of the money later, so he wanted the doctors to take care of her. Meanwhile, the guys were training at the training center. One of the guys tried to attack the main character, but he easily managed to dodge this attack. Immediately after dodging, he took advantage of the opportunity to throw his friend to the side. Tang Ming, having defeated one opponent, immediately called Zhao Lian to fight with him. Lian, being completely beaten, was preparing for battle. Tang Ming immediately noticed the guy's wound, so he immediately asked what it was. But Zhao Lian tried to convince the main character that he was just practicing a lot on his own, so he asked them not to worry about him. He immediately began to attack the main character. But he was easily able to stop the attack with nunchucks. Immediately after this, a green dragon appeared with a bladed weapon. This was the internal qi that left the body. Tang Ming was very happy about this because his friend was able to reach the stage of true intentions. After the unsuccessful first attack, he did not lose heart, and therefore immediately prepared for a new one. Zhao Lian tried to kick with his feet, but again it failed. While fighting against a friend, Tang Ming noticed that these moves were not taught in school, so he wondered where Lian was able to learn them. Suddenly Zhao's eyes Lian turned furiously red, and his face began to turn very red. He tried to hit Tang Ming with furious anger, but fortunately he repels his attack again. The main character immediately noticed that this was an unusual power. He understood that something was wrong with his friend. At the same moment, after another unsuccessful attack, Zhao Lian came to his senses. He was sweating a lot because of this. The guy didn't look very good. It was clear that there was something wrong with him, but his roommates, not noticing anything strange, were simply happy for him. Xiaoying and Wang Jin, just like the main character, looked at Lian because they understood that something was wrong with him. Suddenly Tang Ming approached the guys. With a serious face he decided to ask his friend whether he had taken drugs or not. The guys were immediately shocked by this news, so they also began to ask Lian about it. But the guy didn't say anything, he just closed his eyes because he couldn't normally look straight into their faces. Tang Ming realized that he shouldn't wait for an answer, so he decided to speak first. He told everyone that currently, some so-called pharmaceutical drugs on the market that can improve the strength of fighters are under strict control, because these things have a great effect on people, and can harm the human body's system without being noticed. The guys were scared for Zhao Lianya, so when asking, they hoped that the guy didn't use it. When suddenly the main character starts shouting at Lian from the side. He tried to convey the right thoughts to his head, so he said that if this continues, then his path as a fighter will not only be difficult, but also deadly. After all this, Zhao Lian still decided to answer the hero. He sincerely answered that he did not know that it was so harmful. Realizing his guilt, he decided to tell why he did this. Lian told about his mother, with whom everything was very serious. She was undergoing difficult treatment, so he had no other choice. Barely able to stand, he said that he just needed money. Tang Ming wanted to find out more, so he asked Zhao Lian talked more about all this. After that, he told everything about what happened to him, and why he started using these substances. With tears in his eyes, he said that he had no choice due to his mother's illness. The guys were very surprised by this outcome of events, because they could not imagine such a thing. Tang Ming also tried to explain that the guy should not do this again, because the guys were ready to help him at any second and therefore there was no need to get involved in strange ways of making money. Wang Jin thought about the casinos and gambling establishments where Zhao was Lian. She understood that the Luo family was in charge of all the casinos and other gambling games in the country, so she was afraid that this would not be so easy to resolve. Tang Ming didn't know how many people had suffered from their actions, but today he wanted to do some real-life training and see what this place was like. He understood that the Luo family was very insidious, and it was in no way inferior to the Muzan family. They not only opened casinos everywhere, but even sold many young fighters in order to open their own platform for broadcasting death matches. He knew that as a result, the Luo family became enemies of the Chinese government, and were expelled from the 13 families soon after. After this, events moved to late afternoon, where the protagonist standing around many guards asked that he act in Zhao's place Lianya. He tried to lure his boss with his abilities so that he would get more money. Boss Yao liked this idea, so he ordered his guards to eliminate the main character. At that moment, all the guards surrounded the guy, thereby blocking all escape routes. One of the guards was very confident in himself, because he believed that the guy had no chance against the crowd. But suddenly, Tang Ming immediately crushes this guard with one blow. All the guards just stood aside in surprise. They immediately became angry with him and therefore took a fighting stance. But suddenly they were all stopped by their boss, who, standing in the center of his guard, was very pleased with the main character. Smoking a cigar, he was completely convinced that the guy really was strong. Therefore, he still decided to take him on his responsibility so that he would fight for Zhao Lianya. The guys were a little worried about the guy, but the hero convinced him of his determination, so he asked the guys to take a better place. At that same moment, the assistant decided to ask the boss what he had come up with. But he asked him to shut up, because all Yao cared about was money. While smoking a cigar, he praised Tang Ming, so he wanted the assistant to give him a dose now. He warned his assistant because he didn't want anyone to find out about it. Arriving at the locker room, an assistant was already waiting for the main character, who again lied to him that it was just medicine, so he needed to drink it. Tang Ming, holding the ampoule in his hand, tried to appear more stupid so that the assistant could not suspect anything. The assistant, with a smile on his face, praised the guy for injecting the substance into his hand, but inside him he wanted the hero to simply plunge into narcotic euphoria, and he no longer had a chance to stop taking it. After the application, Tang Ming entered the ring, where everyone safely underestimated him because he was a stranger. But Tang Ming was not upset at all. He recalled events from a past life where he fought in an underground boxing ring. He was glad, because if he had not had experience from his past life, he would have had a hard time. He did not hide his identity, and played 100 matches in a row in an underground boxing tournament, and also won the title. Underground King of 100 Killers. The judge did not want to hesitate, so he immediately began to introduce the main character as a new fighter instead of Zhao Lianya. The guy's opponent today was a mad dog, who has a wealth of experience in the game and has won almost 50 games so far. Immediately after this, he announced the start of the fight. The crazy dog did not wait long, so he immediately attacked the main character with the thoughts that he was a weakling. With both hands, he tried to damage the hero. But suddenly he notices that his attack did not work. He could not understand what was the matter, because this technique could break the spine of even an adult. Tang Ming, with a smile on his face, held his opponent's head and advised him that it was time for him to rest. Therefore, he immediately pins the crazy dog to the floor of the ring, thereby defeating him. There was absolute silence in the hall, because no one could imagine such an outcome of events. After Tang Ming was announced as the winner, everyone began to rejoice that they had won money. The fans glorified the main character, because he was damn strong. Boss Yao, watching the fight, was very pleased with the main character, so he ordered his assistants to prepare him for the next fight and give him the substance. In the training room, the vile assistant asked the hero how he felt. With a hypocritical smile, he told the guy impressive things, that he was very cool, but in reality he wanted the guy to die quickly. The assistant again gave the ampoule to Tang Ming so that he could quickly consume it in front of his eyes. After that, everyone waited with great anticipation for a new battle. The protagonist's friends were a little worried about him, because now he would be facing an absolute champion who had never lost in a fight before. The girls did not doubt Tang Ming at all. They understood that the champion did not have a chance against him, but Wang Jin still did not want to underestimate the champion. At that moment, the champion was already waiting for the main character in the ring. He was wearing lipstick, this was his style. Suddenly, the champion attacks the main character, but he barely manages to dodge such a quick attack. Tang Ming realized that he had a fast opponent against him, who was quite good for a fighter with a record of 100 fights. The champion was surprised that the guy was able to dodge his attack. Therefore, he took a fighting stance to see all of Tang Ming's true fighting strength. With great speed, the champion began to attack the guy, but he still could not even touch him. But he didn't lose his enthusiasm, so he tried to catch the hero making a mistake. The champion was finally able to hit the main character, but his blow was blocked by the guy. Tang Ming realized that his opponent had great strength, but he could not understand why he was acting strangely, but this did not detract from his merits. The guy looked at the boss, who was sitting and watching the fight. Boss Yao looked at the main character with a sly face, and then said that now was the time. After speaking the words, Tang Ming clutched his heart. His body did not obey him. All the guys began to worry about the hero, but only Wang Jin understood what was happening. Xiaoying didn't understand what Jin meant, so the girl began to tell her younger friend that there were no signs of internal qi. Tang Ming was most likely just pretending, so she suggested that they just watch what happens next first. The champion crossed his arms and understood what was happening. He was glad that the drugs had finally worked on Tang Ming. With a smile on his face, he laughed at the guy because he considered the students a little shabby by society. He told the hero that it was impossible to trust other people like that, so he believed that it would not be difficult for him to kill Tang Ming. He began to reach out his hand to the main character's head. And then he prepared to put the guy in a chokehold in order to finally finish off the student. The champion didn't really like that Tang Ming resisted so weakly. But still, he decided to tell the truth about the fact that his boss asked him to kill the guy. However, he offered him the favor to give him 500,000 and then he would leave him alive. Suddenly, Tang Ming turned to the champion, who was a little dissatisfied that they only asked for 500,000 for his life. The villain immediately suspected something was wrong, so he decided that he had to immediately strangle the guy to avoid getting into trouble. Suddenly, Tang Ming's hand was covered in a blue aura, which broke the villain's arm in 1 second. Xiaoying was very happy for Tang Ming because she had previously been very worried about him. Boss Yao still could not understand how the main character could still stand on his feet, because there were dozens more drugs in his body than normal. The champion held on and looked at his hand. He roared because his hand was broken in two. The villain could not believe it, because all his accomplices had previously thought that the main character was definitely finished. However, the guy was full of energy. He knew what his opponent was thinking, but he used his inner qi to break down the drug directly in his body. He was just playing with him. This underground boxing tournament was quite boring for him. Because of these words, the champion tried to attack the main character. But Tang Ming was no longer going to give in, so with one blow he sent his opponent flying. After this blow, the main character decided to spare the scoundrel and leave him alive. But he did not want to take 500,000 yuan from him, so he gave it to his rival so that he could use it for an appointment with a specialist in the hospital. There was chaos around the ring. The fans who bet on Tang Ming were very happy due to the fact that they were now rich. At the same moment, Boss Yao looked at the guy and was very angry, because of him he lost a lot of money. In the blink of an eye, the ring was cleared by guards who did not want to let the main character and his friends go. They held machine guns in their hands to stop the guys. However, all of them did not panic at all, except for the fat man. Behind the guards was the boss, who wanted the main character to fight him, because he was supported by the 5th largest Taoist family, the Luo family. However, Wang Jin did not want a battle, so she proposed to disperse peacefully, because if something happened to her, then they would all be responsible for it. Boss Yao heard this surname, and couldn't understand why the Wang family was involved in this. He didn't want conflicts with his family, so he allowed Jin to leave, and everyone else, according to him, had to die. However, Wang Jin had no intention of leaving without her friends. Boss Yao was not going to give in to the girl, so he was ready to kill her too. He hoped that he would just clean everything up and everything would calm down. Suddenly shots began to be fired from all the guns. The guys immediately grouped up to protect themselves from bullets. Tang Ming, with confident emotions, reassured the fat man that none of them would die. Suddenly the main character concentrated. With this action, he was able to create a protective dome around the guys, which protected them from all shots. The fat man was shocked by what he saw. He could not even imagine that the main character could do such a thing. Tang Ming extended his palm forward, thus holding all the bullets in the air so that they could not pass further. At this very moment, Wan Jin was shocked by her boyfriend's ability because she knew this ability. This was the 7th technique of the 9 heroes of the spiritual secret method. She was very surprised that he was able to stop bullets with his energy. The guy raised 2 fingers in front of him and told everyone that nothing was impossible. In his previous life, he could easily cover an entire city like this thanks to the release of his divine power, not to mention such a small space. Through the Weiji method of tempering, his essence, energy and spirit were tempered together from the source, and the wonders of consciousness were revealed. Of course, now, in the era of chi purification before the breakthrough of the theory, this is perceived as a miracle. Suddenly, many villains began to hurt something. They quickly died one after another. Boss Yao, looking at all this, could not even imagine that so many of his people were killed in 1 second. He still couldn't understand what was happening at that second. The main character, holding back the attacks, told the scoundrel that it was because of scum like him that harmful substances were spreading in China, as a result of which many cultivators strayed from the true paths. He believed that such a crime should have been punishable. At this moment, while there was a dialogue between the main character and the main villain, one of the villains remained behind the guy, next to whom lay a rocket launcher. He tried to take advantage of the moment, and therefore decided to grab the rocket launcher to finish off the hero. Wan Jin, noticing this, immediately warned the guy to be careful. However, Tang Ming simply stood there without even turning to face the villain. All he did was extend his hand towards the rocket flying towards him, so he stopped it in the air. Suddenly the explosive charge simply disappears into thin air. Tang Ming began to get tired of all this, and so he decided that it was time to end the conflict. He immediately shot magic at Boss Yao, thus knocking him to the ground. The hero came closer to him and told him to get out of his sight. Boss Yao did not push his luck and therefore immediately began to leave with his assistants. As he left, he shouted that the Luo family would now not leave the main character alone. Wan Jin, watching how the villains left them, decided to ask the guy if he really would leave them alone. But he turned to her and said that he would not let them go so easily, so the rocket explosion was concentrated by his consciousness, which would occur in a maximum of 10 seconds. At that very second, Boss Yao felt unwell. And immediately after this there was a big explosion, thereby killing all the villains. Tang Ming understood that all the guys had questions for him, so he warned them that he would not be able to answer them now. He trusted them all, and hoped that they could trust him too. The guys unanimously answered that they agreed. Tang Ming, making sure that the situation was completely smoothed over, decided to invite the guys to go to the hospital and visit Zhao's mother Lian, because he believed that this was the most important thing now. Events are transferred to the hospital where the guys have already arrived. They stood next to Zhao's mother's bed Lianya, who was lying unconscious. Zhao Lian with a touching face held onto his mother's bed. He told the guys about her condition, which was something strange, because his mother was in deep sleep, and her condition could change from optimistic to critical. Tang Ming was interested. How long this had been going on, so he decided to ask his friend. Lian, when answering, could not name the exact time, so he decided to tell him that his mother understood a lot about cultivation. Tang Ming looked at the sick woman and was surprised that the disease was actually widespread, making it difficult to resort to the spiritual side of cultivation in subsequent generations. He couldn't even imagine that they would deal with this. Xiao Fei, looking at the woman, told everyone that there was no choice, because a definitive cure had not yet been created and therefore, at best, with such a disease, a person would simply be in a coma all his life. After hearing Zhao's words, Lien turned pale because he could not believe such an outcome of events. Everyone has almost lost hope. However, suddenly Tang Ming says that he can cure Zhao's mother Lianya. Fei didn't really believe in these words, so he decided to say quietly in the hero's ears so that he would not speak so confidently, because if in the end nothing worked out, Zhao Lian may become even more devastated. But Tang Ming was still confident in his words. He said that he could really cure this disease. He read about it in books, and the cause of the disease was mainly the spiritual poison hidden in the internal energy. However, Xiao Fei began to argue about this with the main character, because he was not completely convinced of all this. The main character, looking at the guy, could not even imagine that Xiao Fei knew a lot about medicine and how to heal people, but unfortunately, his knowledge was not yet enough. So he began to improvise that he was telling the truth, saying that he had actually read about it in ancient medical books. This method of acupuncture was actually invented to treat complex diseases, and the books described the treatment processes in detail. The guy continued to tell his friends about his medical knowledge, trying to convince them and believe in him. But he was still afraid that no one would believe that he could cure this disease unless he cited the title of an ancient medical book as proof. After talking about his medical abilities, he decided to ask Zhao Lianya whether he believed him or not. Lien did not remain silent for a long time, so he told the doctor that he trusted Tang Ming because he knew that the main character would not do anything that he was not sure of. Tang Ming smiled because of the answer he heard. His friend's consent was enough for him. If he could not cure his mother, he would give his life instead of hers. He did not waste time, so he immediately began treating his mother. Concentrating, he realized that the poison had been in her body for a long time, so, not surprisingly, it would take some effort to remove it completely. The doctor who stood next to the sick woman was shocked by the abilities of the protagonist, because his technique really worked and spiritual poison came out of the woman. Tang Ming, despite all the discussions around him, continued to concentrate on pulling out the poison from the woman's body. He held in his hand a red ball, which was a spiritual poison extracted from the body of the victim. Looking at him, the guy said that this was only part of everything. The spiritual poison has been in the body for a long time. It will not be possible to immediately remove the damage, since it has already caused damage to the human body, so this can only be done in small parts. If he removes it once a week, it will take less than 2 or 3 months. The doctor was very surprised by what was happening, because before he could not believe in such capabilities of a novice cultivator. The main character, holding hands with the doctor, smiled and said that if he was interested, he could explain how it works, but later. Smiling, he realized that it would be more than 10 years before internal qi would be widely used in the field of martial arts medicine. Such a revolution had largely integrated traditional medicine with the various means of cultivators, initially creating a situation where there was no distinction between doctors and cultivators. Suddenly the sleeping woman's hand moved. And then she opened her eyes and asked where she was. Zhao Liang, with tears in his eyes, immediately ran to his mother, who was interested in what happened to her. Tang Ming, watching all this, understood that the best thing to do now is to leave the mother and son alone, so he invited all the guys to go out and leave them alone. After leaving the ward, Xiao Fei decided to propose to Tang Ming to become the chief physician of his father's pharmaceutical company. A friend started talking about a small company that invested heavily in drug research and development, and hired some of the best minds in the medical field. They don't disclose what they do in their field, that's why everyone wants to come here, and if the main character is most importantly, he will be paid well. Tang Ming, remembering that this company would help cultivators in the future, decided to agree to go there after all. But suddenly their dialogue is interrupted by the opening of the door of the chamber from which Xiao was leaving Lien, who said that his mother felt much better and her body functions began to slowly recover. With tears in his eyes, the guy came closer to the main character. he thanked Tang Ming. He was ready to do anything for the main character now. The main character simply smiled in response, and said that this is how it should be, because they are brothers. After a fight at an underground boxing match, returning to normal student life, Tang Ming decided to spend a week in the laboratory in complete isolation. Realizing the importance of medicines, Tang Ming collected various medicinal samples that took more than 20 years to research in his previous life. He also wrote 2 methods for practicing control of internal qi: Helix Jin and Jinjing. The week flew by quickly. The main character came to Hanbei University, where there was a place for exchanging goods. Going inside, he asked Mr. Ming how he was doing. The guy needed Xian skills, which could be exchanged for merits that a beginner hero type did not have. But Tang Ming knew this, so he wanted to exchange them for martial arts. This was very interesting for the old man, because there had never been such a precedent at school. The guy, without wasting a moment, suggested to the old man that he take a look at them first. Tang Ming immediately began demonstrating the methods: Helix Jin and Jinjin. Helix method Jin is like a bullet that rotates through the rifling to achieve fast, accurate, and stable projection. This force is generated by rotating the main part of the tiger thigh horizontally, and the main part of the dragon spine is compressed vertically. It is called dragon tiger power. The hip and spine were the core of the movement structure of the human body. If you master this technique, the strength will become infinite. Jinjin is a kind of internal energy that not only shakes the human body, but also destroys internal organs, nerves, and blood vessels. When touched, it can even cause displacement of the central nervous system and death points, and then paralyze or kill. Master Ming listened to the guy and thought about his words. He understood that these 2 techniques seemed simple, but in fact they were incredibly mysterious. He didn't expect Tang Ming to be able to create such a martial art at such a young age. As he continued to analyze them, he saw that these 2 endurance techniques were vividly written and sophisticated, making them memorable and understandable at a glance. Moreover, even he would want to read and try. If they were able to distribute it to the university, it would definitely strengthen the overall strength of Hanbei University students. After thinking about it, the old man finally decided to express his thoughts about these skills. He said that these 2 sets of skills are really good, so he will let you exchange them for 2 valuable Xian skills. He asked the guy to come to him so that he could choose them. Master Ming looked at the guy's choice and couldn't understand why he decided to choose this, because the techniques that were chosen by the main character were intended for female swordsmen. But the guy told the old man not to worry about such little things. After this, the events are transferred to the park, where Tang Ming stood under one of the trees. He was here specifically because he called Song Lu here to tell her something. He took out his phone and reminded the girl of their promise. Then the guy asked the girl to look at her phone. Turned on the phone, the girl saw valuable methods that came from the main character. She didn't expect that Tang Ming would actually keep his word and give her one of the most valuable sword cultivation methods in the school. With seething emotions, the girl began to ask Tang Ming where he got such valuable methods. The girl could not fully believe what was happening, because she considered herself and the main character to be former rivals. However, Tang Ming did not think so. He told the girl that there was no need to dwell on the past. The guy believed that Song Lu was a stubborn and honest person. He believed that she could become an excellent fighter after a lot of training. Song Lu, after hearing this, raised her hand one to the other, thereby showing that she now remains indebted to Tang. And if he ever needs her help, she will gladly help. The guy looked at the girl and asked her not to do anything that could harm the world. Having finished the conversation, the main character began to leave the girl and told her to go home and practice her technique. The girl, in turn, looked at him excitedly. Now she began to understand that Tang Ming was truly an unusual person. A week later, training ground. In the ring, Wang Jin fights against Sun Lu, thereby practicing their skills. The main character stood and watched all this. Tang Ming, while watching the girls train, noticed that Song Lu's swordsmanship had improved not only due to his own new skills, but also due to his attitude of hard work. Otherwise, without the sword mastery of the Shuyan method, a second-level Nui, she would not be able to fight Ting Jing on equal terms for dozens of rounds. At the same moment, Songlu looked at the main character and thanked him inside for such a valuable skill, because of which, when she takes the sword away from Wang Jin, her hands do not shake and her back no longer hurts. The girl showed an excellent result against Wang Jin. In turn, it was not easy for Wang Jin to fight against the girl. Because of this, she was very interested in what Song Lu practiced. She was very impressed that Lu had made progress so quickly. Because of this, Jin realized that she, too, had to give it her all. Suddenly, she uses sword energy defense, which makes Song Lu surprised. The girl could not believe that it was a gift from the cultivator's seeds. So she didn't take any chances and stepped back. Song Lu's sword cracked and fell apart, so the girl admitted that she had lost this time. Wang Jin, having finished the fight, decided to praise her opponent because she had become much stronger. In turn, Lu told Jin to expect her defeat in the future. Xiao Fei and Zhao run into the training palace Lian, who wanted to notify the guys that the condition of Zhao's mother Lianya improved, and the doctor said that she would soon be discharged. This news made Tang Ming very happy, so he immediately attacked Zhao. Lianya was happy, but the friend, in turn, conveyed gratitude from his mother, who personally wanted to thank the main character. Xiao Fei asked how Tang Ming was doing. He told his father about how the hero cured people, so his father wanted to meet him no matter what. Tang Ming made a condition before answering. He was interested in drug development because he understood that the laboratory is the most secret place in every pharmaceutical company. He didn't expect Xiao Fei to trust him so much and let him in there. Afterwards, the guy turned to his girlfriend and asked her to prepare something for him. He raised his hand with the ampoule and said that he wanted to finalize this. After this, the hero and his friend come to the pharmaceutical company, where they were met at the entrance by a lot of servants. The man who was wearing a business suit was Xiao Fei's father, whose name was Xiao Feng. He asked Academician Su, a rank 5 cultivator, to come with him because his father really wanted to introduce him to the main character. As soon as Xiao Feng saw the main character, he immediately walked up to him and shook his hand because he was very grateful to people like Tang Ming. The father thanked the guy for helping his son lose weight. While expressing gratitude to the main character, he almost forgot to introduce him to Academician Su. So he immediately started introducing each other to them. Mr. Su was a national academician who headed their research laboratory. The academician did not want to waste much time, so he immediately started getting to know the guy. He hoped that the hero would not interfere with their work, because they could not afford to make mistakes. However, the guy was relaxed, so he asked them not to worry too much. Suddenly, a scream sounded out of nowhere. It was 2 laboratory assistants who ran screaming to Academician Su to notify him that all 104 batches of mice exploded and died. Su couldn't believe it, so he asked his assistant to take him there. The scientists could not understand how this happened, so the laboratory assistants began to say that after the mice were injected with the drug, their wounds began to heal quickly, but then they died, just at the moment when they were almost completely healed. Tang Ming heard the conversation and began to think about the fact that this kind of medicine that activated the healing power of cultivators should not have been released before 2120 in his previous life. He couldn't believe that the Xiao family's pharmaceutical company had started researching this 10 years ago. But he understood that now they were still far from completing it. He decided to help the scientists with this, so he extended his hands to the graphic screen. The laboratory assistants saw this and immediately began to run to him because they were angry with him because he began to change Mr. Su's formula. Tang Ming, having changed the code and corrected the errors, decided to reassure the workers. He asked them to try to use his form. A strange energy emanated from the scientists who stood in front of the guy. After all, they did not consider the main character to be a scientist and therefore did not believe in his formula, so it was possible to understand that they considered the guy to be a stupid teenager. Suddenly, Xiao Fei stands up for Tang Ming, who was shouting at the scientists because they didn't even try Tang's formula. He assured everyone that there was nothing in the world that the main character could not cope with. That's how much he believed in him. Tang Ming, after listening to his friend, also decided to add that his formula was correct, so he gave examples and told why the scientists made a mistake. The words of the main character struck academician Su. He couldn't even imagine that Tang Ming, who was so young, would be able to see the root of the problem the first time. Moreover, his medical theory is so insightful that it is 100 times superior to Mr. Su. He realized that it was worth trying the guy's method, so he ordered his assistants to try the hero's method this time. The laboratory technicians did not waste time. They immediately began testing this formula on the mouse. Suddenly, the wounds on the mouse's body began to heal, which meant that the guy's formula really was working. The scientists saw this and began to rejoice with all their might because they had finally achieved the desired result. Tang Ming, observing the workers, began to explain that all medicines have their own advantages. His formula focuses on the combination of medicines and the complementarity of medicinal properties. Thus, the medicine not only eliminates the disease, but also significantly reduces the harm to the patient from the side effects of the medicine, so that the best therapeutic effect can be achieved. At this moment, Mr. Su approached the main character, who really wanted to ask the guy a few questions. He was very interested in why the mice died because of his medicine, despite the fact that they were cured. He wanted to know what he should pay attention to in his future research, so he wanted Tang to help him. The hero did not waste much time, so he began to tell that everyone in this life receives partial qi of heaven and earth for human use. Correcting abnormalities in the human body requires activating the true qi in the body. Thus, he continued to talk about the mistakes scientists made in the study. Mr. Su was very impressed by the guy's information. The academician was very ashamed in front of the main character, because he did not understand what he was talking about. He was grateful to the guy, so he hoped that in the future they would continue to collaborate together. Tang Ming heard these words and decided to take advantage of the situation, and therefore began to say that he was actually here today to talk about cooperation with the company. He also brought with him a box containing samples of drugs that he had previously studied at the university. The guys decided to sit down on the sofa and continue the conversation there. The main character sat down and began to talk about a pill that improved a person's sensitivity to spiritual energy and accelerates its absorption, increasing the efficiency of transformation of internal qi. Mr. Su, holding this pill, replied that they had tried to do this before, but they couldn't, so he wanted to try the guy's medicine. He brought the pill to his mouth and swallowed it. Suddenly his body began to fill with energy, which greatly impressed the scientist. At that very second he shared his impressions with the guys. It was very unusual for him. A strong sweat of true qi flowed throughout the body. Seeing the academician's emotions, Xiao Feng decided to ask what the main character wanted. Tang Ming put forward two conditions: firstly, to keep his cost and production price as low as possible, while ensuring profitability so that every cultivator could afford it, and secondly, not to advertise to the public that this medicine was made by him. His can be called Su Lao. Xiao Feng was suitable for such actions, so he immediately accepted them. He also greatly admired people like Tang Ming, so he decided to give him 30% of the company's shares. Mr. Su felt a little awkward at this moment, because he couldn't believe that the main character would give up his name in such a study. The academician was even ready to resign if a guy wanted to take his place, but the main character said that he was just a student and therefore did not want to attract unnecessary attention. Xiao Feng looked at them, discussing the main character. They were quite shocked by a talent like him. Suddenly, Xiao Feng angrily began to say that they must bring this medicine to the market as soon as possible, and he will not allow these aliens to take the lives of many cultivators and destroy people's happy families again. He was angry at the aliens because if it weren't for them, his wife wouldn't exist. He is stopped by Mr. Su, who did not allow Xiao Feng to finish. He reassured him that with this medicine the company would develop faster. They wanted to make sure that all cultivators of the land had access to the best medicines. Xiao Fei, following Tang Ming, praised him very much because he really admired the main character very much. While Xiao Fei was rejoicing, the main character understood that what they were doing now were only the first steps towards increasing the overall strength of humanity. They still had a long way to go. The capital, which is currently hosting 10 major competitions, is filled with the aroma of the great Chinese tournament. Holding the profile of the main character in his hands, someone could not even believe that the guy would achieve such opportunities and heights in just a few months. This someone was Wang Yinjin's older brother. He reprimanded the protagonist's older sister, who admired her younger brother. Two feelings were struggling in the girl, one of which said that it was impossible to master everything in this life, and the other said that she simply needed to work harder. Because of this, the girl decided to try her best to see her younger brother. Meanwhile, events moved to the office of a pharmaceutical company, where Su Feng, Mr. Su and the main character are sitting at the table. The owner of the company wanted to notify the guy that his pills, which he brought to them, after many experiments showed their effectiveness. Academician Su also decided to add on his own behalf that these pills worked better for low-ranking cultivators. Tang Ming was wondering when the product would be released and what the price would be, to which the owner of the company replied that almost everything was ready, and the price would be slightly higher than cost. Since the main character's goal of his cure was to increase the power of the earth and drive out the aliens, it should have been called Superlight. His partners liked the name. Tang Ming understood that the dialogue was coming to an end, so he did not waste time, but immediately said that he was already leaving. But suddenly, Xiao Feng stops him because he wanted to tell him more about his idea, which will make their product a hit in China. He understood that this competition, like the Big Ten, attracted the attention of cultivators all over the country, so all they had to do was provide the series to the Big Ten competition for free so that participants could use them without cost. The main character liked this idea. The gentleman wanted to continue his speech, so he decided to touch upon a topic related to the Muzhan family. He couldn't understand why the Murong family hadn't created anything yet this year. These words alerted not only Mr. Feng, but now also the main character. Meanwhile, events are now moving to the Muzhan company. The eldest brother of the family, Muzhan, sat at the table and talked with his son. He told him that the purpose of this competition was to choose the best cultivators for the country. Therefore, they cannot afford to miss this opportunity. He also decided to warn his son about Tang Ming because his cousin was killed by him. However, the son did not take the main character seriously. He blamed Muzhen Sin, whom he considered weak, for the defeat. In terms of strength, he was on par with Jinping. In terms of cultivation, he is a third-class cultivator just one step away from fourth class, so he believes that he cannot lose to a newcomer who has just become second class. He spoke about his cousin that he was not as good as the others and it was an honor for him to die in battle, but he still wants to take revenge on Monsieur Mugan. The father, listening to his son, still decided to once again remind him of Tang Ming's strength. However, he did not listen and therefore immediately turned off the call. Suddenly, the head of the Muzhen family called him from his assistant. It was his younger brother, who called to report that the alien potion had disappeared somewhere. Based on their memories, he assumed that the person who stole the alien potion was the third brother. The elder brother reassured his second brother that he would take care of it himself, because he warned the third brother not to drag the family into trouble. After this, events moved to Hanbei University. Murong Yuan, who was waiting for someone, finally came to the person he called. Murong Yuan didn't want to wait long, so he immediately gave the alien thing to this person. He wanted this person to use this to get rid of Tang Ming in the Big Ten competition. After the mission is completed, Murong Yuan will make the stranger his student, and give him the skills of the Xian class, then it will only be a matter of time before he progresses to the fourth class. Yuan smiled wickedly because he couldn't wait for the main character to die. Murong Yuan then warned his ward to do everything right and not let him down. Suddenly their conversation is interrupted by a certain girl. It was Xiao Qing, vice president of the Shudo Society of Hara University. According to the school's rules, outsiders were not allowed to enter at will, so she asked the villains who they were. She saw a familiar face because this guy was one of their club members. His name was Zhang Qi. However, she didn't know who was next to him, so she decided to ask the guy. Zhang Qi couldn't understand why Xiao Qing appeared at that moment, because he told her that he was in charge of patrolling today. Murong Yuan quietly told the guy that if she understood everything, then they would not be able to let her live, endangering their plan in the future. Zhang Qi did not want his friend to die, so he warned that her death now would be completely out of place, because in this way their plan could be postponed, or even go bad. They began to communicate by telepathy. Murong Yuan reminded them for the last time that they must get rid of Tang Ming. After that, he didn't stay there for long, so he immediately began to leave the roof of the school. The girl tried to stop him, but he didn't care, he just left. Murong Yuan, leaving school, believed that today he showed mercy, but when his plan is completed, he will still take away all the witnesses. The girl ran up to the roof railing to look at the escapee. But she didn't see anything there anymore, because there was no one there. Xiao Qing immediately decided to ask the guy who it was. However, he did not answer her question. He asked that she simply remember to thank him later. The girl looked at the guy and felt that she had a bad feeling. When she heard Tang Ming's name, she knew that they were talking about something bad, so she was afraid for Xiao Fei, because he might be in danger. Holding her fist next to her chest, she asked herself the same question: what should she do in such a situation? Xiao Fei at that moment also felt that there was something wrong with his sister, because their mental connection had never failed since childhood. Suddenly his friend comes up to him and asks what happened to him. Tang Mina also approached the guys, who gathered them all here to announce the official lineup for the competition. He started calling out names: Wang Jin, Fang Xiaoying and Song Lu. Xiao Fei was a little surprised that the boss was not on the list, but in his heart he was glad that he was not chosen. All the guys were a little sad because they weren't chosen for the list, which meant that they considered themselves inferior to the girls. But suddenly their whining is interrupted by Song Lu, who told the guys that the president had not finished his speech yet. Wang Jin at this moment decided to ask Tang Ming what he would do with the replacement. When suddenly Xiaoying shouts from the side, who suggested that the guys all try to fight. Whoever wins will be the replacement. Hearing the girl's proposal, the guys immediately became excited because they wanted to show their master class what they were capable of. But suddenly Tang Ming asked the guys not to worry, because he was going to choose Zhao as a replacement Lianya and Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei didn't want to fight, so he tried to dissuade the protagonist from his choice. However, Tang Ming didn't like this and started yelling at the guy and saying that he would never allow his subordinates to retreat. He looked at Fei with a terrible look and threatened him that if he did not fight, then after the competition the hero would beat him with all his might for 3 days. Xiao Fei, shaking with fear, realized that when he was a child, he thought that his sister was the most terrible person in the world. But he considered himself so naive, because now he was 100% sure that the most terrible person in the world was Boss Tang. Even aliens were not as scary to him as he was. But after that, Tang Ming stopped yelling at the guy and decided to cheer him up a little, because he and his father really expected excellent results from the guy. Now the main character called all his buddies to follow him because he specifically asked Master Shan to arrange a special fight for them. At the same moment, Xiao Fei was looking at them from the side, who understood that a bad feeling had never let him down. After that, he ran with everyone where the main character led. Arriving at the appointed place, Tang Ming explained to the guys that this was a battle simulation room. He ordered the guys to go there, because the mentor was already waiting for them. When they entered, they saw Master Shan. The guys were shocked by what they saw, because they had never seen anything like it. The mentor advised the main character to take care of his friends and explain that this was not a playroom. He clapped his hands to draw the guy's attention to himself, and after that he began to explain that this room was not just a playroom. Wearing a helmet, he told the guys that it emptied the mind, and then spiritual consciousness was transferred to a simulated space using virtual reality technology. Unlike the game, this is a training simulator for those who have no experience in Mortal Kombat, so it simulates the pain of injuries. After long practice, a cultivator's spiritual power can develop into a more powerful, almost divine consciousness. After telling the story, the hero asked his friends if they had any questions. However, suddenly, Mentor Sean began telling students that few students were eligible to apply for simulation training. He arranged this mock training for them solely because of their president. He understood that even if the guys did not fight in competitions, this practice would still be useful for them. The guys simultaneously agreed with the mentor's words. Xiao Fei, being inside the capsule, could not understand how he could defeat a second-class cultivator. While the guys were in the capsules with their helmets on, the main character and the mentor looked at them and controlled the process. State loading has started. How suddenly Zhao Lian noticed that his hand was numb. The guy immediately realized that this was a rank 2 cultivator, but he noticed that his opponent was weaker than the main character, but he was still careful with him. As he hit the opponent, he understood that the strength level indicated that this was a fake rank 2 cultivator. The second guy also easily dodged his opponent's attack, and he also compared the protagonist to a fake cultivator. But this only helped him try his best to win. The technique he used was called True Yang Blade. It was the president's secret technique. The guys, having defeated their fake opponents, immediately left the capsule. However, Xiao Fei still continued to remain in the cell. The guys immediately noticed that something was wrong with Fei, so the main character decided to warn the mentor about it. The mentor, observing the situation, realized that the reality and virtuality of Xiao Fei got together, and it all took 10 minutes to fix. Tang Ming at that moment looked at this situation and realized that if he did not intervene, then his friend would suffer for real, maybe even critically. He walked up to the capsule and concentrated. He activated on Xiao Fei's spiritual liberation. The mentor was shocked by what he saw, because he knew that this could be seen very rarely. He couldn't understand how the main hero managed to separate Dao's consciousness Fei from similar signals and control his mind with such precision. Freeing Xiao Fei, Tang Ming decided to do better training for him because there was only a week left before the tournament. Meanwhile, in the Cultivator Alliance, the elders gathered at the table. This old man was the head. His name was Li. He was a rank 9 cultivator. Next to him sat the fiery Ha Dao, an 8th grade cultivator, and next to him was a balding old man named Master Wang Shu, who was also an 8th grade cultivator. Opposite them sat Guan Han, who slightly angered the fiery Ha Dao. Headley didn't want to watch the elders quarrel, so without hesitation he hit the table with his palm. According to him, it was clear that the elders had been at odds for more than 1 year. He told everyone to look at the state of Master Winchi, who was sitting next to him playing with a typewriter, and he was also a rank 7 cultivator. Fiery Ha Dao was worried about the head, so he asked him not to be angry because he was worried about his health. Li said he founded the alliance more than 50 years ago. He was already in decline, his body could do little for the alliance or humanity. The elders were a little uncomfortable with such words, so they asked the elder not to say such things. Head Li, holding his beard, decided to speak about his decision, which meant that the 3 best participants in the competition would receive all the techniques of the alliance, and would be the main reserve, and he would personally make the champion his student and teach him everything he knew. Meanwhile, events are transferred to Beijing Airport, where all the guys who arrived here were already standing. Xiao Fei was happy because it was his first time in the capital and therefore he wanted to introduce the restaurants of Beijing. But Xiaoying was annoyed by this. She asked the guy not to disgrace them with his behavior anymore. Suddenly, from the side, Yushan begins to shout at both of them, who asked the guys to shut up, because he represented Yao Ming from the Imperial Military Academy, who, on behalf of the Imperial Military Academy, arrived to receive them, representatives of Hanbei. While the mentor was introducing his escort, he suddenly did not notice where the girl had disappeared. Without thinking, Yao Ming took her little brother's hand. And then she hugged him tightly with joyful emotions, because she had not seen her younger brother for a long time. But suddenly the girl notices that Wang Jin was hugging the guy on the other side, who was jealous of the guy for her older sister. Yao Ming immediately realized that there were feelings between the guys, so without noticing it, she began to loudly praise the guy that he had found a girl like Wang Jin. Tang Ming tried to calm his sister down so that many would not find out about their relationship with Jin. After this, the events moved to Beijing, the competition area. Yao Ming told the guys that this year the winners of the competition will have a really wonderful reward, but she didn't want to tell them because she didn't want to spoil the intrigue for the guys. She showed the guys their rooms. The boys' rooms were on the left, and the girls' rooms on the right. There were rules that prohibited crossing the territory of the floors. Song Lu, having heard that the guys wanted to come to them at night, decided to warn that if they did this, they would be left without something. Yao Ming at this moment was moving Wang Jin into Tang Ming's room, which was forbidden. However, she said that there was no verification today, so it's okay. Wang Jin immediately began knocking the guy into the room with an embarrassed face, and Yao Ming simply watched this. Entering the room, she saw the main character standing next to the window. From the window, he looked at Beijing at night, the capital of China, which was known as the most prosperous cultivation point with the highest earth cultivator resistance index. However, no one could imagine that such a powerful capital would be conquered by aliens so quickly in the early stages of the war. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by Wang Jin, who quietly approached him from behind and hugged him. They started kissing. Meanwhile, while the guys were hugging, something was bothering the security outside the hotel. As they got closer, they saw a green tornado, from which 3 strangers emerged. The security did not understand who it was, so they ordered them to stand still and respond without making sudden movements. But the strangers did not listen, so one of them ordered the other 2 to kill the guards. These were aliens who turned into human form. The events moved to the Beijing Sports Complex, where the annual Big Ten competition is about to begin. Reporters were discussing about the event that was about to begin. At that moment, the guys simply listened while the awards for the tournament winners were announced. Xiao Fei didn't sleep all night because he was thinking about these rewards. He was very happy when he learned about such cool awards. However, Tang Ming understood that the wormhole was unstable, which is why the Cultivator Alliance spent so much money and effort to recruit talented people from all over the country. But this is even good, because the Alliance Library has what it needs. Moreover, if he can join the Cultivator Alliance, he will have more power. As for the apprenticeship, he remembered that the leader, unfortunately, died before the theory about the breakthrough of the last level came out. The main character motivated the guys because he really wanted to win this tournament, and because of the guys' fighting spirit, everyone also became confident. Xiao Fei was shocked that he saw his sister's school in the competition. Because of this, he could assume that the girl was also here. Suddenly Xiao Qing, who wanted to see Tang Ming, approaches them. Xiao Fei was excited when he saw his sister. The girl told her brother that she came to say hello to the main character because her father told her a lot about him. Afterwards she came closer to the guys and quietly told them that they should not participate because it was too dangerous. She walked up to Tang Ming and took his hand, thereby showing that she wanted to meet him. Zhang watched it all from the side. Qi, who was obsessed with Xiao Qing. He was very jealous of her for him, so he wanted to fight him as quickly as possible, because he was sure that he would defeat him. After talking, the guys began to say goodbye until the next meeting, because the time was already coming to an end. The main character spoke to Xiao Fei that he couldn't believe that he had such a good sister. But turning to the guy, he didn't see him there. Tang Ming suddenly noticed that there was something in his hand. At this moment, Xiao Fei was walking along the corridor, humming a song about noodles. Behind the guy was Zhang Qi, who was waiting for him was already here. Suddenly, the main character's phone begins to vibrate. He immediately decides to see what is there, and sees that it was a message from Xiao Fei. The message contained a photo of a tied-up guy who was panicking, and under the photo there was an invitation from the main character to see him. Tang Ming understood that telling someone about this would be dangerous for Xiao Fei, so he said that he would just go and call him over. The friend reminded Tang Ming that the round would start in 5 minutes, but the guy insisted that he would make it in time. Walking to the appointed place, he remembered that in the note Xiao Qing said to beware of a man named Zhang Qi. He thought he was the one who kidnapped Xiao Fei, but fortunately, if you take advantage of the aura remaining on Zhao's body Fei from the last virtual training, he will be able to find it quickly. Hanging on a rope and tied up, Xiao Fei really hoped that Tang Ming would come and save him. He was ready to even train fruitfully for the sake of salvation. Tang Ming at that moment arrived at the appointed place where his friend was being held. Zhang Qi couldn't understand how the main character found this place so quickly. There are only 4 minutes left before the competition. If they delay any longer, they will be disqualified. Tang Ming didn't like waiting, so he immediately warned that he wouldn't wait for him. When suddenly he heard a strange sound behind him, it was a falling syringe. While the guy was sitting and thinking about what it could be, a guy appeared behind him from whom eerie energy emanated, and he himself looked very frightening. In an instant the hero notices him. And so he manages to stop the madman's attack. Tang Ming looked at his opponent, and realized that it was a messenger from the Murong family who was supposed to kill him. Zhang Qi felt confident, and therefore believed that he would easily defeat the hero and become the successor of the Murong family. He believed that he had nothing to fear, because after taking the drug he became at least a 4th-class cultivator. If he kills the main character, he will become Murong Yuan's personal disciple and then the president of Hair Martial Arts. While the bastard was dreaming of his success, he was immediately passed by Tang Ming, who was already behind him. Zhang Qi could not move due to the protagonist's technique, but he also did not understand how Tang Ming, being a 2nd class, could resist him. However, the main character forgot to tell everyone that he was already in 3rd grade. Tang Ming told his opponent that even as a 1st-class cultivator, he defeated a 4th-class cultivator on the way to the university. After that, he snapped his fingers and sent the bastard flying, who flew into the wall at high speed. Zhang Qi couldn't believe that this was possible, like moving up 1 grade in 1 month. But Tang Ming told him that this was impossible for others, but he was special, so anything was possible for him. After this, the main character freed his friend and called the police to detain the scoundrel. Xiao Qing was very grateful that he saved her brother, and that he allowed her school to continue to participate in the tournament. She was very impressed by the main character, because just like her brother said, he was very charming. Having dealt with everything, the first round finally began. Xiao Feng and his partner Mr. Su were cheering for his son. Tang Ming, shaking Xiao Qing's hand, wanted to start quickly, and the girl, in turn, told him that she hoped that he would teach her a lot. At this time, Xiaoying was already standing in the battle arena and looking at her opponent, who was very confident in his victory. She was contemplating Tang Ming's plan, which told her to first provoke her opponent so that he would let his guard down, and then take him out with 1 blow. The girl immediately began to tease her opponent with her jokes. The opponent's name was Qin Dalong, and he was a 3rd-class cultivator. The arrogant joke still hurt Qin, so he wanted to quickly defeat the girl. Xiaoying watched the guy and noticed that he was really angry. As soon as the first round began, Xiaoying immediately threw the guy out of the arena with 1 blow. Everyone was shocked that Xiaoying, being a 2nd-class cultivator, could defeat a 3rd-class cultivator so quickly. The second round began, where Wang Jin and Feng Xiao were already fighting. As soon as the round began, Feng Xiao immediately began to attack. He was very interested in whether Wang Jin's sword was faster than his fist. Having approached the girl as close as possible, He was already confident in his hope, because the girl did not react in any way to his attack. But the girl just stood there. She saw all the movements of her opponent and remembered that it was these movements that Tang Ming was talking about, so for her it was boring. Wang Jin immediately left no chance for Feng Xiao. He voluntarily admitted his defeat in this fight. At this moment, new guys who were supposed to fight began to come out, namely Xiao Qing and Tang Ming. The guy, going to the arena, praised Wang Jin for winning so easily. At the same moment, Xiao was sitting in the stands Feng, who shouted and cheered for both Han Bei and Hare. Also at this moment, Xiao Fei finally came running to the guys, who was very late. One of the guys decided to ask the fat man why his sister fought for Hare, but he could not say anything in response, because he himself was surprised by such information. Yushan heard the guys talking, so he didn't want to say anything to them. The reason Xiao Qing was the commander was because many of the new students who had recently fallen into the wormhole had suffered serious injuries, and one of them was the former martial arts president Hera. He understood that the situation in the wormhole was not particularly good, so he hoped that Qingping was okay. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing and Tang Ming were already standing opposite each other. After this, the third round began immediately. The girl immediately began to attack the main character. However, it was too slow and weak for him, so he fought off all these attacks with ease. The girl was shocked by Tang Ming's abilities, because she could not even imagine that there was such a short period of time between them, but the strength was colossal, so she had little internal energy left, so she simply admitted defeat. But suddenly the guy hits her on the forehead and says that the fight is not over yet. He advised the girl how to fight correctly. Because of which the girl was happy with such advice, she warned the guy to be careful. The girl immediately began to attack the main character, who stood and simply watched the girl's actions, which were many times better than the last time. However, he grabbed it with ease. And he turned it over sharply. Out of fear, the girl immediately admitted defeat because she realized that the guy was simply terrible. She understood that she was no match for him. Tang Ming held the upside-down girl and praised her for how she would be much better in the future if she trained. At the same time, the tournament was observed by the elders, who were impressed by the participants. One of the elders didn't have much faith in commoners, because he believed that even if they get into the top 10 schools, they still remain short-sighted. In his opinion, it was better to select children from famous families. But the fiery elder did not like the fact that he contradicted the decision of all the heads. Headley calmed down the elders because he did not want to hear their quarrels. He believed that it was necessary to select a new generation that truly deserved to develop. Meanwhile, the aliens had already approached the rocket, killing the guards. They realized that the Cultivator Alliance was becoming weaker and weaker every year. One of the aliens came closer to the rocket with an extended hand in which there was some energy. He wanted to do something with it. So I put energy into the rocket. After that, he notified his accomplices that they were ready. So they decided to go up and see what would happen there. At the top of the arena, a new battle began, where our hero had to fight again. Tang Ming extended his hand forward, hoping that the fight would be beneficial to both of them. But the head of the club, Qianing, who was the hero's rival, was not going to shake hands. He was confident of his victory, and did not consider Tang Ming a threat to himself at all. The main character was not upset by these words at all, so he decided to tell his opponent to give it his all. These words irritated Qianing a little, so he shook his hand and told the guy to get ready to beg for mercy. Suddenly, while shaking hands, he noticed that the main character's hand was different, because he put 999 kilograms of pressure on it, and he didn't care about it. He became more serious, so he wanted to show Tang Ming what a huge gap there was between the second and third classes, but he couldn't even imagine that the hero was already the third class. They shook hands, and a strange energy appeared around them, which symbolized their strength. One of the judges was impressed that the guys decided to have an internal chi duel. He couldn't believe they were competing with each other so openly. The second judge looked at this and was also impressed. According to him, whoever wins a duel immediately brings automatic victory to the entire team. At the same moment, the internal duel was still continuing, but the concrete was already cracking under Qin Yan's feet. Because of this, he could not understand how the main character still kept himself so simple. Tang Ming simply smiled sweetly at the guy, squeezing his hand, but then he decided to mention to his opponent that he had recently promoted to 3rd grade. Holding hands, he thought about the fact that despite the fact that Qian Yang was in the middle of the 3rd grade, he had poor control over the flow of his own energy, and could not freely control it. For the hero, defeating him was not difficult, but he was more worried. That strange guy over there, although he was hiding his aura, the guy vaguely felt the disturbing energy fluctuations in his body. Therefore, he believed that it was worth saving his strength and winning quickly, so that he could later find out who it was. The alien looked at the guy and realized that he had been noticed. He was surprised that there was someone in this group of cultivators who was able to notice him. Meanwhile, Qin Yan was straining as hard as he could to resist the duel. He did not lose hope in his victory because he believed that the hero's chi energy was still weak. He also relied on his legendary gloves, which helped chi flow out and take on the desired form. Tang Ming was starting to get bored with all this, so he apologized for being in a hurry and began to finish the match quickly. The protagonist's internal chi energy began to dominate. But Qin Yan was not going to give up, so he began to tense up even more. Qin Yan's energy swallowed the energy of the protagonist. Because of this, the impudent man began to rejoice and laugh at the main character, because he thought that he had already defeated the guy. However, Tang Ming simply pointed his fingers at his chi energy, which was bursting from within. Turning around, he saw his chi crack into pieces. The main character explained with a smile why Qin Yan could not win, because his chi was not completely pure, which meant that it could be destroyed from within. Blood began to flow from Yan's mouth, and he fell to his knees. Holding himself barely on his limbs, he was very upset that he lost the last battle to someone like the main character. Suddenly, after the announcement of victory, a mentor approaches the main character, who was very surprised that the guy could break into the 3rd grade so quickly. The teacher was here because the military sent a message asking Master Yushan to return to his team, so he is here to replace him. Tang Ming was alarmed by these words because he realized that if Yushan suddenly left, it meant that something was happening in the wormhole. Therefore, he thought that he urgently needed to join the Cultivator Alliance. Meanwhile, events moved to the women's locker room. Xiaoying sat down on the bench and was a little unhappy because Boss Tang quickly ended the fight without even allowing her to fight. She also didn't like the way the competition was organized because it put 4 teams that were bottom of the rankings last year in one group. Suddenly, Song Lu approaches her, saying that President Tang was right. Because she also believed that the rivals were now too weak. Finishing the battle quickly allowed them to save their strength to face stronger teams. Wang Jin, while getting dressed, also said that Xiaoying should focus on the next match. However, Xiaoying, who was sitting on the bench, said that her opponent had to be at least one of the top 3 students. Song Lu responded by saying that she was unlucky then, because 3 elite martial arts schools were among the top 3 last year. The top 2 do not participate in the group stage, the only one being Hua Wu University, under the Imperial Division. Wang Jin, who was standing aside, was a little surprised by these words. The girl was worried that Lin Jingxing was the president of the martial arts club of Hua W University. She turned away from the girls with anxiety inside, because she was very worried that if he found out about her relationship with Tang Ming. But suddenly she is interrupted by Xiaoying, who attacked her from behind. Jing didn't like this, so she used the sword technique that cut Xiaoying's shirt a little. The girl fell to her knees because she thought it was unfair. She didn't think it was fair that Xin was always better than her. After that, Wang Jin went to take a shower. Standing under the warm water, she realized that since she and Tang Ming were already engaged, she had to cancel the family marriage contract no matter what. Even if her family resists and forces her to give up the Wang name, she will not regret it. As long as she can be with Tang Ming. After turning off the water, she decided that she needed to talk to Tang Ming after the match. But suddenly, the girl is overcome by terrible energy. All the girls were shocked by this, so they decided to get dressed and see what was happening outside. At the same moment, Wang Jin's phone, which was lying there, begins to vibrate from the call of the protagonist. The girls got dressed and answered the call from which Tang Ming appeared. He immediately asked how the girls felt, after which he warned that the connection would soon be severed, so he was brief. He began to say that unknown people had just attacked here. The enemy targeted a specific place, so the hero asked that the girls not go out. It was an order from the president. However, Wang Jin did not want to leave the guy alone. But Tang Ming did not want Jin to participate in this, so he asked her to trust him. Afterwards, he looked away a little and said that next time the girls should not forget to get dressed before answering the call. Tang Ming interrupted the call because he saw that guy in front of him. He really was something. The guy didn't even think that a stranger would do it so quickly. Teachers appeared from the other side and were careful with the stranger. One of the teachers asked the students not to panic and to follow her. However, the stranger asked the mentors to leave because it wouldn't work anyway. He came here to pick them up. One of the mentors did not tolerate such words, so he began to shout that he was attacking. The three teachers simultaneously began to attack the alien. However, the aliens easily repelled all the attacks of the 6th grade professional cultivators. Having flown up high, he smiled because he did not consider the teachers to be his equal. The teacher, who was responsible for the evacuation of the students, was frightened by such events. And the main character was seriously preparing to fight him. The teachers, severely wounded, realized that they were hopeless against the alien. The mentor-treating teacher In Lu wondered if they could do something, but Lu said that they had a big difference with an 8th grade cultivator. At that moment, the alien, hanging in the air, laughed at the teachers because they could not do anything. Raising the dangerous ball up, he was going to destroy his mentors with it. But suddenly a spark appears behind him, which meant reinforcements. It was the lieutenant colonel of the Cultivator Alliance, Yu Feng, sent to calm the unrest. The alien liked this because he was glad that he finally had a worthy opponent. He began to quickly attack the lieutenant colonel. However, Yu Feng had a fast speed of time travel, so he easily dodged the enemy's attacks. The mentors, looking at this confrontation, were surprised at the lieutenant colonel's abilities. Suddenly, Yu Feng orders to stop negotiations, because now it was more important to fight against the enemy. In Lu was instantly healed. After which all the mentors began to help the lieutenant colonel in the battle with the alien. They were all 6th grade cultivators, so this time they had a chance. Yu Feng asked the mentors to simply block all escape routes and then not interfere, so that he would not accidentally hit them. The alien was very interested in what would happen next. The lieutenant colonel instantly reduced the distance between them, thereby attacking the enemy. But he keeps up with Yu Feng's speed, so he instantly dodges the attack. And then he attacks him. From such a strong blow, the lieutenant colonel flies into the wall. The alien told Yu Feng that he overestimated his strength. The mentors could not believe in such an outcome of events, because they did not understand how the lieutenant colonel could so easily miss the blow, because they were both 8th grade cultivation. But suddenly they had the idea that the alien was a 9th grade cultivator. Hearing this, the stranger began to smile insidiously, because he was glad that his opponents finally knew the truth about his power. An ominous energy hung over the mentors, who stood on alert. But suddenly a new stranger appeared to the side, asking the 9th grade cultivator to stop joking like that here. The stranger hid his face because he didn't want anyone to see him. He suddenly appeared behind the alien, who could not even detect the guy's movement. Most likely this stranger was our main character. He hit the alien from behind with great speed, causing him to fly off. The aliens did not understand how this was possible. He did not feel the slightest breath of this man with his 9th grade class. He stopped himself in the air with one foot. Then he did not retreat, but rather began to attack the guy. A duel ensued between them. For the main character, this alien did not pose a threat, so he could easily fight off his attacks, and then attack. The guy wanted to finish the job quickly in order to return the clothes. He dealt multiple blows to the enemy. The alien was shocked because he understood that this did not correspond to the information provided by the aliens. Facing defeat, he decided to blow up the central cauldron in order to bury everyone with him. All the mentors were shocked by this statement. While activating the explosion technique, he noticed that he could not activate the internal energy remaining below because his internal energy was blocked. At the same moment, Tang Ming appears behind him and tells him that he didn't know how they got into the 9th grade, but he clearly felt that the energy inside him was chaotic. He extended his finger forward towards the alien to seal his body's internal energy. After this, the alien was unable to control his weightlessness, because his levitation could now only be controlled by the main character. Falling down, the alien wanted to explode in order to take the guy with him, but he could not do this, because he could not break through the blockage with his 9th grade understrength. He was shocked by the guy's statement. After that, he fell straight into a trash can, which slammed shut. After the victory, the main character immediately descended to the ground, where his mentors were already waiting for him. The lieutenant colonel bowed his head in front of him because he was grateful for such help. He was ready to do anything for the guy. Tang Ming did not want to reveal his appearance, so he pulled his cap tighter so that his face would not be visible. But after, he raised his head because he wanted to tell the mentors that there was no limit to their cultivation. Raising his hand up, he began to advise them that they could in the future overcome this threshold of the 9th grade, because he understood that they needed to speed up, because the main war was soon. He decided to end it there. Then he suddenly jumped up and disappeared. The mentors were shocked by the protagonist's statement, but Yufeng was calm because he believed in these words. The lieutenant colonel believed that if these words were true, then it meant that humanity would be saved. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Tang Ming was holding onto the wall and was very tired, but he was still glad that it was finally over. He knew that it was too risky to use his divine consciousness to temporarily raise his strength from the 3rd to the initial stage of the 9th grade. Fortunately, the microscopic spell cultivation technique he practices starts from the source, sublimates the cells, and strengthens the body. Although his internal chi cultivation had only recently broken through to the 3rd grade, his body was already comparable to the 5th grade. If he had jumped straight to 9th grade with a 3rd-class body, he would have been torn to pieces. Now he needed to cultivate hardening to stabilize his condition. But unfortunately, he will no longer be able to instantly break into the 9th grade with the secret method of 9 words of truth. By the way the attacker's chi moved and the direction of his veins were not at all similar to human cultivators. This meant that the aliens had discovered the secrets of human cultivation, and could even create 9th grade test subjects using technology. His revival somehow changed the world chronology and significantly accelerated the process of future development. The theory of a breakthrough was imminent. While workers, police, and other workers were gathering near the arena, someone was watching them in the form of a crow. Having downloaded all the information from the crow, the aliens began to look at the data on their operation. They were unhappy with the operation because their test subject was not very strong, which meant that it was dangerous for them to counterattack. One of the aliens, analyzing the operation, understood that compared to a real 9th grade earthly star, their experiment had many shortcomings. Therefore, they decided to pause the attack because they needed more time to study the Earth star cultivators. In addition, he looked at the picture of the main character and said that he was more worried about him. He ordered to find out who he really was and to catch him at any cost. One of his friends told him not to worry, because this was the only thing that could be left to the stupid followers of the earthly star. Events are transferred to the headquarters of the Ascension cult. The cloaked guises began to kneel, thus greeting their mentor. Holding a hologram of the protagonist in his hand, the mentor ordered that their almighty alien master had just given them the final instructions to capture alive the mysterious 9th grade cultivator who had appeared in the capital of China. Whoever completes the mission will be rewarded with an alien skill. Everyone around began to bow to him, thus expressing gratitude for his kindness. They swore to him that they would serve their master until his death. One of the bowers suddenly stood up because he wanted to tell the mentor that the 9th grade was so strong that he was afraid that with their current strength, they would be no match for him. The mentor began to laugh at these words, because their lord had already foreseen this. He took out and showed 5 vials of divine energy serum. After their previous experiments, the alien overlord perfected the serum. With him, they would have 5 high-end cultivators. Afterwards, he took out the latest black stone scepter, designed for star cultivators using special materials from another planet, which had a special destructive power on the internal energy of a 9th grade cultivator. He reminded his brothers and sisters that the destruction of humanity would be their greatest gratitude to their master. Meanwhile, at the cultivator headquarters, Lieutenant Colonel Yufeng was reporting to the elders about the incident in the arena. He reported that the rescue work of the Imperial divisions had been completed. 3 criminals were captured, and the scene of the incident was partially destroyed, but fortunately, there were no casualties. The elders began to thank the lieutenant colonel for the work done, but Yufeng said that there was nothing to thank him for. He began to reveal that the reason the rescue could be completed successfully was because they had help from an expert. Chiefly decided to inquire whether this was the expert that lieutenant colonel of the cultivators mentioned. Yufeng immediately replied that the expert was a cultivator. Headley did not want to look for the main character, because he understood that the guy was strong, like himself. Therefore, he did not want to disturb him, so as not to anger him. But he was more worried about what he said about the endless kingdom after the 9th grade. It didn't give him peace. However, one of the elders did not want to strongly believe the words of the protagonist, so he decided to inquire what to do now with the competition of 10 schools. Both places were attacked simultaneously. They must have come prepared. They knew if they would do anything else. Therefore, the fiery elder believed that it would be wise to immediately suspend the competition. But the second elder was afraid of canceling the competition because it might cause the whole world to start laughing at them. The elders discussed and decided to send the participants to a virtual duel in order to avoid a new attack. Having finished their sentence, they finally decided to continue the 10 schools tournament online using technology with spiritual consciousness. The wily elder was glad that his proposal was accepted because the Murong family specialized in the technique of conquering Taiyuan, with an emphasis on spiritual awareness. The higher the spiritual state, the greater the power that can be exerted, and this is the advantage of this family. Meanwhile, events moved to the destroyed arena, where a reporter stood next to her and notified everyone of this event. Her attention was also focused on the main character, who was a mysterious man for everyone who appeared just in time. In an instant, Tang Ming, wearing a mysterious appearance, became popular on all channels. Everyone was also very surprised that there was a kingdom stronger than the 9th grade. To Tang Ming, who was sitting in a cafe, the waitress came and brought his tea. Reading the newspaper, he realized that he was fighting against the most powerful villain in the recent attack. Suddenly Xiaoying runs up to him from behind, who was very surprised that the guy also read newspapers, like her grandfather. Without thinking twice, she sat down opposite him and began to tell him that Jean and Song Lu were going to practice fencing again, so she was bored. Tang Ming thought that he could successfully enter the alliance through this competition, enter the library, and obtain a book useful for him to break into the realm. But he did not expect that his plans would be disrupted by the actions of aliens. Therefore, he believed that he would have to come up with another way. While the guys were talking to each other, their mentor quietly approached them. He came to them to inform them that the next tournament would be held with spiritual consciousness and online virtuality. Xiaoying was very happy about this news, because her fists were already itching. Events are transferred to the virtual training base of the Cultivator Alliance, where new competitions will begin soon. Tang Ming, putting on his helmet, asked his guys not to forget to concentrate and use spiritual consciousness in the spiritual space. Entering virtuality, many participants were very surprised by such a spiritual space. Tang Ming, looking at the guys, understood that he should not let Xiao Fei was the right decision. At the last special training he had a special situation. And this spiritual space seemed to be a deliberate simulation of the wormhole environment. A normal person would not last more than 10 minutes, so he assumed that the Alliance specifically selected reserve forces to enter the wormhole. One of the guys wanted to say something, namely that the training was not ordinary. Suddenly someone pushes the other guy. He wanted to teach the scoundrel a lesson first. But when he turned back, he saw the head of the Tsinghua University Martial Arts Club, whose name was Huasanchan. He was a 4th-class cultivator. Many around felt uneasy about these three because they gave off a frightening aura. These three walked here because they wanted to find the winner of the martial arts exam. This trinity also included Mujan Jing, who was a 4th-class cultivator. The third member was Yi Jingxing. He was also a 4th-class cultivator. Walking forward, they finally find Tang Ming, who was standing with his girlfriends. Xing, without thinking twice, began introducing them to his friends. Bai Yi Jingxing greeted the main character. Behind them, Xiaoying scolded Murongjing for not noticing her. Suddenly Jingxing decides to turn to Wang Jin, who bowed her head and also greeted him. Tang Ming looked at this and thought that the guys were just old acquaintances. Hua approaches the hero Sanchan, who was happy to welcome the guy, so he still wanted to fight before the competition. However, Tang Ne didn't really want to do this, so he suggested doing the ethos after the competition. Hua Sanchan didn't like this, so he began to leave and scold Jing that it was a waste of time. However, Emma Zinjing said that he didn't invite him because it was important for him that Yi and he see the guys. Tang Ming heard this and decided to tease Jing a little with his smile. He immediately began to say that the Murong family was very good, so he greeted Murong Xing. These words immediately affected Jing. Hua Sanchan noticed that his friend's mood had changed dramatically. With an eerie aura, Mujan Jing said that he was leaving the future couple from two families alone. With these words he wanted to offend the main character in response. Without turning around, he looked at Tang Ming and pondered that his life was worth nothing to him. He believed that for the protagonist, even death was a blessing, so instead, he would make him lose his status in the cultivator world for the rest of his life. He wanted to make his life worse than death. Tang Ming in turn looked at Jing and realized that this Murong had brought Yi on purpose Jingxing here. The main character, looking at Jingxing, who was standing with Wang Jin, assumed that he was the one who was engaged to Wang Jin. He saw that the guy was cultured and reserved. He broke into the 4th grade while in his 2nd year. He was considered a genius. But still, the main character could not accept that Yi Jingxing wanted to touch his loved one. At the same time, Wang Jin wanted to talk to Jingxing. But the guy at that moment was not looking at her. He was looking at the main character. Realizing that Wang Jin loved Tang Ming, he decided to tease her a little, so he gave the girl a rose. With a smile on his face, he told her that he wanted to talk to her after the competition, and not now. The rules of the tournament, in which there will be a simulation of alien monsters, began to be explained to all participants. As soon as they were told about the spirits of animals, the participants were immediately given storage rings in which everyone could leave their prey. Of course, this was a virtual item in the spiritual space, but all participants who complete the tournament will receive this treasure when they return to reality. Tang Ming, looking at this ring, was a little happy because it was a good item, usually only provided for Alliance troops who are heading to the wormhole, so it would be convenient if he came out to test it earlier, the guy thought so. After this, the participants continued to be told that players who experienced severe discomfort in the spiritual space would be sent back to the real world in a safe mode and would be assessed as failing. Also, during the competition, any behavior that threatens other cultivators will result in disqualification, and in reality, students will be held accountable according to the relevant laws. The girl students looked at the animal spirits and thought they were cute. She crouched down to stroke him, but suddenly this cute little spirit becomes big and tries to swallow her. After this, the competition officially began. The students immediately began to run away from the animal spirits. While running away, they asked for help. When suddenly someone saves them. It was Tang Ming, who had already destroyed multiple spirits. A drowning guy in perfume asked the main character to help him, and in return he was ready to give all his points. However, the guy didn't really want to help, because he didn't understand the essence of the competition at that time. Having destroyed a sufficient number of spirits, he gave free rein to the girls, who were already rushing to work. Suddenly, someone tries to attack the main character with the deadly needle technique. However, Tang Ming immediately noticed the sneak attack, so he used his spirit to quickly dodge all the attacks. This attack was provoked by Jing, who, taking advantage of the moments of destruction of the spirits, tried to inflict damage on Tang Ming. Mugunjing told the guy that he had always been law-abiding, but still he wanted a battle with a hero. Meanwhile, there were only 10 minutes left until the end of the match. Wang Jin, destroying the yellow spirits, realized that they had already spent more than half of their qi, and it seemed to her that they should have already thought about starting to defend. Having already scored 60 points, she could not understand how things were going with Tang Ming. Meanwhile, Tang Ming was surrounded by spirits. He felt that there was something strange about this wave of spirit beasts. With one wave of his hand, he scores 30 points. He understood that the previous beasts had randomly attacked all the players on the field, but these ones seemed to be targeting him specifically. Mugunjing stood aside and watched the main character. With a wicked smile, he was surprised by the guy's abilities, but still he did not consider it serious for him, because it was just a small test. The real show would begin right now. Pointing his fingers towards the girl, he concentrated the red spirits on her. YK Jinxing, seeing this, immediately began to go to Wang Jin to help. But besides him, Tang Ming also came to the girl. They both protected the girl from the spirits. Yet Jinxing, making sure that he was safe, immediately asked how the girl felt. He couldn't understand how 2 rank 3 beasts could attack one person at the same time. Tang Ming looked at the senior student with a suspicious gaze because he did not fully trust him. But suddenly Mugunjing suggested that this could be due to his spiritual poison. With an innocent smile, he tried to assure everyone that it was not a misunderstanding, so he considered himself innocent. Tang Ming, with a knowing smile, beating off the spiritual spirit that Jing was guiding, told everyone that these were indeed simple shortcomings of the family technique. Thus, he wanted to anger the scoundrel even more. These words really infuriated Mujan Jing, so he started yelling at the main character, saying that next time they would find time for a good sparring session. Inside, he swore with his life that this was the first and last time a hero would humiliate the Mujan family in front of everyone. The main character simply sighed. However, Jing continued to be angry with the guy, so he continued to threaten and mock him. When suddenly one of Muzin's wards, Jing points his fingers at him, thereby making it clear that danger awaited him behind the scoundrel. These were 3 huge, red spirits that were heading towards Jing. The giant spirit immediately abruptly swallowed the bastard's head. Thus Mujan Jing was disqualified from the competition. Everyone was very frightened by the fact that 3rd-rank spiritual demons attacked several of each person, but Jinxing was not surprised, because he understood that he had brought trouble upon himself. Meanwhile, Tang Ming smiled insidiously and thought about the fact that Murong was still too young to compete with him in the spiritual space, even with his divine sense. A self-willed guy like him won't last even 3 seconds on the battlefield. At this moment Yi Jinxing started shouting to everyone that there were only 5 minutes left, so everyone had to stick together. The spirit beasts could become stronger by eating their chi. Now they are in the minority, so they must stay together and survive until the end of the match. Everyone agreed with his words. After the time was up, only 18 participants remained on the battlefield and moved on. Tang Ming took first place in this competition with 121 points. Second place Yi Jinxing scored 120 points. And third place is Hua Sanshan scored 93 points. The girls standing behind Jinxing admired him. After the end of the announcement of the results, Yi approached the main character Jinxing, who congratulated him on taking first place. He also approached the guys because he wanted to talk to Jean. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. I decided to ask my brother Jinxing to cancel their engagement. It seems that Jinxing guessed about this outcome of the event. Therefore, with a smile on his face, the girls began to say that their marriage contract was concluded by the elders of both families. It did not depend on him. However, Tang Ming said that he and Wang Jin were betrothed to each other, and no one in this world could separate them. The girl, holding on to her boyfriend, asked Jinxing for forgiveness for her waywardness. She hoped that Jinxing could understand them. Ye Jinxing, in turn, replied that he understood the girl's decision because her feelings were sincere. However, with a smile, he told her that his decision alone would not be enough to cancel the marriage contract. Wang Jin took the rose from the guy, thanked him and said that she would also try her best to convince the Wang family. Tang Ming, hugging his beloved, told Brother Yi that he did not need to shield him too much, he just wanted the family to be truthfully informed about the situation, and he would take care of the rest. After that, the guys began to leave him. And Jinxing still smiled and waved his hand. But suddenly his face became gloomy and he turned to someone who was standing behind him. It was Mujanjing, who with a sly smile in the darkness, spoke to Yi Jinxing that I wanted to ask him something. However, Jinxing did not want to discuss anything with him. But he was still pushy. He came closer to Brother Yi and took him by the shoulders, and then said that it was not true, their two families were friends, which meant that they were friends too. And now he had to help his friend in trouble, not to mention the fact that they had a common enemy. Yet Jinxing didn't want to listen to the scoundrel, so he didn't really understand what he was talking about. Mugunjin continued to say that since time immemorial, there have been 4 things in life that cause hatred: the fall of the country, the destruction of the family, the capture of the wife, and the murder of the father. Thus, he tried to hint to his friend about something. He didn't stop talking, so he continued to say that Tang Ming had provoked their family before, although Murong Xing was worthy of death, but the Murong family's garbage should be dealt with by the Murong family, and Tang Ming dared to interfere. He continued to provoke Yi Jinxing so that he would come over to his side and they would start fighting together against the main character. However, Yi Jinxing still became angry. He pushed Zheng's hand off his shoulder. After that, he began to leave because he had to go to the Alliance Library. Meanwhile, events moved towards evening, where the main character's guys hit their glasses to drink to him. Xiao Fei and Xiaoying started singing karaoke, but no one liked it. The guys couldn't figure out where Tang Ming and Wang Jin were going, because they wanted to have fun with them, but they weren't there, so they decided to call them. Xiaoying didn't wait long. She immediately called Wang Jin, who answered her immediately. She immediately replied that the main character was training in the room, and she was helping him, but the guys thought about something else, so they immediately began to switch off. Tang Ming, sitting in his room, concentrated and thought that he still had time before they went to the library tomorrow. He had to strengthen his forces as soon as possible. Judging by the result of the competition, it is obvious that the Alliance is pre-selecting students who are suitable to enter the wormhole. But even in this case, it will be just a drop in the ocean. The only way to stop the alien forces on Earth is to break through with the help of the kingdom theory, and raise the entire power of the Earth from scratch. The guy looked at his hand and felt that the chi of the spiritual stone was running out. He wanted to take advantage of the recent battle to break through to 4th class, but he stopped at the peak of 3rd. The higher the cultivation level, the more spiritual stones are needed. The spiritual stones from Jean and the university are no longer enough to satisfy his need for rapid advancement. Even within the Cultivator Alliance, the resources of high-quality spirit stones are quite limited. Since the first revolution of cultivators on Earth, highly refined and high-quality stones had been overused, which had become a rare commodity, but they were what made it possible to break through so quickly. Squeezing the stone with his hand, he realized that it seemed like it was time to think about alien space resources. After they receive the remains of the book, the Kingdom Breakthrough Theory will be available in a few months at most. Currently, there are very few 9th grade cultivators on Earth, and even fewer at the peak of 9th grade. Even those on the front line cannot leave the battlefield at will. Thus, the group of people best suited for a breakthrough are the elderly who have been forced into retirement due to injury or illness. But the most unpleasant thing now was Wang Jin's engagement. The hero was wondering how she and her brother were doing now. Meanwhile, events move to a bamboo grove, where Wang Jin and his older brother are training. He was a little unhappy that the girl did not listen to him. He told her not to get involved with Tang Ming, so he didn't understand why the girl didn't listen to him. She even asked Yi Jinxing to end the engagement, which made him even more angry. Wang Jin, in turn, told her older brother that she hid this from him because she was afraid that he would stop her. This marriage contract will be annulled even if she is expelled from the family. The girl put her foot on the ground, and then she swung, almost reaching her older brother with her blade. He was impressed by the girl's fencing talent. Wang Jin's sword was superior to even him. Even if he used his chi, he would not be able to defeat it so easily. Realizing that the fight was over, the guy decided to finally tell his younger sister that her marriage was an agreement between the two strongest families in China. He also added that she and Tang Ming were simply insignificant in front of the family power. He continued to say that if she gets together with the main character, then the Wang family will have many enemies, not only the family, but also Tang Ming. However, the girl did not listen to her elder brother. She simply smiled sincerely and said that she had faith in Tang Ming. After that, she simply began to leave. The elder brother, realizing that he would not change anything, simply sighed. He understood that since this choice was the sister and the main character, then he had to help them. He called Mr. Yi because he wanted to talk to him. Wang Changfeng began to apologize for his younger sister. However, Jinxing had something to say about this, so he asked the guy to listen to him. After this, the events are transferred to the day where the guys stood with one elder on the roof of a large building. The boys greeted Master Wan Shu, who was the master of alchemy and was responsible for leading them to the library. He showed the guys the secret medicine he made. This was his little gift to them. Tang Ming looked at the medicines and could not even expect that Wan Shu, who was always so careful with medicines, would offer them to him. And this elixir was enough to save his life. Now that the guys are all here, he won't waste any time. Hua Sanchan was a little shocked because he didn't want to take the test again, but Yi Jinxing explained to his friend that it was just teleportation. The main character understood that the library was a top-secret zone, and for those of them who were still reservists, the Alliance would not simply show the official passage. The bodies of the guys and the master suddenly disappeared during teleportation. They then moved to the center of the library. Master Wan Sha, standing next to the guys, decided to say that the projection was under his feet. It was the plan of the pavilion. Jinxing said that the entrances had to correspond to the 8 trigrams and 8 doors. However, he had difficulty telling which of the 8 doors was which. Hua didn't care, so he just wanted to go inside. At the same time, Tang Ming was thinking that even though he was not the one who found the remains of ancient books in the library in his previous life, he knew the structure of the book depository so well that he could come and go even with his eyes closed. Walking along the corridor, he realized that he now had to choose where the ancient book was located. He didn't know the starting position, so he could only choose one at random. Suddenly, a trap was activated from the side wall. These were arrows that quickly flew straight at the main character. Tang Ming smiling. he repulsed all attacks at once. A giant guillotine blocking the path, a million spears piercing his body, it seemed like he had chosen the gates of death. But the layout of the traps is the same as in his previous life, so there is no need to worry about the butterfly effect after rebirth. The fragments should still be in this library. He stopped. And then he looked back and told Mr. Yi to go out. Jinxing, when I came around the corner, I told the guy that his technique and body movements were so skillful, as if predicting the appearance of traps. He was really impressed. But the hero also responded by praising Mr. Yi for his pursuit technique. President Yi tried to convince the guy that he had no other intentions than to find the book. But he was curious because he assumed they were looking for the same book. Tang Ming simply shrugged and said that he just heard that the structure of the Alliance Library was very well thought out and mysterious. Searching for books in this place was like searching for truth in the world. Those for whom it is intended will receive it, and those who do not. Jingxin didn't listen to the end, so he simply decided to leave, apologizing lastly. The main character did not believe Mr. Yi because he understood that no one would look for the book he was looking for. Fortunately, he knew the location of the library. Elder Wenqi divided the library into 8 gates and 24 districts according to the 3 levels of heaven, earth, and man. Among them, this section is a collection of books devoted to the theory of celestial changes. Fragments of past lives were considered a heavenly book that no one can break and no one knows, and it is very likely that it is kept here. He came closer to the shelves with books, and then extended his hand to them. After checking everything, he still couldn't find the fragments. When suddenly something sparkled next to him. It was a certain silhouette that screamed from the smoke. The silhouette turned out to be Hua Sanshan, whose lips were swollen and his speech was a little unclear. Running away from the smoke, he shouted to the hero to run away, because the poisonous gas was rushing after him. Tang Ming, holding his head with his hand, realized that Hua must have come across traps in one of the library gates. The guy didn't come up with anything, so he simply grabbed the victim at high speed and simply jumped back. Hua was a little worried, so he grabbed the hero by the collar and began to tell him that he was trying to warn him, but Tang Ming did not care about it. He simply advised the guy to take Master Vanch's medicine. Sanshan said that he had already taken this medicine, so he no longer had it. Tang Ming, understanding the situation, did not become greedy, so he immediately gave away his medicine, because he understood that he would not need it. Hua was very touched by such a gift, so he began to hug the hero and say that he was wrong about him. Meanwhile, the elders were watching the guys, who were pleased with the actions and abilities of the main character. However, one of the elders still didn't like the main character. He asked to look at Yi Jingxing, who had already found the book, so he believed that the alliance needed him. He was against the other 2 guys because they were ordinary commoners, so he didn't even consider them successful cultivators. As soon as Hua Sanshan was healed, he immediately began to thank the main character. Tang Ming looked at him and realized that although Hua was born a simple man like him, he was grateful and knew how to repay kindness, which could not be compared to many family members. Hua wanted to show his gratitude to the main character, so he began to quickly look through all the books to find the one the hero was looking for. Having reached a certain book, Hua decided to take it, but the hero asked him not to do this. Suddenly the floor collapsed under the guy's feet, and they began to fall down. Tang Ming was the first to land. Hua arrived after him, who did not understand where they were. Tang Ming knew this place, so he said that it was a sorting room. Here books from all over the earth. After classification, they will go to the appropriate sections of the library. But suddenly the main character has the idea that the fragments are located right here. There must be books in the archive that were classified, but they had not yet been delivered, so he believed that the black box contained the most valuable books. Unfortunately, judging by the energy fluctuations of the black box, it cannot be broken without strength of the 5th class and above. And now he cannot increase his strength with the 9-character technique. Hua Sanshan with a confident face told Brother Tang not to be sad, because he said that he would get any book. He walked up to the black box and then hit it with all his might, thus getting the right book for the main character. Guan Han was unhappy with the guys because they broke into the box. However, the fiery elder said that this meant that it had to happen this way. Chief Li did not want to listen to the arguments of his colleagues, so he ordered them to remain silent, because he believed that it was such a fate if the guys had the strength to open the box. Tang Ming thanked Hua. He also wanted to stop the guy from bleeding, which he received when opening the box. Hua looked at his healed hand and was very impressed by the protagonist's healing technique because it quickly healed all the wounds. The guy, picking up the book, recalled that in a past life he and Hua entered into an alliance at the same time, and were in many battles together, so they were called the two emperors, Tang and Hua. Looking at the book, he saw that it was not the same book. Therefore, without thinking twice, he simply gave it back to Hua. Sanshan couldn't believe that this was not the right book because even this book was heaven grade. They had 1 minute left, so Tang Ming felt that this time he would return with nothing. He did not lose heart because he wanted to find an opportunity to penetrate in a couple of days. But suddenly he remembers something. And he starts running somewhere. Having run to the right place, he realized that from the very beginning he had been looking in the wrong direction. The wordless fragments were written by ancient masters with divine consciousness, without pictures or words on the cover, so that there would not be a second monastic revolution, provoked by the emergence of the theory of the destruction of the kingdom in a previous life. Activating the energy, he thought about the fact that even many scientists who were responsible for collecting and qualifying books broke through the 9th grade and entered the realm of infinity, where they could use their divine consciousness, were still unable to discover the wonders of this life. Thus, the fragments are not in the 8-gate array above or in the sealed area that were sorted just now, but here because they had no research value and were considered a useless book for cultivation. At that very moment, Hua looked through the books and realized that these were all ordinary ones that were not needed. The hero realized that he had missed something. So he began to look for support for his leg. He saw that very treasured book, which was propped up by the leg of the shelf. Disappearing, he reached out to the book to grab it. Hua, almost disappearing, asked Tang Ming if he had received the book. The guy didn't want to answer anything, so he just showed his book. Upon returning, he was already waiting for the guy's Jingxing, who believed that the guys came empty-handed. Inside, he considered himself superior to the main character due to the fact that it was funny to him that Tang Ming was holding some kind of waste paper in his hands. Master Wan Shu, coming closer to the guys, said that he was glad to see you. He also added that what they received today in the library will henceforth belong to them. The elder did not stay long, so he wanted to send the guys back as soon as possible. He sent Hua and Yi, but left the main character, because the guy had a meeting with the head himself, who was already waiting for him. Tang Ming thanked him for his help. He understood that the head of the alliance was watching him, so he was more careful. In his previous life, the master fell prematurely due to injuries and illnesses that appeared after the war, greatly shaking the position of the cultivator alliance around the world, and the overall strength of the people decreased. Over the next 30 years, the major cultivator families worked separately to hold each other back, without even considering the planet's overall position against the aliens, resulting in defeats on all fronts. Although Hua Shan and the main character did everything possible to change the situation after they joined the leadership of the alliance, in 2150 the laziness of reckoning began. Meanwhile, Tang Ming arrived at the office of the head of the alliance. The guy came closer to the head's table and bent down in front of him, thus paying respect to him. Chief Li thought it was funny, but still he asked the guy to call him teacher. The elder hoped that the guy didn't mind that the alliance had checked him thoroughly. The guy was an orphan, grew up without relatives, and was taken care of by the Yao family next door. But his statistics were amazing. The elder did not believe in rebirth, but believed that this was exactly what could happen to the guy, because his abilities were impressive. Chief Li said that from now on they will be connected. Afterwards, he began to tell Tang Ming about his parents, who, during a rescue operation in a wormhole, they, along with the Yao army, were ambushed and died heroically. Tang Ming told the elder that he was always proud of his parents. Chief Li was wondering if the guy knew about the real meaning of the competition, to which the main character replied that the main meaning was the manifestation of talent in young fighters, which meant the right answer. The elder was impressed that the hero had such a clear and intelligent mind. Afterwards, Tang Ming continued to say what needs to be done next at the front. He said that they had to strengthen themselves without fear of their enemies. He believed that the younger generation should strive for the best. Even if the alien race is superior in strength, he will not give up. This speech greatly impressed the elder, who even had tears in his eyes. Headley looked at the guy and realized that if they had this child, then humanity would be saved. When the head of the cultivators' headquarters asked to look at the book chosen by the main character in the library with just his eye, he agreed without any questions or thoughts, because he trusted the elder more than the others. The book that Tang Ming chose stood out from the others, which contained more information for various kinds of great techniques and treasures of martial arts, so the elder was very confused as to why the guy didn't choose another book. The old man was very worried about the future of the main character, who, in his opinion, was wasting his time on a stupid book, and therefore, in his defense, the reincarnated guy talked about studying the theory of breaking through the kingdom with teacher Hua Fengyang. According to the girl's stories, she studied from an ancient book passed down from generation to generation for a long time, and since the second half of the book disappeared somewhere, the development of the breakthrough theory slowed down significantly, and the main character himself remembered from his past life how teacher Hua achieved success in her research after various practice methods. Soon, cultivators and scientists studying in the library accidentally found the second half of the ancient book. These guys learned from their own experience that the original ancient book was a couple of times worse than its copy and were unable to achieve the same result as teacher Hua. After carefully listening to the young guy's assumption, the elder once again asked if Tang Ming was sure of this, to which he was unable to answer for sure and wanted to first meet with Lu Hua so that she could personally dispel all doubts. The old man began to cough after thinking about the basis of the breakthrough theory with which cultivators are trying to achieve a higher level of cultivation than the 9th grade, and he simply considered this to be an ordinary legend. He also wanted to be completely sure of the intentions for the future of the protagonist. The reincarnated himself did not want to stand out among other people who did not receive such an offer to study with the head of the cultivators' headquarters. The guy hoped in the future to find a way to break through the kingdom and increase the strength of planet Earth so that others would have a chance to become stronger. The elder, hearing the young man, put his hands on his shoulders, wanting to make sure whether Tang Ming had a goal to follow him in learning all the techniques. The old man understood perfectly well that such an offer was a reward for first place in the competition, but for himself it was part of teaching such a student as Tang Ming. The main character quickly agreed with Elder Li's proposal, because in his past life he had infrequent contact with him, since the old man was too busy sorting out problems as the founder of the alliance. In addition to consent, the reincarnated one requested permission to return back to Hanbei University in order to somehow help teacher Hua in completing his research on the breakthrough theory. The old man himself understood that it would take a lot of time to fully find the theory, and could not wait for the student for so long. Seeing the excitement about this, Tang Ming promised to return within 1 month, and Elder Li agreed to take no more than 1 month to study all the information about the theory. The elder watched as the reincarnated hero left the office and thought that many scientists had spent their lives trying to achieve results in finding a breakthrough theory, and he wanted Tang Ming to quickly become a disciple while he himself had the strength to at least walk. The reincarnated boy turned around to look at Master Li, who was always thinking about the alliance and humanity, so he mentally promised that the elder would not die as long as he had such a disciple. A few hours later, the main character went to congratulate the university's martial arts club, which had survived several attacks, and they managed to fight back to take first place among 10 universities. Then his friends appeared on stage with Tang Ming. The director of the university was quite happy because for the first time they managed to achieve such a result in competitive matches, and all thanks to the main character, who is the current president of the school. After that, the reincarnated guy gave his welcoming speech to the university students, telling how hard they worked trying to overtake the top 10 universities, and also told everyone to remember the attack of earthly cultivators collaborating with aliens and hunting for the wormhole. Hearing such a speech, many students began to go crazy thinking about the main character, and the desire to become his girlfriend gave them the motivation to train better, reaching the heights of martial arts. At the end of the performance, Director Duan praised Tang Ming for his good speech, thanks to which his squad will receive points with awards, and also warned about an upcoming interview where they will have to answer direct questions. The main character was in a hurry somewhere and therefore advised him to send Xiaoying, who is well versed in such things, in his place and give her the opportunity to show herself well in front of the public. Director Duan, not paying attention to the fact that this interview was organized by the Cultivator Alliance, and with a good performance, you can get a lot of money only with Tang Ming appearing there, the old man still failed to resist Xiaoying asking her to trust her. Until the director completely left for the interview, he noticed how the main character and Ding Ding looked at each other, and it became clear to the old man that today's youth are not trying at all for the sake of reputation, but more for their own preferences. Tang Ming, having the opportunity to quickly free himself from all the fuss around him, wanted to quickly go to Teacher Hua and begin obtaining the required knowledge about the theory of breakthrough. When the main character reached the room of a specialized research laboratory, he immediately looked behind the doors trying to find Teacher Hua to start conversations. But I saw her lying on the floor unconscious and all sorts of books were scattered around. When the reborn guy touched Hua Fengyang's head, he noticed a strong heat that did not allow the girl to feel normal and took away most of her strength, leading to loss of consciousness or even worse consequences. After checking the condition of Teacher Hua's body, the main character managed to notice her severe fatigue along with confused internal energy. If the guy had arrived a little later, she could have already died. The guy lifted the tired teacher, trying to take care of her internal energy, adding his own to her, and wanted to cleanse the meridians, correcting which should make the girl feel much better. Looking around, it became absolutely clear to Tang Ming that Teacher Hua had been working on her research for days on end ever since he gave her some advice during the last meeting, and due to Hua's impetuous nature, she had become a master of theory in the future. After lying unconscious for a long time from overwork, the girl finally opened her eyes, and in her eyes it was still very dark. But when everything returned to normal, she began to roll her head around, trying to find her own glasses, without which it was difficult for her to see anything. When suddenly the main character put glasses on her, which actually seemed quite strange to Hua to see someone at such a time. The main character stood in front of Hua Fengyang, smiling sweetly, although according to the information that the teacher had previously received, it was written that Tang Ming went to the TENS competition. To explain the current situation in detail, the main character told how, at the end of the competition between 10 universities, he decided to return to the laboratory where he actually noticed Hua unconscious. But mentally he understood that the girl, completely immersed in research, had lost track of time. Following the story, the guy slipped the broth to the teacher, trying to show that, regardless of work, it's worth taking better care of your own health, and the girl just had to thank her. From Hua Fengyang's point of view, Tang Ming looked like some handsome guy trying to help a poor girl, and Hua was glad to see that the main character was not only a good boy, but also a kind boy. But then she blushed, trying to get all thoughts out of her head, since Tang Ming is her student and that's what stopped her. Hua Fengyang tried with all her might to hide the embarrassment on her face, although she was unable to do so, and the girl only looked more embarrassed. Suddenly something very interesting came to her attention after the main character informed her about it. Touching the book that Tang Ming found in the library about the breakthrough theory was unknown to the teacher, she spoke a little louder in surprise. It took the main character little time to talk about this book in which there is absolutely nothing and at the same time it has extraordinary spiritual energy. According to the guy's assumptions, the phenomenon is somehow connected with the theory of breakthrough studied by Hua, and therefore the reincarnate gave it to the girl. Taking the book into her own hands, Hua Fengyang trembled a little because this book could be half of the Hello manuscript, which took the Hua family more than 100 years to find. At that moment the main character could not believe that this book, which was not taken into account by the searchers, was an ordinary table stand. Teacher Hua, holding the manuscript to herself, spoke about her family, which from generation to generation has devoted itself to studying the theory of breakthrough. One day, Ancestor Hua accidentally found a strange and incomplete book without a cover. This man actively studied for 70 years due to the incompleteness of the manuscript, and at the end of his life he concluded that the book was the endless secrets of this world. Teacher Hua tightly clutched the manuscript named in part of the first explorer of the family, and remembered that before his death, the descendant instructed the heirs to continue their search, considering them the only ones capable of breaking through the 9th level, and no one succeeded without the second half of the writings. Hua Fengyang wholeheartedly thanked the main character for proving the existence of the hypothesis of the breakthrough theory. In response he simply thanked her family, thanks to which the girl would really be able to prove the territory and raise the strength of the cultivators. Following this, the teacher became a little upset, because for some time she would not be able to do anything because there was absolutely nothing in the heavenly book. According to the teachings of Hua's ancestors, the book was written by an ancient power with divine consciousness, and only a person similar to this power was able to use the book. Looking at Hua Fengyang's disappointment, the main character did not expect that the girl's family studied the heavenly book so carefully. The guy remembered that in a past life the teacher did not have a book with her and, thanks to her own research, developed her own theory. When the teacher heard that the main character had a way that could help her, and she immediately became interested. This method, according to the guy, turned out to be the technology of the spiritual world of virtual reality. Hua Fengyang knew quite a lot of data regarding spiritual technology, with the help of which even Tang Ming managed to refine his body and extend his qi cultivation until it reached the 9th level. In addition, his body had completely entered the stage of divine creation. The teacher, having received a good idea, attacked the reborn, hugging and thanking him for his help. Teacher Hua Fengyang's joy knew no bounds, and so as not to hesitate, she went to Yin Lu trying to get permission. The main character himself was happy to see Master Hua happy and excited like a child when it comes to research. 3 days later, Teacher Hua met with Tang Ming and learned that he had managed to break through to a new level, which surprised those around him. The girl began to fully examine the main character, having in this case the technique of golden eyes, which made it possible to see the spiritual energy of cultivators below the 7th level, which is why the excited guy had to somehow talk himself out of quickly jumping up the level. When it just came to the point that Teacher Hua was going to study the body of the main character, a person watching the launch of virtual reality equipment approached them and asked them to prepare. This person watched as Tang Ming entered the technology for sending to virtual reality, and was quite amazed at the rapid progress of the protagonist, even without paying attention to the fact that he was instructed by the master. Tang Ming, preparing to connect, warned Teacher Hua about this, and they agreed. It was then that the guys appeared in the world of projected simulation technologies according to the data of the Book of Heaven, and they were preparing to quickly go to the sacred mountain. While the main character was in another space, in the real world the person responsible for connections lost contact with them. This guy perfectly understood all the risks of connecting to the information contained in the heavenly book, with which even the most powerful technologies are not able to work normally, so the connector left everything to the main character. After some time, the purpose of the trip was completely forgotten and Hua Fengyang was distracted by extremely rare plant species from ancient times. The girl really wanted to write down all the data and demanded that her companion wait a little. But the main character himself began to collect spiritual energy, wanting to show the girl something worth remembering. In a couple of seconds, the surrounding flowers disappeared, being simply an illusion that you shouldn't fall into when trying to break through the kingdom. In addition to the nearby plants, even a rare flower disappeared, and this incident became completely incomprehensible to the girl. When Teacher Hua stood up, the main character simply assumed that once in this world a person sees what he wants, and that's why the girls saw flowers. Hua Fengyang began to slap her face to fully concentrate, and to remain conscious all the time. Tang Ming did not doubt his teacher at all and told her about it directly, since many brilliant researchers like her could not resist the unknown. Having completed their conversations, the guys went in the other direction from the mountain, which actually became incomprehensible to Hua Fengyang, and the main character again reminded that one should not believe the illusion. After 3 hours of walking, they reached the foot of the sacred mountain and looked around. Unable to withstand the heavy load, Teacher Hua fell to the ground and asked to rest a little, but the guy, feeling the danger, decided to hurry. As the main character suggested, terrible screams began right from the forest, and the creature ran away from there. After prolonged screams, the eyes of unknown creatures appeared from the forest. Hearing a strange noise, Teacher Hua hid behind the reincarnated hero, and he was going to protect her. As a result, they were surrounded by a group of evil wolves who were gradually approaching. Hua Fengyang instantly trembled with fear and saw the concentrated face of her student. It came to the point that the wolf attacked the strongest person among the victims and chose the guy for this. But he couldn't do anything when the main character struck right at the weak point. Hua Fengyang, noticing 2 more wolves wanting to bite behind Tang Ming, warned him about this. It was thanks to the help that the guy managed to destroy wolves equal to the 3rd level of cultivation. Having seen a sufficiently large number of wolves, the main character was going to not delay the battle. Therefore, he covered his own body with spiritual energy, preparing to quickly finish the battle. With such expert use of the skill, he was able to throw his enemies into the sky and destroy them. Covering herself from the strong surge of power, Hua Fengyang saw an increase in Tang Ming's strength that even her golden eyes could not appreciate. When the main character finally managed to catch his breath, Teacher Hua called him, trying to say something. It was then that the guy saw how the remaining wolf created the others. Being not in a particularly good position, the main character fully understood the essence of what was happening. Teacher Hua asked to stop the battle because these wolves are part of the illusion of the heavenly book, and accordingly, remained unreal like rare flowers. Tang Ming simply smiled as he looked at the teacher and truly recognized this level as a test of strength, testing a person's thinking and understanding. The wolves continued the attack, having an advantage in numbers. That's when the main character grabbed Hua Fengyang, asking him to hold on a little harder. In a couple of seconds, the guy lifted Teacher Hua into his arms and flew into the sky. With this method, they managed to get to a higher point than the previous one. A little later, the guys had to stop on the mountain and wait for Hua to get a little better. But the girl quickly came to her senses and wanted to hurry because she had already lost a lot of time. Tang Ming looked carefully at Teacher Hua, who had a strong will and maturity of mind, so the guy believed that she should become a student of the heavenly book. At the end of a long deliberation, the guys directly climbed through the dangerous ledges of a mountain that completely suppressed a person's spiritual state. Seeing how Teacher Hua could hold herself with one hand with difficulty, the main character recommended his help and she refused. Hua Fengyang's whole body was trembling from fatigue and fear of falling to the ground, and only this gave her the strength to hold on. But while climbing over uncomfortable rocks, one of the teacher's heels broke. After this incident, the girl began to fall, but still could not resist. But she was lucky that the main character was nearby, who reacted by grabbing his hand and reminding the girls why they came. After some time, they had to assist only the physical strength of Tang Ming, who was carrying a practically unconscious person on his back. Suddenly, Hua Fengyang completely lost control of her body and began to slide off the guy's back. To avoid the death of the teacher, he grabbed the girl's body with both hands and pulled her towards him. The reborn hero did not begin to fall because he managed to put spiritual energy into his legs and could not hold on to this position for long. Tang Ming felt incredibly tired in his body and understood that they could freeze or fall to their death at any moment, and therefore decided to cheat. The main character concentrated more energy in his legs and broke away from the surface of the mountain. The reborn hero was able to move due to the fact that this space was created by divine consciousness, and because of this he could destroy it with his own. Without losing the opportunity to get out, Tang Ming hurried to the very top. After a few seconds, he managed to reach his final destination. When they reached the goal, the main character began to roll on the stones of a flat surface and cover Teacher Hua with himself from bruises. The pain of resisting virtual reality was so strong that blood began to flow from the mouth of the reborn and he passed out. Quite a lot of time had passed since he lost consciousness, and when he opened his eyes, the guy first of all saw the image of a crying Teacher Hua. As it turned out, Tang Ming himself had no idea about his shutdown, and simply could not understand what was happening. Hua Fengyang was very worried when she saw the student vomiting blood and, having no healing methods, considered herself absolutely useless. But the guy tried to calm her down by saying that it was as if he had simply fallen and, in fact, understood that by previously changing the structure of the illusory space, he had set himself up, even having managed to accomplish what he wanted. Having completely returned to normal, the first thing Tang Ming did was ask the girl to go to the point where she was pointing her finger and forget about him for a while. In front of them was a magical ray of light, due to which a person gets the opportunity to clear his mind, and this ray could help the girl feel what she wanted. Without thinking twice, Teacher Hua actually touched the pillar of light while the main character, concentrating, was healed. Little by little, the girl stuck part of her hand inside the magical power, and somehow saw ancient inscriptions there. Hua Fengyang eventually became happy, feeling the warmth and enveloping pleasant feeling. To feel more of these sensations, the girl completely entered the light, and all her clothes instantly began to evaporate. In just 1 minute, Hua Fengyang turned from an adult into a small child. Such a period between the 3 stages allowed her to tell what she wanted. The main character did not understand at all why the teacher was turning into a child and became worried about this. The light where Hua was began to emit rays of energy into the environment. It was then that a huge surge of power appeared on the mountain, spreading across a small area of the forest. After some time, the light went out and Tang Ming could finally see what had happened. All the newly formed spiritual energy disappeared from the mountain in a couple of seconds. Hua Fengyang herself managed to return to her previous state of body and felt incredible pleasure from receiving data about what would happen after the breakthrough of the Endless Realm. When the girl wanted to share her impressions, the main character turned away and reminded her of the way she was standing now. Teacher Hua Fengyang did not know until that moment that all the clothes were destroyed and looked at what Tang Ming was covering up from. After the guys returned to the real world, they said goodbye to Teacher Yin Lu, and Teacher Hua felt incredible shame. Due to the fact that Yin Lu lost contact, he could not see what happened between them. Having received information for the scientific breakthrough theory from the Heavenly Book, the main character, together with Hua, worked all night long. A little later, Teacher Hua Fengyang came to the director of the university with a manuscript of the theory of the breakthrough of the kingdom, and what she heard greatly surprised Director Duan. The director of the university was trembling with excitement while reading the manuscripts, and never in his life thought that he would witness the birth of a breakthrough theory, and set his sights on working more seriously. In addition to all the good news, the main character said that only cultivators who had reached the 9th level could break through, and at the moment the basis was to quickly raise the level of the human race. Director Duan thought about the words of the reincarnated guy, because even with theory it is quite difficult to achieve results. It was then that Tang Ming mentioned that the second cultivator revolution could give a greater chance of success. The protagonist confidently proposed to form a research group and an application committee on the theory of breakthrough, which would be headed by Hua Fengyang as the leader. Tang Ming mentally understood how beneficial it would be to get a quick breakthrough, and himself was a good example of fast level advancement. Director Duan shuddered at the thought that many students with him would have the opportunity to break through and Hanbei University would go down in history. In addition, the main character recommended a couple more proposals that will help students gain greater motivation in learning, regardless of their age or background. Having opened a special hologram, they talked a lot about funding research for the project, which could provide many benefits, and Tang Ming instructed Hua, stealing her role as teacher. The director of the university explained that he was not at all opposed to fulfilling the protagonist's wishes, and the only problem was the amount of money required for such a large-scale reform. When Director Duan was worried about money, the main character recalled that he had won a competition that made it possible to get a large amount of money, and was going to sell his shares in the company in case of shortage. All three people listening to him were instantly surprised to hear that the guy had 30% of Xiaojia shares. The director of the university perfectly remembered how well this company had proven itself and had more than 100 billion, and those 30% equaled 30 billion. When suddenly Teacher Hua saw that Principal Duan decided to run somewhere. The university director ran up to Tang Ming, all beaming, and counted what he could do with the support of the protagonist, and considered him a golden guy in every sense of the word. Due to the fact that the reincarnated hero agreed to help, Duan gave him a card showing the status of an assistant director and all kinds of university technologies that could be used by the hero. They stopped communicating, and due to the fact that the main character had some business in the alliance, he had to leave and just leave. During this period of time, the city was completely attacked by the Ascension cult, and the pilots tried to convey information to the elders. Suddenly, one of the informants felt some kind of malfunction and a strong quagmire of the helicopter. A shudder ran through the pilot's body because one of the Ascension sect appeared behind him, piercing the transport with his technology. This unknown enemy began to reach out to the man, trying to have a little fun and then destroy the existence of the cultivators. While such things were happening around the city, several of the elders could only watch. Unable to withstand such incidents, one old man was inflamed with spiritual energy and, upon touching the table, destroyed it. Previously, the cult of Ascension several times appealed to the authorities of the earth trying to get the mysterious cultivator, or humanity will suffer the wrath of the aliens. Burning Elder, not paying attention to Wan Shu's words, was going to take a couple of people and eliminate the cult as soon as possible. It was then that Guan Huan got into the conversation, emphasizing the stupidity of his impatient comrade, and counted all the units that were currently outside the city, so it was impossible to go with the team. Exactly a few days ago, a couple of operations to exterminate the cult failed, and even the elder of the Ascension group himself appeared. The fiery old man did not stop gaining more anger by insulting the other elders, and until this moment could not act on the orders of the head of the alliance. Guan Huan was no longer able to withstand the stupid assessment, and, having created a special technique, was preparing to compete. Ignoring Wan Shu's attempts to somehow stop the quarrel, the elders simply prepared to leave the negotiating table and act according to their desires. Wan Shu, watching as his comrades continued to quarrel, realized that without the head of Li, they could not even handle a small meeting. It was then that when she changed the situation by grabbing the old man's beard and wanting him to quickly play with him. At this moment, the main character was in the healing room of the Alliance and examining the condition of Headley. Tang Ming was wondering how the teacher could break through the realm by combining treatment between essence-purifying vessels and other methods. Chiefly himself was inside the technology of the spiritual world, helping to track the process of integration with the moment of breakthrough. While in the space of the spiritual world, the head of the Alliance began to awaken the power of his body. Upon completion of the first stage, the old man began the second and released spiritual energy from himself. Things gradually reached the peak stage of spiritual distribution, and the elder became covered in the essence of magical light. Several colors of energy gathered around the old man's forehead, and he felt a little heavier. Headley faced a terrible situation because without completely purifying his chi, he was unable to remove spiritual toxins, and if he continues, he may not break through. That is why the main character, being in real time, added a little of his own energy inside the teacher. Using the image used, Tang Ming managed to penetrate into another space to warn the old man about the danger, but the elder was not going to stop because he could never break through again. The entire heaviness was visible on the face of the Alliance commander, and even so he did not stop smiling. The old man told how life is a difficult thing and how merciless it is to old people. The main character was unable to say anything more, because the elder, having managed to break through the war against aliens and other terrible things, was not afraid to die during cultivation. The body's condition was deteriorating, and this was evident by coughing up blood. The old man was completely ready to die on the way to a breakthrough. Tang Ming, not paying attention to the fact that he was able to interrupt the process of spiritual consciousness, was not going to do this, because the deadly aspiration of the head of the Alliance was predetermined and the main character wanted to help as a student to a teacher. Smiling, the reincarnated guy concentrated energy in his hand, rejoicing that it was he who became the student of the head of the Alliance. After that, I simply threw the purifying chi energy to the right place. Little by little, the old man's condition continued to rapidly deteriorate. To cleanse the spiritual poison from the teacher, the main character decided to try a magic needle because he was unable to use any other abilities. With pain and heaviness, this option greatly helped the result of the disappearance of danger. On the contrary, other characteristics began to increase. Even the main character himself had a hard time helping to maintain the purity of a person's spiritual energy. Over time, the spiritual poison was completely removed and destroyed. The state of purity of the chi of the head of the Alliance returned to normal, and other matters depended only on himself. After a long time of training and concentration, the old man managed to achieve incredible results in the complete purity of his own energy, and a different aura flared up around him. Tang Ming was actually surprised to see the real result. Elderly managed to complete the breakthrough process by obtaining the first stage of the Infinity Realm and felt that the chi had become invisible as if it were ordinary people who had never cultivated. The old man waved his hands because for some reason he felt an inexplicable fullness in his body. And then he managed to destroy a large area with one wave of his hand and throw the remains into the sky. When the head of the Alliance completely managed to break through and demonstrate his strength, the main character, like a good student, simply congratulated him on his success. Tang Ming knew a lot of information regarding the 3 stages on the path of cultivation, the basis of which is the purification of the body. After the 9th grade there is an ideal fusion of the spiritual along with the internal chi, and finally these people get the opportunity to change the surrounding flows of energy. The guy also told the elder about the 5 stages of breaking through the realm, and with each achievement of these levels, the cultivator is able to increase his own strength. The reincarnated one himself in a past life reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Emperor's realm. After hearing the detailed explanation of the theory, Old Manly comprehended the strange feeling of fullness of energy in his body, even without paying attention to the disappearance of chi. To avoid misunderstandings with the teacher, Tang Ming named the number of 300 years that the old man could now live and planned to further help the university for the revolution of cultivators so that they could then attack the aliens. After thinking about everything, they both bowed to each other, thanking each other for helping them learn and gain a breakthrough through the realm. Each of them had incredible joy in being a teacher and a student. It was then that they separated and the main character watched as the elder was inside the virtual space, and it was clear to him that the old man would need some time to recuperate. According to many rumors, Tang Ming heard that after the last attack in the tournament, the Alliance sent a special military detachment to search for hidden skills. But in addition, the main character had to hear that even with the help of technology, the chance of a breakthrough is very high, and there is obsidian that suppresses chi, and also reduces the risk. While Tang Ming was thinking about all sorts of things, a hologram of an excited Wang Shu suddenly appeared, and this made the main character quickly turn around to warn about the success and ask why such a rush. It was then that the elder told about Huadao, who had gone to deal with the Ascension cult demanding to give up an unknown cultivator, and Tang Ming was simply in shock. Having again examined the condition of the head of the alliance, the main character decided to go to the cult because he was the one they were looking for, and he also needed to quickly explain the purpose for which they were attacking. The guy was very serious about meeting the traitors soon of humanity collaborating with aliens who, together with the cult, serve one of the most powerful commanders. By the time the main character was getting ready, the Ascension cult had already encountered Huadao, and among the opponents was Elder Ween, who wanted to get what he wanted. Without trying to listen to the enemies, the cultivator instantly ran to fight, waving his weapon. His movements were quite strong and fast, but the enemy man quickly dodged. In response, he was also preparing to attack in order to capture the elder, and soon exchange him for an unknown person. Ho Dao's action seemed very stupid to the cult member, because he simply attacked, forgetting about defense. But even in this way, Elder Ween found it difficult to contain the incredible power of the blade. Huadao, without trying to give the enemy time, used many martial art techniques and accelerated his movements. Using only his own strength, the elder managed to get close to the enemy and almost won. In order to somehow ensure her survival, Ween had to use an iron hand. When Huadao struck, no one was there due to the misty transformation of the body. This was not some kind of technique at all, but the real form of Elder Ween, and he disappeared into the air, wanting to end the battle as quickly as possible. With the help of foggy blows, the enemy commander was going to surround the cultivator, and then tear him to pieces. It was then that Huadao became more serious, covering the blade with scarlet flames and taking it more tightly. Thanks to this, the elder was able to summon the image of an angry fiery dragon. The enemy commander realized the old man's whole plan and considered him smarter than he seemed. At this moment, Huadao put his flame dragon shots into full effect and aimed at one point. The elder was angry, absorbing the blows of the mist, and wanted to send the Ascension cult to hell itself. Seeing that there was nowhere else to run, Elder Ween asked his comrades to save him from the man. It was then that they created an earthen prison around their comrade and repulsed the used fire skill. While Huadao was fighting with one, he saw behind him the next attacker with a huge hammer. But the enemy did not manage to completely harm him, because the old man used the blade for protection. Even with incredible resistance to physical force, Elder Huadao was thrown a great distance. The rest of the battle participants simply watched from the sidelines at Shaw's tactics, so the fact that the fifth man of the cult failed to eliminate the cultivator seemed pathetic to them. This same man, trembling with fear, asked to eliminate the man. By this time, Huadao had been wounded and was almost completely exhausted fighting only one enemy, and there were also several peaks of the 9th level. An enemy with a hammer approached the elder, obeying the order of the commander, and was preparing to deprive the old man of his limbs. When suddenly an unknown person appeared in the sky, saying that such a number of battles against one is a shame. This guy turned out to be the main character, hiding his face with a mask to prove the phenomenon of the same unknown cultivator. One of the criminals thought it was funny that the guy was trying to act like a hero when he was not in a better position. While the old man was talking to himself, Tang Ming began to fly at full speed to save his comrade. The criminal with the hammer got angry because the main character considered him a weakling and was preparing to strike. But the attack was not directed at him at all, but at the first person who attacked Elder Huadao. With one blow, the reborn hero dealt a very strong blow and threw the criminal to a distance. The cult member was in flight for a long time and later fell to the ground, hitting his whole body. Soon, the fifth elder of the Ascension cult looked as if he had been completely eliminated and immobilized by a weak physical push. The main character directly mocked his opponents, trying to anger them more and force them to make some very stupid move that would decide the entire situation. Since each of the Ascension cult were practically brothers of the person whom Tang Ming had eliminated earlier, the criminal with the hammer decided to attack faster than all the other elders and do everything quickly. To avoid the impulsive actions of the second elder of the cult, The others had to cast the spell early and cover their comrade until he retreated back in order to inject himself with a serum that only they knew about. The second one still listened to his senior teammates and put into action the earthen prison technique. While the criminal was preparing to act for quite a long time, the reincarnated hero instantly destroyed the earthen dungeon and used the fourth word generation battle technique. Elder Wadao was very surprised to see how an unknown cultivator managed to crush and eliminate an 8th level cultivator, so he doubted his chance of victory. One traitor to humanity was shuddered by what he saw, and he decided not to relax anymore. To completely ensure his own victory, the old man ordered his comrades to use the serum. While each of them was executing the order, just a few seconds behind the enemies, the image of the protagonist appeared, ready to strike. In order not to fall for the same trick again, the criminal used the technique of chaining chains, aiming them at the unknown cultivator, and believed that right now he would not succeed. But the old man's fantasies were destroyed when the reborn guy managed to do this and evade the attack. Tang Ming himself was preparing to strike with such spiritual energy from his body that there was a chance to destroy every single one with one blow. In a short time after the contact, something strange began to happen. All the surrounding magic gathered in one place and did not give the opposite effect. As it turned out, the traitor to humanity in time took out a special technology with which all the energy of the protagonist was dissipated in the sky and the remains were absorbed by the device. Sensing a strange danger, Tang Ming jumped away from the enemy squad. When the magicians managed to inject themselves with the serum, they even praised the cultivator unknown to them. But at the same time they knew how much advantage they currently had just by holding a magic staff in their hands that directly destroys human chi. The eldest among the traitors told the true plan of the owner of the alien race to capture the unknown cultivator. Only because he eliminated his comrades, the rest were not going to take the target alive. Reflecting in his head on the current situation where enemies are able to raise the level to the peak of the 9th class, the main character mocked his interlocutors for wanting to serve aliens all their lives and are ready to kill Earthlings for this. The enemy squad was not at all going to change their opinion about the alien owner and therefore concentrated all their power and directed it at the guy. But none of the attacks reached Tang Ming, who evaded the techniques thanks to his physical strength. In a couple of seconds, members of the Ascension cult approached him and were preparing to create something incredibly powerful. The guys failed when the main character used the skill of 9 true words and made the enemies simply freeze in one place. The effectiveness of freezing enemies did not last long at all, and upon completion, a serious battle began throughout the entire territory in which it was not even visible what was happening. While in flight, the reincarnated guy felt something was wrong because the effect of the serum was limited and they should have done something, but out of the 3, only 2 attacked and they were not in much of a hurry. It was then that the image of the last enemy trying to eliminate the immobilized Ho Dao flashed before his eyes. The enemy man laughed strangely, preparing to torment the elder for as long as possible until he could no longer remain normal. But when the traitor attacked, unknown cultivators appeared, protecting the old man from death. After a spear hit Tang Ming's body, the circulation of human spiritual energy inside him stopped, and he managed to find out that the magical staff with which the opponents were fighting was a black stone scepter belonging to an alien lord. It was clear to the reborn guy how much this blow was a deliberate use, since the enemies could not win at all, even if they were in greater numbers. For the first time, feeling like a burden, Elder Wadao simply watched the guys talking and learned that the use of a strong staff was not endless. While the elder of the Ascension cult was communicating with the main character for breaking through the kingdom that the guy mentioned at the competition, the rest tried to prevent the old man from communicating with the killer of his comrade. It was then that Tang Ming laughed a little about the person who had already achieved breakthrough results, and did not mention his name. Suddenly each of them felt an incredible heaviness and practically could not stay in one place. The vibrations and pressure were so strong that the legs directly fell into the ground. While none of the traitors to humanity was able to stand on their feet, the unknown cultivator easily rose from his knees and showed that the action of pressure only works on them. The chief elder of the Ascension cult, resisting the force, turned behind his back, sensing the presence of another person. It was above his head that a cultivator was hovering in the sky. As it turned out, it was the head of the alliance who liked it around the time that Tang Ming assumed. Elderly began to gather a sufficient amount of spiritual energy at his fingertips, and prepared to exterminate the stupid traitors of planet Earth. After the skill was ready, the old man launched a huge beam of energy under himself. This technique was incredibly powerful and capable of destroying the surrounding surface of the Earth. A power beyond human comprehension struck directly at the enemy elder and erased his very existence. After some time, everything was over and the head of the alliance was dragging the wounded Huadao. Headley thanked the unknown cultivator on behalf of the entire alliance, and listened to the story of how Huadao coped himself. Elder Hua finally realized that the unknown cultivator instantly understood his plan, because if the old man had not resisted even at the cost of his life, the enemies could have attacked the remaining people. Headley began to laugh loudly after counting all the good sides of Huadao, who is called fierce, but is in fact a very good person. It was the detailed words that greatly embarrassed old Manhwa, who considers the head of the alliance a brother. Then the main character threw them a stone that had fallen from the scepter. The effect of the stone was capable of fettering human chi, and the guy ordered to keep the stone for himself. Chiefly was able to quickly catch an obsidian stone that would be enough for 2 cultivators to break through the realm. Since the commander-in-chief of the alliance managed to break through, the main character could not stay near him for a long time so as not to be discovered, and therefore, after saying goodbye, he took off into the sky. Tang Ming completely disappeared while the old people were communicating with each other. It was not at all difficult for Chief Li to unravel the identity of a person who knew a lot about the world of cultivators and simply did not try to find out at his own request. Elderly noticed how many times the unknown cultivator helped humanity at the right time, and the old man considered him the strongest person in this world. After the enemy squad of the Ascension cult was destroyed in a collapse, chaos began in the headquarters of this group due to the loss of communication between them. The commanders of the process of destroying humanity doubted that their comrades managed to eliminate their targets because there was no news from them for more than 2 hours. One of the cult members went to the commander-in-chief trying to report the situation and ordered the others to remain in place, hastening to connect with the remaining elders. At this moment, the founder of the Ascension cult was in his room watching the latest news about the head of the alliance breaking into the realm of infinity, and how he managed to eliminate several traitors from the cult. The reporter who interviewed Chief Li heard his opinion regarding the new era of human development, which is gaining momentum and will soon be able to implement the breakthrough theory. Following this, the elder ordered all traitors to the human race to surrender within a few days or everyone will be destroyed without hesitation. Unable to bear the speech of the commander-in-chief of the Cultivator Alliance, the commander of the Ascension sect broke the screen on which he was watching the news. An informant who rushed inside the room asked the founder not to simply get angry and advised him to instead tell the alien rulers. With the help of this, he could get support. The sect commander rose from his chair, thinking that even the alien allies had failed to achieve the theory, and still had no intention of retreating because only cultivators at the peak of the 9th level were able to break through. In the eyes of the criminal, one could see the confidence that thanks to the serum received from another race, one could easily break through and no one from the Alliance would be able to prevent this. While all sorts of things were happening in the world, the main character was at home concentrating the circulation of spiritual energy depleted during the battle, but thanks to the stones given by Jin, he was lucky to quickly recover. After looking at one of these stones, Tang Ming was well aware of how difficult it was to get the chaotically scattered fossils and also realized that the aliens had reached the stage of understanding how to use obsidian. The young man thought a little about combining 2 types of stones that have different effects on the human body, and with their help cultivators could quickly break through to another level. Suddenly the teacher turned to him through a special connection arranged inside the room and asked him to quickly come to him. When they met, the head of the alliance immediately wanted to talk to Tang Ming about a couple of things that really worried him. The elder spoke about the liquidated opponents and that he was going to appoint Ho Dao as a detachment to get rid of the Ascension cult, and also soon revive the prosperity of the alliance. The second topic of communication was the desire to send the 18 best people who showed good results in competitions into a wormhole to an alien planet. The main character instantly agreed to contribute to this idea, because long ago he wanted to find a way to go to the battlefield against aliens. A few minutes later, the reincarnated hero, together with Wadao, stood near the elder, talking about various topics. The head of the Cultivator Alliance took out alien obsidian intercepted from the cult, wanting to show it to the student. The old man recounted the words of an unknown person helping in the battle. Tang Ming thought about the theory of a breakthrough according to the teachings of Hua. The guy counted all the possible cases when a person could die when a stone stops the circulation of qi, and also the possibility of using this fossil to get more results if used correctly. The main character proposed that the basis for sending to the wormhole be a mission of searching and discovering places where there are a lot of obsidian stones, and also lived from a spiritually high frequency. The head of the alliance agreed with the proposal, because if a constant supply of such ore is ensured, the human race will have a chance to break through the kingdom much faster. When suddenly Elder Wadao, who was examining a piece of obsidian, shouted from the side, he remembered how he once saw a similar stone at the defense base of the island of the Fire Dragon, and this attracted the attention of the reincarnated guy. Wadao began to remember the volcanic environment of the wormhole for which he speaks. Large amounts of fossils were scattered throughout this area, and the old man was only confused by the fact that it was a third-level wormhole. To ensure the safety of the 18 expedition members, Elder Wadao, who is the second head of Fire Dragon Island, promised that the students would be looked after. Headley calmed down a little and ordered the guys to be sent on an adventure so that they would become stronger and improve for the better. Soon, all 18 members of the expedition received an emergency notification that they were being sent to an alien wormhole. First, all participants met at the Alliance headquarters for preparation and began to go through a theoretical stage in which the information required to begin was told. The second stage was obtaining equipment, and this was a combat uniform that is worn only by the military of the Alliance, and in addition, everyone received combat equipment. At the end of the last stage, the guys were finally able to meet. Their group consisted mainly of close people who love to communicate, although they do not remember their past life. The rest of the cultivators were not at all different from friends and treated the main character well, respecting him and even looking up to him. But there was only one Yi Jinxing who did not like Tang Ming from the very first meeting, and he escalated the situation. Yi Jinxing, not paying attention to the enmity between him and the main character, who did not understand that they were quarreling at all, behaved adequately with the girls who were crazy about him. The guy himself didn't like pretending to be interested in it at all, and he turned around to look at something else. Yi Jinxing looked specifically at the main character, who received Wang Jin as his bride and respect, along with the admiration of the entire people. This is exactly what Yi wanted to get and therefore could not tolerate Tang Ming. While the ill-wisher was thinking, the reborn hero saw him and said hello, not having seen his friend for a long time. After Yi Jinxing greeted him back, he turned around and began to walk away with a displeased expression on his face. Hua began to wonder why Yi Jinxing has been acting so strange lately, and these thoughts from his friend made the main character think that Yi is a young man who is constantly worried about his youth. A few hours later, all the disciples went to the meeting place and met Yu Feng there, explaining the stability of the military situation inside the wormhole, as well as the basic security measures for researching the lowest threshold in the level of cultivators. The accompanying person spoke in detail about the volcanic parts of the planet they were going to and listed many creatures with a fire attribute that could cause great harm, after which he simply activated one Alliance technology. A shelf with combat suits began to be lowered in front of the students, and they explained in detail how to properly use these suits. When everyone went to try on the suits, inside the women's locker room, Fang Xiaoying was the very first to get dressed, moving to test the comfort and flexibility of the suit that gives a bonus to abilities. Suddenly, conversations appeared behind her from Songlu, who liked Xiaoying's beautiful figure, and then Fan Xiaoying pointed her finger at Jin, believing that she was the one who was very beautiful. Exchanging compliments, they looked at Xin, whose combat suit really suited her very well. The friends who started this conversation could not take their eyes off the beautiful Xin and considered her simply beautiful. Fan Xiaoying, who had forgotten what it was about, became curious about the cat ears on her head, and then the girl heard the voice of the main character saying that this is a connection between cultivators with which one can control a person's physical indicators. Jin and her friends blushed with shame when they heard from Tang Ming that they accidentally activated the radio mode, and besides him, all the people nearby heard them. After everyone was fully prepared, they gathered at the meeting place and stood in one strict row from which it was impossible to leave until the speech of the observing person was completed. It was this person who was responsible for safety before going inside the wormhole and tried with all his might to help the students. The main character was their overseer, warning about all the dangers waiting on foreign territory and told them the need to wear combat suits that allowed different things, from adjusting the level of gravity to other advantages. Having completed a long story about the dangers that he would soon have to meet, he asked for the readiness of the students to expose himself and the rest of his comrades to danger due to their own stupidity, so Tang Ming asked to better think about the future moves so as not to expose others. Everyone shouted out in one voice how well they understood the current squad leader, and prepared to obey him for safety. Yu Feng, having listened to such a speech before the start of the battle, became very interested in the novice leader and believed that the head of the alliance was actually choosing an acceptable student for himself. But Yi Jingxing couldn't stand it when people just talk and don't see the truth before their eyes. The guy really hated everything that concerns the main character. At the end of the story, the entire group underwent pre-war tests through the spiritual virtual reality system to better familiarize themselves with the wormhole environment, and exactly a few days later, 18 students set off on the Alliance's flying technology. With a long flight on the ship, the guys almost completely flew to the place of the last landing. Before their eyes, the first front-line fortress blocking the wormhole became visible, and the dimensions of this wall were incredibly huge, because the fortress of the planet is a closed military zone. When the vehicle entered the protective barrier at the very depths of the wall, several other vehicles of the Cultivator Alliance appeared behind it. It was then that the fifth elder of the Fifth Dragon League, Bai Fang, contacted the students, and it was this person who was accompanying the students. The elder told a detailed plan according to which he was going to guide the ships through the wormhole and warned his younger comrades not to go crazy under any circumstances, but rather to simply control their own safety. Little by little, the ship actually passed inside the wormhole and the transport disappeared as if it had not been there. Then the speed of movement was very strong and the ship was inside the wormhole as if it were an underwater vessel. The students of the Cultivator Alliance held on to their belts with all their strength so as not to bring their body into danger and harm the rest of their comrades. The speed of movement exceeded even human understanding, and in a few seconds the flying ship was almost at the exit from the wormhole. Having completed the full immersion, the students finally found themselves in the territory of contact with enemy alien troops. After this, the student ship landed at the base where the responsible elders of Fire Dragon Island are waiting for them. The main character and his friend were the first to disembark from the ship and therefore were able to see the environment. Suddenly, Old Hua became incredibly ill due to seasickness, which, according to the recollections of the reborn hero, was as terrible as before. All the students were met by Elder Bai Fang, who asked at the end of the flight the well-being of each of those around him. Before anyone had time to answer, they heard a loud and incomprehensible sound above their heads. Raising their heads they saw technology warning of danger. And in a couple of seconds, a huge explosion formed near the wormhole headquarters, attracting the attention of only the university students who had arrived. The elder asked the guys to calm down, arguing that this alien attack did not pose any danger or risk to life, adding that the enemies had been trying to do something for several days. While some did not understand anything, Jing Jing suggested that the explosion scene was due to the technique of the Fire Dragon League that compresses spiritual energy and then explodes the air. Such a method, in her opinion, could easily stun the aliens with one hit. After listening to his friend's opinion, the main character spoke about the features of the environment that carries the fire attribute and for the joint technique created by several cultivators of a higher rank. Elder Bai Fan laughed with joy because he was pleased to see the insight of Chief Li's disciple and therefore revealed the information that if you gather a large number of cultivators in one place, you can use an incredibly powerful joint technique. After this, the elder explained in detail how many requirements there are for a joint technique that cannot simply be carried out by several random people. After this, there was another powerful explosion made by the dragon gates protecting the city from aliens. Watching such a spectacle, the students were shocked, considering such a method simply the madness of the Cultivator Alliance. Elder Bai Fan asked the expedition members to hurry after him if they wished to be escorted around the base, and ordered them to never show mercy to the enemies of humanity. In the vast territory where they were located, enemy positions did not stop exploding and many comrades flew in on flying ships. A little later, the students went outside where the surface temperature was very high, even wearing a special suit, and inspected the monument to the battle for the island of the Fire Dragon. Bai Fan remembered how many comrades died trying to carry out the mission to exterminate the Legion of the Alien Empire. The protagonist's detachment was also near the monument. Tang Ming understood that this legion is the main force of the aliens, and they have extremely powerful equipment to destroy which they had to pay a high price in people's lives. When suddenly strange conversations began to be heard from the students, and he spoke for the cultivators who had returned from the battlefield. One of the military men told Elder Bai Fan in detail about the successful mission to destroy the attacking aliens at several points of the Alliance. Elder Bai Fan listened carefully to the number of casualties during the execution of the order and thanked the soldier for his cooperation. He also wanted to provide the dead with at least some compensation. He wanted to deal with the enemies, unable to bear how hostile the aliens were, eliminating innocent people, and he was stopped by the main character, reminding him that he would soon be able to exterminate every single enemy. Following their thoughts, several more guys from military detachments appeared, warning the elder about their arrival. Bai Fan began to approach them, trying to introduce the guys to the rest of the students who had seen a lot of interesting things in a couple of seconds. According to the stories of elders, Zhu Li and Huron were cultivators above the 6th level, and were also responsible for the safety of the expedition members during the training mission. Yi Jingxing, understanding the entire current combat situation, suggested dividing into several teams and quickly starting to look for deposits in 2 different directions. Each of the guys agreed with this proposal, and there were some who were very fans of him. When He wanted to join the main character's group, he refused because he had a serious task from Elderly, and invited his friend to go with Jean Jean. He, understanding the Reborn's plan, promised him that he would undoubtedly take care of Tang Ming's assistance, and whispered this in his ear. Having completely divided the guys into teams, Elder Bai Fan advised him to rest for 1 day before starting, and the next morning he would go with the observers on a training mission. The next day, after full preparation, everyone went to the rear and only the main character remained at the base, going out to the monument to the dead, again examining the surroundings. Tang Ming's main goal was to get to the Gorge of Scarlet Flames where, in the past, his environmental research team discovered a huge obsidian vein. Having thought in detail about the further passage of his goal, Tang Ming began to move with lightning speed along the Gorge of Scarlet Flames located in the south of the base. Thanks to his incredible speed, the main character managed to quickly cross 2 checkpoints. We also managed to meet with several patrols whose group consisted of 5 people, and that is why it was a priority for them to stop for a while in order to take a proper rest before setting off on a further lengthy journey. Having completed his pleasant communication with these guys, Tang Ming continued on his way, which is why he had to go deeper into alien lands closer to the south each time. With the help of his incredibly powerful strength, the main character was able to move above the surface of the earth without any difficulty and examine the entire situation from a safe distance. When suddenly he noticed a strange movement right below him and turned all his attention to trying to examine in detail the essence of what was happening. While the main character was trying to do this, a creature with incredible speed of movement and accuracy, while eliminating the opportunity for a person to resist, decided to attack from an invisible point. But the attempt of the stretching monster was unsuccessful. Tang Ming managed to dodge and still remain intact. In order to at least slightly reduce the distance with the monster, the main character had to jump back and land on his straight legs. The monster turned out to be a scarlet fire snake. This creature liked to hide in the gravel without eyes and only with the help of its own tongue can determine the location of the prey to hunt. The length of the monster seemed to the main character the characteristic maturity of a person of the 5th level of a human cultivator. The scarlet fire snake was not going to miss the victim and therefore, with its mouth wide open, it began to attack. With all the strength of a level 5 monster, Tang Ming, who knew his opponent's mortal weakness, managed to dodge and move around the fire snake. Thanks to a careful examination of the weaknesses of the scarlet fiery serpent, the main character redirected his strength into only one hand and, instead of stupid retreats, began to approach closer to the enemy. Since the monster was fiery, its weakness was cold and Tang Ming used an icy touch on it, which actually allowed it to freeze the snake's body and make it impossible to move around the open area. At the moment of defeating the fiery snake, which fell exhausted to the ground, the main character tried to shake off the accumulation of dust due to the unexpected attack of such a monstrous creature. Little by little, the monster was interrupted by ice capable of stopping almost any enemy who decided to attack the user. Little by little, the monster was interrupted by ice capable of stopping almost any enemy who decided to attack the user. Having completed pumping out the liquid, the main character noticed how quickly it was starting to get light and therefore was going to finish things off as soon as possible. 1 hour later, Tang Ming walked through the dark desert trying to fulfill this assignment. And he immediately stopped, noticing something in front of him that could attract the attention of absolutely every ordinary person passing by, and especially a cultivator. Among the piles of dust, a group of patrolmen appeared right before his eyes, heading towards him, and they seemed to be looking for the right thing. When they finally met face to face, they immediately saluted and presented the name, thanks to which you can find out where the cultivator is from or just some other information regarding the bearer of this name. The captain of the cultivar squad, Luo Jixiang, was a little surprised when he heard the name of the main character, because in a short time, information regarding victory in competitions and other details had spread even to other planets. According to this person, they managed to find out about the magnetic interference due to which there is always no signal and it is impossible to determine the location. He also warned the main character about the danger in the further path and advised him to retreat. But after hearing such a statement, Tang Ming refused to stop his journey, having precise instructions and a special mission from the Alliance, which is why the guy refused to listen to the commander. Taking into account the words of the main character, Luo Jixiang simply showed the way to a dangerous area and recommended to be extremely careful so as not to die. Thanking for such enormous help, Tang Ming began to calmly go about his business and was simply confident in his completion of the task. When suddenly the commander of the cultivar squad began to behave too strangely and ordered his comrades to do something for him. Having listened to the orders of the commander, the team rushed to attack the main character from behind and take his life for their own benefit. At this moment, absolutely every sharp weapon managed to pierce the flesh of the protagonist, and this gave the commander a reason for ridicule in front of his victim. But suddenly the guys noticed the disappearance of Tang Ming, and the blades of the guns simply ended up in the air as if nothing had happened at all and they failed to hit the man. While they were trying to understand the problem of what was happening, the main character found himself behind Luo Jixiang and asked for what purpose this unexpected attack was launched. The commander turned to look at the guy because he was surprised by the ability to maintain a visual projection for a second, thanks to which Tang Ming managed to avoid death, and this technique belongs to a 5th-class cultivator. The rest of the guys, together with the commander who came up with accusations about the main character's penetration into the forbidden area, began to attack the young man and, on top of that, accused him of collaborating with enemies. With all his surprise at how good Luo Jixiang was at lying, Tang Ming prepared his 10 true words ability, and aimed it at the opponents running to fight. Each of these blows hit the right target and set off the opponents, who had no idea how the main character managed to find out the problems with the squad. In order to explain everything, Tang Ming told how he carefully watched the signal every 10 minutes and only when meeting with the squad did it instantly disappear. In addition to everything, he immediately became interested in why the cultivar team was so far from the base of Fire Dragon Island. At the end of the explanation, the guy simply stood among the defeated enemies who did not believe that he was not capable of knowing as much as for a recruit, and this thought turned out to be a gross mistake. Luo Jixiang was extremely dissatisfied with the current situation and, due to how much had become known to the main character, could not allow him to leave quietly in order to tell the rest of the cultivators. And in order to stop Tang Ming, or even put an end to him, the squad leader prepared to use all available forces and began full concentration. What Luo Jixiang was doing a little interested the main character, who has no idea what will happen in front of him now and is preparing to observe. Forgetting Tang Ming's superiority in level, the leader of the cultivator group prepared to use his strongest technique, which was comparable to the 6th grade level, and fired a flame arrow. It was then that it became interesting for the observing protagonist that the enemy was from the Luo family, which was very prominent among the world of cultivars and had a secret that was not passed on to strangers. Luo Jixiang was a little scared because such information is known to few people and has never gone beyond the family. Thanks to what he heard, the enemy was very scared. Tang Mina, having accepted the challenge due to the lack of a signal, decided to no longer hide and begin to more closely observe the path of the Tao where one must destroy one's selfishness. It was then that the projectile previously fired by Luo Jixiang stopped right in front of the main character, and could not get a little closer in order to destroy his opponent. Following this, electrical charges were released from the guy's body, absorbing the entire battle area and leaving nothing behind. These electronic charges hit Luo Jixiang directly, who was unable to match anything to such power even with such a strong technique of the 6th level of cultivars. The main character simply stood when the enemy fell to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure of force, and thought about one of the martial arts techniques called Thunderbolt, because after rebirth it was used for the first time, and it is capable of using the energy of heaven and earth without destruction. Some time later, Tang Ming began to tie something too tightly to the wall and press the rope more and more in order to better secure it, avoiding any possibility of problems arising in the future. The fact that the main character turned out to be a detachment of cultivators, and the guy liked to see how helpless they were when they actually met a strong opponent who could fight back. To avoid any problems due to the fact that there was a chance of these guys escaping, Tang Ming used snake toxin on them, with the help of which the guys would be motionless for 5 days, even taking into account the entire strength of the Luo family. The main character, with the end of this problem, left the cave where he left the deceivers and, in addition to all this, thought in his head that the Luo family was not able to defeat him, because the traveler had recently defeated stronger opponents. A few minutes later, the guy finally managed to get to the Gorge of Scarlet Flame and see the local volcano erupting. When Tang Ming examined the area to make sure his location was accurate, he saw a very interesting sight. And in order to hide his presence, he needed to use a special technique of merging with the surrounding landscape and hide behind the nearest huge cobblestone. Right behind the ledge from the stone mountain there were aliens hiding thanks to the Luo family, and thanks to them they managed to sneak onto the battlefield unnoticed. These aliens turned out to be a race that calls itself the Conquerors of the Universe and arrived on this earth in order to find the necessary obsidian veins. However, they considered the other races not worthy of life and used them for their own purposes. And to facilitate their search attempts, they put the most difficult work on the race of untouchables, who are despicable creatures for the alien empire. The main character examined the current situation in detail and counted the total number of aliens, thanks to which it would be possible to calculate the amount of force in order to prevent the enemy from escaping or even calling for help. At this time, one of the supervisors mocked the worker who, during the time given to him, was unable to complete the standard work. All the speech of the aliens was understandable to Tang Ning due to a special translator in the spacesuit. This alien began to beat the old man hard with an electric whip, because of which you can easily die or remain half alive. Also nearby was the same alien who was trying to calm down his comrade in order to reduce the number of deaths and give him the opportunity to work better. While this alien was showing his dissatisfaction regarding the mockery of workers, the image of the main character appeared behind him. And then the enemy's head instantly began to bleed, after which the alien did not even have time to finish what he wanted, and he simply died. Following one defeated enemy, several of his comrades followed, and Tang Ming was not going to stop. Due to the sequence of using the techniques, a couple of enemies lost their lives. Seeing how quickly the aliens were dying, one of the guards tried to warn the alien mocking the old man, but he thought that his comrade was also trying to receive a couple of blows. In a couple of seconds, the main character managed to get behind the mocker and not appear in front of his eyes, which actually allowed him to protect the old man for some time. And when this happened, the alien immediately died, and such a sight greatly frightened the shorter aliens by race. Following one enemy, a second fell to the ground and tried to warn his comrade about the danger approaching them. In just a few seconds, the battlefield became covered with all the aliens who were not strong enough to resist with the cultivator. Also, seeing that the guards were no longer alive, the short ones crowded together and until that moment could not help the poor old man, who was holding all the anger of the guards on himself. Just by the appearance of the alien, the main character realized that they had the habit of bowing to excellent alien warriors, and could only obey orders. Only when they encountered an unknown threat, they united for safety. In order not to scare the short ones, Tang Ning simply turned around, starting to go into the cave, and advised them to take the spaceship in order to quickly return to their home. It was then that he heard one of the aliens ask if the main character had come in search of something known among them. In front of him was a little girl of the alien race who obey all strong opponents, and she was holding a rather huge piece of obsidian in her hands. She didn't understand what she had in her at the moment. The girl introduced herself under the name Agi, and told how exactly 10 years ago a tribe of Rakshasas destroyed her house in order to recruit them as workers to search for a stone that the girl managed to find and did not give up. When the girl tried to give the obsidian to the main character, a Bahaha elder who had recently been beaten approached her, and warned Agi how dangerous it was to cooperate with people. But the girl trusted Tang Ming, believing that he was the one who could help with the problem. The traveler himself simply observed the communication of the aliens of the Jilixing race, who were able to communicate directly through the use of brain waves, and it was too similar to the transmission of sound from cultivators. To gain the trust of the main character, Agi told about everything that she discussed with the elder and wanted to take the man to the place where they managed to find obsidian deposits. This behavior of the girl became too suspicious for Tang Ming, and he asked what goal Agi was trying to achieve. The girl with a smile on her face said that in return for accompaniment she wanted to receive another help, and it became clear from her that she was telling the truth without trying to lie, since there was no point in such a situation. After listening to her carefully, the main character thought about this and knew that without the girl's help the search for obsidian would be much slower. In addition, he thought about the possibility of becoming allies with this race. Having decided not to think about it for now, he exhaled, agreeing to help, and the request was to search for a girl named Imitata. The main character agreed without promising exact success. Agi, with assurances, tried to quickly show the entrance to the cave and finally begin escorting to the right place. Only when the guys went a little inside the cave, they were stopped by the elder transmitting sound waves to the girl, calling her mistress. In response to AG, she asked the Bahaha to use sound waves so that the main character could understand what was going on. Such a show seemed pretty good to Tang Ming. A couple of minutes later, the guys went deep into the very depths of the cave, and the main character, raising his head, tried to carefully examine the walls, feeling an incomprehensible effect on his chi. Therefore, he had to use his technique on his hand in order to soon use the skill. And with the help of this powerful technique, it was possible to cut through the stone soil of the cave and continue to do this for some time without stopping. With the disappearance of all the dust due to the impact, many obsidian stones, not yet touched by aliens, appeared in the same place. Immediately after using the technique, from behind a crack in the ceiling, an image of a monster appeared, ready to eliminate the person or other creature that came inside. First of all, it decided to attack the main character, trying to destroy the strongest enemy at the moment. When AG noticed this, she immediately rushed to protect Tang Ming, considering his life much more important than her own, and did not think of retreating. The main character put his hand on the girl's head, trying to calm her down, since he had no intention of hiding behind the child's back like some kind of coward. Holding AG close to him so that she would not see everything that was happening, Tang Ming dealt with the attackers in a couple of seconds thanks to the Black Frost Blade technique. With the completion of the application of a sufficiently large force, the monsters were defeated thanks to small and quick blows, as if the wind itself helped the main character to resist the monsters in overwhelming numbers. These creatures were unable to fight against humans for long and fell straight to the ground, forming behind them a small shock to the surface of the cave. Tang Ming carefully examined the hissing body of the monster, and realized that these are alien salamanders whose habitat is constantly under isolation deep in the earth and have never been so aggressive. While the guy was wondering how and what exactly could lead the salamanders to such a state, AG was warned about the appearance of a couple more hostile monsters overhead. Tang Ming asked the elder to take the girl and move a little further for his own safety. According to him, it became clear to them that the guy was trying to cope on his own. The main character, not worrying about most of the enemies, took a stance for battle and prepared to use the icy touch of 10 touches, which has incredible resistance power. After a couple of minutes in which Tang Ming had to fight, the body of one of the monsters lay on the battlefield, having lost any chance of victory and all sorts of desires to destroy a person. The cave into which the guys had previously descended was completely covered with the bodies of liquidated alien salamanders, and the main character simply sat calmly on them, inspecting the process of turning into ice. This kind of battle, due to which one has to spend the fourth word of the 9 true words, became difficult for the reincarnated hero and deprived him of a way to use for several days. Also, the breathing became more intense when fighting against the fire creatures. Watching this, AG was simply too surprised and enjoyed looking at the main character, but the elder was overcome by a misunderstanding of how an earthling could be so powerful without paying attention to the fact that their bodies are the same as those of the Jilixing race. Deciding to go deep into the resulting gorge to check, Tang Ming ordered the short race of aliens to return to the entrance, and under no circumstances expose themselves to danger. Having entered the crack, the main character first felt an important obsidian vein, and therefore safety checks were above all else, especially the search for the necessary fossils. With every step through the dark territory, Tang Ming ceased to feel the presence of the fire salamanders, and even more so, their dangerous attacks stopped altogether. After some time, the main character walked 100 meters along an unknown passage whose end was beyond the boundaries of understanding. Suddenly, the 5th-level cultivator noticed a bright light on his way and considered this a way out, so he quickly hurried in order to clarify his not too confident assumptions. When the guy reached the right place, he immediately ran into the stone wall opposite him and began to look around, trying to find out the desired information. Inside the deep cave there actually turned out to be a very interesting and incomprehensible formation similar to a black hole, and around it was like outer space many times larger than human size, and this is what shocked the main character. Due to some factors, the guy was able to assume that it was in the depths where he was located that a powerful spiritual flame had formed, and it was blocked by an obsidian vein. In addition to everything, over the years, a huge energy entity has formed in this place, taking the form of volcanic lava. It was these factors that led the main character to the idea that such an environment is too similar to a medical booth where he was engaged in microscopic hardening, and the energy body is simply an endless source of energy from spiritual stones. Therefore, in an attempt to gain more power, he prepared to inhale the surrounding air, which carries energy due to which there is a greater chance of filling cultivation conditions that are several times superior to the medical booth. Thanks to breathing the air of this cave, Tang Ming simply fell asleep on the spot, and the process completely began with the absorption of all the oxygen. Several days passed, and the main character continued to be unconscious, closing his eyes and not emitting any signs of life or simply remaining normal. But immediately opening their eyes, they flared up with a burning scarlet flame and did not go out while they were open. This is what showed that the cultivation was quite successful and nothing would happen. In just one day, the main character's cultivation level rise from the initial stage of the 5th class almost to the end of the 6th. To all this, the energy force began to condense due to spiritual energy, and gradually covered the young man's body. Trying to create something unusual, Tang Ming began to snap his fingers many times, as if in this way he was trying to invoke some effect that would prove complete mastery of the technique. Thanks to the collection of pure energy from a special fire throughout his stay in this cave, the main character managed to use the ability from a past life called Red Lotus Karma. Before everything that was happening on Earth, most people could only know that battle techniques are divided into 4 stages: yellow, black, earthly and heavenly, one of which the main character managed to master. For some reason, Tang Ming thought about how far in his past life cultivation expanded, dissolving martial arts techniques above the 9th grade, and only after rebirth they are divided into 8 stages. The reincarnated hero clenched his fist tightly, because only the learned Scarlet Lotus Karma technique is currently an unknown step, also has the power to destroy any malicious enemy just worth wishing for. After examining the current state of the cave where the cultivation took place, the main character decided not to completely absorb the remaining energy in order to preserve the normal state of the body and adhere to the golden mean. Not far from the guy, fossils were formed for which he actually came in the first place, and the main character finally decided to start his work. Easily collecting the resulting adamantium, Tang Ming decided not to take absolutely everything and not attract unnecessary attention from aliens. Having completed his work, the guy went outside and noticed something very interesting, which actually caught the eye of any person. At this moment, AG commanded her comrades for common survival, thanks to the communication of the intelligent Gylixings through the direct use of brain waves. They worked much more coherently than the other races. The girl immediately noticed that the savior had finally returned, and the guy inquired about the aliens' desire to stay in this place. To which AG, bowing her head, spoke about the Geely star on which they lived, namely how the colony of Rakshasas turned into their possessions and therefore they could not return home to foolishly drive themselves into danger. Following this, she explained how the locators on the Rakshasa ship were destroyed and transmitted a detailed explanation of further plans for survival and territory unknown to them. Such thoughts of the little girl seemed quite interesting to the main character, and he offered his help with which it would be possible to extract cereals for sowing the people at the base. Looking at the absolutely innocent AG, Tang Ming knew very well that sending the Geely Xings to the human base was too dangerous, even without paying attention to the fact that this race was forcefully drawn into the war, and because of this, he decided to leave them in this place for a while. In addition to this, the guy decided to make sure of something and, collecting the equipment in his hand, put it on the girl's head without any explanation. The Bahaha elder instantly appeared, thinking that the savior for some reason had become hostile to the Gylixing race and was stopped by AG, believing that the main character could have destroyed them long ago at the slightest desire, and the old man calmed down. From the beginning of using the technique, waves of Tang Ming's technique formed around the guys and they surrounded the girl. In a similar way, The main character sent some information to Eiji's head, and for this it was necessary to maintain contact with the right person or alien. Removing his hand from the girl, Tang Ming explained in detail the essence of the transmitted information, where the methods of practicing the human body or absorbing spiritual energy are split, and ordered to study if the Gilisings want to have the ability to self-defense. When the reincarnated one finished speaking, Eiji jumped into the sky and grabbed the main character's neck and kissed him. After hanging like that for a while, the girl jumped back to the ground. According to Eiji's explanations and her understanding of such matters, a kiss was the most traditional way to express gratitude on Earth, and this is how Eiji thanked the Gilisings who were here on behalf of all her people. Eiji, having heard from the main character that it was especially forbidden to do such a thing and asked who taught her this, looked at the elder Bukaha as if she was trying to convey something very important to him. Noticing the young lady's gaze, the old man began to approach Tang Ming with the desire to also thank the man with all his heart for saving him, and the main character, realizing where this was going, tried to step back a little. In order not to repeat this with the elder, Tang Ming simply flew into the sky, telling the aliens to stay in this place for a while and wait for a call in which he would give further instructions. After this, the Bukaha elder wondered if Eiji liked the performance, and the girl liked it, because with this method it was possible to melt the ice in the relationship between people from the Earth, as well as the weak population of the Gilisin. Eiji conveyed through brain waves that such deception would be the last time, and she did not want to spoil relations with such a good person, and at the same time did not want the death of her weak race, so she asked to be more sincere with Earthlings. At this moment, the main character was nearby, and with the help of the fact that he transmitted the Eiji cultivation method at the same time as he specially added part of his consciousness, he gained the opportunity to hear the transfusion of thoughts of the Gilixing race. But feeling the friendliness of the aliens, who were not going to attack people at the moment without having any strengths in the battle, the main character disappeared from the observation site and decided to go about his business. Some time later, the reincarnation arrived at the place where he left a couple of people from the attacking squad while completing the assigned task. Inside the cave, only the dead bodies of people who used poison for self-destruction, which Tang Ming pumped out of a blind snake of the 5th level, remained, and thus avoided the attempt of the protagonist to find out any important information. Having carefully examined the dead, the reincarnated hero perfectly understood all the effects of the snake's poison, which paralyzed for a couple of days, and at the end of time, the detachment of traitors simply used the Luo family's own poison. And while Tang Ming remained in one place, somewhere on the base of Fire Dragon Island, one of his charges began to report the information received to his elder. The main thing he managed to find out was the disappearance of Luo Jixiang's patrol, and the assistant began to suspect aliens were to blame, but in response the elder shattered detailed doubts because the betrayal of the strong Luo family was unprofitable for them. Also important was the data received from the spies at the base, and they spoke about the training mission of people from the Alliance, and especially the place of their departure. The extent to which they were divided could very well turn the tide of events. The scout became interested and extremely scared that Tang Ming, about whom there was so much talk, could get involved in the matter, because he went to exactly the place where Luo Jixiang's detachment disappeared without a trace. The elder, seeing his seriously minded ward, ordered not to try to eliminate the main character, because he is a student of the head of Li. And if such an important person dies, it will only get worse, and at the same time he was not worried, because the dead squad will simply disappear due to poison. The elder was thinking about how to turn what had happened to his advantage and tapped his finger on the chair. The cherished desire to return the Luo family to the head of the world of Earth cultivators again became too important for a person hiding his appearance. He then ordered his assistant to closely monitor what Tang Ming was doing and to take advantage of absolutely every opportunity to eliminate this dangerous person, and do everything while hiding. While the Luo family was considering a plan to destroy the main character, he returned to the base of the Fire Dragon Island and, when asked about his success, asked not to ask any questions. A guy named Jikuan mocked the main character with all his might because, unlike him, Chikuin's team managed to find a vein of level 5 spiritual stones weighing about 200 tons in 2 days. Another person, in addition to trying to calm down his comrade because of Tang Ming's solo mission and his return back unharmed, was glad in his thoughts how useless the main character was at times. Suddenly a man burst into them, whose face was absolutely invisible, and he constantly shouted the name of the main character, trying to convey something to him. This person turned out to be the 5th elder in the Fire Dragon League named Bai Fang. The old man brought information that Huasanshan's team, along with the others, were in serious trouble. With the information that Bai Fan brought, it became clear that the communication range of the combat suit had disappeared, and this could only mean an unknown attack on the mission participants, and the situation was simply not much worse. One of the students decided to go with the main character in search of his comrades and asked to quickly inform them about the location of the disappearance of the signal from the spacesuits of the guys. The ongoing disappearance was not clear to the team itself exactly 3 hours ago, and they calmly moved through the hot desert. Some of the guys had doubts about search trips that would allow them to complete the task, and this lasted for 2 long days. While some were quarreling, one of the girls noticed strange movements on the detector 50 meters from the location, but such a movement was too strange. The guys just stupidly ran forward until the girl noticed that the goal in question does not stand still at all and only moves forward as if it were a living creature. The guys standing right behind Wang Jin smiled as they watched their comrades foolishly having fun during an important task and not paying attention to anything else. Hua and his companion, like little children, began to break the rocky soil of the earth beneath them and called for the others to join them. Suddenly a huge hole formed under them, absorbing everything in its path, and there was a feeling that if they fell, they could stay there forever or die altogether. The most terrible thing in the resulting cliff turned out to be a lot of worms larger than human standards, and each time they became more aggressive. The guys, in contact with the ground, celebrated the hellish heat, and when they fought against the worms that formed a slippery liquid around themselves, they could not withstand this abomination. The rest of the comrades simply warned about safety and the distance at which it is better to stay from the alien creatures Mingqi. They were also monsters with a long range of action of their power, and therefore had a hellish saliva temperature. While they were talking about their thoughts, these worms began to escape using the skills of quickly crawling on the ground and forming around the heat. The guys from the second team, having found out a lot of interesting things, decided to go back because they were quite far from the base and could die in case of danger. But there were also those who were not at all going to return back until they found what they wanted and still wanted to continue the search for fossils. Wang Jin, having examined the map on which there was a short walk to the Red Rock mountain range and there was a great chance of finding ore, was not against continuing the journey, and then simply returning along the same route. The older guys simply agreed with the opinion of the multitude and tried to somehow act as nannies for the younger generation until darkness arrived. In order not to get lost on their way, they decided to go in a line straight to the mine itself, because with every step forward the slightest signal appeared. Hua thought that Xiaoying was trying to deceive the military and ordered it to stop, but suddenly he noticed how everyone else also caught the signal and could not just say something. The military felt that the situation was too strange because they had been moving through the neutral zone for 1 hour, and during this time they had not seen a single creature that was trying to attack. The second team at that moment was simply looking for a point at which they could pick up a very strong signal and shouted like little children wanting to find a treasure. But one of the military men felt a very strange feeling, as if someone other than the team was to blame for what was happening, and he could destroy each of them. An unexpected shot began to fly from an unknown place thanks to a special technique, and its power was beyond comprehension. In order to protect the younger guys, the military man ran out right in front of them and prepared to use his reporting ability as quickly as possible. This technique was a fire technique with which it was possible to create a huge fiery shield and cover comrades from the danger approaching them. When the techniques made contact, the shield was destroyed and some people were thrown a little to the sides, but the attacking technique also disappeared and it is unknown how it appeared. When the defense was completely broken, the most senior among the recruits warned of an attack by aliens using a magnetic gun for their purposes and ordered them to try to retreat, while the long-range weapon was reloading. This guy became interested in the well-being of a comrade named Ching, who was thrown back after a strong magnetic wave, and he confirmed the destruction of the kinship of souls, because of which all communication with the base actually disappeared. To inspect the entire territory and the number of attacking enemies, Ching used his vision of 10 sides, and upon inspection the guy noticed more than 30 aliens with a magnetic gun. In addition, the number of so many enemies on the western side of the base became too incomprehensible to the military. But the most frightening thing for Chong was the presence of another detachment of aliens with similar power as a cannon, and they were right behind, so the opponents surrounded the novice cultivators and tried to destroy their very existence. Some of the participants could not believe in such bad luck and remained in one place without saying anything about what had happened because they were absolutely powerless, while there were a couple of aliens of the 5th or higher level on the battlefield. But at the same time, Fang Xiaoying and Old Hua decided not to stand in one place and, on the contrary, to attack to change the course of events. The guys shouted too loudly, trying to show their fearlessness, and tried to set up the rest of the comrades of the second squad. One of the military men smiled a little, because detailed morale raising at a critical moment seemed like a pretty good method, and the guy couldn't believe how capable these guys are as cultivators, since they all work together and don't leave each other in trouble. The military covering the juniors ordered the newcomers to convey information in any way regarding the mine and attacks from strong opponents who currently pose a huge danger to the base territory. Qing, having collected the participants of the task, went into a retreat to a relief area near the battlefield. With every meter of retreat, the senior military man took all the attacks on himself and tried to hide the presence of his comrades. The guys didn't even stop so that their comrades' cover would not go in vain, and therefore moved along the gorge to the nearest exit from it. The best option for them was to hide their presence thanks to this area. When suddenly Qing suddenly slowed down as if he saw something too attracting the attention of a cultivator more experienced than the guys. Cheng's facial expression changed significantly, and he shook his head, looking around the area where they ran. The rest of the cultivators also froze and looked at their escort in this task. A terrible situation arose, since there was a dead end right on the way, and because of this, any chance of escaping from the attacking aliens disappeared. Even moreover, if they tried to somehow escape or destroy the area, there was a chance to reveal their location. The senior military man, having fought back for a while, joined the second team and listened to Qing blaming himself for what happened, because in his opinion, it was precisely because of the destruction of 1,000-mile kinship of souls that the chance of calling for reinforcements of those traveling on the fastest motorized transport disappeared. Seeing the discussion among the elders, Wang Jin tried to calm them down to avoid unnecessary panic, and her thoughts regarding the loss of communication led to the fact that the cultivator headquarters should notice the problem and send help. So she asked them to just wait for reinforcements and take control of the situation. Huarong listened to everything that was said by the girl and came up with a plan according to which further confrontation would take place, and for a greater chance he took over the first line of defense. As a result, the distribution of teammates began, and they were compiled according to the weaknesses or, on the contrary, according to the strengths of the guys. The most basic phalanxes remained the support along with the healers, because the enemy is quite powerful. For protection, the senior military man asked Lao Qing to activate a portable protective array, allowing him to at least somehow resist the aliens. Obeying the order, Chong took out the necessary technology and placed it on the ground. The basis of this portable protection was to work thanks to the energy of a person or other creature, so the military man had to fill it with his own power. According to the explanations of the elders, it became perfectly clear that this protective barrier is a spell of the Alliance, and it can effectively protect from alien magnetic beam which the enemies have recently used. But at the same time the use was not endless, and with the loss of energy the shield is destroyed on its own. Immediately after use, cannon rays began to fly into the barrier, trying to destroy the last defensive tactics of ordinary people, and the number of projectiles could not stop. The shots were followed by the appearance of aliens ready to start a battle at any moment, and a detachment of several enemies completely covered the territory of the gorge with a dead end. These aliens wanted to take control of people and use their power for their own purposes. Huarong, as promised, stood on the first line of defense, charging the ability of the fire technique and aiming his blades directly at the enemies in front. Thanks to the cross-decapitation skill, it was possible to eliminate some opponents, and such a spectacle was too interested in junior cultivators. The fiery cuts were very strong and managed to throw the aliens a certain distance. While the foreman was fighting in an attempt to help his comrades, the enemies began to use accumulations of special dark energy, and such a shot could easily cause inevitable damage to ordinary people. The Rakshasas, with the help of their cannon, launched a beam of energy that was too strong to resist the force of the Alliance's protective barrier, and magnetic waves formed between them. One of the girls noticed something very interesting and therefore told the rest of the guys to immediately look where they were pointing with their fingers. For herself it turned out to be not very clear. Two techniques appeared right on the ledge of the gorge, thanks to which the aliens tried to shoot more powerful and longer-range energy beams. The goal also remained to protect ordinary people from another planet. As expected, the equipment's shells had the strongest shot power, due to which there was a chance of complete destruction of the Alliance barrier. Since the power of the flying beam was very uncontrollable, the aliens had problems in which their own comrades fell under the rubble of destroyed stones. Such a sight seemed too funny to Hua, and he could not stop his laughter. But this mockery did not last very long because the protective barrier was not able to withstand the energy rays holding the original target, and only sometimes changed directions due to system errors. With the defense completely destroyed, the aliens themselves ran to attack. They communicated in their own language, believing that it was incomprehensible to Earthlings, and were ready to crush the number of warriors. The cultivators also did not intend to stand in just one place, and pondering the future course of events, came up with an ideal battle plan. So the senior military man ordered some to block the entrance to the gorge and, if possible, destroy everyone trying to escape. To break through the first line of attacking aliens, the senior military man used the unrestrained dance skill and covered a certain area with his scorching fire from the blades. After some time, the cultivators simply counted the number of defeated opponents. Such a battle seemed like a good way to have fun, and they had a blast. The girls also did not lag behind the guys, and for their safety they fought as best they could. By investing a little more strength they could resist the attacking numbers. There were those who used their techniques so as not to get dirty when fighting enemies. Seeing how the brothers were increasingly defeated, the rest began to retreat back to the entrance, and were also ready to continue trying to eliminate the Earthlings undergoing testing. Huarong comprehended the ongoing action of the aliens, and it instantly dawned on him that soon there might be something for which he could greatly regret. And therefore, turning to his comrades, he ordered them to immediately retreat just as their opponents do and not to ask stupid questions, because any disagreement would result in punishment. The guys obeyed, but there were still those who could not understand the essence of the unexpected retreat, having a priority force in the battle against the aliens. To the place where the people ran away, some strange rays of energy began to fly from the sky, and the speed was simply incredibly fast, as if the rays of the sun were falling on the Earth's surface. After this, the battlefield was swallowed up by two energy vortexes, destroying everything in their path. When the dust that was formed due to the impact disappeared, two more aliens appeared at the site of contact, several times different from the rest of their comrades. The cultivators of the second category were quite frightened by this due to the fact that in front of them stood opponents who were warrior judges, whose strength reaches the 6th class and is equipped with a regular army. Standing face to face, first of all, the senior military man asked Ching to lead his comrades to a safe place, and then asked for a little drink, and he gave what he wanted. Huarong began to devour the flask of drink given to him without stopping. Having finished drinking, the senior military man decided to take on the main forces of the enemy, and while he was defending himself from strong opponents, he ordered the others to eliminate the weaker ones because there was no other way out. and then simply run away in order to fulfill the main goal of transmitting information about the enemy's location. After listening to all the discontent of his comrades and accusations regarding deliberately letting enemies into the gorge, the senior military man simply inhaled the fiery air, preparing to quickly use his strong ability and give the guys a chance to escape from the battle zone. Upon completion, when ready, the guy's body was completely consumed by the flames because he used the forbidden and secret fire dragon technique called Immortal Warrior, which is not acceptable for constant use in the ranks of cultivators. For the guys from the second group, such an indicator of strength was very attractive to the attention of the others, and they also had no idea why the foreman did not use the technique of the 7th class peak. But Ching was absolutely clear that using a forbidden skill on planet Earth leads to total consequences. Only being on another planet where an addition contains the necessary fiery energy there is a chance of replenishing a person's soul, but even so a person loses 10 years of life. Ho Rong ran to the very front of the crowd of enemies and asked Ching to stop saying all sorts of nonsense that was not at all appropriate at the moment, and to hurry to get his comrades out of the current trouble. Thanks to a fairly powerful forbidden technique, the guy's human strength has become much greater, and at the same time the techniques he uses have become several times stronger. Because of this upgrade, the aliens were defeated faster than usual. A bunch of opponents standing in one place simply watched as an ordinary person destroyed a squad. His special feature was a pillar of fire with a height exceeding the very area where it was used. Alien warriors' judges were very angry watching how the main army was defeated and, in their opinion, by a pathetic person capable of talking all sorts of nonsense without having the right to do so. The rest of the group of people were simply planning how to properly break through the enemy flank and get out of the dangerous gorge. While they were thinking about this, more dust began to gather around them. But Huasan Shan did not intend to simply watch Huarong's single battle, and when he tried to go to help he was stopped by Wang Jin along with Qing. They were extremely unwilling to expose the team to a needless death. Hua, gritting his teeth in anger, calculated all the dangers in the battle against aliens many times higher than the class of cultivators from the detachment, and was not going to violate the military order, detailed law. Therefore, the guy ran to the very front in order to clear the retreat path, and the rest of the second group followed him. The battle continued and the ongoing mission of the Alliance was gradually eliminated by the enemy troops. Even with the difference in strength from ordinary aliens, the human squad also remained in a significant minority. At the moment of clearing the main entrance, warriors pulled up to the gorge using a technique that was invented only for the sake of releasing energy rays, and Hua began to accumulate strength in his palms to resist. It was then that a huge palm of 1,000 years of pain appeared, spreading out the enemies who were preventing the escape with one blow. Qing could not believe that such an Earth-rank combat ability had reached the highest stage, so he calculated that Huo So Pemum would be able to become a strong cultivator of the alliance where he was trying to enter. Hua completed the destruction of the aliens' equipment in a few seconds and then told his comrades the retreat plan, namely, some details of movement, or simply attempts to avoid unnecessary battles. While he was talking about this, several more enemy detachments appeared, blocking the exit with their bodies and preparing to attack as much as possible. As was said earlier, he killed every last one of the aliens and spared no effort using a couple of techniques that pulled people out in a row, but these techniques were based on physical exercise and martial arts skills. Hua Sanshan noticed how the rest of the guys stood in one place, not trying to run away and follow the plan where it was necessary to leave one person to deal with the current difficulties. Comrades could simply listen in shock as the guy recounted all his shortcomings, which, unlike others, each of his friends had. They could not believe that Ho was trying with all his might to save them and sacrificed himself. For some time, one of the strongest opponents on the battlefield appeared above Hua Sanshan's head and he made his way straight to the cultivator, which had many shortcomings. To stop this alien, Hua had to use a huge palm technique called Millennium Pain, and thus hold the enemy's fist. The blow from the judge's warrior turned out to be much stronger than the guy expected, and, having suffered a quick defeat, he flew into the sky. The alien managed to immobilize the man only by physical force. Hua flew straight into his friends and they tried to somehow bring him to consciousness. The throw was too powerful because several people stopped the flying buddy with difficulty. At that moment, the enemy was covered with energy, forming several lightning charges around his body, and he wanted with all his might to prevent people from escaping. Senior cultivators noticed a certain Oda battle armor, and the strength of this armor reached the peak of the 7th grade. So the guys completely lost thoughts of victory because they were able to resist no higher than the 6th level. The alien began to prepare another attack, and for this he put out his hand, open in his palm, wanting only to eliminate everyone in his path. Upon completion of the preparations, a huge blast wave erupted on the battlefield, and the place where the people were completely disappeared into dust from the force of the reception. But suddenly the alien felt something too incomprehensible and concentrated to look at this picture. This incomprehensible thing turned out to be the appearance of the main character, who used a special skill that could easily withstand enemy technology. Tang Ming was right in front of his friends and, thanks to high-speed transport, managed to get to the right point on time. Hua was practically in a state of blackout, and even so managed to warn the main character for Huarong, who was left behind, not paying attention to his injuries. For the guy, the health of others was more important. In order to save absolutely every one of the victims, Tang Ming asked the senior comrades to go forward to save the comrades of the second group, and they set off and ordered them to stand to the end with all their might. When the alien turned his attention to the guys leaving to join the rest of the people, a reborn hero appeared right behind him, trying to convey that you shouldn't be distracted by the others during the battle. The main character began to exchange many blows with his opponent, and tried with all his might to avoid receiving more difficult injuries than Hua Shangsun. At this moment, Jing Jing wanted to warn Tang Ming about the alien's level 7 and all its advantages in one-on-one combat. Not far from the girl there was one of the guys who was literally exploding with hatred towards the main character, because in the guy's opinion, Tang Ming was showing off too much, and then the guy had hope of defeat. Then I just watched them fight, coming up with a plan in case the main character was defeated, thinking that he was stronger than Tang Ming, who was taking all the blows. The warrior judge was surprised at how strong the main character was for his young age, but even so he thought that the guy was too far from the alien's level, and the departure of the rest of the guys made the enemy's job much easier. The main character listened carefully to the plan that the enemy was trying to adhere to and did not even try to interrupt. In the end he simply smiled, considering such an idea too wonderful, and these words sounded as if Tang Ming was mocking. In addition to the spoken words of understanding, the reborn hero had a feeling as if the alien was too naive for an intelligent creature, and therefore the guy created a skill that he had recently learned on a mission. The alien himself was aware of energy condensation, and this greatly confused his thoughts. The transmission only instilled fear and despair. In a few seconds, the Scarlet Lotus skill finally acquired its true form, and the main character was about to use it to destroy all sinful aliens. Sensing too much danger posed by the flower, the alien warrior judge rushed to run away from this battlefield. Tang Ming did not want to just let go of the culprit of all the troubles that happened to his friends, so he sent the skill to fly after the alien. In a split second, the Scarlet Lotus easily pierced the enemy's body, and the enemy himself simply stopped in one place and lost his chance to survive. The alien body, without having time to react, immediately burst into flames with a bright and impossibly hot flame that could burn absolutely any creature on this planet. The alien's body, after being hit by a fiery lotus, completely began to crumble, and the ashes of this creature from the detachment of the dominant alien races scattered across the sky as if there was nothing there at all. The friends watching the battle of the main character were very surprised because what Tang Ming did was very difficult for an Jing Jin, along with Fan Xiaoying, were also happy about the rapid increase in the protagonist's own strength in just a couple of days. The girls wanted to raise their own level in the same speedy way and therefore were ready to train immensely. One of the comrades who could not tolerate Tang Ming bit his lip until it bled. His head could not leave his mind regarding how much the reborn hero had managed to raise several levels since the leveling and completely surpass him. while a bunch of people were at the very sight of the clash against the aliens, the entire gorge began to shake from the tremors coming from the place where the senior military men went, and a very loud sound of the fight was heard. This particular incident came to the attention of the main character, so when preparing to depart, he needed to inquire about the condition of his comrades who currently have at least a little strength to resist against opponents many times stronger than them. Such a statement raised the mood of the friends too much, and they, shouting out a desire to eliminate the attackers, wanted to follow only Tang Ming. Until the arrival of the assistants, the three elders of the Fire Dragon sect held back the crowd of aliens with all their might, and resisted with all their might when the warrior judge poured more energy into his endless attacks. Hu Zhong, using the forbidden technique, could effortlessly defeat enemies of weaker levels, and the speed of striking became much faster each time. Next, they began to attack the strongest, in order not to leave the opportunity for the alien to launch counterattacks. Julie, finding himself in an invisible zone for the enemy, prepared a concentrated technique and was preparing to soon test it on a practically immobilized enemy. But this trick turned out to be unsuccessful when the alien managed to block everything and, in turn, deliver his own blows. With the help of his alien charges, the strongest managed to avoid fatal blows at the last minute each time. Huarong was gradually losing the state in which he was able to control the immortal warrior and, as a betrayal, had no idea about the affairs of Huasan Shan. The warrior judge began to mock the cultivators with all his might, because they, having put everything into their techniques, were unable to defeat one alien. In his opinion, when their comrade returns, people will have no choice but to die. Suddenly, right behind the monster, an explosion occurred in the very soil of the gorge, and this could not help but attract all the attention of those there. According to the alien, it was his friend Tana who appeared, and therefore there would be a chance for the extermination of Earthlings. In order to be convinced of his assumptions, he asked directly. In a place where there was a strong formation of dust and other dirt that made it difficult to see anything, a certain image of one person appeared in height, completely matching the description of the alien. But immediately after this, the main character and his friends ran out of the smoke screen. They ran as fast as they could to help the wounded people who were outnumbered in the battle. For the warrior judge, it became absolutely incomprehensible why his comrade died and failed to eliminate such weak people, so he took a little precaution. Julie, as well as Huarong, who uses the immortal warrior skill, have completely approached their opponent and gained more ways to defeat him, since now they will not have to think for their comrades. At this moment, it was possible for another person to destroy an alien of a lower level thanks to his incredibly strong technique of the 5 elements and the wind blows skill. The guy carefully watched how the main character with Leshkosen was able to soar through the sky and simultaneously eliminate many enemies. In his thoughts he perfectly understood the full power of Tang Ming, but did not want to give him the chance to get all the credit. The older warriors were unable to penetrate the strong armor of a strong alien, because he was several steps higher than the others. Leaning a little lower, Yi Jingxing believed that in the event of the personal destruction of the alien judge in the mission to find the vein, he would in any case become, and then he used the technique of the 5 elements, hiding under the earth. At that moment, the soil of the earth cracked right under the enemy, and while he fought, unable to move away, the hole grew in size. In a couple of seconds, Yi Jingxing found himself behind the back of the cosmic judge. The enemy was unable to move in any way due to the specialty in the technique of wielding a guy, the basis of which consists of controlling the 5 elements at a level much higher than the user. After this, he took out a huge fan that belonged to his family and is the most ideal combination for the 5 elements. Yi Jingxing was absolutely calm, considering this blow to be the last blow for the alien, whose field of vision was currently greatly reduced due to the attacking cultivators of the Alliance. But then the alien looked at the guy behind him, as if he had expected this from the very beginning, and then completely aimed at the attacker. Such a gaze from the enemy threw the guy into a strange space where the alien's eyes did not stop looking at him, and in this way tried to eliminate the person out of balance. Over time, air vortices incarnated around Yi Jinxing, and this is what made him understand that he was in the spiritual space, and thus the monster counterattacked. Trying to protect himself from all possible threats to life, the guy tried to bring himself back to normal, and use a skill that protects the very existence of the soul. Yi Jinxing, being in a state of concentration, began to hear all the voices of the alien into whose mouth he so stupidly fell. When the cosmic judge wished for the death of a man, he began to be instantly consumed by a strange flame, bringing with it the destruction and annihilation of living things. It became clear to Yi Jinxing what it was, and, losing his own skin on his face, the guy began to scream like crazy because he didn't want to die so early. After some time, Yi Jinxing completely lost his body and, being unable to move, asked the alien not to kill him and in return wanted to give everything he could. It became clear from the guy's eyes how much he wanted to survive. Then the space alien asked what the young man wanted, and Yi Jinxing wanted to eliminate Tang Ming with all his might, and in return offered his very existence. In real time, Yi Jinxing's eyes changed too much and took on a completely different color. Human strength also increased and was completely unrecognizable. After the change, Yi Jinxing managed to knock off the enemy's head with one swing and was calm as usual. When the head of the commander-in-chief fell to the ground, the rest of the aliens began to retreat back, because since the strongest was defeated, they have absolutely no chance of destroying the human race. The comrades were delighted that Yi Jinxing was able to defeat the alien and praised him. The main character noticed a change in Yi Jinxing's strength after a while at Saravnovani, and even so he felt something was wrong in his comrade's behavior. Yi Jinxing raised the fan above himself in order to warn the squad not to relax until the remaining aliens were completely eliminated. After these words, the guys simply ran to fight, because they were confident in their strength against ordinary opponents of the same level. Half an hour later, all the enemies were defeated and were simply lying on the ground. At this moment Yi Jinxing listened to the senior military praise him and tried to pretend that he was not happy about it. The girls from the main character's team were too exhausted and scared to see the real alien battlefield. Jean couldn't stop showing her gratitude to Tang Ming and the rest of the saviors of the second group. Hua Sanshan, expecting help, spoke for his increase in strength and battle experience, so he asked the others not to be discouraged by the fast. But the conversation was interrupted by a spectacle in which Hurong, having completed using the technique of the immortal warrior, fell down exhausted in front of Qing and frightened the rest of the mission participants. The alien's body, after being hit by a fiery lotus, completely began to crumble, and the ashes of this creature from the detachment of the dominant alien races scattered across the sky as if there was nothing there at all. The friends watching the battle of the main character were very surprised because what Tang Ming did was very difficult for an 8th level cultivator, and even he could suffer inevitable defeat, and the wounded Hua was glad to have a very strong comrade, and with joy almost strangled another participant in the task. Jean, along with Fan Xiaoying, were also happy about the rapid increase in the protagonist's own strength in just a couple of days. The girls wanted to raise their own level in the same speedy way and therefore were ready to train immensely. One of the comrades who could not tolerate Tang Ming bit his lip until it bled. His head could not leave his mind regarding how much the reborn hero had managed to raise several levels since the leveling and completely surpass him. While a bunch of people were at the very sight of the clash against the aliens, the entire gorge began to shake from the tremors coming from the place where the senior military men went, and a very loud sound of the fight was heard. This particular incident came to the attention of the main character, so when preparing to depart, he needed to inquire about the condition of his comrades who currently have at least a little strength to resist against opponents many times stronger than them. Such a statement raised the mood of the friends too much, and they, shouting out a desire to eliminate the attackers, wanted to follow only Tang Ming. Until the arrival of the assistants, the 3 elders of the Fire Dragon sect held back the crowd of aliens with all their might, and resisted with all their might when the warrior judge poured more energy into his endless attacks. Hu Zhong, using the forbidden technique, could effortlessly defeat enemies of weaker levels, and the speed of striking became much faster each time. Next, they began to attack the strongest, in order not to leave the opportunity for the alien to launch counterattacks. Julie, finding himself in an invisible zone for the enemy, prepared a concentrated technique and was preparing to soon test it on a practically immobilized enemy. But this trick turned out to be unsuccessful when the alien managed to block everything and, in turn, deliver his own blows. With the help of his alien charges, the strongest managed to avoid fatal blows at the last minute each time. Hwoarang was gradually losing the state in which he was able to control the immortal warrior and, as a betrayal, had no idea about the affairs of Hwasan Shan. The warrior judge began to mock the cultivators with all his might, because they, having put everything into their techniques, were unable to defeat one alien. In his opinion, when their comrade returns, people will have no choice but to die. Suddenly, right behind the monster, an explosion occurred in the very soil of the gorge, and this could not help but attract all the attention of those there. According to the alien, it was his friend Tana who appeared, and therefore there would be a chance for the extermination of Earthlings. In order to be convinced of his assumptions, he asked directly. In a place where there was a strong formation of dust and other dirt that made it difficult to see anything, a certain image of one person appeared in height, completely matching the description of the alien. But immediately after this, the main character and his friends ran out of the smoke screen. They ran as fast as they could to help the wounded people who were outnumbered in the battle. For the warrior judge, it became absolutely incomprehensible why his comrade died and failed to eliminate such weak people, so he took a little precaution. Julie, as well as Hwoarang, who uses the immortal warrior skill, have completely approached their opponent and gained more ways to defeat him, since now they will not have to think for their comrades. At this moment, it was possible for another person to destroy an alien of a lower level thanks to his incredibly strong technique of the 5 elements and the wind blows skill. The guy carefully watched how the main character with Leshkosen was able to soar through the sky and simultaneously eliminate many enemies. In his thoughts he perfectly understood the full power of Tang Ming, but did not want to give him the chance to get all the credit. The older warriors were unable to penetrate the strong armor of a strong alien, because he was several steps higher than the others. Leaning a little lower, Yi Jingxing believed that in the event of the personal destruction of the alien judge in the mission to find the vein, he would in any case become, and then he used the technique of the 5 elements, hiding under the earth. At that moment, the soil of the earth cracked right under the enemy, and while he fought, unable to move away, the hole grew in size. In a couple of seconds, Yi Jingxing found himself behind the back of the cosmic judge. The enemy was unable to move in any way due to the specialty in the technique of wielding a guy, the basis of which consists of controlling the 5 elements at a level much higher than the user. After this, he took out a huge fan that belonged to his family and is the most ideal combination for the 5 elements. Yi Jingxing was absolutely calm, considering this blow to be the last blow for the alien, whose field of vision was currently greatly reduced due to the attacking cultivators of the Alliance. But then the alien looked at the guy behind him, as if he had expected this from the very beginning, and then completely aimed at the attacker. Such a gaze from the enemy threw the guy into a strange space where the alien's eyes did not stop looking at him, and in this way tried to eliminate the person out of balance. Over time, air vortices incarnated around Yi Jingxing, and this is what made him understand that he was in the spiritual space, and thus the monster counterattacked. Trying to protect himself from all possible threats to life, the guy tried to bring himself back to normal, and use a skill that protects the very existence of the soul. Yi Jingxing, being in a state of concentration, began to hear all the voices of the alien into whose mouth he so stupidly fell. When the cosmic judge wished for the death of a man, he began to be instantly consumed by a strange flame, bringing with it the destruction and annihilation of living things. It became clear to Yi Jingxing what it was, and, losing his own skin on his face, the guy began to scream like crazy because he didn't want to die so early. After some time, Yi Jingxing completely lost his body and, being unable to move, asked the alien not to kill him and in return wanted to give everything he could. It became clear from the guy's eyes how much he wanted to survive, Then the space alien asked what the young man wanted, and Yi Jinxing wanted to eliminate Tang Ming with all his might, and in return offered his very existence. In real time, Yi Jinxing's eyes changed too much and took on a completely different color. Human strength also increased and was completely unrecognizable. After the change, Yi Jinxing managed to knock off the enemy's head with one swing and was calm as usual. When the head of the commander-in-chief fell to the ground, the rest of the aliens began to retreat back, because since the strongest was defeated, they have absolutely no chance of destroying the human race. The comrades were delighted that Yi Jinxing was able to defeat the alien and praised him. The main character noticed a change in Yi Jinxing's strength after a while at Saravnovani, and even so he felt something was wrong in his comrade's behavior. Yi Jinxing raised the fan above himself in order to warn the squad not to relax until the remaining aliens were completely eliminated. After these words, the guys simply ran to fight, because they were confident in their strength against ordinary opponents of the same level. Half an hour later, all the enemies were defeated and were simply lying on the ground. At this moment Yi Jinxing listened to the senior military praise him and tried to pretend that he was not happy about it. The girls from the main character's team were too exhausted and scared to see the real alien battlefield. Jean couldn't stop showing her gratitude to Tang Ming and the rest of the saviors of the second group. Hua Sanshan, expecting help, spoke for his increase in strength and battle experience, so he asked the others not to be discouraged by the fast. But the conversation was interrupted by a spectacle in which Hurong, having completed using the technique of the immortal warrior, fell down exhausted in front of Qing and frightened the rest of the mission participants. Yi Jinxing carefully watched what was about to happen soon, because inside his head there was another soul of a defeated alien, and such a combination of events could end badly for them. The main character, sitting down on the ground, began to use his technique and at the same time told his comrades how to obtain the required information from the deceased warrior of the judge, who, depending on his own rank, should certainly know the location of the remaining aliens. It was then that Tang Ming began using the special technique of the 9 words of truth, and the most solo deepening into the consciousness of the failed enemy. Little by little, the soul of the protagonist formed a subconscious influence on the body itself, and the environment around changed to a quieter one. And a similar thing happened with the cosmic judge, who had been in a state of destruction for a long time. Thanks to the special techniques of the main character, he managed to delve into the enemy's head and begin an instant spiritual connection. From the face of the reborn guy, it became clear to the others that the idea was in full swing, and the eyes of the main character did not stop constantly flickering, as if the consciousness of the man eventually disappears into the fog. As Tang Ming had previously planned, with the help of the dying brain cells of the alien, he was able to obtain a picture of the remaining number of enemies, and their almost exact location where they had settled down for a full-scale battle with the cultivators. The eyes of the main character became more and more bright, and he carefully examined the information received, trying to quickly come up with a suitable plan. Remembering the exact map of the location of the enemies, the optimal plan was to use the operation code-named Dragon Slaying Blitz, which is based on the advantages of aviation, armor and mobile suits in a quick attack for breakthrough without hiding in the shadows, and simply give the remaining flanks of the defense some kind of onslaught and complete destruction command center. Tang Ming carefully assessed everything and shook his head, because he had recently warned his comrades about the troops trying to make a siege from the east and other points around the Earth base. In order to see not only this picture in his own mind, the hero of Rebirth created a special hologram of the card. Following this, he described in detail the enemy's planning and concentrating almost the entire army available on this planet, planning to simply leave most of the heavy equipment behind their backs and go into the midst of the battle themselves. While the main character explained why the alien judge was inevitably defeated and lost the opportunity to warn the rest of the squads, the alien's own eye pupils suddenly appeared. Tang Ming continued the explanation and started with the man who, until this moment, was afraid of not having accurate information about the whereabouts of other enemies. Therefore, nodding his head, the hero emphasized the chance where they are currently completely beyond the Rakshas's vision. Huarong got into the conversation, calculating the number of opponents exceeding 5,000 on all sides, from which you can easily get to the human base and defeat it without difficulty. Taking into account the recently discussed inequality in the ratio of available warriors, the main character came up with the best option and showed one point on the map where the aliens received the necessary materials for fights. Then the idea arose to destroy the front between the battlefield and the supply point first. The senior warriors took into account Tang Ming that when they came into contact in a duel against the aliens, it became clear to them that these creatures were very smart, and therefore would never place supply points in one place. After listening to his comrades, the main character with a grin suggested shortening the course of the attack and, instead of directly attacking, using preferential invisibility, thanks to which a diversionary passage from the east from the aliens was opened. When it became not particularly clear to others what was going on, the main character showed on the map another important point of contact. As the reincarnated guy was able to explain, he wanted to use the help of the senior warrior Lao Qing, who had a communicator left on the body of the cosmic judge, and similarly transmit the location of enemies to his comrades who had already moved to the place, covering the movements of the others. According to the main character's plan, everything went to the point that the diversionary maneuver should stop the advance of the enemy army for a while, and while they are focused on the elders, the rest should quickly get to the supply points and destroy them. Having finally understood the essence of a good plan, the elders were not against using it in the battle itself, and thus tried to avoid large losses. When the plan fully entered into the course of events, Tang Ming suggested that his comrades split into several teams so as not to lose the opportunity to destroy all points for transferring supplies to the main front. First of all, he divided the guys into a team responsible for the very first supply point, and an incomprehensible situation arose between the guys. And the second team included all the girls who were not at all opposed to collaborating with each other, especially if Tang Ming said so. The main character made himself the last group together with Yi Jinxing and asked the guy himself, to which he simply agreed, not expecting this from the hero. After the sentence, Yi Jinxing's eyes simply lit up with a different color, as if hatred was coursing through his whole body, and it seemed to him as if Tang Ming was going to test him with such a distribution of commands. Having completed the full discussion, the elders entrusted Qinglin with a special apparatus with the help of which it is possible to convey the necessary information directly to the general staff, and especially a warning about the beginning of their plan to destroy the enemies. Having fully configured this device, I managed to hear the voice of the fifth elder in the Fire Dragon League, and he was too worried about the safety of the guys. Qing carefully explained the alien attacks on all test participants for the purpose of completely destroying the human base. Upon completion of the report to the elder, something very strange began to happen to the transmitter, and the situation only became more tense over time. Ultimately, Qing had to explain about another disappearance of the connection, only this time it disappeared for a completely different reason, and it was connected to the Fire Dragon base. It became clear to all the guys that the alien attack had already begun. The main character carefully thought about what had happened and could not understand why the enemies suddenly decided to change their plan, and the idea came to the Luo family that it was directly connected with the control of the aliens, and they could find out for the death of Luo Jixiang, so they showed extreme vigilance. Thinking about the immediate disappearance of communication with the base, the main character jumped on high-speed transport, and wanted to quickly find out who the mole in the alliance was leaking all the information to the Luo family. Having fully boarded the transport, Tang Ming ordered the rest of his comrades to hurry while there was a possibility of a stealth attack. And then, having gathered in one crowd, the guys went to their goal, trying to succeed faster than the enemy troops did. At this moment, at the site of the operational headquarters of the Fire Dragon base, an inspection of the front was taking place, where several long-lasting explosions suddenly began to occur. Several military men from the Alliance began their report to the Elder regarding the poor state of the western fronts, due to which the enemy manages to advance to the base and destroy the energy of the defensive complex. In front of the military stood an elder of the Fire Dragon sect named Zhu Zhao, who was almost at the end of the 8th grade, and he gave the order to send all cultivators to hold the defense, as well as prepare preparations for using a special technique. When the guys listened to the elder, notifications began to come from the front about the impossibility of holding enemy troops. Xu Zhao did not like this at all, and he understood the terrible situation from which most people would not be able to escape, and he realized that the aliens had been planning this attack for several days and maybe for several years. Bai Fang saw the state of his commander and warned about his own request for help from the second elder Hao Dao and his reinforcements. At that moment the fourth elder Luo Yi appeared from the side, trying to reassure his comrades because he has several people from his family. Luo Yi in his mind was not at all worried about the destruction of the base and only thought about the rich minerals of the island, which in his opinion belonged only to the Luo family. At this moment, the aliens had already arrived at the protective barrier and were preparing to use all available force to destroy the barrier. This was followed by several strong energy beam shots, and everything hit the target they wanted. The cultivators holding the barrier with all their might began to bleed from reloading onto their own bodies. In response to the alien attack, people decided to use their own guns and prepared a very strong charge. But suddenly the attempt turned out to be unsuccessful because, according to one of the military men, someone used the water supply system and the visibility of where to shoot became invisible to human vision. Due to the unsuccessful counterattack and receiving even more damage from the energy rays, the defenses laid at the base of the Fire Dragon sect began to crack. At this moment, the entire battle and attacks on Earthlings were observed by the commander of the alien front line, who was extremely pleased with the result of his troops. This alien was looking at one hologram, counting on its help inside the human base, thanks to which it was actually possible to destroy the shield from the inside. The battles on the battlefield only became stronger and more space technologies came to the place needed to destroy solid defenses or energy barriers. When a successful offensive began to take place, the commander of the front battle gave the order to each of his warriors to redirect their forces to the base of people and destroy the defenses at once. When suddenly he received a strange notification and it didn't stop, attracting quite a bit of attention to itself. When the commander looked at the notice inside, there were several messages regarding unknown attacks on all 3 transport units, and complete collapse on the way to supply points. In addition to everything, there was a warning from the reconnaissance group regarding the detection in the field of view of several dozen terrestrial objects approaching right near the transport route. The method that the cultivators used was very interesting to the commander-in-chief of the alien detachment, and he changed his mind about the stupidity of the Earthlings. It was absolutely clear to him why they were attacking supply points at such a moment. Having thought well about what was happening, the aliens ordered his soldiers on the front line not to retreat under any circumstances and only go forward, and also ordered the rest of the aliens who were under attack to try with all their might to clear the way for a further attack. Having obeyed their commander, the aliens began to gradually retreat together in one wave, and such cessation of shelling of the protective barrier became not particularly clear to people. This information was immediately conveyed to the top of the base, who considered the details to be some kind of trick, while Luo Yi could not believe why the aliens were retreating with all possible support from the Luo family. Elder Zhu Zhao calculated the possible risks of such behavior, and ordered all his warriors of the Fire Dragon sect to hold out until the very end and even lay down their lives if necessary. At this moment, a window popped up in front of the commander-in-chief of the enemy troops with a message important for his understanding, which could bring either a good result in the attack, or simply the complete collapse of the entire army and absolute defeat at the hands of the human army. And the alien listened as several groups went to the site of the attack by people and upon arrival were unable to find absolutely nothing suspicious. There were not even any traces at all. Having heard information that was not good for himself, the commander shuddered because he believed that he had calculated what was happening and ordered all troops to immediately return to their supply points. A couple of seconds after this, several ammunition began to explode right in the rear and the alien techniques themselves were defeated. The Rakshasa commander observing this incident perfectly realized what trap he had fallen into, and while the main army was being liquidated from all sides, he could not do anything about it. In the meantime, at the base of the Fire Dragon sect, they began to inform the commander-in-chief elder about unknown attacks from enemies, and some even thought it was another trick of the aliens. But Zhu Zhao denied this possibility, because the enemy's very initial plan was to surround the Earthlings from several flanks and, thanks to one attack, destroy all the people. Having carefully realized that the aliens had a huge advantage in the number of warriors and began to retreat, it made the eldest elder understand that it was at this moment that it was worth attacking all enemy fronts that had suffered heavy losses. When leaving the base, the soldiers began to destroy the enemies with all their might, leaving them no chance of escape. The plan they followed was invented by the eldest elder, and the guys simply followed the order. The elder also took part in the duel and, thanks to his 8th level, was able to destroy heavy equipment without difficulty. Each of the elders or ordinary cultivators were capable of resisting enemies and still showing their best. Since the battle site was a little clearer, we were able to use all the equipment and destroy the defenses of the aliens who were about to escape. The alien commander himself could not calm himself from anger, and only promised each person to return soon to take full revenge. The main character, along with all the guys from the team, watched from afar the course of events in which they played too big a role and got the chance to see a huge fiery explosion. According to Hurong, this explosion is a joint attack of 5 elders called a fire hurricane, and he and his friend watched this, rejoicing that they would not have to do anything else because the destruction of the enemies would soon be completed. All the other guys from the main character's team rejoiced at his genius and his idea to use the carelessness of his enemies to his own advantage. Following this, Tang Ming began to tell his friends about the history of the ancient warriors, who took unity with their comrades as their basis, and because of this, the main character believed that victory was real only thanks to the rest of the cultivators. The older warriors wanted to show their respect to the reborn hero who came up with such an ideal plan, and a quick victory was obtained. Tang Ming was involved in something too suspicious and therefore looked behind him where Yu Jingxing was standing. Feeling the gaze of the main character on himself, the guy became very interested in why Tang Ming was looking at him so carefully. Because of these words, the reincarnated hero had several memories of carrying out a mission to destroy an enemy supply warehouse, and under the supervision of Yu Jingxing, he actively cooperated throughout the entire operation. With everything he saw and his suspicions towards his comrade, Tang Ming doubted his assumptions where Yu Jingxing could be under the influence of an alien. Pretending as if nothing was happening, the main character, smiling, wanted the others to thank Yu Jingxing for saving him, just as he did. When the affairs in this area were completely completed, the guys gathered and finally decided to go to the base of the Fire Dragon sect and have a normal rest. While everyone was happily communicating behind the backs of their comrades, Yu Jingxing was alone, looking around at his friends having fun. In the depths of his soul, Yu Jingxing only began to hate the main character more and, in order to somehow hide his viciousness, he bit his teeth. With the arrival of Tang Ming's team at the base, the battle was completely completed and liquidated aliens lay across the island. One of the senior military men came out to meet Zhu's detachment, trying to quickly go with his friends to the elders, and the guy did not answer questions regarding the results of the battle. Nevertheless, the senior cultivator spoke about the operation in which the elder was participating, and he, along with his guys, went to the territories that received the blow first. After some time, a full-scale rebuilding of the walls of the base and strengthening of protective barriers began. And first of all, the main character's attention was drawn to the appearance of Huadao, who was recently sent to destroy the cult of exaltation. Ho Rong and Zhu Li immediately upon arrival saluted their teacher, who in response became worried about the health of the students, and ordered them to tell everything as it happened. Elder Bai listened carefully to the guys, trying to come up with something to completely end such situations. The main thing that became interesting for the elder was how the protagonist's detachment managed to break through to the rear of the aliens and significantly slow them down, and then finally force them to retreat. Tang Ming also saluted the elder and, listening to how he was praised, was simply trying to prove that he could not do it alone and only with the help of all his friends was able to implement the plan into reality. When the main character stood talking to the old man from behind, Wadao appeared and decided to give the guy a little pat on the back, since he too liked how Tang Ming was a modest young man, not paying attention to his own outstanding cultivation base and excellent abilities as a commander. The reincarnated guy, interested in the arrival of the second elder, heard the situation on Earth where there is currently a massive attack of aliens led by ninth-class creatures. He also revealed several areas where the most damage was caused and the order from the head of the Alliance to send almost all the elders to help remained in force. Among the cultivators who heard the detailed story, chatter began because none of them could believe that there was a possible chance of endangering the Rakshasas in other places. Ha Dao behaved very calmly and also laughed. In his opinion, there was no point in worrying due to the fact that almost all the elders had the 9th level, and after that he mentioned the name of grandfather Fang Xiaoying, who instantly became interested in this. The second elder revealed to the junior cultivators about the discovery of all the wounded comrades of the 9th level and mentioned several younger guys who would have great chances to become professionals in the future. It was such good news that raised the spirits of the warriors. This story made the main character think a little about closing the wormhole by cultivators, which would cause aliens to lose the opportunity to visit Earth. Only he understood perfectly well that even in this case, there are traitors among Earthlings with a low level of resistance to control. Suddenly, it dawned on Tang Ming that trying to attack all 3 wormholes at the same time was a trap for the cultivators. To ensure the safety of his comrades, the guy needed to tell the elders his assumptions that the real target is 9th-class cultivators at Alliance headquarters, who are in the process of breakthrough, and then the limit of human power will be blocked forever. The guys from the protagonist team could not allow their relatives to die and therefore wanted to immediately go with the elders to the ground, having all the rights to do so, having completed the tests. The elders themselves could not leave the island of the fire dragon, having problems in renewing their own strength, and in order not to delay others, they appointed the main character and his friends to lead a team to rescue the strongest people on Earth. The preparations of the spacecraft were completely ready for departure and people were collecting their own things in preparation to fly away. Having a couple of minutes, the main character, using the ability to transmit his thoughts to other people, began to talk to the elder Wadao and asked to use the divine feeling to receive the message. In this way, in just a second, the main character managed to convey all the information he saw during the test. This quite shocked the elder and, as a sign of great trust, Tang Ming wanted to ask Wadao to ensure the safety of Jelasina. Having stopped the transmission of thoughts, they began to say goodbye and the elder promised to take care of the race in the area that the main character sent. At the same time, enemy attacks were taking place at the headquarters on planet Earth, and little by little the protective barrier was fading and stopped working on its original settings. Outside the headquarters, cultivators tried to protect their lands from masked opponents carrying thoughts of the Ascension cult to all points of the planet, and used terrible methods. As it turned out, these guys were just pawns carrying explosive equipment, and upon arrival at the target they easily self-destructed. Such terrible methods did not leave the usual defenders of Earthlings and people from the Ascension cult alive. Each of them lost many warriors and the battle continued. Inside the barrier, Elder Wan Shu watched from the window of the tower, and could not believe his own eyes. Such attacks had never happened before and especially so many people had not died. The Elder's wards entered the Elder's room, trying to tell the whole situation that had developed outside, and the old man immediately ordered all the military men to return inside the barrier, and began their retreat. Seeing the disobedience of his wards, Elder Wan Shu shouted at the top of his voice about the method he adheres to, and the old man was not going to let the earth cultivators die in vain. The boy near the elder was very scared, and then the guys agreed to obey the order. The cultivators had no choice but to rush to warn the rest of the warriors, and for the very first time they saw such an evil elder. Van Shu could not stop observing, because he promised the head of the alliance to protect the headquarters with all his might, and even give his own life to realize the goal. the old man did not care at all who appeared in front of him and was waiting for the fight. The Ascension cult continued to fire at the protective barrier of the cultivators using different types of equipment for this, and thus wanted to fully show the power of their cult. Among the defenders of the earth, a man named Yun Tian appeared, and this guy's desire to fight was stronger than any obedience to the orders of the elder, so the rest of his comrades had to stop him and quickly run away to the exit. There were more opponents, and they, considering people to be cowardly guys, began to run to the very front, trying to make it before the barrier closed. But this idea turned out to be unsuccessful, since right before their retreat, the cultivators set up special traps that came into action and disguised them with things invisible to human eyes. In a couple of seconds, the Ascension cult was swallowed up by iron walls several times higher than the yellow building. Then another trap sprang into action where the opponents fell into the ground in droves and then could not get out. In addition to the usual traps were placed that, thanks to human energy, struck with an electric charge. And several air links, which are the skill of the heavenly grip. It was in this way that it was possible to eliminate a large number of ill-wishers and not lose their own warriors. All these skills were used by one elder who created a kind of labyrinth holding back a large number of people who wanted to get inside the headquarters. The cultivators noticed the weaknesses of their opponents and decided to hurry for speedy elimination. Fang Cheng's 8th grade squad joined the young people to help them, ready to protect their friends at any moment. Fang Cheng, having evaded the oncoming attack, asked the rest of the people to help in forming a combat position and wanted to quickly show what techniques Earth cultivators should learn. At this rate, the guys became very strong, and thanks to covering each other, they calmly used their exhausted skills in battle. Right behind Fang Cheng's squad stood the guys from the Yi family who had no intention of fighting the opponents at all and only wanted to protect the headquarters elder. Wan Shu watched these guys from the side and realized that a split would soon form between the cultivators and that in the end it would end badly. In addition to problems with his comrades, the elder heard some strange voice from the sky and tried to find where it was coming from. These incidents were the appearance of the founder of the Ascension cult sitting on the throne and his charges repeating the exaltation of the commander. The elder hid the boy behind him, because until that moment he had not expected to see the elder of the Ascension cult himself, and was preparing to fight. In order to ensure greater security, the old man contacted other cultivators, calling them back to him. Lei Ming and Qinyu obeyed, and when they returned to the old man, he began to tell his plan to protect the two elders who were in the process of breaking through. The elder took out the improved pills of the 9 suns, which allow expanding the strength of the fighter, and wanted to give them to the guys seeing these pills, when she also wanted to get one and directly wanted to eat it. Wan Shu upset the boy by telling him that this thing is not sweetness at all, but rather a bitter medicine, and then when she pouted like a child. Lei Ming and his partner took the medicine to reach the 8th grade peak and felt as if they were reborn again, which actually proved the correct action of the medicine. The elder frowned a little due to the fact that, having priority in the number of combatants, they could not get victory over the 9th level. The old man's last hope was waiting for the Yi or Fang family to appear, and therefore he was ready to hold out for as long as it took. Wan Shu's temporary wards were going to not hesitate to carry out the assignment, and, having stopped chattering in one place, set off to fly. The elder of the Ascension cult, looking after the cultivators, laughed, because in his opinion, people trying to resist a force several times greater than their own are moths flying into a burning fire. Defender Qinyu tried to separate from her partner by flying a little higher and remaining at a level sufficient to use the technique. The girl activated a martial arts technique combined with the great moon of speed skill. Lei Ming could not in any way allow the enemy to be distracted by just one comrade and used a stronger technique that carried modern inventions of the technology and traditions of his family. Firearms using human energy instead of real ammunition began their work, and each of the pistols created a stream of thousands of lightning bolts. All previously released rays of energy targeted the commander of the Ascension cult, sitting in one place and not showing any fear factors. When the spiritual ammunition came close to the opponent's face, he raised his hands slightly. After raising his hand, the leader of the criminal group touched his fingers to the space in front of him, and things inexplicable to cultivators began to happen around him. A huge ring similar to a magic circle appeared in the sky, absorbing the energy from the shot from Lei Ming's technique, and thus he managed to dispel the technique. The defenders of the Earthlings also failed to resist the power of the growing ability of the attacking style, and received many injuries that could not easily be healed. The strongest opponent that the guys managed to resist did not even move from his place, and sitting as if the king of the earth could consider the techniques of people to be pathetic tricks incomparable to his absolute power. While this man was talking about his principles and self-esteem, the elder of the headquarters on the ground was preparing to use his staff, around which the air was applying a different form. Wan Shu had no other choice but to use the secret technique of the King of Medicine, which carries the name Reverse Life, and the old man aimed at the enemy. Without any difficulty, the beam of energy emanating from the staff came into contact with the body of the elder of the Ascension cult, and he was completely covered with this medicine magic. The man hiding his appearance immediately began to age quickly. What he saw through his eyes became frightening for the first time in his entire life, and the commander of the criminals considered the technique disgusting. The old man of the sect felt a strange trembling in his body for old people who are soon awaiting death. Wan Shu thought about his physical or spiritual strength being not enough, and the reverse life skill required more from the user than he had, but there was still the problem of using a good technique one time. Wan Shu forgot to watch his opponent, and saw how he again raised his hand above his head, preparing for something unpredictable. The commander-in-chief of the military forces of the Ascension cult began to recite some kind of spell in an attempt to succeed in completely eliminating the body. A completely different aura formed around the enemy, and the energy of the human body changed to dark. Wan Shu learned that this technique is self-harm necessary for the sake of dispelling the reverse life skill and is resorted to only in extreme cases. The rays of this too-fast ability hit the comrades of the commander-in-chief of the operation to attack earthly bases and continued to drain youth from them until the death of the person. The rays were not able to choose to whom to fly and therefore scattered throughout the entire territory. They were especially close to the cultivators who understood the danger of the ability. One of the energy lightning bolts flew some distance and, when it found the desired target, began to accelerate towards it. The target of the beam that it took aim at was Wenqi, and he was unable to escape anywhere, so the boy came into contact with the skill of the sect commander. Elder Wan Shu was so busy that he simply physically forgot to control the safety of the little boy, and when he saw him getting injured, he screamed with hatred at the top of his voice. Having cut off the child and forgotten about the battles, the commander-in-chief of the criminals appeared behind the old man, preparing a strong counter-attack. But he failed at all because of the assistants who were ready to stop the attacker and hoped that the leader would be able to save the boy and run away from this place. Having seen how much the wards were suffering while trying to save the old man, Elder Wan Shu was going to stay to defend the integrity of the headquarters as promised to the head of the alliance. In addition, several guys who were in the process of breaking through remained. The Yi family continued to stay in one place without trying to help their comrades at least a little and were looking forward to something interesting. With each explosion or use of skills, the person jerking his leg woke up and he was not very far from what was happening. It was Wenqi lengthening several times and becoming more mature, but his thoughts remained childish. The elder, having lost all ideas, took out the medicine given to his comrades recently, and was preparing to give his all in the hope that the others would help look after the child. He calmly threw a special pill that caused the required effect, thanks to which absolutely every person could get a level higher than his own in his mouth, and waited until it worked. Only after the action was completed, unknown consequences could appear depending on the use. The result was not long in coming, and the old man was inflamed with strong energy for the body, and all his clothes were torn from the gathering of power. Ultimately, the elder obtained an incredibly advanced body and almost the end of the 9th grade. With such an incarnation of an ordinary person, the cultivators called it a blood giant. Having scattered opponents in front of him, the commander-in-chief of the Ascension cult decided to attack the old man who had recently acquired the abilities with a new staff. Wan Shu, just like his enemy, was not going to just stand still. The old man's human appearance changed slightly, and everyone present seemed as if he had gone crazy. It was then that they both tripped with their fists, and waves of power spread throughout the entire headquarters area. It was because of these waves and splashes that the remaining cultivators who tried to help the elder were thrown back some distance. Wan Shu and the commander of the attacking criminals fought in all possible places without giving each other a little rest. The fight continued in the sky where there was no hard floor underfoot, and if you wanted to loosen your grip there was a chance to destroy this person. Along with the emission of force waves, the combatants also absorbed the human energy surrounding them. All of Wan Shu's wards lost strength in order not to fall to the earth. After some time, completely filled with incessant battles, the battlefield outside the headquarters was almost completely destroyed. The criminal commander began to tremble a little from fatigue and could not understand how an ordinary person was able to master such a strong and unknown technique. Because of this, the masked man lost his advantage in strength. Wan Shu himself also considered the enemy not stupid, but a more knowledgeable person, and at the same time he himself crippled the physical condition of the body due to the use of level-increasing pills. Having accepted all the dangers of remaining crippled or dying after the fight, the old man applied a stronger technique and full-fledged absorption by the scarlet flame began. The elder wanted to quickly eliminate the enemy, and used a crushing blow in the form of an airstrike, and it flew straight to the target. After the elder's ability began to gain speed, the commander-in-chief of the Ascension cult used a counter technique, and it gradually collected energy from the environment of the battlefield. And a strange thing began to fall on Wan Shu's ability, bearing the image of the throne on which the person who used it had previously sat, and it was thanks to this that the elder was stopped. To finally avoid any injury, the cult commander made several revolutions in the sky and at the end stopped to prepare for the fight. But the elder of the earthly headquarters continued to move, putting a large amount of strength into each of his actions. With incredible endurance for his age, he almost approached the goal. The commander of the Ascension cult began to dodge quick blows, due to which even the man himself was not visible, and laughed at the old man who had great strength. But at the same time he could not fully use it and deliver at least one blow. Wan Shu's defenders watched the fight, calculating how much more time their comrade would need to win, and also took into account all possible options for defeat, because the technique that the elder used belonged to the same type of secret techniques as the technique of an immortal warrior. The guys took off into the sky when they saw the exhausted old man, and were going to somehow help him in this situation. Defender Lei Ming, having collected a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, gathered to embody the ability of martial arts and made a bow, thanks to which using a stream of piercing lightning becomes much easier than usual. Also, the almost completely wounded Xinyu wanted to help with her martial arts, and created a beam carrying frost comparable to the cold of the moon. 2 of the 8th level cultivators protecting ordinary people and their base, together with Elder Wan Shu, took the attack on one enemy. In this way the masked man got into a dead end. But he simply dodged everything thanks to his abilities that enabled the human body to soar through the sky. In addition to flight, he mastered greater speed by adding spiritual energy to his movements. The current circumstances became worse than ever, as the launched attacks of the comrades took the direction of the elders and did not slow down their speed at all. Following the explosion when the abilities touched, this did not stop Elder Wan Shu, and he redirected his course directly to the enemy above him. Having seen this phenomenon, the commander of the Ascension cult himself became incomprehensible why the old man, even with an obstacle, was able to wield such powerful speed, which only became greater after the impact. The masked man failed to stop Wan Shu and therefore had to simply take the attack on himself. The blow to the body was followed by a delayed effect of a surge in the intensity of physical energy. Such a strong blow managed to cause good harm to the commander-in-chief of the Ascension sect and destroy the unknown mask on his face hiding the person's identity. At the end of the offensive, Elder Wan Shu fell to the ground instead of defending himself, and his comrades hurried to him to quickly help while he had the strength to make any movements. But even a strong blow like this could not completely eliminate the criminal from the Ascension cult. The man who lost his mask ultimately recognized the strength of the attackers and considered them worthy of seeing something more fascinating. Seeing the enemy wounded to the point of bleeding, Lei Ming advised the elder to quickly destroy the man in the mask, and then Wan Shu noticed something too suspicious in the enemy's behavior, which actually alerted him. Mocking the cultivators, the commander of the Ascension cult detachments threw off the outer cape covering his body, along with the mask that was destroyed in the collapse. Ultimately, in front of the cultivators stood a man whose body was almost entirely created from mechanical structures, allowing him to better withstand something superior in human abilities. Wan Shu and his assistants could not believe their own eyes. Such a sight made them think a little about having at least some advantage in strength. The man who attacked the Earthling headquarters raised his hand above his head, repeating the request for help from the alien ruler to give him some strength to resist. After that, in his fake heart, connected to life-providing devices, complete concentration began, and the artificial heart began to work faster. When fully completed, this person was inflamed with a dark aura released when trying to gain more power, and he began to go a little crazy. Waves of energy scattering throughout the headquarters gave a certain effect that was cancelled out by human power, so the elder's assistants fell to the ground and listened to Wan Shu's story about the Oda mechanics, the power of which exceeds the peak of the 9th level. The worst thing was that the enemy got it. Nothing could stop the commander-in-chief of the cult forces, and he waved his hand showing his acquisition of a full-fledged ruler and power in the entire universe. On the contrary, an image of an energy being instantly appeared, and it was waiting for orders. Following this, the enemy prepared to use his energy and aimed at all the people present. The resulting form of an energy hand flew straight towards Elder Wan Shu, who, preparing to strike a counter blow, ordered his comrades to immediately retreat further away for their own safety. Having listened to the commander, it became clear to the guys that the old man was trying to use the last stage of the Infinite Realm skill and therefore was emitting a lot of spiritual energy. The enemy's spiritual palm managed to reach the elder almost to the very end and came into contact with his own aura. In order to prevent the cult commander of the Ascension troops from passing further, Wan Shu had to hold the attacker with his own hands and use physical strength instead of skills. Due to how long the old man used the techniques after drinking the medicine, the body began to fall apart and cause great harm to the human brain organs. Choking on his own blood, the elder shouted words in which he mentioned that none of the cultivators of the Alliance had ever given up until their death. The old man did not try to give in to the enemy and therefore activated the Bloody Giant skill, which allows him to get the peak shape of his body, as well as give him a chance to expand a little in size. Using a similar technique, the elder managed to move forward little by little while pushing the energy of the cultivist commander. Such a solution to the problem in which one had to sacrifice one's own life became very terrifying for the assistants, and they began to cry, not wanting the death of the commander of the headquarters of the cultivators of planet Earth. In addition to thinking about saving his comrades, the old man only had to push the attacker's ability and at the same time keep his health back to normal. The man himself, using the light of the moon, laughed at the elder who had no chance to resist the superior force. According to the commander of the cult, Wan Shu could be compared to a firefly in comparison with him. To completely eliminate the elder, the man with the fake heart began to inflict many energy blows on his own technique. Thanks to this, it was possible to increase the energy palm several times and take away Wan Shu's ability to resist. The elder felt a strong pressure on his own body that prevented him from moving forward towards the enemy as before. There was still a little time left for the energy to consume the old man or completely erase his existence in this world. Wan Shu himself felt the heaviness of everything in his bones. When she suddenly appeared behind him, his body glowing like the sun, then the elder realized that at the end of the residual effect of the reverse life technique, the guy received a cure for his illness and restored his cultivation along with his sanity. The young man immediately prepared to build a special circle on the ground and opened the technique of the heavenly formation of two names. It didn't take too much time for the energy barrier to rise around the cultivator's headquarters, and Wenqi poured all his labor into it. It was then that, in addition to the headquarters, the barrier also covered other places where there might be living people trying to resist enemy troops. In addition, the abilities of the commander of the Ascension cult began to simply dissipate, as if they did not pose any difficulties to the guy. Thanks to the new barrier that appeared, which destroyed the skill of the commander of the Ascension cult, it was followed by the deaths of the rest of his comrades, who were several times behind in strength, and also ordinary cultivators were not subject to the effects of this protection. Suddenly, a huge beam of energy struck from the sky, practically destroying the headquarters of the Earthlings with its very appearance. The impact force exceeded ordinary skills and broke the very area of impact. As it turned out, this technique hit precisely the person who attacked the cultivators, and the practically dead man, trampled into the ground, could not believe that such a formation existed and saw the superiority of power beyond the perfection of the 9th level. Having expended a lot of energy immediately while getting the energy to function normally, Wenqi was unable to stand on his feet and therefore lost consciousness. The guy was very lucky because he was intercepted by Elder Wan Shu. The old man's joy knew no bounds due to Wenqi's healing of his injury, since only this guy remained capable of using the heavenly formation he had created for 636 years. Towards the end of the fights, flying ships of the Alliance arrived, having received a recent message about a call for immediate help. Observing this, the cult commander recalled a plan according to which the aliens were to fiercely attack all the wormholes in order to create an opportunity for the cult to attack the base located on the ground, as well as eliminate all cultivators trying to break through. The man was not going to chatter in one place and pushed off from the floor and flew into the sky, but in his thoughts he absolutely could not believe that he was mistaken in considering the Alliance to be weak and not combat-ready. The elder quickly noticed how the enemy was about to flee the scene of the crime, but having completely lost his strength, he could not stop the traitor in any way. It became perfectly clear to the rest of the cultivators where this person was trying to escape and became fixated on it. The defender of the Alliance headquarters ran after the criminal, not wanting to let him turn his plan into reality, and called on his comrades to quickly help with this. The Yi family did not stand aside, watching as the criminal retreated to the location of the cultivators trying to break through, and the chief among them ordered to act according to the plan. All 3 people from the Yi family immediately jumped out of the house, where until that moment they had simply watched the course of events. At this moment, the reinforcement vessels finally arrived at their destination and, stopping from the flying equipment, groups of people began to run out. Among the groups, the man himself turned out to be the main character of the story to his comrades, what was the best thing to do, and took upon himself the protection of the elders. Jean quickly agreed to this redistribution of roles and, with her precise and endless strikes, eliminated most of the army of the attacking enemy. In addition to all the quick defeats of the enemy positions, Fang Xiaoying, possessing several secret techniques of her family, ran out onto the battlefield, and the girl was happy fighting with the weak people of the cult. He ran right behind her, using the martial arts that he had studied so closely and tried to improve. Thus, the guy managed to destroy the troops thanks to the huge palm belonging to the skill style of the hand of the creator in the middle of the desert. While Tang Ming was near the too tired elder holding Wenqi on himself, and the main character was trying to somehow find out the well-being of Wan Shu. When the reincarnated hero tried to touch Wenqi, the elder grabbed his hand and wanted to quickly convey information regarding the traitor who should hurry to apprehend. Having fully listened to the old man about the commander of the Ascension cult who wanted to break through the kingdom, the main character was seized with shock and could not believe such horror. While they were talking about this problem, a man with an almost completely artificial body flew high into the sky and stopped near a building that he decided to make his target of destruction. The man prepared to act and before that activated his eye, thanks to which he can quickly recognize the movement of people. It took him a little time to search through the indicators showing human warmth even through thick walls, so he was lucky enough to meet 2 cultivators at the moment who were trying to break through. It was then that he launched his energy ball directly at the cultivators inside the building, who, according to the user of the dark aura, were frail old men. As it turned out, this building, where a huge amount of energy was directed, was the headquarters of the Alliance, which would soon turn into the last place where the cultivators were. The defenders of the headquarters instantly found themselves on top of this building and carefully examined how the applied skill flickered in the sky. Their task was in no way to allow the traitor to destroy the location of other cultivators. The commander-in-chief of the Ascension cult tried to humiliate the resisting cultivators of the 8th and 7th levels who were unable to withstand a force several times greater than their understanding. The person in charge of assembling the team commanded his comrades, wanting them to form a certain formation of 9 stars necessary when repelling enemies. Having formed a formation, the children of the smaller class concentrated and then gave their spiritual energy to the strongest among them, who reached the middle of the 9th grade in a couple of seconds. The enemy did not stop watching the cultivators and was even a little surprised to see another person who had received the 9th grade, but he did not quite understand whether they really could not achieve more, and this was their maximum limit. Fang Qing took on the entire burden of trying to stop the huge mass of energy advancing on the buildings, and was able to resist this heavy pressure. Suddenly an unexpected explosion occurred. The energy charge itself failed to reach the Alliance headquarters and was simply destroyed while in the sky. When the shock wave disappeared above the building, waves appeared that absorbed the energy required by the techniques, and they collected in one place. The person who actually did this was Fang Chen, standing heavily on his feet after taking the main force of the explosion. The rest were completely unlucky because they passed out immediately when transferring spiritual energy to the commander, who could not withstand the effect after the battle and fell to his knees. The one who used the ability was surprised that people were even able to withstand such a blow and, having fired another energy projectile, wondered whether the cultivators could withstand a second explosion. He raised this technique above himself, which directly made sounds, taking in the rest of the energy, and the owner smiled like the most abnormal madman. It was then that a group of Yi family appeared in front of him, and took advantage of the current situation to get a good chance. The eldest among the guys folded their fingers for the necessary technique and prepared for the most interesting thing to begin. The rest repeated after him. In this way they combined spaces, and with such methods their family could make one very strong one out of several weak skills. The man with the peace body noticed how his energy ball had disappeared somewhere, and realized that the cultivators had just put into action a technique called 1/10,000th phase shift. Immediately after this, a ball appeared directly consuming his head, since such a technique is capable of manipulating only a few elements, and with the help of a couple of cultivators there is a chance of creating or controlling spatial distortions. The group commander from the Yi family watched carefully, because something like this requires a large reserve of strength. And to move the ability of another person, one's own energy is spent. The created distortion of space made it possible to move the equipment a sufficient distance, and this was quite enough, so the place where everything was directed quickly exploded. And the territory around the Alliance's possession was covered with explosive force, destroying almost everything. Such power spread over a huge distance, and even the main character's squad found it very difficult to stand when something like this was happening around them. While the guys from the protagonist team were trying to resist the blast wave, the most responsible person in the group from the Yi family began to fall to the ground, receiving several injuries, because at the time of the explosion he was closest to the target than all the other people. This guy had to watch from a lying position how the enemy commander fell from the right strategy of destruction, and was very pleased with this. The eyes of the man who was part of the Yi family gradually began to close and saw that the boss of the Ascension cult had lost his head, and then the guy thought about how he and his friends had to not interfere in the duel, because the joint technique of 3 people required full dedication from users. When the enemy was completely defeated, the one who came up with the plan practically closed his eyes and was very happy to show the elder that his 3 guards had not disgraced the name of the Yi family. Some time later, the body of the defeated man moved a little to the side, and his hand began to shrink, although the condition was absolutely terrible and one of the limbs besides the head was torn off. Suddenly the liquidated man stood up and some details of iron armor, which was also a technology, were removed from him. A little later, the commander of the Ascension cult received body regeneration, which began to swarm and rapidly increase, and a dark aura also appeared around him. This man received complete restoration, and, mocking the dead people who invested even their lives in this skill, they were not able to win, namely because the body of the cult commander was created using alien technology. Having looked around, the only thing that became clear to the criminal was that no one would be able to prevent him from continuing to carry out the liquidation of the necessary cultivators, and he remained alive only thanks to the integrity of the main components of the technology. Behind the cult commander, a human voice was heard addressing him, and this angered the criminal so much that he began to tremble violently. The alien's accomplice turned around, wondering when they would leave him alone and not send people every time with whom he had to fight, destroying his own body. As it turned out, the interlocutor was the main character, who too much wanted to personally look at the enemy who had the power with which he managed to break through the kingdom. Looking at Tang Ming, the enemy did not have any premonitions that the guy had the power to let him have a little fun, and especially the 6th grade rank did not make him think. Considering the main character to be an ordinary stupid child who just wanted to stall for time a little, the old man decided to get close to the remaining cultivators that were breaking through and kill them every last one. Then the reincarnated hero simply smiled, mentioning the words about 3 days, and was not going to fully explain why he started this speech. But this is precisely what attracted the attention of the cult commander, who planned to destroy Tang Ming for the last time and at the same time rejoice like a child. The enemy was finally stopped by what he heard. According to the words of the main character, it became clear that he had already been fighting for 3 days and could not tolerate another battle. When the traitor decided to look at the main character, he was already using techniques with all his might, revealing 9 true words one after another, and because of this, the terrain under his feet simply cracked, unable to retain the energy. The enemy commander looked carefully and even so could not understand what was happening at the moment. The very appearance of the tower of spiritual energy remained unknown to him. In the meantime, Tang Ming was in no hurry to collect enough from just using the 4th word, and there were still 5 words left. The commander-in-chief of the Ascension cult became uneasy with the power deep within the protagonist, and achieving the 9th level of cultivation at the age of 20 became very surprising, even a little frightening. For the traitor, it became interesting to ask Tang Ming if he was the mysterious cultivator about whom so many people talk without stopping. Coming closer, the main character did not intend to answer falsely or even tell the truth and simply smiled, gathering strength. In an instant, the guy disappeared from the place where he was and left behind only a large amount of spiritual energy. Following the exception in one place was the appearance in front of the enemy of a young man who was not following such a rapid movement. The main character began to deal a lot of blows, moving with the criminal throughout the territory of the Alliance headquarters, and the alien employee was not quite as happy as before. This man still managed to break away from the reborn for a while and stand at a safer distance. The main character himself used this method because he wasn't really going to exert any strength, and, moving back a little, began to slow down the speed of movement with the help of his legs. With some ironic ridicule, the enemy talked about the fact that the main character has a 9th level, which he cannot fully take advantage of and defeat the alien employee due to his too young age. But in his mind he perfectly understood how dangerous the battle with Tang Ming could be, who had destroyed the plans of the Ascension cult many times, and therefore turned on the acceleration of the Oda armor's power. After this, a new beam of a completely different kind began to appear from the man's mouth from the secret technique of the sacred sage, and each of the following beams was equal to the force of several explosions. The skill instantly took the main character under the target, and flew towards him with all possible speed as if it had its own intelligence. When the beam almost came into contact with the too calm Tang Ming, the guy's head caught fire, and he finally activated the 5th word of truth. It was after activation that the use of spatial divine consciousness followed, stopping the enemy's attack and forming a strange area of influence around. The commander of the Ascension sect was consumed by misunderstanding from seeing the skill blocked without any difficulty, and the phenomenon of the zone in which he stupidly ended up. The beam used by the enemy had not yet fully reached and simply stopped in one place. The main character dodged this attack and looked carefully at the enemy. With the full impact of Tang Ming's skill working area, the person working with the aliens could not move and watched as the main character approached him without difficulty. Inside the enemy there was absolutely unstoppable fear and reluctance for the main character to come closer. But the guy did not listen to his interlocutor because his chattering was not at all justified and continued to stomp his feet, while not in a hurry to do anything special. When the main character fully approached, he began to talk about how the cult commander was unable to break through the realm and that he was only able to maintain spiritual chi thanks to alien technologies holding him back beyond the peak of the 9th class of cultivation. The interlocutor could not move in any way due to the short distance of action of the kingdom set by Tang Ming, and this was precisely what proved that the person was not able to break through the barrier about which there was so much talk. The criminal himself asked in fear what would become of him. To which he received a blow for those who died at the hands of the Ascension cult and units collaborating with aliens. Following this came another stronger blow for the injuries of Elder Wan Shu, who almost put his own life on the line. After a couple of seconds, the whole body was replenished with new blows, several times more powerful due to the Fang and Yi families who suffered a great collapse and the loss of many comrades only because of one person who wanted to destroy the human race from the face of the earth. Another blow simply forced the enemy to slam his whole body into the strongest soil of the territory of the Alliance headquarters and receive 3 times more in a few seconds. The main character had already stopped and, holding his fist with which he inflicted all the attacks, then added that the previous blow was for the people devoted to the commander of the Ascension cult. After beating the enemy for a long time, Tang Ming finally cancelled the effect of the divine consciousness with just a clenched fist. Due to the fact that the barrier limiting the action of those who got inside was removed, the traitor to humanity in the blink of an eye flew away behind the back of the main character. This resulting beam instantly flew high into the sky and seemed to be flying somewhere into space, trying to avoid meeting the main character. But the ray that flew away was not the commander of the Ascension cult at all, since Tang Ming with his ability lifted him a little higher and ordered him to stop stupidly pretending to be dead because he understood perfectly well when a person is trying to deceive. Having listened to the advice, the interlocutor coughed up blood and with a smile on his face spoke about his disbelief that the guy would be able to win this battle, and also mentioned the plan of an alien ruler that people simply cannot imagine. Such a selection of topics for discussion before his death slightly interested the main character, who tried to directly ask what kind of plan this was. The view of the commander of the Ascension cult changed dramatically because Tang Ming was going to find out information from his worst enemy, and the old man began to make fun of the guy, trying to piss off the main character. The criminal ordered the reincarnated hero to beg him to tell. But when he added that in any case he was not going to tell even if the young man followed the order, Tang Ming stared intently and asked if the enemy was sure of his own words. In order not to communicate with the enemy for a long time and not waste precious time, the main character used 9 true words and especially the new perception skill. It was then that spiritual energy appeared around the head of the culprit of all troubles, which tried to quickly get inside its target and begin to act according to the wishes of the user who used it. The eyes of the protagonist began to darken strangely, and thanks to the recent use of technology, he managed to find out some information about the reconnaissance group of the Imperial Military Academy and a couple of other academies besides this one. Around the same period of time, 1,400 kilometers from the imperial capital of China, a couple of detachments of people stood at the foot of the mountain. One of the people turned out to be Yu, saluting, revealing his recent arrival at the headquarters where competitions between newcomers were taking place, and therefore could greet his interlocutors only after that. This man asked for forgiveness for being late in greeting the 2 seniors. His interlocutor was the Green Dragon Qin, who was an active cultivator at the peak of the 9th grade, and he did not want anyone to try so hard to be polite. He also wanted to find out the exact information regarding elderly breaking through the realm. Yu, with a smile on his face, began to nod his head to confirm the information regarding the elder. Yu Feng spoke in detail about the emergence of a new theory of breaking through the realm and several successes of Headley breaking through from the very beginning to the end, since the Green Dragon along with Headley used to be comrades fighting exactly 50 years ago. When the Green Dragon completely listened to the information related to the comrade who defeated the aliens and then went to the mountains in search of a way to break through and a few years later received the result, which actually made the Green Dragon too happy, and he grabbed the hand of the narrator. Suddenly, Zhuge Shifang, a cultivator of the 9th level peak, appeared near them and instantly hit the Green Dragon on the hand because of his impoliteness towards others and asked them to slowly wait for the rest of the people invited to the meeting. For the Green Dragon, it became absolutely incomprehensible why it was necessary to invite such a large number of people of the 9th level, because in his opinion he was capable of destroying the aliens alone. But in response I only received a request to wait a little for younger friends who made a lot of effort to find the right meeting point with them and bring good news. The Green Dragon Sheen still could not understand why the old man was not going to let him go into a single battle against a large army of aliens. Suddenly, 2 people using free flight appeared overhead and mentioned how the Green Dragon is unchangeable in its behavior even after such a long period of time. 2 elderly people quickly landed on the ground and said nothing but greetings. But they turned out to be very cheerful and sociable people. The man in green clothes was the master of the Hungar clan under the name Qing Song, and the second person was the mountain hermit Danjichi. The Green Dragon and the mountain hermit instantly turned away from each other, having several quarrels because of which they did not particularly want to meet someday in the future and regretted the past, since in their youth these old men, having fallen in love with the same girl whom they were courting, began to enmity, although both failed. A little time later, the old people could not stop quarreling among themselves and the rest could only observe the current situation. Yu Feng shook his head to the sides in an attempt not to be distracted by such nonsense, and tried to concentrate on more important matters. At this time, a group of guys who were recently discussed were running along a mountain path trying to make it to the meeting place in time. A curtain of dust even formed behind their movements, and they could not believe that the elders, at their age, got there much faster. The team still managed to get to the right place and were preparing to go to the others, but most of the squad could not recover from such a long run. Suddenly, high in the sky, strange movements of flocks of birds began to occur, hearing an unknown and too frightening sound for themselves. The old people arguing until this moment finally stopped, sensing the movements of someone who carries a not very good aura behind them. Immediately after this, the feelings of the 9th level people were surrounded by unknown opponents who appeared straight from the sky and drove the old people into a corner. The attackers were several people with too many similarities in appearance, and even in their speech, they were preparing to do something very terrible. It was then that Yu Feng learned that this person was a familiar person from the past named Feng Long, only the plans that the guy followed remained a mystery. These guys who attacked out of nowhere began to radiate spiritual energy around them, as if they were preparing to use several skills in mastering the course of the duel. Yu Feng was well aware of how strong Feng Long was as an opponent, and it was this man who dealt with him at the competition with one blow, and even having reached the 8th level, Yu was not able to win. Having examined the opponents from below them, it became absolutely clear to Yu Feng how alien cloning is a terrible thing. The remaining cultivators were completely unable to withstand the intense pressure, and due to the fact that they had only recently advanced to the 6th grade, they remained practically useless. Green Dragon Sheen and his comrade were a little glad to have the opportunity to fight with someone strong enough. After all, nothing had happened for 46 years. The Hermit of the Mountain and his friend also did not intend to lag behind the others, so they made a bet in which they needed to destroy as many clones with great power as possible. The Green Dragon suggested how dangerous the battle could end up being and therefore asked Yu Feng to watch the rest of the guys or simply take them to a safe place, and preferably away from this battlefield. Having obeyed the order, a squad of 7th-8th level cultivators began to run through the falling skill applications. Yu Feng perfectly understood the danger of fighting against 10 people of at least level 9, and even the smiles on the faces of the 4 elders could not cancel this in any way. One of the cultivators decided to take out his blade in order to team up with the others to help destroy the attacking enemy. Yu Feng did not understand what the guys behind him were doing, because each of them was using the skills that they could best master in action. The guys were simply not going to run away without fighting back, being the reserve force of the alliance. Yu Feng simply agreed with this decision because he did not doubt his own students one bit, and was ready to support them at any moment. All the people involved at the beginning of the huge battle flew high into the sky to somehow stand level with the enemies. The Green Dragon Qin used the same technique several times, but Feng Lung did not have much effort in dodging all the attacks. In order to finally deprive the Blue Lotus of a large supply of enemy forces, Zhuge Shiwan needed to use the special skill of the Lotus Sword and form a large number of energy swords around himself, preventing the enemies from getting a little closer. The master of the Hungar clan kept up with his comrades in strength and speed, so he could easily use close combat techniques and had incredible spiritual energy to invest in the speed of his actions. The mountain hermit covered the rear of an old friend and, thanks to the fact that he had been in the mountains for several long years trying to learn new techniques, he managed to find a new way of fighting using the arboreal style of 9 deities. This man had a couple of types of weapons obtained in nature, and one of these was vine. But the Green Dragon was completely unlucky, and receiving more blows than he dealt did not stop him, since the attack of 2 cultivators of equal level made it very difficult for him to try to oppose anything. It was then that the Green Dragon Qin, having received many abrasions all over his body, jumped high into the sky to avoid a group attack from his opponents. The Green Dragon, wiping the blood on his cheek, reflected on the strength of the clones of the 9th level of cultivation and recognized the guys' movements as very targeted, not paying attention to their stupidity. In addition, the enemies pressed with the majority, which actually gave them more chances of victory. A Blue Lotus appeared in front of Qin, who was going to help his beaten comrade a little, and told him a further plan where one of the cultivators needed to attract all the attention of the enemies to himself, and the rest would begin to attack from the rear. While Zhuge Shifang was telling the remaining details of the plan, an image of one of the Fenglongs, which the Blue Lotus had not noticed, appeared behind him. It was because of this stupidity that the old man was seriously wounded, and flowing down in his own blood, he admitted his carelessness, because of which he was unable to dodge in time, and the enemy continued to strike. Qing Song, seeing his comrade fly away to another place, became interested in his well-being. He also knew well that the plan thought out by the Blue Lotus was very good, but each of those present did not reach a level higher than the 9th, and someone stronger was needed to control the crowd. In addition to everything, the master of the Hang Ar clan, having good physical strength, was not able to resist only 3 clones, fighting to the limit. Only because of the too much stupidity of the enemies, the old people remained a little able to resist, and with normal thinking, the clones would have been able to destroy the elders without difficulty. In addition to all that has been said, the mountain hermit, trying to break through the opponents to his comrades, noticed that each of the Fenglongs were not able to feel fear for their lives, and simply, as if the dolls were not fighting for their own survival. But even with all their shortcomings, they managed to deliver several precise blows to the old people and bring them out of their normal state, which actually had a bad effect on the course of events. Yu Fei, seeing how badly the elders had suffered, ordered his students to quickly begin to act while there was an opportunity to save their comrades from death. The students stood in a row that they had studied in the alliance, and, having made a special circle on the ground, began to use the word of war skill, which actually made it possible to erect a 5-pointed star. This was followed by a huge explosion, and a large number of energy rays began to scatter across the battle area, which forced the clones to retreat some distance. The girl, who was in the very circle of technology, was left with practically no strength, and the maximum benefit given by it was only a 30% increase in agility, after which the girl would completely lose the strength to fight. While the girl was thinking about what she should do with all the energy spent, in her head she heard a human voice belonging to the main character, who addressed her as if he were a younger sister. During this period of time, after the battle against the Ascension cult, Protector Lei Ming gathered several cultivators from the Alliance who were still able to move and began taking inventory, as well as recovering from the fierce battles. Protector Qin Yu took responsibility for the medical zone where there were many injured or even dead. Among the affected area was Fang Xiaoying, who was trying with all her might to save a man from her family and the rest of his comrades, who first of all put out their defenses, only they were defeated without having enough strength to resist. The girls could not stop while she was running through one of the free tents because she could not allow the cultivators to die while defending the Alliance headquarters. A few minutes later, she still managed to bring the victims inside the treatment area and leave the technology for transporting the seriously wounded outside. Fang Xiaoying cried like a little girl and, clenching her fist near herself, did not want to see her uncle Fang Chen die, who received quite a lot of life-threatening injuries. Having stopped shedding tears, the girl thought that if she had not remained on another planet waiting for her girlfriend's breakthrough, she would have been able to return with the main character and the rest of the group's comrades in time to defeat the attacking aliens along with the Ascension cult. While the girl was very worried, Hua appeared, put his hand on her shoulder and asked her not to worry, because with them Tang Ming, who had good command skills, even knew how to fight stronger opponents than himself. Even later, teachers from the universities of the imperial capital arrived, several times late than required. 3 groups of teachers from various student universities upon arrival began to act on orders from above, and they realized how fatal the consequences would have been if not for the appearance of the main character. While everyone was doing their own thing, Yi Jingxing received permission from the senior cultivators to take care of the area where the enemy commander-in-chief was defeated and, for complete confidence, pointed out the many injuries of the cultivators. Seeing the face of the ascended master looking too terrible at death, Yi Jingxing had a feeling of shame due to the fact that this person was constantly praised and all the words were too untrue. Yi Jingxing began to walk closer to the commander of the Ascension cult to examine his body. Seeing that the state of the body had not suffered any injuries at all and only one soul could not bear to be crushed into collapse, so it became unknown to the guy who was capable of possessing such powerful spiritual energy. He was also very interested in who could eliminate such a strong enemy if the head of Li is far from the Alliance headquarters and simply physically would not have time to get there in time. When the image of the main character who was the only one who could do such a thing appeared in his head, Yi Jingxing was very angry. He did not want to think about it, and was not going to believe in having such incredible power. Putting his hand closer to the commander of the Ascension and Destruction of the Human Race Squad, Yi Jingxing absorbed all the dark energy inside the deceased criminal. It was then that his face changed again and he felt several times more power than the last time and wanted to quickly unite with the liquidated force for revival. When suddenly his belly became several times larger due to the fact that holding such great energy was very difficult for an ordinary cultivator. Seeing an image in his head where the main character and Jing live a happy life allowed Yi Jingxing to survive with all possible means, and therefore he turned to the alien inside himself for help. Following the request for help, the guy's body still could not stand it, and exploded like a time bomb. Yi Jingxing fell to the ground with a wounded body severe to human life, and did not give any sign of what was normal. But he had not yet completely died and did not intend to do this at all. Immediately after this, all the guy's organs scattered throughout the area began to crawl towards him on their own, as if they had gained self-control. When all the necessary organs reached their host, the body began to completely regenerate and get rid of pain after the explosion. Having examined his wound, Yi Jingxing didn't really understand how he managed to not withstand the dark energy in his body at first, and only with the loss of vital organs did this energy completely merge with the young man's flesh, and he already reached the peak of the 8th level of cultivation. Yi Jingxing, shedding a tear of joy, began to thank the greatest master of the demon salad for this help. A few hours later, one of the Alliance's flying ships headed towards Han Bay and did not leave the path. The protagonist's team was in the same ship. Tang Ning used the 9 words of truth to mentally communicate with Yao Yu, who was several thousand miles away from the guy. Thanks to the fact that the younger side owned all the necessary things to use the 9 words of truth, the main character was able to contact her without difficulty and ask her about the attacking Fenglong clones, each of whom is in the 9th grade. Jing Jing and her friend were consumed by fear due to the fact that most of their relatives were currently in danger, and even the 4 strongest hermits could not resist the enemy. But the main character was not at all worried about this, having one very good plan, and when Tang Ming started talking about it, the girls had a misunderstanding. While the guys from the protagonist's group began to think more precisely about the invented plan, on the other side of Qinglangshan Mountain, 4 old men fought against the clones and tried to gain at least the slightest control over the current situation. Yu Feng helped his comrades from time to time, but due to too much lag and even the lack of acquired forces, he was not able to fight back fully, so he received quite a lot of wounds. Wang Chanfeng, along with his team members, formed the necessary sword formation and from time to time launched a stream of blades at the enemies in order to cover their comrades fighting in the sky or simply give them the opportunity to take control of the clones. A couple of magic swords from the reserves of the covering detachment began to fly directly at the Fenglongs located above them and interfered with the rest of the 9th level cultivators. While the guys from Wang Changfeng's team were forming the necessary arrangement for using one technique, the younger sister loudly let slip about the main character's plan, and these words greatly surprised the friends around her. Due to the fact that the guys were distracted by the girl, the previously launched projectile did not hit the target and simply flew high into the sky, and then disappeared in a second as it appeared before. Having suffered such a stupid failure, the guys from the team looked at Yao Yu, pretending that she was not at all to blame for this mistake, although it was she who was responsible for the accuracy of the shot. The excited younger sister began to wag her head around, looking at the not very well developed circumstances, and asked the main character to quickly tell his plan, because over time the squad would lose all its strength. The younger sister began to nod her head and agree when Tang Ming explained the weakness of the clones who had great strength, but they also had 2 unformed soul power, and by using every single spiritual word, you can devastate the enemy's mind. Immediately after the agreement, the girl shed tears, since what she heard was not an easy task at all, and she only managed to maintain a little spiritual understanding with her brother. Following this, Yao Yu blushed all over with embarrassment, because the main character invited her to completely give him her body, since only in this way could she win faster. While the old men and the rest of the participants in the meeting between the cultivators fought, putting their own lives on the line, the squad of the reincarnated hero flew to the rescue as quickly as possible, being inside the Alliance technologies. The girls who were near the main character immediately blushed when they heard the words addressed to their younger sister and tried to somehow justify what was said, because in their opinion, Tang Ming could not mean something so shameful. It was then that the main character conveyed his thoughts thanks to the power of the spirit of all things, which he could also take control of Yao Yu's body. According to the guy's idea, the girl's body could be controlled while at a distance. But because the distance between them was too far, Tang Ming demanded to open his soul and body. The younger sister listened to everything carefully and answered ambiguously for her agreement to allow the guy to enter her body as many times as necessary. Having received the desired answer, the main character began to act again, opening the skills of 9 words and using only the 3rd word. The great spiritual power inside Tang Ming began to emanate and gradually disappear from his head somewhere else. Yao Yu, having prepared herself to begin, stood in the position required for complete immersion of the technique, and accepted a small thread of her brother's energy into her body. Little by little, the required power began to fully accumulate near the girl's forehead, and this powerful energy merged with the younger sister's own energy. Upon complete completion, a very huge surge of contact force between 2 completely different spiritual energies appeared above the sky and, In addition, waves similar to explosive ones were formed, spreading throughout the entire territory of the duel. All 4 old men, 2 injured from the ongoing battle, were thrown some distance from the enemies and they could not stop quickly. The green dragon Chin was the first to show his irritation, only he was not irritated because of many injuries and was worried about his favorite glasses being broken. Not far from him was the Blue Lotus, trying with all his remaining strength to hold the defense, and it became extremely unclear to him why a comrade in such a situation was only worried about his glasses while there were many enemies nearby. The strength of the Fenglong clones was strong enough, and such strength was recognized by the master of the Hongar clan himself, who spat out a broken tooth from his mouth and recognized them as worthy. Even a mountain hermit who had trained his fighting skills for several years against a large number of opponents could only wipe himself clean of blood. Yu Feng, along with the other guys, were right under the fighting old men and 10 clones preparing to clash again. Due to the aura around the opponents, it was difficult for the other cultivators to move under pressure. Yu Feng averted his gaze to the students who were unable to fight further, and they were completely exhausted by using stylish skills in a row. The commander of the student squad could hardly stand on his feet and remembered perfectly well how many times he managed to use techniques that absorbed the chi reserves of each person on the team, and therefore they lost the opportunity to collect sword energy. In order to quickly help the others, the younger sister asked the main character when the preparations would be over, to which the only answer was to wait another 10 minutes. While everyone was watching the clones, Dan Ziki laughed loudly, adding that there was no need to continue at this pace, and if we continued, we might all die together in vain. The rest of the old men, except one green dragon, understood what the mountain hermit was leading to and did not try to argue with him in any way. It was then that Dan Ziki flew up the mountain towards his opponents, and told his comrades that he was not going to let anyone die near the mountain that was his place of residence. Smiling at his old friends, the mountain hermit wanted to detain many clones to himself, and allow his comrades to destroy the enemies one by one. The green dragon Chin began to shout with all his anger at Dan Ziki, who, in his opinion, decided to act as a hero without thinking about the danger. The mountain hermit finally wanted to tell something to the green dragon, and thinking that there might not be another chance, he remembered the story about the girl they both loved. According to the story, she had feelings for Dan Ziki, and then he, not wanting to hurt the green dragon, did not make a choice. It was then that the old friend trusted in the strength of the mountain hermit, and with words led him to the beginning of the battle. By desire alone, Dan Ziki created a huge energy form of energy that expanded several times in space. It became clear to all the other old men what technique their comrade used, and this shocked them a little. It was then that rays of energy began to explode from under the soil of the earth, and scattered in absolutely every possible direction. Then these rays took one target for each enemy in the sky, and reached out to them like some kind of plant. As it turned out, such skills were possessed only by people who found out about the secret spiritual technique that is currently trying to eliminate the clones. While the old men were fighting near Yao Yu, an almost invisible image of the protagonist appeared, telling about many cultivators like the mountain hermit who are at the peak of the 9th level and are ready to break through at any moment, but precisely because of this lack of strength, they were unable to merge with the environment. 59. The technique used by Dan Ziki was achieved by completely immersing himself in the solitude of living on the mountain in close proximity to the environment for many years, and with the help of natural forces, the old man created an effect very similar to the breakthrough effect. Having carefully looked at the fighting mountain hermit, the main character knew for sure that the old man was using his own life to completely complete the secret technique. Dan Ziki warned the others about his plans to detain himself with his own life and asked them to act quickly after completion. Along with these words, a huge plant formed from spiritual energy appeared from underground. Thus, it was finally possible to cause some harm to the enemy and prevent them from quickly dodging all the flying blows. Thanks to the skill, it was possible to create a kind of barrier from plants, which made it possible to separate one of the clones from the rest and allow his comrades to act. Having finally decided to take advantage of the given chance, the rest of the old men rushed to run straight to the clone of Fanlong, who had separated from his other copies for a short period of time. First of all, the green dragon Qin acted with his true power, and a figurative example of a dragon devouring the world appeared in front of him. Zhuge Shifang also did not stand in one place and, having absorbed a sufficient amount of surrounding magic in space, sent his blue lotus swords to one person, and each time he only added more power to them. To finally gain priority on the battlefield, Clan Master Hung Ar launched one of several strikes trained in his clan over several millennia. The 3 flying cultivator projectiles were quickly blocked thanks to the clone's automatic barrier, and it acted like some kind of magnet repelling unacceptable energy. But the skills did not disappear, unlike other abilities, and only on the contrary received several revolutions around the cornered enemy, delivering counter-energy blows to his defense. The Mountain Hermit was too knowledgeable when it came to fighting against many 9th-grade clones, and with his technique, the Rage of the Great Mountain, the desire to destroy everyone at once was not effective, so the old man was going to just wait for his friends to help him after completing one problem. It was then that the swords of the Blue Lotus broke through the protective barrier, and it gradually cracked, losing its very first state in which it was able to repel many attacks. Deciding to take advantage of the chance, the green dragon headed towards the clone from a place convenient for attacking and collected a certain amount of cultivator magic in his hands. The old man has already completely achieved the desired result of the appearance of the green dragon palm included in the list of martial arts techniques at a certain earth rank level. While one of the cultivators was trying with all his might to break through the barrier of magic and responding in kind, Feng Long's clone began to grin too strangely. The green dragon doesn't understand at all why the criminal is smiling because, according to the information received, any clones are unable to show any feelings or show changes in facial expressions. The enemy person initiated the activation of self-destruction and, expanding in the width of the body when inhaling air, gained greater efficiency, and the blast wave became several times more powerful than the initial force. A striking internal explosion forced the Sterix to create a barrier that eliminated danger and stopped the blast wave directed at themselves with the flow of wind. Due to the fact that the power of the self-destruction energy of the 9th level peak is comparable to the impact force of those who broke through, the nearby mountain was divided into 2 parts and completely destroyed. The Mountain Hermit considered this the end of the battle. This time he could definitely put it that way, because in his opinion, the team of 9th level cultivators from the very first appearance of the clones had no chance of winning, much less staying alive. Since the Blue Lotus's proposed plan worked on ordinary people instead of clones ready to self-destruct without hesitation, the 10 puppets broke out of captivity and carried only the expectation that these enemies were time bombs. When Dan Ziki had spent almost half of his own spiritual power, he had no way left to resist the enemies surrounding him over time, who in a few seconds broke through his strongest skill, similar to the breakthrough of 9th grade cultivators. Having accepted his own end of life, the old man began to mentally say goodbye to old friends and especially to the green dragon with whom there were constantly a lot of arguments, as well as the opportunity to finally meet his beloved who had died several years ago. At this moment, the protagonist's younger sister finally opened her eyes with new strength and energy of perception. Due to the fact that Tang Ning was initially stronger than her, he was able to invest as much energy as required to hold spiritual energy for a certain time. Standing around her exhausted comrades, the girl began special preparation for the further application of the required skill and repeated several identical words a couple of times. Ultimately, she managed to gain the power with which to export the technique of the 9 words of truth and especially its very last stage of influence. Thanks to such a reasonable use of all forces, it was possible to stop the clown approaching the face of Dan Ziki, who had already resigned himself to death. The remaining old men, who received many wounds that were difficult to heal for their age, simply hovered high in the sky and lost the right to move in order to quickly eliminate the remaining opponents. The commander of a group of students also fell under the effect of the skill, although he was at a fairly large distance from the ongoing appearance of a barrier unknown to them. Yu Feng, who had previously helped resist the onslaught from the clones and maintain the moral order of the students at the University of Cultivators from the Alliance Reserve, fell to the ground and froze in that position. All the birds flying near this time-stopping barrier remain there until the moment the main character wishes it. And even other creatures like wild boars hung in any position that managed to be preserved before the construction of such a large barrier began. Thus, Tang Ming owned a huge area around mountains and forests filled with large numbers of living beings. At this moment, Clone Feng Long received his own thoughts and could only fully realize who he was at the moment. Each of the clones of one person cannot understand why they are here and who they really are. After this, a dispute began between them about who could truly call themselves Feng Long. Seeing the similarity of their outlines, they were going to find out the truth. Due to so many unknown incidents, one of Feng Long began to have a terrible headache spreading throughout his brain. Also, the rest of the guys began to fight among themselves in order to ultimately prove who can remain in this world and who should be immediately eliminated. The enmity between some clones followed a whole war among the remaining copies, which in no way allowed each other to obtain the title of the real Feng Long. Yu Feng again gained all the previously taken away ability to move, and seeing how the enemies fought among themselves could not understand the full situation. He jumped from his seat higher into the sky in order to look around in more detail, and ultimately find out the information required for the report. It was then that he noticed how the mountain hermit fell to the ground, exhausted after using a skill so magnificent for the 9th level of cultivation. Yu Feng intercepted Elder Dan and quickly asked him about his well-being. He in response simply wanted to know the whole situation, due to which he managed to survive. The rest of the old people who received quick help from the cultivators simply considered this phenomenon to be an obsession of clones. It was then that the protagonist's younger sister appeared, revealing the secret of the technique that excited the remnants of Feng Long's soul in each of the clones, and the old people paid attention to the girl. Through the words of his sister, Tang Ming communicated, recognizing the essence of weak copies of a person without a full-fledged soul, and they doubted their existence. It was because of all the doubts about his real self that the main character made the clones simply begin to destroy each other. At the end of the story, one of Feng Long's clones exploded directly overhead and formed a large air wave behind it. From the heap of the falling wave, some object began to fall, having gained sufficient flight speed. This thing, unknown to cultivators, fell onto the surface of the mountainous earth and began to quickly go out. That explosion was the victory of one of the clones who considered himself to be the real guise of Feng Long. It was then that a small shadow appeared above his head, obscuring the bright rays of the sun, and then Feng Long simply fell silent, not intending to say absolutely anything. The main character, speaking thanks to gaining control over the body of his own younger sister, called the defeated enemy an ordinary copy of a traitor who should never have appeared in this world. After these words, very strange things began to happen to Feng Long's clone. An unknown foam formed from behind the mouth, and one eye was completely consumed by the burning fire. The main character, controlling the subconscious and movement of Yao Yu, turning away from the eliminated enemy, simply began to leave and was not going to find out any information regarding the one who ordered to carry out the order, because he knew very well who it could be. At the end of the fierce fights, fragments of trees and small stones from the huge destruction of the mountain were scattered across the territory of the mountains belonging to the Alliance. Each of the elders participating in the battle decided to rest to restore the lost strength, and somehow heal to fully return to the state of the body. Compared to the 4 old men who remained unshakable until the very end, the surviving cadets of the military school could not believe what had happened. Tang Ming, with the help of Yao Yu meditating for a while, was able to explain to the others that at the moment it was urgent to send help to another university, and then left her consciousness. And he also returned back to his body by opening his eyes, because there was no point in being near the old people and the rest of the victims. First of all, Xin Xin, worried about the current situation and afraid that nothing would happen to her family, approached the main character, she received the desired answer, in which the reborn hero easily managed to turn the criminals against each other, and do without any special casualties. Song Lu assumed that the main target of the enemies were level 9 cultivators, and the sequence of attacks starting from the Alliance headquarters and the military academy group became too suspicious. Ding Ding, like a friend, could not quite understand what the aliens and traitors to the Earth were hoping for by attacking the university where the strongest so far remains the director of the 8th level. It was then that the main character heard an unexpected transmission of information thanks to mental telepathy. The person who contacted the guy was warned about the danger to the life of the teacher Hua Feng, who studies the theory of breakthrough. At the same time, the territory of Hebei University was almost completely destroyed from an unknown attack by opponents working together with aliens, like other units who wanted to eliminate the main targets. Too many people working and receiving education from this university suffered inevitable defeat and even died without being able to resist. A couple of unknown people in cloaks drove the remaining students into a place where it is incredibly difficult to escape. The senior man came out to the very front of the students and inquired about the nature of the attackers who wanted to attack a simple university for some reason. One of the enemies of the Alliance cultivators, putting his hand in front of him, released unknown balls around which a small amount of available spiritual energy mixed with a dark aura formed. Quite large clots of this matter appeared in front of the university participants and made them dumbfounded, since without data about this appearance it was simply impossible to break into battles. Then the man nicknamed Crazy Blade under the name Wang Wu of the 7th grade behaved too carelessly and suggested that the small black balls could be the weapons of the attackers. Standing next to the Mad Blade was the scientist Hua Shuben, adjusting his glasses every time he thought about something, and in addition, he was an associate of the Cultivator Revolution. To ensure everyone's safety, he advised not to touch the balls. The old man in charge of the students mentally blamed himself because he did not pay much attention to the news that 2 unknown persons broke into the entrance gate, and when the old man ordered a group of guards to look around, he noticed how they were all eliminated in an instant. Director Luan asked the guys not to be distracted by all sorts of nonsense, and instead, together with him, begin to concentrate to destroy the balls as quickly as possible. Having obeyed the director, the students instantly released spiritual energy and directed it above themselves. Each of the students' energies was different from each other and had fundamental application skills. When everyone managed to completely direct the concentrated power to one place, the spiritual energy began to spin around each other, creating a new ability. The balls flying straight at the newest technology simply reflected it away from them as if it were ordinary light, and after that they continued to point towards the university students. Mad Blade Wang Wu, seeing what was happening, could not believe that some unknown stones were able to repel the very concentrated chi of several people, which had previously cut the strongest diamonds. It was then that an associate of the second revolution of cultivators tried to penetrate into the very essence of things with the help of the eyes of the sky in order to obtain the necessary information on how to fight enemies. Upon completion of the study, the guy warned everyone to be careful about the small black balls because they were capable of making circular turns, violating the very law of conservation of momentum and angles of momentum. Since predicting the effect of inanimate material was not at all easy, dark balls could easily change the trajectory of their flight and fly towards the target at incredible speed. The students still managed to evade such an attack with balls and, reacting in time, jumped a little further away from the place where several explosions occurred. The special balls of the people who attacked the university formed a strange emission of dark energy around themselves, much like energy waves or a discharge of dark lightning. When these new balls surrounded a couple of students, they immediately lost the ability to concentrate spiritual energy and completely noticed its suppression. The dark balls began to tightly bind them inside themselves. Hua Shuben, under the cover of a crazy comrade, analyzed the external sphere associated with invisible force fields. It was these fields that released radioactive substances that interfered with the concentration of spiritual power. In the meantime, Two enemies hiding their real faces were communicating about the sufficient creation of black cores, and one of them wanted to quickly go to Hua Fengyang, who was in seclusion in building number 3. The director of the university, seeing how the opponents created a special barrier around the people, realized that they were completely heading towards the cultivator Hua Fengyang. The old man didn't want to let such people get to her, so he used a couple of skills from the Earth rank martial arts technique. Then a couple of soul blades flew at the enemies. But this blow turned out to be completely unsuccessful because the dark balls began to corrode Elder Luan's equipment. After the director's use of the stopping attack, scientist Hua Shuben used eyes that foresaw the future where the university director receives retaliatory attacks with his own skills. As the guy had foreseen before, a pair of magical blades took their direction towards the elder and flew towards him with all possible speed. Only now, having seen the detailed future in advance, the old man began to evade all the reflected abilities used thanks to several additional combat tactics. Some time later, two hostile attackers got inside the building they were looking for, and in the corridor they noticed an old man cleaning the corridor. This old man was the owner of the University Exchange Office, Elder Min. Since the elder had been retired for a long time and until that time had just been doing all sorts of things related to teaching newly admitted students to the university, the masked man was not going to fight with him and simply asked him not to interfere in his own business. It was then that the old man warned the guys that since they wanted to lend information about the breakthrough theory, they should first ask him, saying that the elder wanted to create energy rays with the help of an ordinary cleaning broom, waving them. In response, the unknown attacker took advantage of the living toxin's shackles and stopped every oncoming spiritual ray. Another friend of his took off his cape and, in order not to waste time, advised him to simply leave the old man to him in order to quickly go to his original goal of appearing at the university. The man, who did not show his real appearance, raised his leg high and was preparing to simply leave the battlefield. With each step he took, magical charges of energy were formed on the ground, spreading according to the instructions, and this forced the elder to tightly clench his fist in preparation for resistance. But immediately after this, the old man was a little shocked when he saw an image appear behind the back of one opponent, something very frightening even for the elder. This technique from the moment it appeared began to take its final form of a spiritual body. After the appearance of a skill unknown to the old man, a huge protective dragon was created around a man named Ming, who is the general of an army of criminals, and the enemy wanted to show the former most powerful person in the world his own power. Such statements from the guy became quite funny for the elder, who had prepared all possible methods for battle, and he combined two energies with different potential for perceiving someone else's power. In the meantime, they began preparations for the battle near the research laboratory on the theory of breaking through the kingdom on the wall itself, which was a barrier for some people. The same wall broke and energy waves of ill-wishers began to appear from there. The same criminal turned out to be an unknown person hiding his identity, and, having broken through a couple of walls, he opened a portal that could easily lead the owners to the place he needed. The stranger made his way into the very depths of the compartment where the girl is kept inside a virtual storage facility shaped like a capsule equipped with the latest Alliance technologies. This machine was created only for the purpose of calculating several million virtual consciousnesses in 1 second. The enemy commander approached directly the latest equipment currently configured for further research of the Heavenly Book and began to carefully observe the girl outside his consciousness. Having carefully examined the girl's condition, the unknown enemy noticed how her brain cell development was as much as 25%, and even this result seemed to him to be quite a great advance in this area. It was then that the criminal who burst and revealed the Sol demon's own identity, compared to which ordinary girl-type cultivators inside the latest equipment were simply insignificant. Hua Fengyang, sensing someone else's presence, quickly came to her senses and opened her eyes to make sure of her assumptions, because of which she would have to pay something very important. In just 1 second, Sol the demon grabbed the girl's head and destroyed her special virtual glasses, with the help of which there is a greater chance of searching for other virtual consciousnesses. While various crimes by unknown people were taking place inside the university, a flying ship of the Alliance finally appeared along with the team of the protagonists. When the guys descended onto the territory of the educational institution, they only saw the destruction of the entire university site. These destructions turned out to be several times greater than when they attacked the headquarters of the Alliance, or the main mission of the Alliance located on planet Earth. In order not to waste precious seconds from the students' allotted time, Tang Ming hurried to teacher Lu Hua and ordered the girls from the squad to run to the rest of the students to put on a quick aid. And while they were getting there, the previously laid area of activity of the barrier of small black balls released clots of dark aura and it spread throughout the entire university building, not allowing anyone to use incomplete spiritual power. The director of the university panicked a little because no good ideas came into his head on how to get out of the restraining skill area. The Mad Blade was not going to simply stand in one place and, fighting off each of the flying rays of magic, talked with his friends about a quick analysis of what had happened. The scientist Hua Shuben found a suitable method, which will also cause a lot of problems, since in order to destroy the force field you need to instantly hit more than 100 spheres and simultaneously maintain the same speed. When the scientists completely lost hope, being in the very womb of the barrier where the students were distracted by other small black spheres and therefore they could not do anything, the protagonist's comrades appeared and gave the last hope for salvation. While the associate of the Second Revolution of Cultivators explained in detail to Jing Jing the invented plan, Wang Wu fought with all his might to cover the rest of the guys. The girls nodded their heads and remembered well the further plan for rescuing the students of the military university. Having completed the full preparation, each of the cultivators used their Jing Jing skills in action, used the 24th sword art, allowing raindrops to become like sharp clinics, and Song Lu with her magic of a celestial maiden who showers flowers. Thanks to these many unrecoverable attacks, it was possible to completely immobilize the dark spheres and let them hang in the sky. But this was not enough at all, and the scientist Hua Shuben calculated the approximate speed of an individual strike that did not coincide with the desired indicative result, and therefore nothing was achieved. The optimal choice for the female cultivators was to try again to use all possible forces, and after hearing the support from the students, Jean Jean and her friend became more serious, and this was evident from their change in views. With the new attack, Jing Jing, the scientist saw a maximum deviation several times greater than the first time, only this was not enough at all and he needed to work better. Song Lu, having listened to the recommendations, paid attention to the synchronicity of the first swing of the swords with her friend and then maintained the intensity. Thanks to this she managed to advance even more as a result. After making countless attacks and using skills on the small black sphere, it was difficult to move even one of them. After some time, the girls became unable to continue moving endlessly and, in order to catch their breath, they simply stopped and breathed heavily from such a load. An associate of the Second Revolution of Cultivators appreciated all the work of the girls trying together, and saw how they managed to reduce the maximum deviation to almost 0 seconds. But due to the addition of the number of attempts to deflect the sphere, the oscillation of the ball also increased. Looking at how the crazy blade was fighting, receiving the main force of the attack from the spheres, along with the rest of the students, Hua Shuben began to think that they would not be able to get out and they would die together. But suddenly he noticed something very important within the protagonist's comrades, namely good mutual understanding along with complementary sword skills, so he recommended that the girls use a coordinated technique. Ding Ding and her friend didn't really understand what kind of technology we were talking about now and just watched, trying to find out about it. Since from the very moment they entered the university, both swordsmen practiced together and constantly fought in the same squad, they gained a good understanding. The girls did not stop competing with each other and promoting each other's results. They achieved a high level of interaction in all spiritual or even masterful plans, but the idea of combining their skills never occurred to them. It was then that they finally decided to do what was required of them and unanimously notified the rest of the students of the Alliance Military University about this. The cultivators touched with magical blades and waves of spiritual energy appeared around them. Thanks to this, they were able to bring into reality the ideas of the associate of the second revolution of cultivators and combine their strongest skills into a single technique. After the attack was completed, each air target was completely hit by the energy beam and they began to fall apart into several small pieces. The huge magical barrier made up of all the damaged small black spheres gradually began to dissipate, and the students were able to go beyond it. Such strong and rapid destruction of 16 targets in a couple of seconds became a very good novelty for a scientist from the university, and he saw the phenomenon of a new generation of cultivators with whom he could move further in his studies. Meanwhile, on the other side of the university, there was a complete immersion in a duel between the elder and his incredibly strong opponent, unleashing all the rays of energy. The old man managed to evade most of these attacks by just jumping back a little. It was for this that the ability showed power and began to follow the goal of destruction set by the owner. But his enemy was not going to stop at all and attacking absolutely every possible point of the university to destroy it. The elder simply jumped from one place to another and watched the destruction. When the rays finally caught up with their target, he used a skill that takes a few seconds to read out the words. Having completed the preparation of magic, the elder was saved from the rays by a fiery wave spreading its power over a short distance. In order to hurt the enemy, General Ming approached the old man, delivering a lot of blows and counterattacks combined with incredible powerful techniques. But he succeeded in practically nothing, because the elder had previously erected a protective barrier that repelled spiritual techniques. This did not last long, since the elder was retired and, having lost most of his strength, was wounded by an iron weapon, which in its formation was not a spiritual ability, which is why the barrier was unable to leave the attack. The enemy man, having touched Elder Ming, directly expressed his respect for the old man who showed enough strength to fully appreciate it. It was because of these blows that the elder learned that the criminal was using alien technology that produced more forces inside the carrier than the others. Unable to endure the stupid mockery of the human race from the traitor, the elder ignited with the fire of the four great voids and was about to take a huge piece of iron out of his body. In general, the elder just wanted to show his interlocutor how wrong he was. Regarding Old Man Ming's celestial rank technique, the application of the previous ability allowed him to become an absolutely unique skill with a natural aura of the environment, and through the complete tranquility of his soul, ascend the void Tao. The opponent, like a Manan, wanted to test his own strength, seeing the old man reach the peak of the 9th level at the end of his life and use the increase in strength similar to the rage of the Great Hermit Mountain. At the current stage of the battle in another building of the university, another enemy was collecting data from the girl's head and could not even imagine that she was an excellent vessel for researching thought transformation. Despite the very great result in the search for a rudimentary form of finding information, the creature became disgusted to look at people because he was superior to any of the cultivators on Earth who, in order to search for something, lacked the level of memorization of basic things. While he was communicating with himself, a huge hole appeared behind his back due to an incomprehensible explosion. To find out who managed to get into such a place buried in the university building, the alien turned around sharply because until that moment, he had not felt any energy of movement at all. From the moment of the explosion, the main character came out from under the ruins, forming a ready-made scarlet lotus in his hand and headed straight for the criminal. He did not pay attention to anything other than the fiery lotus, and according to him, this skill is the compression of energy that no one had previously mastered. Tang Ming, not even intending to talk to the criminal, quickly threw a scarlet lotus flower at him and waited for the contact to begin. Having gained enough speed and energy, this spiritual beam could not fly around and chose one precise target that continued to absorb all the information from Hua Fengyang's head. Feeling too great a danger and a hot flame, the alien removed his hands from the girl in order to quickly evade. Having caught the girl, the main character examined the spiritual trauma of a life that did not pose any particular danger, and simply remained in this position for some time. The alien did not have enough time to attack back due to the fact that chaotic energy was flying behind him. To control the same magic, skillful control was required. Over time, the magic beam managed to catch up with the enemy floating in the air, and he did not like the fact that there are people in the world who are capable of mastering the impossible speed of controlling equipment. In order to avoid serious injuries from such a small energy, the alien had no choice but to tear apart the space itself and open a portal where the projectile could be redirected. As he planned, the Scarlet Lotus simply failed to resist the pressure of the emerging gap and disappeared into the void. The alien with her bare hands was capable of tearing apart space itself, and then closing it back. This actually showed how serious the alien was as an opponent. Being at a place large enough for the safety of the victim, the main character realized that the technique used was one of the many signs of the strength of the Emperor's kingdom. In addition to all the precautions regarding the power available in the space enemy, there were also feelings of danger in her body, very similar to the head of the aliens who destroyed the Earth in the past life of the reborn guy. These constant thoughts led to the fact that even Tang Ming himself became a little worried and even scared while standing face to face with the enemy. Having examined the aliens several more times, the thought flashed across the guy's mind that in the past the aliens could have broken through the kingdom of the Emperor, but he immediately discarded such thoughts because if this happened, there was no need to come for a breakthrough theory at all. The mastery of the skill used by the alien was only able to use a simple energy compression, much different from a spatial rift with an increase in having a chance of creating a wormhole. From the eyes of the alien, it became known that she is very strong, since when opening a spatial rift with one hand, the race to which he belongs requires a lot of materials, or the complete destruction of several planets. The female cosmic being began to show a dark aura at her fingertips, wanting to get the theory of breaking through the kingdom as soon as possible, but in her thoughts, having met the strong protagonist, she doubted the weakness of humanity. At that moment, an unknown explosion formed near the entrance doors, which did not even belong to a cosmic being. As it turned out, it was an accomplice of aliens carrying the defeated elder with his technologies. To pacify him it took quite a lot of reserves of strength and spiritual energy. The chief could not believe his own eyes when he saw that Murong Yuan was collaborating with the aliens and had eliminated Elder Ming especially for them. The interlocutor launched the old man into the ceiling and began to answer the female alien that he knew Tang Ming a long time ago and could not forget the last meeting. When the alien, having opened a spatial rift, was about to leave the university, he ordered Murong Yuan to take care of the main character, and in return he was going to keep his nephew company. And the guy himself didn't care at all about his uncle, and he just wanted to stop the fleeing enemy as quickly as possible by obtaining the required form about breaking through the kingdom. In just a couple of seconds, Murong Yuan was above Tang Ming's head and, preparing to launch a strong attack, reminded him of his promise to one day eliminate the reborn. In order to block the enemy's weapon in time and not being able to dodge, the main character put into action the 9 true words of the Lin family. When suddenly the guy's entire body was covered with a strange spiritual energy, too similar to that used by the alien. After this, the main character fell from the window of the university building, as an unknown explosion occurred inside when 2 different cultivation magics came into contact. Uncle Murong Yuan, unlike his nephew, landed well enough and was not going to believe that the guy's plan was simply to take advantage of his innate talent and win. With the complete disappearance of the dirt preventing one from looking around, it became known that Tang Ming, without having time to dodge, received a small part of the poison from the alien technology, and the uncle standing over the guy was preparing for several hours to mock the body of the main character and deliberately not let him die. While Murong Yuan was talking about his psychologically abnormal desires, the main character's body burst into flames. Murong Yuan had to retreat because, following the fires, a huge wall of fire formed around the battlefield, each time standing several times more powerful. The main character, who appeared from the fire, began to directly show that he was not afraid of the spoken words from his uncle and never had innate abilities. Thanks to the skill he acquired on the island of the Fire Dragon, it was possible to quickly stop the effect of the spiritual poison, and the guy considered the remaining techniques with which he could maintain the pace of the battle. Standing in front of him, Murong Yuan had more power than his nephew and was at approximately the same level as the Ascended Head, to defeat which it is necessary to use stronger techniques that appear with good concentration. Suddenly, Tang Ming heard the voice of an elder who managed to survive and offered his help to contain Murong Yuan while he had strength. Having heard how seriously Elder Min was and was even ready to give his own life trying to take the enemy with him, the main character prepared to use the technique as if it were the law. The traitor to humanity instantly saw the formation of 5-color heaven-level lightning above his head. And in order not to allow his nephew to eliminate him so easily, Murong Yuan decided to attack first, while the guy was preparing the full manifestation of the technique. But the main character himself did not panic at all even in the face of death approaching him and continued to read the words of the spell, giving the last chance to destroy the criminals. After a long preparation of tactical readiness to use the technique, another color of lightning was formed above the ground and accordingly, the previous power of the skill completely disappeared, acquiring a new, more incredible power. But even this failed to establish Murong Yuan cursing his own nephew and preparing to eliminate the guy with a piercing blow. One of the sharp claws of alien technology froze in one position without having time to fully come into contact with the face of the main character. Tang Ming himself was quite worried that it would not be possible to carry out the idea in reality. The entire wounded elder was the one who managed to immobilize the criminal. It was precisely because of the incomplete completion of the old man's life that Murong Yuan was very angry, who until that moment had not remembered Elder Ming at all. While the enemy general working on the side of the aliens was trying to escape from the old man's strong grip, the main character fully invested in the ability he was creating and, by adding spiritual energy to the existing result, managed to obtain a new color of lightning. The situation began to become much more complicated and, wanting not to fall for his nephew's trick, Murong Yuan pierced the elder's body with his tentacles covered with slow-acting magical poison. The old man played his role as a deterrent well, and with his help, all 5 colors of lightning of a fairly strong skill appeared in the sky. Due to the fact that even the poison could not kill and unhook the elder from Murong Yuan, he had to deal many blows to the old man's face. At the time of the conversation, the enemy warned that Elder Ming could die along with him, and he simply laughed in response. The state of an elder who believed that dying in this way was not such a bad choice and could not be better. According to the expression of the main character, who continued to read the spell and directed all the energy into one place, it became clear that the guy really did not want to eliminate Elder Ming and had difficulty fulfilling his instructions. All the spiritual energy went to its pre-designated location in a couple of seconds and was preparing to explode at any moment. As expected, the explosive magic of several colors of lightning tried to wipe out the very existence of the people who were hit. The elder, much weaker than his opponent, continued to hold him until he saw his strength exhausted. After just a short time, the face of the protagonist's uncle began to disappear along with the appearance of surrounding energy. And this traitor could not understand why the opponents were such crazy people. The elder, seeing the desired result, began to smile sincerely and praise Tang Ming for the work he had done, worthy of praise. At the same moment, Xin Xin and her friend, having given help to those in need, gathered in one place, discussing how they managed to find out information regarding the attack by unknown persons. Several students of the military university, seeing the girls, began to color about the main character, who was not visible, and the guy in the middle did not lag behind the cultivators. Coughing and turning away from the students to hide their own embarrassment when it comes to Tang Ming, they told where he was going. Director Duan and his people went to help save Teacher Hua and the reincarnated hero. When they succeeded at the end of the fight on the field where a mountain of dust was unfolding, there were 2 people to whom the director shouted to find out everything that was happening. It was the main character along with Teacher Hua, who was stutteringly trying to talk about the heroic death of Elder Ming. While she was talking about this, the reincarnated guy simply shook his head because he couldn't say anything else. After a long explanation of the death of the elder in detail, the director of the university felt very bad and he began to blame himself, because it was he who advised the old man to live in one of the buildings near the university in order to enjoy his old age. Hua Fengyang, unable to bear such a sad death of the elder, simply fell to her knees. The girl began to cry, making herself feel guilty because she had failed to maintain the theory of breaking into the kingdom, and told how the alien got into the very depths of the soul, even how the girl tried to burn the enemy, and it didn't work out. The rest of the comrades could not blame Huang Fengyang because she was not the only one who stood aside at the right moment, and was completely detained. When the main character could no longer watch the girl cry, taking all the burden and blame upon himself, he shouted to stop just blaming herself at the wrong moment. He stretched his hand towards Hua Fengyang, trying to explain that even if the aliens managed to obtain the breakthrough theory, they lacked a mature cultivation system and therefore lost the chance to make a breakthrough in the near future. The rest of the comrades did not stand aside and also dug out how for 50 years humanity had been fighting against aliens and many times they had gotten into similar troubles from which they managed to get out, having distributed among themselves the responsibilities of optimizing the theory and increasing the efficiency of cultivation. They began to smile. Hua Fengyang looked at the main character with embarrassment, and realized how right he was and, thanks to him for all his support, was going to devote herself to researching the lost theory in order to move it forward. It was clearly visible on Tang Ning's face that he was worried about the aliens who might appear next time having already broken through, but he was still ready to destroy the enemy's plans and not repeat the story from his past life. After several fierce battles, the alien conspiracy was completely exposed and the full defense of the affected areas of Earthlings began. The Alliance, taking advantage of the opportunity to capture the Ascension cult, finally caught them and soon they were all practically destroyed as traitors to humanity. All this information was told by one elder, and, having explained among the other elders how many people had suffered in total, they calculated many more large numbers of dead and missing. The optimal solution for the Alliance was to hold a large ceremony in memory of the heroes who died in the terrible incident. The ceremony will be broadcast live throughout the planet thanks to satellites, and so that people remember their saviors. A few days later, the Union of Monks held a funeral to the highest standards for the dead in the Imperial Cemetery, and a huge number of people gathered there. The farewell ceremony was also broadcast live to the next 223 states and regions of the Earth using drones. It was then that a huge door opened above which the equipment required to view the dead appeared. Among the dead were all 3 people from the Yi family, who laid down their lives to stop the person who wanted to eradicate all the cultivators trying to break through. Also on the list was Uncle Fang Xiaoying, who looked at it with difficulty. Mentally she well understood that uncle was a real hero. It was then that Hu appeared behind her, very understanding of the feelings of the girl sitting in the mud and covered her friend from the rain so that she would not get sick. Fang Xiaoying could not stop her tears and finally wished her uncle a happy journey. She was unable to say anything more except showing sincere feelings. The biggest announcement of the farewell ceremony was the elder and great teacher of the 9th grade, General Ming, who received the death he dreamed and talked about. Each of the people familiar with the teacher saluted him, and tried to calm down Huang Fengyang, who was sobbing bitterly like the others. The main character was not far from the participants present accompanying the heroes of the Earth. And suddenly something very interesting came to his attention, which actually could not leave the guy. It was the image of the deceased Elder Ming, who told the main character the essence of life and death in this world, so that the young man would not be sad for him at all, asked to take responsibility for protecting the Earth, and then Tang Ning let go of the umbrella. Immediately after what he saw, the reborn hero began to have memories of how the old man constantly supported him in difficult and incomprehensible moments. The way the elder trained the boy who seemed in the elder's eyes to be a very talented cultivator with good results in training. Even the moments when Tang Ming grew up and taught the old man things he did not understand, he did not even laugh and carefully explained the details. Upon completing the full recollection of good moments with old man Ning and remembering for the rest of his life, the main character cried, unable to bear such a loss of his best teacher among the rest of the teachers and cultivators. It was then that Jean approached, trying to cover the guy from the rain, and showed her condolences. The girl really wanted the comrade, along with the rest of the lost relatives, to wish the best to the dead and inherit their will to continue fighting the aliens. Tang Ming clenched his fist in anger and admitted how right his friend was at the moment, since in the future they will only have more losses of comrades, and the goal is to stop those who want to destroy humanity. While the cultivators stood at the altars of the fallen heroes, Yi Jingxing heard his own voices inside himself, accompanied by the thoughts of a devoured alien who considered human life too insignificant and weak for survival. The thoughts in Yi Jingxing's head are like waiting for true liberation, which can only be achieved under the auspices of the ruler of the universe, Sal Demon, and from no one else. These thoughts made the guy smile old-fashionedly. After some time, one of the elders was about to begin honoring the memory of all the heroes of the resistance with 3 minutes of silence, and the old man, closing his eyes, simply saluted each person who had left. Most of the elders, bowing their heads, well understood the speech of the main person who was telling the whole essence of the spirit of cultivators, the conclusion of which is to develop in good times and save others in times of chaos. The office workers, being very far from where the heroes were accompanying them, kept a 3-minute silence. They listened attentively to the recount of the cultivators' contributions to the development of human life on Earth, and did not regret what they had done. Many people just passing along the street stopped when they heard the bitter news and listened to the words where it was said who they could really imitate or simply remember these heroes forever. Even the not yet fully trained future cultivators in schools understood perfectly well how this incident was a terrible loss. On a huge screen for better viewing by other people, the elder told how in this battle the alliance of cultivators gained a truly great victory and managed to eradicate almost every traitor from the Ascension cult and destroy the aliens' plans to attack several points. The elder raised the shrine above himself and was instantly illuminated by a small ray of the rising sun. The old man promised each of the earthlings that the alliance would protect them to the very end and also destroy absolutely every enemy-minded alien. Hearing the elder's full speech, all the other cultivators began chanting about their goal of not giving up until the very end and not giving anyone the right to wipe out the earthlings from the face of the earth. When they did this, the sun fully came out in the sky, illuminating the place of honor for the heroes. The great funeral was broadcast to all corners of the earth through the media, and all of humanity mourned the victims. But having received hope for a bright future for planet Earth, they simply rejoiced. In some huge cities, with the completion of the funeral, news emerged regarding Murong Yuan's betrayal. The Cultivator Alliance forbade any chance of cultivation for the Murong family and were going to conduct a detailed investigation into this matter. A few days later, the elders gathered in the Alliance discussion room to discuss the further fate of the theory of a breakthrough captured by the aliens, and found out the period during which the enemies would try to break through, investing much less time in this than required. Because of such discussions, a couple of discussions arose between the elders. When it came to questioning those who wanted to speak out on this matter, the main character first put forward his candidacy, wanting to ask something from the senior teachers. Tang Ming became very interested in why the elders didn't start the 11th International Cultivator Conference earlier than the preparation time it required at the very beginning. Such an idea at the beginning of an international conference greatly amazed and shocked the elders to one and all. Some of them even changed their views a little. The international conference was a meeting of the governments of different countries held every 5 years to discuss the main problems in the world, as well as the distribution of forces of families and cultivators. Since there was a ranking of the privileges of families, it was determined who takes responsibility for battles with aliens. One of the elders thought in detail about the possibility of holding such a meeting of all world powers, and due to the fact that the world public in a normal state of acceptance of the conference should proceed normally. The most important old man among all asked Tang Ming whether he had any other ideas, because he proposed such a plan and asked to tell him. Then the main character simply nodded his head to show that there really was an idea. The reborn hero instantly appreciated all the well-thought-out attempts of the aliens to attack the 4 wormholes and the remaining locations of the cultivators. In fact, these thoughts led to the fact that among the Alliance there are traitors transmitting all the information. There was a full discussion between the 2 elders, because each of them had already assumed that there were traitors, and in addition to the Luo family involved in the attack on the students undergoing testing, there were several more families falling under serious suspicion. Therefore, the main character considered it necessary to first get rid of all the spies in the Alliance, and in order for the idea to be successful, it was necessary to disseminate information regarding the enormous destruction due to the alien attack and convene a conference of cultivators. Such an attempt to quietly track down traitors among the other families really pleased one of the elders, who considered Tang Ming to be a rather cunning guy. But the most important elder remembered the difficult relationships between cultivators of different families. But there was also one who agreed to act according to the plan of the reborn hero. The old man behaved completely strangely, and did not look anyone in the eyes. Another elder, having heard such words from him, believed that his comrade simply did not take his pills, because acting against the families of cultivators was too dangerous, and such planning was the first time from him. The elder himself could not stop shaking his hands from incredible anger. Since all his friends considered him a corrupt person, he constantly supported the families of cultivators and relied on them too much. But when the elder managed to see their shortcomings, he changed his own opinion. The old man hit the table with all his might, unable to trust the rest of the families anymore, and asked his comrades to quickly punish him for his blindness all these years. It was then that the comrades reassured Guan Huan, who was not to blame for the actions of the other cultivators, since between each of the earthlings there is a goal to worry about survival. The chief elder asked not to blame only himself. While the old men were communicating, the main character added his word, inquiring about Guan Han's desire to atone for all sins, and this is what attracted the old man's attention. Tang Ming advised that an international conference of cultivators be held in the palace on the moon. At this moment in time, inside the headquarters of the Luo family, one of the wards told all the information received, which said that the Cultivator Alliance blocked all news related to people trying to break through, which meant that they were unable to achieve results. The man from the Luo family was very happy about the good news, because of which his family would undoubtedly be able to top the rest, all thanks to interaction with the aliens. Sometime later, the main character, together with Wenqi, went to the health center where Elder Wanshu was lying. The old man's condition worsened due to the last excessive number of uses of the blood giant, and his flesh and blood gradually continued to die. All these factors deprived the elder of the ability to move, and he simply remained inside the healing capsule. Wenqi was very upset when he saw the elder and told Tang Ming that thanks to the use of high concentrations of spiritual liquid, it was possible to maintain the life of Wanshu, who would most likely die soon. The main character looked at the guy and remembered how in his past life Wenqi constantly received help from the elder until his death. The reborn hero himself had no idea that his rebirth would be followed by many deaths. Wenqi lost his last hope of saving the elder when he remembered that only his sister, who had gone many years ago in search of an elixir to save her brother, was capable of curing Wanshu. Tang Ming was interested in this information regarding the former head of the Medicine King Valley, because if she were found there were many chances to help many affected people. The main character advised Wenqi to let him help in the search for Ling Shiqi in the Valley of the Medicine King, and the guy simply gratefully agreed to the offer. A few days later, the protagonist team was in the parking lot of the Alliance headquarters. The girls advised Tang Ming to stay safe if possible and saw him off on his way. The reincarnated guy, not worrying about the dangers, asked his friends not to worry just like him, because the Valley of the King of Medicine was located in the Enan wormhole, a slightly more dangerous level than the Fire Dragon Island. Tang Ming carefully recounted all the skills that Jin, fighting together with Song Lu, have and advised him to continue working together. Afterwards, he asked Xiaoying, who was not paying attention to the conversation, to watch everyone, because she is the most prayerful among the others, and also did not forget about his sister and advised her not to slack in her studies, which is why she actually turned away from him, believing that the guy was saying goodbye before his death. But in fact, she was very sad to watch her brother go to a too dangerous place and not take anyone with him. Therefore, the younger sister ran up to Tang Ming to hug him tightly and began to cry, asking the guy to be very careful. Seeing Yao Yu taking advantage of the moment to hug his older brother and wanting to do the same, Fan Xiaoying rushed at the main character, asking him to quickly return to them and not linger anywhere. Jin Jin and Sun Lu looked at each other, embarrassed by what was happening and wondering if they could too. When they got serious, they came closer to finally talk to the main character and warn about their impatience to wait for him to complete the task. After a few minutes of long conversation and goodbyes, Tang Ming sat down in his flying ship waving to his friends. The flying ship completely took off into the sky, and in a couple of seconds its strongest engines began to work in order to quickly get to the meeting location of the rest of the 9th level cultivators. While Jing Jing warned for his departure to his room to pick up his things, Fan Xiaoying suggested that the others should not be lazy while the main character went to the Enan wormhole, and it was better to go to the gravity simulation area for a good workout. Before completely leaving for her room, Jin Jin saw Yi Jinxing on the way out, who had been looking for her for several days, wanting to tell her something or find out in person. Yi Jinxing began to come closer to the girl, talking about his research into a method with which she could get closer to the main character. According to the guy, he observed their relationship and wanted to help. Such words of interest to Jin Jin really attracted her attention. And when the girl asked whether the acquaintance was really speaking, Yi Jinxing put his hand on Jin Jin's shoulder, asserting the veracity of his own words, and the guy's facial expression changed greatly, as if Saul Demon was speaking instead of him. After a certain time, the main character managed to get to the Yinan headquarters, specially equipped for battles with enemy troops and configured for the safety of the cultivators inside. Tang Ming decided to transfer to another technology of this headquarters. He was met by Lu Rin, who was accompanying the group of the trip to the Valley of the King of Medicine, who was the driver of the flying ship, and he instantly saluted. Lu Rin was very happy to see the well-educated protagonist, because until the moment of the meeting he considered the disciple of the head of the alliance to be too arrogant, and would be difficult to get along with. The driver of the group stuttered every time and was going to take Tang Ming to the rest room where he could stay until it was time to leave through the wormhole. The reincarnated guy carefully looked around, remembering how in the Yinan wormhole there had not been a single incident for many years, and it was because of this that the defense forces abandoned their positions and went to other places. Suddenly, elite graduates of a technological university appeared who wanted to quickly go to the valley and start practicing instead of wasting time. Immediately behind them, a member of the Qin family came out, trying to calm down the red-haired grandson of the head of the family, Shi Ji, trying not to rush, since one could simply become cannon fodder, but according to him, Yinan was constantly hushed up for the deaths of cultivators. A quarrel began between the guys due to the fact that their opinions did not coincide at all, and the main character, observing everything, suggested that the guys were not at all professional enough to at least listen to the senior leader of the group trying to calm them down. Tang Ming does not intend to endure such scenes for long and asked Commander Lu to quickly take him to the rest room and only then deal with small problems. While they were leaving, the remaining guys from different families began to talk about the main character, who received many awards for helping during the attack of aliens and the appearance as a student of the world-famous head of the Alliance. In their opinion, Tang Ming succeeded only thanks to his high status among the elders. The reincarnated hero finally reached the temporary rest room and listened to the apologies from the driver of the group of previous guys with whom Tang Ming would have to go to the Valley of the Medicine King, but the main character himself did not object to the distribution. Lu Rin felt a little ashamed, because until that moment he had never accompanied a group of new cultivators and directed them to dangerous places. Just as the main character was about to say something important, the guide received a notification. This message expressed complete dissatisfaction with the start of his new squad of countless fights among themselves, and the driver was asked to quickly sort it out. Lu Rin, heading to the scene of the incident, left the main character alone with the resting place, allowing him to catch his breath after the long journey to this headquarters. Without wasting any time, Tang Ming first began concentrating his spiritual energy, remembering how he managed to get the desired 7th level while fighting against Murongyuan. The guy thought well about the next plan and also wanted to break through to the 8th level of cultivation. 2 hours later, Tang Ming's group was fully assembled to set off on a journey that takes a lot of time, during which absolutely any incident can happen, such as feeling unwell like some passengers. The grandson of the head of the Shurji family, together with his friend, began to quarrel very loudly among themselves, talking about everything and mocking each other. Before they had time to fly far, the passengers were warned about an external collision with a rare storm, due to which the route to the wormhole was taken out of action. In order to find the desired route, the group was asked to remain calm until they could obtain accurate information. The grandson of the head of the family, Shurji, did not understand why a storm appeared in the safest wormhole. Also, a member of the Qin family was not going to simply die until he fully became the politician he had dreamed of all his life. These two guys instantly rose from their seats, trying to find out information from Lu Rin, who asked O to immediately sit down and not do anything stupid. The group commander had to get up from his seat himself, trying to calm every single person before it created more problems than there are at the moment. Before Qin had time to listen, he struck Lu Jin in the face with a strong blow. Such behavior completely violated the rules of behavior inside a flying ship. Lu Rin immediately fell to the ground from a powerful blow and listened as the attacker mocked him, reminiscent of all the moments when the group commander had to go through difficult years of training in ordinary cultivator schools. A member of the Qin family began waving his arms, trying to attract the attention of all passengers in this way, and invited them to follow in the footsteps if the guys value life. Even the grandson of the head of the family, Shurji, did not like this method. It was then that Lu Rin stood up in front of them, having accumulated spiritual energy in his body, and was preparing to calm down the hooligans who were violating the requirements, because of which they could end up in a military tribunal. Hearing something like this from someone who was not in a better position, Qin looked at the group commander with an application in his eyes and did not understand why an ordinary cultivator resisted the family with only the 4th cultivation level. The guy, with his next action, hit the escort, completely broke the laws and did not stop using distance-reducing magic. But he succeeded in absolutely nothing, because before the clashes the main character got into the battles and stopped a person who went beyond what was permitted with only one hand. When Tang Ming gathered enough energy in one place and told how terribly a cultivator who violated a military order was punished, the attacker, unable to endure the pain in his leg, asked for forgiveness in order to free himself from suffering. To show the difference in strength, the main character used energy to launch a bully at the others who were trying to escape from the flying ship. Lu Rin sincerely thanked the reincarnated man for saving him and in response heard praise for trying to stop the violators. The main character asked to invest all his strength in becoming a true leader and worthy of the respect of others. At the end of the conversation, information appeared regarding the end of the storm and the full appearance of the exact direction of the exit of their wormhole, so the passengers were asked to sit without doing such nonsense. A couple of minutes later, the group arrived through the wormhole directly to the Valley of the King of Medicine, covered with a protective barrier against any dangers. Lu Rin, when disembarking the guys, looked carefully at the departing Tang Ming and wanted to follow him until he became a real cultivator of the alliance. In the meantime, somewhere in the depths of the forest there was a base called Emerald Shine, and there was not a single living creature near it. But inside there was one elf approaching a meeting appointed for him by another person. This man told his interlocutor a plan according to which he, together with the army, was going to eliminate all the people who occupied their lands and, in addition, wanted to exterminate every living creature located on the Eastern Sea. In this way the elf was going to revive the greatness of the Jade Star. The elf stood among the huge mansions waiting for an answer after which he could act. But the girl, who is the niece of this man, with one word forbade the implementation of the plan that would destroy other races. The elf, who is the prophet of the eternal forest, did not agree with her uncle who wanted to submit to the race of Saul demons and constantly renounces her faith because this could lead to the complete destruction of the elf people. The girl rose from her throne, talking about the recent prophecy she had seen, bringing the news that with the advent of a storm, a tsunami would follow, destroying the defenses and the enemies would take advantage of the situation to attack, which is why the elf prophet asked to use all forces to protect the home of the elves. Her uncle agreed with the proposal to resist with all his might and was going to quickly return to the camp to reorganize the defense of the area. But in his heart he did not at all perceive his niece's intention, considering an alliance with the race of demon soldiers to be the only sure salvation. When the elven emperor completely left the elven prophetess's room, the girl realized the danger of telling the last part of the prophecy she had seen, which carried with it many troubles. The most surprising thing in the elf's prophecy was that the savior of the situation for the forest elves would be an ordinary man from the earth, and it was he who was the main character. Only such a linking of one's destinies with a person was a betrayal for the elf people. The girl immediately called to her one of the assistants who had just appeared, as soon as he was called. A little elf named Agatha came running at the call of the prophet of the eternal forest, trying to find out the main purpose of the call and was going to fulfill any order. The elf, touching her assistant's head, conveyed the necessary information regarding the next plan and, sending a human image, asked with all possible forces not to allow the rest of the elves to see the goal. During the same period of time, the main character reached the base of the Valley of the King of Medicine and, with the help of escort, turned out to be the largest among the available headquarters buildings. First of all, Tang Ning politely greeted the fourth elder of the Medicine King, Xiao Jiu. This man was exactly the grandfather of the girls Xiao Qing and Xiao Fei, whom the main character took care of earlier. The fourth elder grabbed Tang Ning's hand, trying to lead him to all the most unique healing veins, and the reborn was lucky to avoid unnecessary gatherings by mentioning the immortal fairy of medicine, thanks to which it was possible to save the badly injured Master Van Shu. The old man stopped in place, telling how he had heard about this girl several times, only he had never met her personally and, according to rumors, she had been immortal in search of medicine for a couple of years. Besides, this planet was a couple of times larger than the Earth, and then the hero decided to go on a search. To make the search for Tang Ning easier, Xiao Jiu took out a standard explorer's set and was going to add a map of the areas explored by other cultivators. The elder asked the young man to be extremely careful because, without taking into account the King's Valley, two indigenous peoples coexisted on Earth, almost entirely included in the detachments of demons, and in addition, the elder explained in detail the location of these peoples. According to the memories of the main character from a past life, many rebellions occurred among the forest elves, which brought with them a rejection of faith in the light and joining the Salda demons, turning into dark elves. They destroyed the bird people and attacked the cultivators of the Valley of Medicine. After some reflection on the wars that happened in the past, which delayed the breakthrough of the Earth cultivators and made them feel completely defeated, the main character went for a walk through the Valley of the Medicine King and was going to collect rare herbs. The guy, after a long walk around the area, still stopped in one place. Tang Ming had to stop because he sensed the presence of hidden squads of elves and rowing spirits, who sent the necessary information to theirs through the exchange of data to the rest of the squads. This elf turned out to be Agatha, who, with difficulty, managed to hide from an attempt to reveal her location, and she communicated with the mushroom spirits collaborating with her to fulfill a common goal. But despite all the efforts of Agatha, she was unable to hide from the pursuit of the rest of the elves who wanted to observe a little more of the clan members who had come into contact with the prophet and were going to follow them. After a long journey, Tang Ning reached a forest unexplored by people from the valley. The guy stood in one place, wondering whether he should trust the map and follow the direct path straight to the stone forest from where it would be faster to get to his destination. Since there was no time left for thinking, the main character simply ran with all his might to succeed while Elder Wan Shu had the strength to remain able to survive. Agatha, watching the guy, could not understand why a person would go inside the forest of death, and she was afraid because, according to the stories of the elders of the clan, there are many alien insects inside this forest. Still, the girl ran after Tang Ming, forgetting about the stories about the place where you should not enter, and she really wanted to fulfill the order of the forest prophet of the elves. And while the girl was trying to succeed at her goal, the main character was jumping from place to place, trying not to fall under the influence of local toxins, and even with a body like iron, the guy remained vulnerable to the poisons that made their way through the lungs. Tang Ming landed on the ground to cleanse his body with his own spiritual energy, and saw a place through which he had already had to run a couple of times. Noticing this, the main character was a little confused where to go. But after that he was completely convinced of his assumptions regarding walking in a circle and, reflecting on what had happened, the guy did not even notice the strange movement of the trees behind him. When suddenly he was enveloped in the bonds of strong trees, tying his whole body and not giving him a chance to escape. In addition, one of the vines directly reached out to his leg, preparing to harm him. As expected, the unknown creation began to wave the main character around and knock him down in order to ultimately eliminate the person. The little elf also fell into the trap of the tree demon, and shed tears along with the mushroom on her shoulders. Agate could not resist enemy attacks and holds, which is why the tree creature threw her into the sky, trying to eliminate the lost girl using this method. The elf was crying so much that it was very difficult to hear anything else, and she flew straight to the main character who was already in flight. In just one moment of being unable to fight, a huge sprout of a wooden creature formed from under the ground, opening its jaw to eat the enemies. First of all, the creatures were going to devour the little elf who did not cry, and she asked for forgiveness from the lady who gave her this assignment. When the wooden demon was about to swallow Agatha, suddenly a very hot flame appeared and it spread into the heights. The main character, breaking out of the enemy's path, burned his main body only with the help of the formation of special spiritual energy and fire covering the body of the user. Tang Ming, even if he was not familiar with the elf, saved her and caught her in flight. To make sure that the child was in a normal state, the reincarnated hero asked about this directly since he did not intend to lead to the question for a long time. Agate, looking strangely at Tang Ming, seemed to want to express gratitude for the rescue and, trying to show order in this way, simply smiled. A couple of minutes later they set off together talking about creatures and symbiosis, and the monster they had recently fought with was very dangerous to the lives of both cultivators and other space races. The main character still managed to ask Agate regarding the persecution all this time. After that, asking the girl to be a little quieter, Tang Ming became interested in the detachment of elves who could possibly be with Agate, and then she ordered the Twilight Knights to be careful. Suddenly, a huge earthquake formed right under their feet, broadcasting something terrible, and it was very difficult for the guys to maintain full concentration. The disaster that happened was the appearance of an unknown creature that, with just one phenomenon, managed to destroy a huge area of the forest and itself corresponded to the size. This huge creature was very similar to some kind of insect that had swallowed a sufficient amount of spiritual energy around the forest. The Twilight Knights stopped seeing Agatha together with the main character and did not want to follow them through the den of insects at all. Suddenly, behind the back of one of the comrades, a demonic tree caught, and this incident completely distracted the elves from their problems. In the meantime, terrible things were happening inside the insect den and many strange creatures appeared, and one of these was a centipede. As the main character learned from Agate's stories, they were currently in the mouth of the Beetle Queen and therefore Tang Ming had to put up a small protective barrier near him. Agatha was very worried because once inside the huge queen of insects, they drove themselves into a trap where they are the usual food for unborn beetles, and the main character simply thought to wait for the queen to come out again, after which they would begin to act and break through directly. While the centipede was advancing through all earthly channels, Tang Ming talked with Agatha about the elven prophetess for whom the guy had already heard all sorts of rumors regarding her beauty several times. It was then that the insect queen quickly burst out, destroying the entire area in its path and forming large holes behind it. The centipede, for unknown reasons, spat out the main character along with the elven girl from its mouth in order to protect itself from the surrounding poison. Tang Ming did not stop holding the magical barrier. The guys managed to land on the surface of the earth without any difficulty, and all thanks to the sufficient amount of physical strength that the main character had been collecting for so long. When the reborn guy raised his head, he instantly saw an approaching beetle, and also took into account the huge roots of the trees that went so deep underground and enveloped the entire lair of the insect. The queen of the beetles was preparing to strike and began to make very loud sounds in an attempt to stun the cultivator who had fallen into the nest of beetles, in order to then absorb his spiritual power. When an attempt to disable auditory orientation failed, the centipede had to use a shot of sticky web soaked in a special amnesia poison. The opportunity to entangle the main character in his bonds turned out to be unsuccessful because the guy had good preparation for such incidents, and therefore easily dodged the flying shot. Following a small percentage of the available forces, the Queen of Beetles sent insects into battle, and there were so many of them that there was simply no place to run, and each time the enemies drove Tang Ming into a corner. The reincarnated guy, who knows where beetles live all his life and consume herbs along with trees, came up with the idea of using the pure fire of his karma, so he covered Agate from threats and began to cast a spell. But after that, Tang Ming did not want to burn the entire forest, and a large number of beetles simply drained his strength, so he wanted to put the Scarlet Lotus into action and ensure precise success. Suddenly, the insect queen grew a pair of wings and changed several places on her body in order to quickly eliminate the cultivators. With the help of the new use of body particle formation, she managed to slightly increase her own power of perceiving certain blows. The main character, covering Agate with himself, looked at a creature capable of closing into the ground and flying at the same time. This simply incredibly surprised him, and he needed to quickly envelop his hand in spiritual fire. The creature running this place was not going to hesitate and first of all attacked the cultivator who had disappeared to her along with the elven girl. With its long tail it was going to knock down the opponents and completely immobilize them. Suddenly, right above the Queen of Insects, a bright glow appeared emanating from a ray flying at the beetle. The unknown ability only managed to hit the creature's wings and briefly deprive it of full concentration, as well as attempts to control its flights. But even more unknown was the appearance of a girl from whom light emanated and, first of all, the human form looked very much like a spiritual incarnation. After an unsuccessful hit, the spiritual embodiment redirected all the power to one position and pierced the body of the insect queen several times. The defeated creature instantly fell to the ground, losing the ability not only to soar across the sky, but also to move completely. Many remaining beetles in a couple of seconds turned out to be more aggressive, having lost their queen, and began to attack the main character standing in one position without fear. Tang Ming simply smiled as he created a scarlet lotus and remembered the words of the great leader of the earth he had once heard, so he simply did not worry and became more serious. One of the insects that did not feel any pain swam closer to the main character and made very nasty sounds. It was then that the scarlet lotus of the reborn began to fully act and absorb the entire body of the beetle, little by little burning its spiritual power along with the shell. Before they could get to the guys, a small spark capable of causing a real fire from the scarlet lotus destroyed the enemy-minded creature and erased its existence. Agatha, together with the main character, stood surrounded by magical ability, watching the disappearance of all problems preventing us from moving further towards the designated goal. After all the incidents, an unknown girl appeared from one tunnel holding in her hands an even more incomprehensible egg of some creature. But then an image of an insect queen appeared on the egg, and it became known that the girl had created a spiritual embodiment. The reborn hero instantly thanked him for saving him and, asking for forgiveness, was about to ask a couple of questions that were very concerning to him. But the stranger interrupted the guy and simply recommended that he follow her if the cultivator wanted to survive in this forest of death. Not understanding what was happening, Tang Ming and Agate looked at each other and expected something unpredictable from the girl they just saw, who saved them without any reason. But they still followed the savior, flying above the ground without asking any questions. After some time, they ran through the tunnels made by the Queen of Insects and tried to avoid all possible hits in enemy possessions where there is a chance of getting into more serious problems than they currently see. In order not to delay the rapid passage of the tunnel, the savior accumulated spiritual energy in her hands and waited for complete concentration. After which, easily waving her arms around, she destroyed the insects that got in the way, and she never got tired of using several techniques at a time. The stranger, running forward, finally noticed the light at the end of the exit and accelerated to escape from the insects that had not stopped pursuing. The guys got out and continued to move, and the main character could not stop thinking that the girl's possession of such incredible power did not belong to the teachings of the Valley of the King of Medicine, and this interested Tang Ning very much. The unknown savior suddenly turned in the other direction and began to move there, but the main character did not follow her and asked directly where she was running. The girl began to claim that she was going to return to the Valley of the King of Medicine and guide the reborn hero to safety. The main character was a little worried, considering the girl one of the traitors, since she was moving in the opposite direction from the place they needed. There was no quick response from the girl that would make it clear whether she was hostile or not, and the girl just looked at the guy strangely, as if she was trying to do something. But suddenly, she simply innocently did not understand that she could have taken the wrong road, and this was very shocking for Tang Ning, who was seeing a 9th-level cultivator with topographical inexperience for the first time. Tang Ning lowered the injured agate to the ground and was worried because he didn't know where the final point of arrival was where the girl was leading him. In addition, none of the maps he received had an exact route. The savior began to point her finger at the elven girl, not understanding the desire of the main character to save Agatha. The guy himself simply understood the weak movement of the toxin through the elf's body and it could not reach the brain, so he asked the savior to somehow guard the perimeter. The stranger immediately agreed to the request and began witchcraft, which she had already used recently. After some time, she managed to raise a small protective barrier surrounding her location with safe energy. The main character had no intention of allowing the poison to advance further, and therefore put into action the spot purification technique and formed a fiery needle shape that even a 9th-level cultivator could not see. After contact with the elven body, the poison began to be completely absorbed from Agate's face. The words were nothing. After completely cleansing the body of the elven girl, the accumulation of poison inside the technique had to be thrown to the ground and finally exhaled, since using something like that required a lot of time and effort. When the poison came into contact with the surface of the soil of the earth, it instantly began to wither, destroying wildlife with its strong poisoning effect. When the savior called her name Ling Su, she asked to take the medicine that she gives to save the elf, and the main character, introducing himself, thanked him for the help, but in his thoughts he could never believe that he would one day be able to meet a specialist like Ling Shiqi and such people. There was very little medicine in the King's Valley. Tang Ming was gradually going to give medicine to Agatha, who was unconscious, and even about her he knew absolutely nothing. But even so he was ready to check the veracity of the words regarding the stated purpose of the persecution. Lifting Agatha on his back, the main character recommended that Lin Su should not stay in one place, and it was better to find a good place where she could hide for a while or even spend the night, to which the girl agreed without hesitation. After some time, the street became completely dark and the guys erected a stopping camp. The reborn guy at that moment was near the sleeping agate, and was preparing to use a special skill. Thanks to the full concentration of spiritual perception, the main character touched the elf's head, thus trying to calm her dreams, and the entire fire in her hands enveloped the girl in a feeling of calm. After a long dream in which Agatha managed to hear the repetition of the words of the prophet who wanted to see Tang Ming as soon as possible, the elf woke up and saw the main character in front of her, and there was complete silence between them from a lack of understanding of what was happening. The assistant to the prophet of all elves began to crawl inside the sleeping bag as if some kind of caterpillar and wanted to be released. The main character tried to explain that she was safe and then, hearing screams, a 9th-level cultivator appeared outside trying to understand what was happening. First of all, Lin Su asked what the elf's name was, but in response she just heard that she was lost in the forest of death and wanted to quickly return home to the rest of her clanmates. Not paying attention to Agatha's agreement with what was said by the protagonist of the excuse, Lin Su took into account that the forest elves really do not like people, and after that there was complete awkward silence between them. After some time, Tang Ning, in order to feed the hungry children, decided to cook something very tasty, and therefore began to catch fish from a nearby river. The companions carefully watched how the main character prepared food using techniques and did not waste energy on long preparation of dinner. Inspecting the cooking process, the girls just couldn't resist trying the fried fish and didn't look away. With the completion of preparations, a quarrel began between Agate and Lin Su over fish. The 9th-level cultivator reminded Agate that elves are vegetarians, and in her defense, Agate revealed all the information about herself, as well as data related to serving the prophet. While eating food, they talked to each other about different things or told interesting stories that they had to tell. A little later, Agate fell asleep completely and left the main character to communicate with Lin Su, who was very interested in what Tang Ning was going to do at the moment. The reborn guy, collecting energy in one place, explained the connections of the heart along with the liver of a caught beetle and many other ingredients extracted from the valley. This remedy, for which the guy says must necessarily be in the form that he has in his hands. The spiritual energy of the surrounding space was collected inside the form, and Tang Ning told the main purpose of preparing such a medicine. These phenomena became able to camouflage themselves from enemy views. The accumulation of energy became stronger over time, and the effectiveness of the medicine also increased several times its previous strength. To show his interlocutor how this medicine works in practice, Tang Ning connected a little with his consciousness by simply touching his forehead with a finger. Afterwards, the guy grew elven ears, and this is how he was going to get through them without giving rise to any suspicion. Also, thanks to this, he could merge into one with the forest trees. At the end of the negotiations, one night passed, and the guys, without wasting any more time, set off in search of the right path to the forest elves. Agatha carefully watched the main character, recognizing his way of using the appearance of a forest elf, which made it possible to safely enter the grove itself, and the elf was also pleased that the prophet would soon contact Tang Ning. For his own safety from the territory of the nest of alien beetles, the reborn guy used the inclusion of energy waves that appeared above his head. He looked around carefully, thanks to the spiritual sense that, when enemy creatures appear, warns the user. The guy saw nearby the swarming and movement of insects that did not correspond to Agate's description of the habits of beetles, so he had no idea what was happening. The main character tried with all his might to find the source of chaos, straining all his senses to the limit, but this was not possible, and only strategic escape came to his mind. Turning sharply to his companions, Tang Ning suggested taking a different route, and was not going to tell what the problem was with quickly changing the plan. Suddenly, Agate, screaming, asked the reborn to carefully look behind her back, where something very unknown was now located. What was there remained incomprehensible to the main character, and it looked as if the spiritual energy of an incredibly powerful creature had escaped from control and began to absorb everything in its path. An unfamiliar force took aim at the guys and began to move towards them at full speed, so that the elf would not be afraid. Tang Ning asked to be quiet for a little while until everything was over. The incomprehensible approaching creature instantly began to dissipate as soon as the main character used his technique. The guy prepared for another strike because he continued to feel the presence of the creature, and tried to know well the place from where he would appear. The reborn quickly reacted to the phenomena, creating a great attack force, and Ling Su, to ensure Agate's safety, hugged her tightly while being behind the fighting guy. Shaking off the dust, Tang Ning realized that the insects were fleeing from the accumulation of the three dark spirits. Because this technique was used as a defensive formation during the resistance war, it released spiritual fire to protect against the attacking side. Starting from the outer shell, the power of fire spread progressively throughout the body of the users, and the accumulation was used along with other traps to restrain the progress of the seizure of territories. Looking at the remaining energy of the cluster of 3 dark spirits, the main character did not understand why it was so strong in this place. To ensure safety, the guy turned to the team and warned of an imminent retreat before things got worse. Immediately after this, a huge explosion occurred at their location, spreading over a long distance. After the explosion, complete chaos began, among which the guys tried with all their might to get through without getting injured, and the place turned very similar to the battlefield of some kind of war. The main character felt something was wrong because the attacks became several times more intense, even without paying attention to the fact that they were moving away from the epicenter, and the guy used spiritual sensation to check. A picture appeared before his eyes where he could see the movement of a cluster of dark spirits. Tang Ming's technique only worked at the distance of the magic circle erected around him. Suddenly, a nearby mountain began to crack and soon completely collapsed to the ground. A strange and too huge creature appeared from the destroyed mountain, covered with the same energy as the attackers. Even Agate, who has lived for 72 years, has never seen such a monster on this planet. Running away from the attacking creature, Lin Su remembered the ancient alchemical furnace, only the dimensions of what appeared were several times larger than she had been told. Tang Ming continued to run, thinking that they were completely powerless against the alchemical furnace, because he was protected by clusters of dark spirits, and it was them who needed to be eliminated first. The main character again applied concentration, trying to find a plan in order to further clarify the locations of the main nodes of the enemies, which would make it possible to destroy everyone. Upon completion of the complete concentration of spiritual energy, the main character quickly managed to find the center of circulation of qi and its accumulation in one place, which just made the current state of the situation much easier. When the enemy association of dark magic tried to attack Tang Ming, who was busy with business, he quickly jumped into the sky and almost completely managed to get out of the sight of these creatures. While in flight, the guy had the idea to concentrate on his own vital energy and redirect everything into his hand, since in this way more harm could be done. Having some advantage, the reincarnated hero had absorbed a sufficient amount of physical strength along with spiritual strength and was about to head back to the strong surface under his feet to apply this technique. It was precisely because the dark spirits were distracted by all sorts of obstacles in front of them that Tang Ming managed to eliminate the first point of the magic circle and start the countdown in which he must complete the battle. Following the first destruction of the magic circle point, the main character ran to the next one, which was not very far away. And after the destruction, an explosion of energy was formed that rose very strongly to the top. When suddenly some stranger who was not far from the ongoing battle opened his eyes trying to put something into action, and he hid not only his face, but also his presence thanks to some abilities. Tang Ming, without being distracted by other things, simply sought to succeed in executing his plan and then go on to explore the planet further. The main character had to immediately stop when he saw how many dark spirits were heading towards him, and this incident did not bring a good end to the battle. All the creatures have targeted him and have already almost completely achieved the goal of elimination. Another powerful rift was created in the forest, enveloping the entire battle area. As the dusty curtain disappeared, the legs of Ling Su's spiritual formation appeared from within as it destroyed the third seal, and the entire circle gradually began to dissipate from the ground. The appearance of a spiritual formation, in addition to the complete cessation of the action of magic circles, destroyed dark spirits trying to break through its energy protection. Ling Su herself was near Agate trying to protect her from any threats that might appear at any time. But when the elf was about to go quickly find Tang Ming, Lin Su did not allow this because at the moment they should stay away from what was happening. The guys began to run away, wanting to wait for the main character and only then find out the disaster that had happened, which belonged to an unknown person who personally created such a huge steel furnace. At this moment, the reborn guy was near the immobilized steel furnace, inspecting all the previously unprecedented technology. Tang Ming assumed that this huge steel object was the product of a human cultivator, but only if the furnace remained after the war exactly a few decades ago. It should have stopped functioning long ago. The main character tried to better concentrate on one technique in order to get more data on this matter and rethink all the previously seen cases of attacks by dark spirits covering a rare iron stove. Thus, he managed to mentally penetrate inside the iron furnace where there was a very complex structure. There were also several levels of protection, similar in their structure to some kind of labyrinth. Following an attempt to fully find out the required information on the part of the main character, the unknown person again used the skill only when his eyes were opened and set up the equipment to eliminate the violators. It was then that a new magic circle appeared, working many times better than the previous one, and the full use of the accumulated power began. Seeing the energy circle drawn on the iron stove, the main character immediately began to run away from danger because he was a couple of times weaker than the ancient technique. Afterwards, a column of spiritual energy struck directly into the iron furnace, continuing to spread power among the environment and incinerate the spiritual energy, which wanted to inevitably cause great harm to the technology of the iron furnace. Even though Lin Su, along with Agate, began to run earlier than the main character, he managed to succeed behind them and, with a slight change in his face, ordered him to immediately, without being distracted as the elf does, run away from this area. Agate, without obeying, saw a strange glow behind her back and warned Lin Su about it, but for some reason she did not have time to fully convey her thought, and over time she simply fell silent as if she had not started speaking at all. When Lin Su herself stopped, she saw how her body completely turned into stone, and the elf had been petrified until that moment. Such bright rays emanating from ancient technology spread over a huge distance from the explosion site and did not leave the area where the light was not able to penetrate. Even the animals of this planet, no different from earthly creatures, noticed the changes taking place. But when the light completely disappeared, they returned to their business, and silence reigned around and, as it turned out, the artificially created explosion did not lead to any destruction or disaster. As it turned out, the main character managed to avoid inevitable petrification and fell onto some surface of an unknown place. Having risen to his feet, he realized that he was inside the technology thanks to some kind of teleportation, and the guy was very worried about Lin Su along with Agate, since he had no idea that they were motionless and had completely become stone. After some time, Tang Ming managed to find a pillar where the divine consciousness was recorded, and that is why the guy completely lost the opportunity to contact Lin Su. Suddenly he felt something very strange behind him, and it made him quickly turn around. Behind the back of the main character there was an unknown holographic image of a man trying to the best of his ability to find out who Tang Ming really is. Following this, the reincarnated hero managed to find out that this hologram belongs to the cultivator Xinghua, who is also the founder of the 10,000 Artifacts sect. According to many stories, the 1000 Artifacts sect was among the top 10 cultivators in the alliance after the Fire Dragon sect. But the man who founded the sect soon died in an accident while repairing a wormhole at a base in the Valley of the King of Medicine, and it was these coincidences that led the main character to the idea that it belongs to Xinhua. The human hologram was not going to answer Tang Ming's questions, and he simply kept silence, from which in no way could it be possible to extract the required data. Having examined the top from where a holographic image begins to appear, it seemed to the reincarnated hero that the technology was well preserved enough to stand idle for a long time. Tang Ming turned around in the other direction, trying to find a way out of the iron furnace where the space was almost completely isolated, and therefore there was practically no air. Looking at the unknown door in front of him, the main character saw something strange in this passage and knew that if other cultivators of lower rank got into this place, they would simply die. For his own safety, the guy decided to use all the remaining attributes of fire and check what was inside the strange doors. Immediately after the fire entered an unknown space, a defensive reaction began to take effect inside, and a special magic circle emitted lasers. There were several such technologies of peace lasers, and each of them hit the resulting flame. After not being inside for long, the fire began to go out. The main character could not believe his own eyes, because he had personally seen the use of the technique of the evil burning of the soul, which had not been used for quite a large number of years. Tang Ming stepped with his foot into the action of a special technique designed to burn souls. Any touch to this skill was equivalent to suicide, and this is what became very interesting for the main character, who wanted to find out information about the sect of 10,000 artifacts. When the main character completely entered the space around him, magical rays began to appear, trying to eliminate the intruder of the iron furnace system, and these light projectiles flew so fast that it was hard to even keep an eye on them. Tang Ming himself was protected by a special barrier that absorbed shots, and the guy smiled because if the technique was burning even the soul of a person, it would be impossible stupidity, and would not fall under the explanation or creation of this skill. After a couple of minutes of ordinary passage through an unknown space, the reincarnated hero managed to reach a small gap in the wall of the territory, very similar to the exit. Suddenly he found himself in a hall with many similar magical doors, and among them was Lin Su along with Agate, so the main character assumed that they also had to go through a laser space incinerating spiritual energy. But what was not taken into account was the terrible state of the girls, who were most likely outside their own consciousness and suffered serious injuries. In order to maintain the normal state of Ling Su's body and prevent her from fully feeling the harm of the unknown technique, Tang Ming had to touch her back and begin to directly transfer his own spiritual energy to pull out toxins harmful to the body. Thus, together with the girl, he managed to create an unreal reality around him for some time, and it became absolutely clear to the main character that Lin Su tried with all her might to protect Agate and took upon herself great harm from the soul-burning passage. Suddenly, strange voices began to emanate from inside the girl's stomach, trying to expel Tang Ming, who had decided to penetrate the very consciousness of her friend and destroy unnecessary toxins. During this time, Lin Su herself regained consciousness and tried to expel something unknown within her spiritual consciousness, so that her friend would not worry. The reincarnated guy told her the attempts to pump out the poison. To strengthen the technique, the main character slightly tensed all his muscles and concentrated on reconciling his energy inside another person, a method of contact between two different souls. The force was so strong that the girl could not calm down her trembling throughout her body and emitted a strange steam along with a blinding light. Thanks to this, it was possible to quickly speed up the extinction effect of the unknown toxin, and Lin Su began to sigh very heavily, trying to bring herself back to normal. The girl, having lost a lot of strength, almost fell to the ground, and then Tang Ming helped her, supporting her until the technique used completely dissipated. By waving his hand in front of Lin Su, the guy managed to bring her to her senses, and also remind her who he actually is and why he appeared in front of her. Lin Su, trying to remember the last memories before what happened, told how, while avoiding an unknown skill of the iron furnace, together with Agate, they were very hooked and they both lost consciousness. After listening to everything, even the reincarnated guy understood how much the soul-burning ray hit, and the spiritual power that the girl possessed was much lower in strength than the Endless Kingdom, so the quick finding of the girls made Tang Ming happy. When Lin Su completely came to her senses and began to put her appearance in order, asking the main character to hurry up and inspect Agate's condition, Tang Ming was not in a particular hurry because the elf was in a normal state, and only because of the poison received by the insects, as well as after the many long paths that she had to go through, the girl lost consciousness from overwork. Having completed the inspection, things were very bad, since the guys were locked inside the furnace with something similar to a labyrinth, and in order to get out they needed to try all the magical moves, until the owner tried to burn the souls that had entered. The main character lifted the agate while Lin Su was thinking about the next plan to avoid difficulties. It was then that Tang Ming ordered to climb on his back, having no other way to completely cancel the wounds from the soul-burning rays. After a lot of time, the guys went in search of the required door, and Lin Su, being on the back of the main character, could not believe that he was able to withstand the burning light. Thus, they reached the exit from the magical space, and the reborn guy entered the very first threshold. But this attempt turned out to be a failure when the detachment appeared in the same place where there were many doors. This made the main character think that if he continued, he could become overtired and then completely die. To help the guy, Lin Su advised him to try to distribute the passages according to a certain pattern and unravel their original state. The girl very much felt as if this labyrinth was similar to the array of purification and transformation of the spirit in the Valley of the King of Medicine, which is why she thought of doing the same. Having descended from the back of her comrade, Lin Su spoke about the continuity of the action of the purification mess, which is based on the slow and painful destruction of the soul. It was then that she added that only one person, being the previous protector of the Medicine King Valley, remains capable of creating such an iron grave technology. The main character managed to obtain a lot of information about the injury of the right person during the battle on the territory of the Jade Forest, as well as his arrival after long training in the war where he himself died, unable to withstand the deaths of his comrades. The coincidence of finding two very rare skills and the data regarding the 10,000 artifacts cave made Tang Ming wonder. When the guy asked if the girl knew how to get out, she shook her head, saying about going through the gates of life and death so that the door would fully work properly. These two doors in question were at a certain distance from each other, and in order to destroy them it was necessary to search according to the art of calculating fate. The reincarnated hero found this idea very difficult because the owner of the furnace, which was closed on all sides, had no point in letting the souls who had entered go. Lin Su could not believe that the main character was trying to convey to her the idea of finding the two required doors in one place, creating a dead end, because such a thing is very difficult for one person to do. It was then that Tang Ming suggested that there were several people using the technique, and at least the number was more than one. Hearing the name Fentian burn the heavens from the lips of the protagonist, suspecting him of collaborating with the Iron Furnace, Ling Su was simply shocked like never before. For some time they looked at the corners of the technology they created and communicated about them. The main character was very worried about why the interlocutor remembered that image of a man fighting in a dark forest, and at the same time being the ruler of a burning palace who for some reason deserted and fled to another planet. While the guys were talking about all sorts of things, a magic circle formed nearby, with a completely different lighting than before. Inside this circle a strange gurgle of blood formed, gradually rising higher into the sky. Suddenly, an unknown hand of a long-dead man appeared from the magic circle and reached out, trying to break out of the lock. And while incomprehensible things were happening, the guys imagined the image of an old man who was originally a powerful man in that era, equal in strength to the head of the Cultivator Alliance. But even so, when he saw the stylish technology of the demon soldier race, he became obsessed with them and fought against them in the battle in the Stone Forest at the end of the War of Resistance. The head of the Alliance, together with several cultivators, did not forgive the betrayal and eliminated this man. While under fire from magical skills, the protagonist listened to Lin Su, believing the traitor was still alive and wanting revenge. Tang Ming could not understand why the girl herself could not ask the creator of the furnace how many lives he had destroyed thanks to the technology he desired. Suddenly the guys saw Agate wake up and immediately begin to worry about Lin Su, who was in a difficult situation having received many injuries, and Lin Su instantly calmed her down. Agate, looking around where incomprehensible things were happening, could not understand what they were doing here and where they were, so the reborn hero explained that they were currently inside the alchemical furnace. Having heard the protagonist's assumption regarding the alchemical furnace, Agatha could not understand whether the guy was really confident in his thoughts, because according to her knowledge, this furnace should not be such a huge size, being an expensive thing. Then Tang Ming learned that the elf was already 72 years old and began to look around trying to find a way to get out of the enemy's soul incineration space. At this moment, nearby, the complete image of an unknown deceased was delighted, who emitted a strange and too dark aura from his body, the skeleton moved from the place of appearance and tried to find the lost human souls. The enemy creature almost reached the protagonist's squad, and it became clear to them that this deceased was created at the hands of the owner of this place, who did not want to just let the victim go. "I'm trying to get to the cultivators as quickly as possible." The skeleton accelerated its movement thanks to the push from the ground. His movements became much faster than before, and the skeleton ran without receiving any resistance from the burning rays that only destroy enemies. In addition to the incredible speed, the deceased person formed from his own body a certain magical blade that continues to grow while bone particles come to him. Having changed his weight, the enemy became much faster than before and, waving his weapon, ran straight towards the protective barrier of the reborn hero. Having come into full contact with the protagonist's technique, the skeleton fell apart from just one push. While Tang Ming considered the enemy to be a rather weak opponent unable to do anything, behind him on the barrier the magical matter from which the skeleton was created began to melt. Noticing something very important, Lin Su asked the main character to look where he was pointing his finger and figure out what to do about it. At the place shown by the girl there were plasmas of strange matter with which parts of the body of the enemy skeleton continued to form, and they became stronger than before. Instead of one dead creature, two appeared, and this gave the guys a full understanding that this creature is simply immortal. Tang Ming dodged many attacks, realizing how stupid it would be to hit them directly in the forehead. The main character's team could not do anything being on the back of a reincarnated guy running away from monsters. Then Lin Su made an innocent expression saying that there were only more enemies. The girl sighed heavily when she saw the technique of the burning palace, because of which skeletons will not stop appearing until a method of heavenly burial is found. While they were running away, many types of skeleton weapons began to fly, trying to pierce the body of people. But they failed when the main character killed all the skeletons with one click and felt a strange cold when touching the burnt bones of the skeleton. Thus, having almost reached the exit from the soul-burning space, Tang Ming left behind the formation of enemies. In a couple of seconds they actually managed to get out of the door and go to the main room. But they again found themselves in a place where they have to make a choice which door to choose next and which one can lead to luck. Right after the exit from the door of the space, the guys were followed by skeletons, managing to penetrate into a place safer for people. Suddenly, something very shocking and attractive event came to the attention of the main character. Standing in bewilderment, the guy saw the enemy's bone leg come out of one of the doors and it clicked loudly. Ultimately, the team of the reborn youth was surrounded on all sides because the owner of the alchemical furnace was not going to leave them alive. Such a terrible situation. Agate began to tremble all over with fear. Following this, she fell to the ground and attracted the attention of her comrades nearby. They examined the elf who had received an evil burning soul spreading throughout her body. The worst thing for the guys was the spread of this virus throughout their own bodies, and this greatly shocked them. The main character even realized that he had underestimated the skeletons. Looking at the approaching opponents, Tang Ming became well aware of the risk of burning even his soul in contact with a special poison. Having lost all possible options for battle, the reincarnated youth created a fiery attribute and prepared to use it with all his might. Completely covered in fire, the guy ran towards the enemy squads of skeletons and prepared to finish the battle at once. The skeletons didn't feel anything, much less were imbued with fear, so they simply ran towards the cultivator who carried danger with him. With one blow, Tang Ming destroyed the attacking skeleton's technique and scattered its remains throughout the alchemical furnace area. The main character clearly saw that the opponents consisted of a decaying soul, and therefore it was not difficult for the guy to evaporate them with the purest fire of karma. Having the slight advantage of this technique, he ran inside the huge number of oncoming skeletons. After a complete collision between the two sides, absolute chaos began in battles among which enough enemy skeletons were eliminated. At this moment, Lin Su tried to fight off the flying matter and protected the immobilized agate. The girl had very little strength, and it was very difficult for her to resist for a long time. Tang Ming, seeing this, simply continued to do what was necessary and knew how difficult it would be for the girls to fight against the skeletons. Since the corpse flame remained unextinguished, opponents did not stop appearing from the created unreal space. And while the skeletons were approaching Lin Su in full force, even many new species appeared among the evil spirits. Feeling such pressure and surroundings, the girl sighed, saying goodbye to life, because she could no longer stand fighting without spiritual energy. When suddenly her location was hit by an incredibly powerful wave of fire scattered throughout the territory of the skeletons. This was the main character who burned enemies just by touching them. Tang Ming spoke about his thoughts regarding the great technique of burying the dead that uses flames to control the actions of skeletons. This appearance of power greatly helped the guy test the power of his own Scarlet Lotus skill. Following this, he looked around again, realizing the difficulties of the current situation, and thought about how they should escape while the effect of the fiery lotus was in effect. Therefore, he quickly warned Lin Su about the imminent attempt, and ordered him to get ready. Their condition and situation were simply worse than ever. Many opponents were going to attack and eliminate people at any moment. After being surrounded by enemies, the guys saw one of the skeletons behaving very strangely. The rest of the creatures followed his example and began to absorb the bodies of their comrades. But there was the most powerful one among the rest, devouring them as if it wasn't hard at all. It was then that a huge monster formed near the main character, merged with the others and received a new body. Lin Su, being at a safer distance, saw the appearance of a corpse flame not far from the skeleton. This flame was the strongest corpse fire of the three principles and gave the bearer great strength. The skeleton's eyes instantly lit up with a bright light, and he was preparing to soon injure the cultivators. Tang Ming prepared to fight back the fire that is able to cope with the Scarlet Lotus and prove who is truly stronger. After these words, long battles and explosions began where spiritual energy was filled and too much effort was invested. A few hours later, the main character stood all out of breath and was very surprised, having not previously guessed that the corpse flame would be so ominous, and stood on a par with the Scarlet Lotus. Only now the enemy was unable to resist for long, having been defeated by the destruction of the corpse-like flame within himself. But the enemy was not completely killed and began to move while the guy was distracted by other problems. Tang Ming was in one position, not expecting a retaliatory strike from all speed rushing towards him. The huge skeleton managed to attack and throw the reborn hero a short distance. While flying, the guy hit the iron and incredibly strong wall of the alchemical furnace. Having fully risen to its feet, the monster began to advance towards the main character, who did not understand why the enemy was still able to move, because he believed that he had long ago destroyed the corpse flame. Suddenly a very important detail caught his attention, which shocked the guy quite a lot. Unknown red threads hung behind the skeleton's back, somehow connected to the enemy. The threads seen around the entire body of the skeletal warrior were very similar to the technique of the 9 words of truth, so the main character supposedly thought that the enemy was controlled by divine consciousness. The deceased continued to deliver strong attacks and really showed how powerful the owner is. Due to the difficulty of dodging the blows, Tang Ming realized that the person using his strength was the one who had broken through the endless realm. The angry enemy pushed off the surface of the stove and left a huge dent in it. Such fast movements did not disappear from the head of the reborn guy who was about to apply more effort. Therefore, he pushed off from the ground and began the formation of spiritual force for its further materialization. Thus, it was possible to pull out the magical blade carrying the collected energy. The enemy soldier was already almost next to Tang Ming, and was preparing to swallow him. The reborn hero began to wiggle around the huge creature. In a few seconds, the guy managed to carry out many resolving attacks on the enemy's body. The enemy completely fell to the ground when Tang Ming, for complete victory, used the soul-cutting skill in his move and cut all the threads controlling the doll. Having finished with the enemy, the main character went to check the condition of his comrades, Lin Su, even being unable to stand on her feet for a long time, could move. While they were examining each other, somewhere nearby the owner of the doll was using a new power that significantly enlarged his pupils. After a couple of minutes, the guys came to a dead end of mass cleansing and transformation, rotating around. Suddenly, at the very top of technology, a strange blinking hologram began to appear. The guys immediately focused all their attention on this, and tried to see what was happening. An image of Fentian burning the skies appeared right in front of the team of cultivators, and he was very surprised by Tang Ning's success. Seeing this old man, Ling Su realized that the man about whom there were so many stories was actually alive. Fentian began to laugh with all his might, believing that he would be the most difficult to eliminate. Raising his hands above his head, the old man burning the skies decided to tell the younger replenishment about the good luck that was happening at that time. Far in the past, the head of the alliance, together with his comrades, united forces and managed to destroy and tear Fentian's flesh into pieces. But no one thought to check whether he actually died. The old man hid in the jade sun and used all kinds of methods to restore his soul. Fentian began to change his face by talking about old friends who helped him recover. Strange streams of energy began to emanate near his head, gathering in one place. Upon completion of the application of the technique, images of Xinghua and Huachen, who gave their lives to defeat their enemies, appeared near the old man. It became clear to the guys who saw this that the deaths of these two people were not just an accident, or a lapse of time, and it was Fentian who eliminated them. The crazy old man did not regret what he had done at all and, on the contrary, rejoiced at having destroyed his traitors. Fentian's eyes showed incredible hatred from what happened in his past life for which he was taking revenge. According to his stories, it became known that he, along with the dead, were at the peak of the 9th level and, having agreed that it was impossible to break through on their own, they joined forces by creating a method of 3 transformations, but the attempts were unsuccessful. After this, Fentian saw the incredibly powerful force of the demon soldiers and wanted to break through with their help along with his comrades. According to Fentian, his comrade did not want to cooperate with him, and simply betrayed him, revealing all his intentions to the head of Li. The biggest stupidity of the head of the alliance was not knowing that Fentian was somehow connected with his comrades, and they independently gave him the opportunity to stay alive. A few years later, one of the comrades returned back to the Jade Star where he paid respects to all the fallen cultivators, and then Fentian pulled out his soul, strengthening his own. The old man also deliberately destroyed wormhole maintenance technology in the Medicine King Valley. It was then that he managed to find the second traitor and eliminate him, pretending that the accident was to blame for everything. In real time, Fentian laughed out loud while looking at the main character's team and told a feeling that he realized only when merging 3 souls. It was the power of the traitors that gave him the chance to reach the 9th level. Suddenly, Tang Ning and Ling Su saw a sharp start to the movement of the technology on which the old man was located, along with the release of energy. Crazy Fentian finished what he started, where, absorbing his comrades, he broke through the kingdom. The old man was going to use all the power of his dead friends in the future to create the most perfect body that would be able to burn the heavens, just as he had built an alchemical furnace before. It became clear from Fentian's face that he was going to do something very unpredictable. The traitor to humanity, releasing his spirit, began to attack the protagonist with a very suitable replacement body, and with his help, Feng was going to achieve more results. Thanks to the spiritual technique of soul transmigration, he managed to penetrate the head of the reborn guy. Within a few seconds, Tang Ning's pupils were enveloped by the dark energy of the infiltrated enemy. Fentian managed to reach the very depths of the protagonist's spiritual space where he saw his soul. The old man carefully examined the guy's body, which surpassed any imagination, and he liked it. In order not to waste time, Fen instantly opened several souls, trying to swallow a new one and merge forces. The hostile person went completely crazy when he saw the incredible power of the fast vessel. In just 1 second after empty talk, Fentian froze in place and looked at one point. He felt something very strange and tried to understand what the problem was. As it turned out, he could not attach the soul of Tang Ning, who was shrouded in the fire attribute, even after reaching the breakthrough level with his soul. It was then that the main character came to consciousness by telling how he himself managed to achieve a similar result, which is why the old man did not succeed. Within a couple of seconds of contact between the souls, Fentian's spiritual body was torn into small pieces and scattered throughout the entire territory. The old man could not believe that such a young guy managed to get a level higher than ninth, because it took hundreds of years and countless hours to do it himself. The expression on the face of the reborn hero did not change at all, and he did not say anything at all. This is what made the old man get angry and start attacking. In the distant past, Fentian spent a lot of blood trying to learn the theory of breakthrough and implement it himself. While he was remembering this, in reality he was fighting against the younger generation, having come into contact with spiritual forces. For many years, the traitor to the cultivators passed through the territories of the dead aliens, inspecting their incredibly strong energy body and wanted to use all methods in order to achieve results. But this didn't really help him resist the main character at the moment. Several years ago, having met the commander of the demon soldier race, the old man realized that only the strongest survive in the world, and no matter how. In a couple of seconds of thought, Fentian lost in the amount of spiritual power to the new generation of cultivators. The power was so strong that the old man was easily thrown from the battlefield. Landing on the surface of the unreal reality, he lowered his head in recognition of defeat, and asked how Tang Ning managed to achieve such a result. At the request of the old man, the main character told how humanity managed to find a way to overcome limitations by uniting with others. Listening to all the reasons why the old man failed to win this battle, he began to tremble strangely. Then he screamed like a madman and looked up all the time. Unknown screams were followed by a complete separation of the souls gathered inside one shell. When everything went well, the former comrades gained spiritual form and made Fentian fall to his knees in severe pain. One of the comrades remembered how they fought together trying to break through the kingdom and made a bet who would be the first to achieve the result. None of the dead could imagine how Fentian would succeed. After this, the dead learned that the first person to break through the kingdom was the head of the alliance, and this was good news for them. Fentian at this moment could not believe that everyone had managed to achieve good fortune in an honest manner. Old friends advised Fentian to help the main character so as not to rot in vain in this space, since they were already practically one with each other. Fentian agreed with the proposal because for hundreds of years he had been trying to simply survive and make his dream come true. The eldest of the comrades was ready to do what was required for the prosperity of mankind. The one who died while paying respects to the cultivators spoke the words with which the unification of the three souls will fully begin. After this, a complete transformation of the subconscious minds of the old people began, turning into a spiritual shell. Having gathered together, the force began to fly sharply towards the main character, who did not expect this. In a few seconds, the new power of the three united elders of the old generation was imprinted on Tang Ning's chest and took the form of three magic cores gathered on one body.